I woke up to loud banging on the door, so forceful that the dust from the roof fell down around me. It was my mother-in-law outside, furiously yelling at me to get up. The chickens have crowed 3 times. The sun's already shining on your butt. What kind of new daughter-in-law are you? Still lazing in bed. Her voice was sharp and grating, full of anger, and she kept pounding on the door like she wanted to break it down. I didn't move or make a sound. Staying silent seemed like the safest option, even though I could hear the other daughters-in-law being dragged into the crossfire. My mother-in-law began scolding them too, blaming them for not doing their share of chores. "You think I'm here to serve you, huh? Get up and start working," she shouted, forcing them into the kitchen. Meanwhile, her attitude did a complete 180 when her precious daughter, Meili, showed up. Meili, the youngest and most pampered member of the family, was greeted with sweetness and affection. My mother-in-law practically shoved her back to bed, insisting she rest while the others worked. "You're my treasure, my golden phoenix," she cooed, ignoring the double standard she so openly flaunted. Meili suggested writing to my husband, who's away in the army, to complain about me, and to my horror, my mother-in-law agreed. Inside the room, I stayed frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. I stared at the yellowing newspaper glued to the wall, the words 1975 Liberation Daily staring back at me. My head spun. 1975? How could this be? This isn't my house, this isn't my life. And yet, the pieces started clicking into place. I'd traveled back in time. Somehow, I'd woken up as Jiang, the infamous third daughter-in-law of this family. Not just any Jiang either. I realized with growing dread that this was the same name as a villainous side character from the novel I'd been reading before bed. The heroine of that story? None other than Meili, my spoiled sister-in-law. In the novel, Jiang was a selfish and lazy woman who squandered her blessings. She was beautiful, a city girl who had married a soldier, and she could have lived comfortably. But instead, she stirred up trouble in the family, spent all her husband's army stipend, and eventually ran off with a sleazy male intellectual. That man turned out to be a violent abuser who ruined her life, leading to her tragic downfall. In a fit of rage, she killed him, ended up in prison, and lived out the rest of her life in disgrace. And now I'm her, a former food vlogger with millions of followers, who once lived for delicious food and a carefree life. I've been thrown into the hardest, most suffocating situation imaginable. No more food deliveries, no more comfortable nights in a cozy apartment, just this rural, impoverished life in the 1970s, where even an egg or a piece of meat is a luxury. The worst part? I know how this story ends, and it doesn't end well for me. If I don't do something, I'll follow the same disastrous path as the original Jiang. But what can I do? How am I supposed to survive in a time like this, surrounded by people who already hate me? My mother-in-law is gunning for me. Meili is watching my every move, and my husband is far away, completely out of reach. I closed my eyes, hoping I'd wake up back in my old life. But when I opened them again, the spider dangling from the ceiling confirmed my worst fears. This isn't a dream. This is my new reality. And if I don't play my cards right, this story could end just as tragically as I remember. I woke up in the body of Jiang, the infamous third daughter-in-law of the Xu family, and it's a disaster from the start. My mother-in-law hates me, blaming me for everything. She didn't even want me as a daughter-in-law. She wanted to marry her son to someone else, a hard-working, obedient girl, but instead, her son rescued me when I fell into a river. The gossip forced him to marry me, but not before I demanded a high dowry of 500 yuan. Ever since, I've been labeled lazy, greedy, and a burden. I woke up hungry and weak because the original Jiang had fallen ill and passed away. Now I've taken her place. The family was eating breakfast without me, and my stomach growled painfully from the smell of food. But I couldn't go out yet. If I did, I'd get nothing but scolding and no food. I needed energy and a plan. As I explored the room, I discovered a red birthmark on my wrist, identical to the one I had in my old life. Out of desperation, I touched it, hoping for some magical help. To my surprise, I found myself in a dim, empty space. It looked like a warehouse. It wasn't much, but at least I could store things in it. It was a small relief in this terrible situation. Back in the room, I rummaged through the original Jiang Yuju's belongings and found her hidden stash of snacks and money. 500 yuan from the dowry, another 50 yuan from her parents, and some extra cash and ration tickets. It was a decent amount, enough to give me a sense of security. I stored everything in the warehouse space, except for a small bit of money in my pocket. Still starving, I sneaked into the kitchen. I found steamed eggs and a white bun that my mother-in-law had set aside for her precious daughter, Meili, who is spoiled beyond belief. Without hesitation, I devoured the food. It was soft, warm, and exactly what I needed. Just as I finished the last bite, my mother-in-law walked in, catching me red-handed. Her face twisted in rage as she screamed, "You lazy glutton." That was for Meili. She grabbed a broom and started chasing me around the house, yelling threats while I shouted, "Help. The Xu family is killing me." It was utter chaos. My only thought, I need to survive in this family, but how? If this keeps up, I'll be doomed just like the original Jiang Yuju. I caused a huge commotion this morning. It all started when my mother-in-law chased me around with a broom for eating the steamed eggs and white bun she had saved for her precious daughter, Meili. I ran, yelling at the top of my lungs, drawing out the entire Xu family and even the neighbors. Everyone came to watch, and I wasn't about to back down. If they already think I'm a troublemaker, why not lean into it? As my mother-in-law ranted about how I was the worst daughter-in-law she'd ever had, I turned the tables. I cried and told everyone I was starving and weak because they hadn't given me any food after I'd been sick with a fever all night. I even said that if I hadn't eaten, they'd be finding my corpse instead of a hungry daughter-in-law. The neighbors started whispering, criticizing how the Xu family treated me, saying it wasn't fair that Meili got special food while I was left to starve. The gossip hit a nerve. My mother-in-law tried to defend herself, calling me lazy and saying I never do any work. But I reminded everyone that my husband, Xu Lei, sends home money every month, and without him, the family wouldn't be living so well. Why should I have to work if I'm already contributing financially? The neighbors agreed, and my mother-in-law was furious but couldn't say anything. Meili, trying to protect her reputation, stepped in and reluctantly said she didn't blame me for eating her food. That's exactly what I wanted her to say, and I made sure everyone heard it. Then I looked at my mother-in-law and told her, since Meili doesn't mind, we can just eat the same food from now on. Whatever she gets, I'll have the same. My mother-in-law was so angry she stormed off and slammed the door. My father-in-law, seeing the chaos and realizing the neighbors were judging them, stepped in to smooth things over. He announced that I wouldn't have to work while I recovered from my illness, and even told my mother-in-law to prepare extra food for me, including steamed eggs. I could tell he was worried about their family's reputation, especially since Meili was reaching marriageable age and they couldn't afford any bad rumors. Satisfied with my small victory, I went back to my room to rest. It was exhausting standing up for myself, but necessary. I know the other daughters-in-law aren't happy about it, especially the eldest, but I don't care. If I don't fight for my place here, this family will walk all over me. Let them grumble. I'm here to survive, and I'm not going to let anyone push me around. I finally lay down after all the chaos, completely exhausted. My body was still weak from the illness, but after eating a big bun and some steamed egg custard, I felt much better. I replayed everything in my head. My performance today was spot on. I've got to stay sharp to keep up this act and not let anyone catch on. Truth be told, I'm not naturally someone who stirs up trouble, but life has taught me that being tough is the only way to avoid being bullied. The original Jiang Yuju had learned this too. Growing up in a big family as one of 5 siblings, she had to fight for her share to survive. And now, as the new Jiang Yuju, I have no intention of being mistreated. If Meili, the precious little sister, gets special treatment just because of my husband Xu Lei's army stipend, then why shouldn't I? After all, I'm his wife. Why should I suffer while she gets the perks? It's honestly ridiculous that I, a former food vlogger who lived for good meals, am now stuck in the 1970s, a time when resources are so scarce. If I don't fight for myself, I'll starve, and that's not happening. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law was fuming about the morning's events. She ran into my father-in-law, blaming him for letting me off easy in front of the neighbors. She even wanted to write to Xu Lei, demanding he divorce me. My father-in-law quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want to risk his son's career over a divorce. Begrudgingly, my mother-in-law dropped the matter for now, but I could see she wasn't done scheming. Later, Meili went to the post office to send a letter to Xu Lei anyway, twisting the truth and adding her own version of events to make me look worse. But on her way home, she was almost kidnapped by a criminal. Luckily, my husband Xu Lei showed up just in time and saved her. I'm sure this incident will only make her more determined to get me out of the family. That evening, I noticed my mother-in-law acting strangely. During dinner, everyone had the same bland meal of wild vegetable porridge and steamed sweet potatoes, but her and Meili's glances back and forth didn't escape me. Later, as I suspected, she snuck Meili into her room and cooked her 2 eggs. I caught them red-handed by peeking through the window. Their guilty faces were priceless. Without hesitation, I barged in, grabbed the eggs, and ate them on the spot. "Thanks for the meal, Mom and Meili," I said with a smug grin before leaving them stunned. I could hear my mother-in-law's furious rant as I walked out. This shameless woman. How could she? And Meili, completely flabbergasted, muttered, "I've never seen someone so brazen." I didn't care. Eating those eggs was worth it. I went back to my room, full and content, and quickly fell asleep. Just as I was deep in dreamland, though, I heard a noise at the door. My heart raced. Something wasn't right. Someone was outside. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone breaking into my room. Before I could scream, a large hand covered my mouth, and I froze in terror. My body trembled as I thought, is this a robbery? Am I going to die right after arriving in this world? But then I heard a familiar voice whisper, "Don't be scared. It's me, Xu Lei." It was my husband, the man I married but hadn't even met properly because he was called back to the army right after our wedding. The fear in my chest eased, but anger quickly took its place. This man scared me half to death. "You nearly killed me with fright," I hissed, pounding his chest with my fists. But Xu Lei, being the calm and patient soldier he is, gently grabbed my hands to stop me. I was still fuming and, without thinking, bit his arm. He winced, but didn't pull away, letting me vent my frustration. In the dim light, I could feel his gaze on me, intense and almost curious. His sudden arrival had caught me off guard, but I could tell he was observing me, taking in every detail. Our marriage was so rushed, with no real foundation or understanding between us, but now, in this strange moment, I could sense something changing. He explained why he had returned. A dangerous criminal had been caught in the area, and his team had been called in to help. After finishing the mission, his superiors allowed him some time off to finally spend with his new wife. That's why he came home in the dead of night, quietly climbing over the walls so he wouldn't wake the household. What he didn't expect was for his new wife, me, to lock the door. I glared at him, still furious at being startled, but then my embarrassment crept in. Here I was in a dark room, face to face with a man who was technically my husband but still felt like a stranger. And the way he looked at me made my heart race even more. "Move. You're heavy." I pushed at him, trying to escape from the awkward situation. At nearly 6 feet tall, Xu Lei was much bigger and stronger than me, and I felt completely trapped under his weight. Sensing my discomfort, he shifted positions, so I was the one on top. It only made things worse. I was mortified. You shouldn't just barge in like this," I whispered, trying to maintain some dignity while avoiding his intense gaze. All right, he said softly, clearly amused by my flustered state. "Just don't wake everyone up, okay?" Despite my embarrassment, I couldn't help but notice how calm and protective he seemed. It was the first time I'd seen this side of him, His steady demeanor and warm presence were unexpected. For the first time, I wondered if this sudden, unplanned marriage might not be so bad after all. Still, I needed to set some boundaries. Just don't scare me like that again, I muttered, pushing myself off him and retreating to my side of the bed. As I lay there, I felt his eyes lingering on me in the dark, and a strange mix of emotions stirred inside me. Our marriage had started as a necessity, but maybe, just maybe, it could become something more. The two looked at each other. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Ahem, you. Why are you back? Jiang Yuju hurriedly climbed down from Xu Lei. The feeling of avoiding him made Xu Lei's eyes darken.
I'm sorry. Before.
I was on a temporary mission.
Xu Lei explained.
Yeah. Jiang Yuju nodded. Then the room fell into silence. It was really unbearable to have such an atmosphere. Jiang Yuju felt that the oxygen in the room was not enough. It was naturally very cramped to be in the same room with a man she was not familiar with. Have you eaten? After saying that, Jiang Yuju really wanted to bite off her tongue. What an idiotic question. It's already this time. How could he not have eaten? Besides, even if he didn't eat, where could he get him food in the middle of the night? There was no food in the kitchen. Even a mouse would cry if it went in. The food of the Xu family had long been tightly controlled by old lady Xu. The daughters-in-law were not allowed to touch it. Every time she cooked, it was Mrs. Xu who rationed the food. Even the sweet potatoes were rationed, one for each person and 1 or 2 left over. The reason why she could eat 2 sweet potatoes at night was because she didn't drink the wild vegetable porridge. Mrs. Xu didn't make trouble. Xu Lei saw that Jiang Yuju regretted what she said. Somehow he wanted to tease her.
I didn't eat it. Huh?
I didn't
eat it then.
Jiang Yuju looked around and remembered her own stock. Although she was reluctant to give it up, this was her bread and butter. What kind of life she could live depended on them. She was a newcomer and didn't have their ability. And she didn't dare to stand out too much at this time. That would be courting death. She didn't dare to go to the black market to do business, otherwise she wouldn't know how she died. She took out the last piece of egg cake from the cupboard and also took 2 pieces of peach cake. Here, eat this first. There's nothing in the kitchen and the food is all at mother's place. Jiang Yuju brought the food to Xu Lei. Xu Lei stared at the egg cake and peach cake in Jiang Yuju's hand. It may sound funny, but he has never eaten these expensive things. He is the 3rd child in the family. He has the eldest son, the eldest brother, who is respected. He has the lively younger brother, the 4th child, and the only girl, the younger sister Xu Mei. He is in the middle. He can't even get 1/5 of the love. No parent can really treat everyone equally. People's hearts are biased. How can they be completely fair? From childhood to adulthood, he and his second brother never got any good things. Over time, he got used to it. It's useless to make a fuss, and he will be beaten and scolded in the end. Maybe he felt wronged when he was a child, but he is an adult now. He will not crave those impractical things that do not belong to him. Even now, he is already a battalion commander. The allowance is as high as 81.5 yuan. But he still hadn't eaten these things. Mother would write to him and tell him what his sister needed to buy, what his nephews needed, what the family needed. But she didn't know what he needed. He had to take care of the family and send money home to repay their kindness in raising him. But because of this, Xu Lei had been a successful person since he was a child. In recent years, although his allowance has increased to more than 80 yuan, but he never told his family. His parents always thought that their allowance was still 36 yuan. He had to deduct food money every month, 45 cents per person per day, which is 14 yuan a month. Some should be kept in reserve. So he would send 10 yuan home every month. Even so, his mother often wrote to him, asking him to send more money and tickets. Don't be silly and give it all to outsiders. The more you can get from him, the better. What about your sister should buy seasonal clothes? The family hasn't eaten meat for a long time. It was the first time someone gave him something precious. Xu Lei could see that this egg cake and peach cake were also Jiang Yuju's favorite. But she still gave it to herself. A warm current flowed from her heart.
I
am not hungry yet. You can keep it for yourself. Oh, don't waste your time. Just buy it for me later. Jiang Yuzhu stuffed the food into Xu Lei's hand. Then she went downstairs and took her big teacup. There was boiled water in it. She was afraid that she would be thirsty and had no water to drink at night, so she took it specially. Eat it with water. It's better than having an empty stomach. Jiang Yuzhu was a foodie, so she naturally knew how uncomfortable it was to be hungry. It was simply a torture from the body to the mind. It was too uncomfortable to be hungry. Thank you. Xu Lei didn't hesitate and ate the food in a few bites.
Then. Sure.
Someone. Xu Lei covered Jiang Yuzhu in the quilt. Old Mrs. Xu outside quietly walked to Jiang Yuzhu's window. She always felt that there was movement here in the room. She was so angry today that she couldn't sleep. Now she was naturally energetic and got up to take a look. After listening for a long time, there was no sound again. Could it be a mouse?
But
it doesn't look like it. Did I hear it wrong? Old Mrs. Xu stood there for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. Then she went back to her room. Ahem, it's so late. What have you been doing? Old Mr. Xu heard the noise and looked at his wife. I seem to hear a sound in the third son's room, vague and not very real. There was no sound. Why didn't I hear it? The third son's wife had already fallen asleep. The old man turned over, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. The more old Mrs. Xu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and she pulled her old man. Old man, you said. Could it be that the third son's wife is cheating on you? What the? The old man couldn't sleep either. I really heard a sound just now. I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, go and see. Old Mrs. Xu always felt something was wrong. What kind of talk is that? How can I, as a father-in-law, listen to my daughter-in-law as whispers? If people know about it, it will be a joke. Old Master Xu frowned and scolded. The third child is not at home. He left before entering the bridal chamber. We have to keep an eye on him. Old Mrs. Xu was worried that Jiang Yuzhu was too beautiful to keep an eye on.
This.
The old man was also grumbling in his heart. I'll go and have a look. In the end, he was still worried and went to have a look. Old Master Xu also looked for a long time, but there was still no movement. He returned to the room angrily. You are just talking nonsense. Go to bed quickly and make trouble for no reason. The old woman was already very tired, but she was still suspicious and tossed around. Really no movement? Old Mrs. Xu asked suspiciously. If you are worried, go and keep an eye on her yourself. I have to go to bed. I have to go to work tomorrow. The old man ignored the old woman's nonsense. In less than a breath, she started snoring. Old Mrs. Xu had to lie down. However, the two people in the room were overlapping and tightly pressed together. Xu Lei's big hand was still covering Jiang Yuzhu's mouth. The two were so close that their breathing intertwined. There was only a layer of quilt between them.
Zhum, zhum.
In the silent night, the heartbeat was particularly active. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the lips getting closer and closer and quickly turned her head away in fear. Xu Lei recovered. Go to bed early. After saying that, he turned over to the end of the Kong. He picked up another quilt in the Kong cabinet and covered it. He really needed to give her some time. The time they spent together was too short, so it was normal to have some repulsion. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xu Lei lying straight. She had a higher opinion of him in her heart. It was not that she was hypocritical. It was that she really had not prepared herself mentally. Xu Lei appeared too suddenly. Although he was her legal husband, Xu Lei was indeed too unfamiliar to her. Even if she knew him, he was just a supporting role in the book. She needed time to be with him right after she crossed over. As she thought about it, she fell asleep. After Jiang Yuzhu's breathing stabilized, Xu Lei opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Yuzhu. He had long black and shiny hair and big eyes. Even with his eyes closed, one could imagine how beautiful these eyes would be when they were opened. A full forehead, followed by a straight nose. Then there are the mouth and jaw, with smooth lines. No wonder they all say that Jiang Yuzhu is the most beautiful of all the educated youth in the nearby villages. She is very uniquely beautiful. He didn't have high expectations, and he also knew about Jiang Yuju's background. Most people's comments on her are negative. Although she looks good, her personality is really willful and capricious, spoiled and lazy, and picky. If she didn't have a pretty face, no one would want to pay attention to her. But for him, it's quite suitable. He doesn't want to find an honest wife, and both the husband and wife will be ignored. If he hadn't mentioned getting married, his mother would probably not remember to find a wife for him. She even bypassed him and wanted to find a wife for his fourth brother first. How could he not know his parents' plan? They were just thinking about his allowance. It was because he knew that he was disappointed. It must be said that Xu Lei also had selfish motives in choosing a wife with Jiang Yuju's personality. He was away from home as he was in the army. If his wife was more obedient, he would not be able to protect the child in the future, and the child would be bullied. This kind of personality suits him. But he did not expect that he would discover another side of her when he came back tonight. He did not know what he remembered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This made Xu Lei full of expectations for the future life. Cluck, cluck. At dawn, the chickens in the yard began to crow. Old Mrs. Xu hurriedly leaned on the window and glanced outside. No one came out. The third son's room was still closed. Old Mrs. Xu could not tolerate Jiang Yuju going on like this. The more she thought about it last night, the angrier she got, and she did not believe that she could not cure her. Old Mrs. Xu ran to the third son's room angrily. With a gentle push, the door opened. Jiang Yuju was sleeping soundly on the Kong. But old Mrs. Xu's eyes were full of the quilt at the end of the Kong. Jiang Yuju was the only one in the room, so how could she take out two quilts? It is not difficult to guess that there must be a second person in the room. Jiang Yuju is cheating. She said that there was a noise last night, but the old man still didn't believe it. This time, she was caught. Jiang Yuju, get up. My son has only been gone for a few days, and you dare to steal a man. I will tear you, to pieces. Jiang Yuju was woken up and was still confused. But Mrs. Xu's momentum was too cruel. Jiang Yuju was so scared that she quickly rolled and crawled to avoid Mrs. Xu's scratching. Mom, are you crazy? Jiang Yuju picked up the quilt to block the attack. I'm crazy. I think you are shameless. Okay, since you are shameless, then I will let everyone see what kind of person you, Jiang Yuju, are. Mrs. Xu ran to the yard and yelled, everyone come and see. Jiang Yuju is still an educated youth, and she actually did such a despicable thing. It's really shameful. What are you doing? Mr. Xu hurried out to take a look. The eldest son Xu Yang's family, the second son Xu Chang's family, the fourth son Xu Yi, and Xu Meili all came out to see what happened. Ever since the third son's wife came into the house, the family has been in chaos, and there has been no peace for a single day. Old man, she actually dared to cheat on someone. Quickly find the team leader and arrest her. Our lazy is so innocent. Such a woman cannot be kept. We must divorce. Old Mrs. Xu finally caught Jiang Yuju's handle. This time, she will definitely be driven out, and it will not affect the third son's career.
What? This?
Old Master Xu looked at Jiang Yuju. The third son's family. What's going on? Dad, you have to ask Mom. I was sleeping soundly, and for no reason Mom came in and wanted to beat me. It's too difficult to be the daughter-in-law of the Xu family. Jiang Yuju pouted.
You.
How dare you say that? I'm so ashamed for you. Old Mrs. Xu pointed at Jiang Yuju. What do I have to be ashamed of? You broke into my room without permission and beat me. I am not afraid of anything. Jiang Yuju put her hands on her hips, looking fearless. Grandpa Xu saw that Jiang Yuju did not seem to be telling a lie. She did not look guilty at all. Tell me clearly what happened. Did you see anyone coming out of the room? The old man looked at Grandma Xu. I didn't see anyone, but the quilt on her Kong is the evidence. I saw it with my own eyes. There were two quilts on the Kong. She covered herself with one. Whose was the other one? It is obvious that someone used it. Otherwise, why would they take the quilt out of the cabinet? It's not the coldest time of the year. How can it be cold? Grandma Xu said confidently. After listening to her mother's words, Xu Lei hurried to her third brother's room to see what was going on. What Mom said is true. There are really 2 quilts in the room. Xu Lei ran out and said. At this time, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Jiang. You don't need to think about it. If I were cheating, I would have hidden the quilt long ago and waited for you to catch me. Jiang thought to herself, this Xu Lei is really a troublemaker. He ran away after a nap, leaving a mess for herself. Humph, I guess you didn't make it in time. Old Mrs. Xu didn't believe it. Xu Lei didn't know what she remembered, and her brows were furrowed. Could it be that the third brother's back? But she didn't say a word. What are you arguing about here? Xu Lei walked into the yard with a pheasant in his hand. He went out quietly to exercise in the morning. He went up the mountain for a walk and caught a pheasant. It was a good harvest. Third brother.
You.
When did you come back? Old Mrs. Xu was dumbfounded. It was her own son who came back. Old Mr. Xu immediately realized that it was the old woman who misunderstood. There was no such thing as a wild man. It was the third brother who came back. You kid. Why didn't you tell me you were back? Oh, I got home too late last night and I didn't disturb you because you were all asleep. What are you doing? Xu Lei walked to his wife's side.
That.
It's all misunderstanding. Third brother, you too. Why didn't you tell me you were back in advance? The fourth brother, Xu, stepped forward and hugged his third brother. You kid, next time it won't work if you don't wake up. You must get up to greet me. Xu Lei said as he glanced around. Okay, let's all go to work. Second brother's wife, go and clean up the third brother's chicken and cook it for dinner. Old lady Xu took the opportunity to leave. Hey, mother, don't go. Isn't it just right now? While your son is here, didn't you accuse me of cheating on you and want to arrest me and ask your son to divorce me? Let's talk it out. Jiang blocked old lady Xu's way. Xu Lei frowned and looked at old lady Xu. Mom, what's going on? Isn't this a misunderstanding?
Who knew you?
You were back. Old lady Xu didn't expect that it would turn out to be such a misunderstanding. She was a little afraid to look at the third brother. When the third brother had a dark face, she, as a mother, was scared. Mom, you just said it was a misunderstanding and it passed so easily. What about my reputation? Who will be responsible? Look at how many people are watching the fun outside. Go and explain them one by one. If I hear any dirty words again, I won't agree. Jiang just looked at old lady Xu. Xu Lei couldn't bear it any longer. Third sister-in-law, don't go too far. Mother is your elder and your mother-in-law after all. It is precisely because she is my elder and my mother-in-law that I let her go so easily. If it were someone else, I would immediately go to the county police to talk to them. I want to see if there is any justice in the world. You can slander people without any reason. Jiang is not used to that habit, no matter if you're the heroine or the supporting actress. Since I have traveled through time, it is natural for me to have the final say. The old man knew that if he didn't give an explanation to the third son's wife, the matter would not end well. The old man had never worried about family affairs in his life, but he didn't expect that the third son's wife would make him very busy after she came into the family. Grandpa Xu walked to the door and looked at the neighbors. Please be a witness. I woke up early and was confused. I misunderstood the third son's wife and said some unpleasant things. On behalf of me, I want to apologize to the third son's family. Since we really didn't know that the third son went home last night, it caused a misunderstanding and delayed everyone's time. The third son is a soldier. The reputation of soldiers and their families cannot be damaged. Let's understand and don't spread rumors. After hearing what Grandpa Xu said, what else could everyone say? Besides, this is indeed a misunderstanding. They also saw clearly that if they spread rumors, the consequences would be serious. After all, the third son of the Xu family is a soldier. It would be embarrassing if he was arrested for talking about other people's affairs. How could it be? It's a misunderstanding. Yes, lazy, you too. Next time you come back, tell your parents in advance that it's a misunderstanding. It's okay, let's go back. The people who were watching the excitement dispersed. Old Master Xu looked at Jiang and his meaning was very clear. This matter was over. Ouch, my head hurts so much. After saying that, he fell towards Xu Lei. Xu Lei quickly threw down the pheasant in his hand and caught Jiang Yuzhu. Dad, I might not be used to the climate in your Su family. I had a fever all night. I was already feeling unwell, and today I was frightened by my mother, and I became even weaker.
Ouch.
Jiang Yuzhu half closed her eyes and looked at everyone's faces. The corner of old Master Su's mouth twitched. It was the first time he heard of someone not being used to the climate after marrying. It seemed that he had to make up for it. Old Mrs. Su wanted to say something, but was held down by Old Man Su. The third son's wife doesn't have to work this month. Let your mother and your eldest and second sisters-in-law take care of the household affairs. No one is allowed to mention this again in the future. Old woman, stew this chicken well and give it to the third son's wife to nourish her at night. Cook an egg for her every day in the future. Third son, help your wife go into the house to rest. The eldest sister-in-law heard it and was about to speak. The eldest brother quickly covered his wife's mouth. Dad and Mom, Bao should wake up. Let's go and see him. He pulled his wife into the house. Talking at this time is like asking for death. Besides, even if the third son's wife doesn't work, it's reasonable. The third son sends an allowance home every month. 10 yuan a month is not enough to eat anything. If you offend the third son, who will the two sons rely on in the future? The second wife and husband didn't say a word. The fourth son hasn't married yet, so he doesn't care about it. Su merely watched the farce, and the third sister-in-law won again, and she went into the house with a pout. Jiang Yuzhu saw that everyone had dispersed, and she was too lazy to pretend. She pushed away Xu Lei, who was supporting her, and went into the house by herself. Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuzhu, who changed her face so quickly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and followed into the house. I'm sorry, I have wronged you these days. Xu Lei knew what kind of temper his mother had, and she must have been tossed around a lot these days. But thinking that Jiang Yuzhu's fighting ability should be good, it would not be a big problem. I just didn't expect her to be sick. Xu Lei wanted to step forward and touch Jiang Yuzhu's forehead. With a sound of smack, his hand was knocked off. What are you doing? Jiang Yuzhu dodged Xu Lei's outstretched hand. Xu Lei glanced at the back of his hand that was beaten red. See if you are still feverish. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xu Lei, wanting to say something, but still didn't open his mouth. Your wife, the core has been replaced. This sorry should be said to the original owner. The original owner had not been in the countryside for long and was not used to it. She was not happy about being sent to the countryside by her relatives and was angry. When washing clothes, she accidentally fell into the water. After being rescued by Xu Lei, she caught a cold and was not feeling well. Later, rumors were flying everywhere. She was an 18-year-old girl and was at a loss. After Xu Lei proposed that they got married quickly. On the wedding night, the groom left before entering the bridal chamber. The mother-in-law was in power, and her sisters-in-law and younger sisters-in-law were not in harmony with her. If she worked, she was said to be not doing a good job, and if she didn't work, she was said to be lazy. As a city girl, she really couldn't handle rural work. In a short period of time, the original owner experienced too many things, and it was unbearable. She was so angry that she fell ill completely. The original owner was also quite pitiful.
I
feel better. You take a rest first, I'll go to clean up the chickens. Xu Lei found something for himself to do so that he wouldn't stay in the house, which made the two embarrassed. Jiang Yuzhu breathed a sigh of relief. When Mrs. Su saw the third child picking up pheasants in the yard, she was furious. Third child, come in. Xu Lei heard his mother calling him and put down his work. What's wrong, mother? What's wrong? I think I really raised you in vain. You have married a wife and forgotten your mother. I have said long ago that this educated youth should not be married. Look, now it's good. Since she came in, there has been no peace in the family. I am so angry. Do you manage your wife or not? Mom, she just got married and is not used to it. Please be more understanding. Xu Lei said. If she is not used to it, go to each family and see which daughter-in-law gets up so late and doesn't work. Now she has to be served an egg every day. Poor me and your father have worked hard all our lives, but we have never had such a good treatment. Mrs. Xu muttered to herself. When she thought about having to boil eggs for Jiang Yuzhu every day, she felt so distressed. Xu Lei sighed. Mom, who asked you and Dad not to eat eggs? You two can eat them too. Your son can afford it. Speaking of work, Yuzhu is a city girl. It is inevitable that she is not familiar with rural work. Please don't force her. Besides, I don't need her to do any work. I can support my wife. 10 yuan a month is enough. Xu Lei's meaningful words made Mrs. Su's mouth sticky. The son's meaning was very clear. He sent 10 yuan home every month and didn't need his wife to work.
You.
Oh my God, my son who I raised with great difficulty is now settling accounts with me. Do you think sending me 10 yuan a month is too much? Woo-woo. Xu Lei had seen through his mother's tricks a long time ago. He cried, made a fuss, and threatened to commit suicide. If hard measures didn't work, he would try soft measures. It seems that mother thinks that 10 yuan a month is too little for me. In that case, I won't have to send money home in the future. You can separate my husband and me, and we will live alone. It will prevent mother from disliking my wife. Xu Lei didn't really want to separate the family. The main reason was that he was not at home and Jiang Yuzhu was alone, and he was worried. The military family compound has not been completed yet, but after he goes back, he has to apply for it quickly so that she can take her away earlier. He brought this up now just to scare mother. After so many years, he still couldn't figure out his mother's temper. Sure enough, when Mrs. Xu heard her son say that he would not give the 10 yuan, her eyes widened immediately. That won't do. Seeing that the third son was in a bad mood, Mrs. Xu changed her tactics. Third brother, you're going to drive mother to death. Mother knows that you have been angry these years, but you can't ignore the family. Your fourth brother hasn't married yet, and your youngest sister is already a big girl. She will soon say something bad to her you. How could the old lady not know her son's temper? The third brother has been stubborn since he was a child. With many children in the family, it is inevitable that he is biased. She admits this. But this is normal, every family is like this. If you stretch out 5 fingers, there's still long and short ones. How can you tell them apart so clearly? Mother. Xu Lei emphasized his tone. I'm already 26, and I'm almost 30. You should think about me. You don't want the wife I finally married to be bullied by you guys, do you? I spent 500 yuan to marry this wife. If she doesn't want to live with me, I can marry another one at a different price.
Consider the money you have.
Is it enough for me to marry another wife? If you don't want to spend more money to marry me a new wife, just treat her well. Everyone knew that Xu Lei spent 500 yuan on the bride price to marry his wife. Others would not ask for less, but would ask for more. After saying that, Xu Lei left. The old lady was speechless. She didn't have money to marry another wife for the third son. The fourth son and his daughter still needed the bride price and dowry. How could she give it all to the third son? For so many years, she had been frugal and managed the whole family, and she had finally saved so much money. Almost half of the money has been spent on marrying the third son. The fourth son is about to get a wife. This third son. It really makes her angry. It's all a sin. Xu Lei didn't want to be like this with her mother. After all, she was the one who gave birth to him. But for so many years, his interests have been sacrificed. Who can have no complaints? He didn't get married until he was 26. The eldest brother's children were all soy sauce at that time. When he knew that his mother had chosen an honest wife for her with poor family conditions. And when he asked the fourth son, all the wives were top-notch in all aspects, his heart was cold. So when Jiang Yuzhu proposed a betrothal gift of 500 yuan, he agreed, without hesitation. He will not refuse to be filial in the future, but that's all. After Jiang Yuzhu heard that Mrs. Xu called Xu Lei into the house, she kept paying attention to the movement over there. Seeing Xu Lei coming out, she quickly pretended to be calm and folded clothes there. Xu Lei saw Jiang Yuzhu rummaging around, just those few clothes. Please pack up, let's go to the county town. Now that you have married her, you have to be responsible. A man should be provided with clothes and food. You should spoil your own wife, of course.
Ah?
Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyes and looked at Xu Lei. This was the first time she looked directly into his eyes in the sun. It was so dark last night, and I only remembered that there was a glimmer of starlight in the darkness. The outlines of her features were tough. I was busy arguing in the morning and didn't look at her carefully. This time I saw her clearly. Sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips slightly pursed. She was about 1.8 meters tall and had an imposing aura. I'll take you to buy some food. I ate the egg cake yesterday, so I'll buy you some more and, by the way, buy 2 more clothes. Okay. She had never been to a county town in this era. She was very curious about what it looked like. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other. Xu Lei walked to the window of Old Lady Xu. Mom, I'm taking Yuzhu out for a while. You don't have to bring us lunch at noon. Old Lady Xu was so angry that she couldn't speak when she saw the third brother and his wife go out. Mom, are the third brother and his wife out? Xu Mei was also stunned. What a sin. I shouldn't have agreed to let this trouble come in. Look at how your third brother has been bewitched. Old Lady Xu regretted it so much. It's okay, Mom, I'm still with you. Xu Mei took Old Lady Xu's arm. Fortunately, you are here. Your daughter is still thoughtful. The two walked on the path. At first, Jiang Yuzhu was curious and looked around. Not long after walking, she couldn't walk anymore. She used to be a food anchor, so she didn't have much exercise. Usually she drove when she went out, and she didn't need to walk a few more steps. Now she was naturally not used to walking. The bumpy gravel road hurt her feet. Xu Lei saw that Jiang Yuzhu was getting slower and slower and knew that she couldn't walk anymore. He was used to walking, and this short distance was nothing to him. He forgot that a girl couldn't compete with a soldier like him. Let's walk slowly. Maybe we can meet Uncle Nyo's donkey cart. Jiang Yuzhu nodded. After a while, there was a sound from behind. Gear up.
Oh. Whoa.
Uncle Nyo, give us a ride. My wife can't walk anymore. Xu Lei waved his hand. Lazy is back. Hurry up and get in the car. There are not many people on the car, so there is room. Hello, Uncle. Yeah, good. Are you taking your wife to the city? Uncle Nyo was very happy to see Xu Lei. He was a promising young man in their village. Yes, Uncle Nyo. Take her to get familiar with it, and I will trouble you to take care of her in the future. Xu Lei has a good relationship with Uncle Nyo. When he was a child, he was naughty and often took Uncle Nyo's car to the county town to play. Uncle Nyo would always give him delicious food. Uncle Nyo has no children and has been alone. The village chief asked him to drive a donkey cart to take people to the county town and gave him 20 cents each time so that he could have a helper. In fact, the old man was not short of money. He received a 5 yuan government subsidy every month.
For an old man, it was enough.
But the old man couldn't sit still and wanted to find something to do. It's just a small matter. Girl, just go to the county town to find Uncle Nyo. If you encounter any problems, you can also find me. I am an old man. I don't have any other abilities, but I can still say a few words in the village. Although Uncle Nyo is just a donkey cart driver, he is a retired veteran and has a lot of say in the village. Whoever sees him will respectfully call him Uncle Nyo and Grandpa Nyo. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Jiang Yuzhu could feel the other party's kindness. Well, not bad. No wonder you are so old to get married. It turns out that your standards are too high. Uncle Nyo teased. The 3 boys in the old Xu family have had their own ideas since they were young. Ha ha ha, isn't it? Jiang is the prettiest girl among the educated youths around here. I didn't expect Lazy to pick her up. Isn't it? The 2 of them are also destined to be together. It's a matter of fate that will bring us together. Everyone talked and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at the county. When getting off the car, Xu Lei held out his hand for Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuzhu was embarrassed because she had been teased by everyone along the way. She glanced at Xu Lei and got off the car by herself. You guys take a walk. I'll be waiting under the willow tree at 1:30 p.m. Uncle Nyo waved his hand. Let's go. I'll take you around. It will be convenient for you to do things in the future. Xu Lei took Jiang Yuzhu and told her about the county post office, public security bureau, supply and marketing cooperative, state-owned restaurant, and various factories. He wanted her to have a full understanding so that she wouldn't be panicked when something happened in the future. In case she couldn't remember, he drew a simple map for her. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. Uncle Neo's car is close to the supply and marketing cooperative. We can eat first, then go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, and then take the bus back. Xu Lei arranged the route. Jiang Yuzhu nodded with satisfaction. What do you want to eat? Xu Lei asked Jiang Yuzhu. I want to eat white rice. Jiang Yuzhu now felt that eating a few mouthfuls of white rice would be quite fragrant. It was really that the wild vegetable porridge made by old lady Xu was too unappetizing. She didn't even need to eat it. Just by smelling it, she knew it wouldn't taste good. Okay, I'll go order the dishes. Xu Lei glanced at the menu on the blackboard and had an idea in mind. He ordered a lion's head, a braised fish, cabbage and black fungus, a vegetarian stew, and 3 bowls of rice. Can we finish all these? Jiang Yuzhu saw that Xu Lei had ordered several dishes. It's okay, I'm here. Xu Lei thoughtfully took the bowls and chopsticks and scalded them with hot water before giving them to Jiang Yuzhu. The waiters in the restaurant were all looking at their table. There were mainly handsome men and beautiful women, and the men were so considerate to take care of the girls. Your dishes are all here. Thank you, comrade. Xu Lei first picked up some for Jiang Yuzhu, and then started eating. Neither of them spoke, they were just eating silently. It smells so good. The rice is chewy and sweet, and you can eat a bowl of it dry. Now it's paired with a crispy and tender lion's head. It's perfect. Eat some cabbage, black fungus, and fish, and finally drink a few sips of soup. Beautiful. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu enjoying herself, Xu Lei smiled. I will leave more money in tickets for my wife in the future, and come here to improve it when I have nothing to do. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu was full, Xu Lei began to speed up. Xu Lei took out a lunchbox from his pocket and put another bowl of rice and a lion head into the lunchbox. After eating, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to digest the food. Xu Lei led Jiang Yuzhu to the supply and marketing cooperative. Uncle Neo tied the donkey cart under the willow tree and leaned on the cart with his eyes closed. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, Xu Lei ran to Uncle Neo. Jiang Yuzhu didn't hear what the two said. She only saw the two of them fighting for a long time before Uncle Neo accepted the lunchbox. Xu Lei ran over. Let's go. When Jiang Yuzhu looked back, she saw Uncle Neo looking at the white rice and lion head in the lunchbox, and his eyes were red. Sure enough, to understand a person, you can't listen to what others say. You have to go and see for yourself and understand. The two arrived not long after they walked. Jiang Yuzhu was a little disappointed when she saw the bungalow in front of her. But it made sense. When was it? There were so many tall buildings. There were all kinds of things in the cabinets on the wall. Xu Lei went straight to the egg cake counter. Hello, comrade. Please pack me 3 pounds of egg cake. Xu Lei took out the money and the ticket and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson put the bill, the money and the ticket on the clip and then passed it to the cashier. After the cashier calculated the bill, stamped the bill, gave the change, and then clipped them back to the counter. The salesperson handed the things and the change to Xu Lei. Jiang Yuzhu was very surprised. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. After Xu Lei bought it, he saw the stunned Jiang Yuzhu and smiled. Let's go, I'll take you to buy clothes. The salesperson selling clothes had seen Jiang Yuzhu a long time ago and looked at the country bumpkin with disdain at the corners of his mouth. He was really ignorant. In fact, the original owner Jiang Yuzhu was a city girl. How could she not have seen these things? It was just that she traveled through time and space and had never seen this scene before. She thought it was quite interesting and just watched it for a while longer. This made the salesperson misunderstand that Jiang Yuzhu was an ignorant country bumpkin. Jiang Yuzhu looked at all the clothes hanging, and they all looked too rustic, but there was nothing she could do. 2 of them were not bad, with plain colors that matched her skin tone, so she wanted to reach out and touch them. Hey, don't touch them. You can't afford to pay for it if you damage it. The female salesperson quickly picked up the clothes. Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyes and looked at the salesperson.
Oh, it really opened my eyes.
If I don't touch it, how can I know whether the clothes are good or not, and whether I like them? Who doesn't even let you touch the clothes when buying them? Are your clothes made of paper? Why are you so afraid of touching them? Xu Lei also frowned. Comrade, we're here to buy clothes sincerely, so of course we have to pick out the styles and see how the quality is before we make a decision.
What are you looking at?
If you want to buy, pay quickly. If you don't want to buy, forget it. There are still people waiting in line. The salesperson was so embarrassed by the two people that he naturally looked down on them. He simply drove them away. In that case, let us talk about it. I want to see who dares to look down on us peasants. I'm here to buy clothes, not to see your expression. Jiang Yuzhu hates this kind of people the most. Even in modern times, it is inevitable to avoid such people who look down on others. They feel that they are rich because they sell luxury goods and they look down on this and that. It's just a job. Nowadays, the status of salespeople here is higher, not to mention it. Hey, why are you looking for trouble? The salesperson was very impatient when she saw Jiang Yuzhu being so difficult to deal with. As soon as Jiang Yuzhu entered the supply and marketing cooperative, she saw her. Relying on her face, she bewitched the man who was looking for trouble. I'm here to buy clothes, not to quarrel with you. What's going on here? The director of the supply and marketing cooperative came over.
Director.
Jiang Yuzhu looked at the person who came. Are you the director here? Comrade, is there anything I can help you with? The director saw a group of people gathered here, and at first glance, something went wrong. So he hurried over to take a look. I'm here to buy clothes, but your salesperson didn't even let me touch them. What's the rule? Can I only look but not touch when I come to your supply and marketing cooperative to buy things?
Jiang Yuzhu asked. Comrade, you misunderstood.
That's impossible. Who spends money to buy goods and doesn't want to take a look? Xiao Lu, quickly show the clothes to this comrade. The director looked at Lu Li. This Lu Li always makes trouble for him. Lu Li reluctantly took the two clothes that Jiang Yuzhu liked. These two clothes were also her favorite. She originally thought that she would buy one of them after she got her salary. These two clothes were not cheap, and most people could not afford them. Even if someone looked at them, they were scared away by her. Who knew that she would run into a tough guy this time? Little comrade, don't mind. I will criticize her later. Which one do you like? I will ask someone to pack it for you. The director was also a person with color. It can be seen that Xu Lei is not an ordinary person. Jiang Yuzhu's appearance is also rare and beautiful. She will not be unable to afford it. Pack them all, and give her a pair of black pants, and that pair of leather shoes. Xu Lei took out the money directly. Hey, Xiao Lu, don't be stunned. Hurry up and pack it for the customer. The director didn't expect that he actually bought so many. No, I just choose one piece of clothing. Jiang Yuzhu was also stunned. Cloth coupons were so precious at that time. It was not appropriate for her to buy so many at once. It's okay, I'll change into something else. Xu Lei paid the money and the ticket directly. Spending money on his wife, happy. You. Jiang Yuzhu wanted to say, where did you get so much money and tickets? She remembered that Xu Lei only left some when he left. He gave most of the money and tickets to herself. As if he could see Jiang Yuzhu's thoughts, Xu Lei leaned into Jiang Yuzhu's ear and said, the leader knew that I came back to accompany my wife, so he specially collected various tickets for me. I also took out some money, enough to spend, don't worry. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xu Lei. It seems that he is not a mama's boy. The kind of person who only cares about his brothers and sisters at home and ignores his wife and children. This also made her feel relieved. She was very afraid that Xu Lei was the kind of person who believed whatever his mother said. Before, Mrs. Su called Xu Lei into the room, and she was still thinking, what if he listened to his mother and came back to quarrel with her? There was really no way, so she could only divorce. It seems that Xu Lei is not as simple as imagined. That's good. Otherwise, how can life go on? Of course, she didn't want a divorce unless it was absolutely necessary. It's not that she is so conservative, but that the times are different. If I hadn't traveled through time, I wouldn't care what you do. You can be beautiful on your own. You can earn money and spend it yourself, no one cares. You can be comfortable and at ease, and you don't have to worry about the feelings of too many people. It's so cool. But it's different now. Although she hasn't experienced it, she also knows how difficult it is for a beautiful, divorced woman to live alone in this era. Beauty itself is the original sin. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself and don't have anyone to protect, the consequences can be imagined. She won't be stupid. As long as Xu Lei doesn't touch her bottom line, she won't choose this path. She has already traveled through time, and it's impossible to go back easily. So just look forward and live a good life. She, Jiang, has always been an open-minded and positive person. There is scenery everywhere in life, so why bother about where you are? However, through this short day and night of getting along, she has already felt many of the other person's advantages. I hope she won't be disappointed in the future. Xu Lei carried large and small bags, and the salespersons of the supply and marketing cooperative all looked at him. There was envy in their eyes. Which woman doesn't want to be valued by her own man? Then Jiang experienced the madness of men's shopping. Xu Lei bought her candies, biscuits, glutinous rice sticks, hawthorn slices. He didn't ask Jiang if she liked them, he just bought them. Eat them slowly at home. He also bought a thermos. Xu Lei saw that Jiang always put hot water into a large teapot when drinking water. It was okay now when it was not cold, but it would not work in winter. If she got up in the middle of the night to drink water, it would be too cold. Xu Lei simply bought a thermos for his wife. The Xu family had a thermos, which was also bought with the industrial ticket sent back by Xu Lei. But in the end, the old couple put the thermos in Xu Mei's room, saying that it was convenient for their daughter to use. Xu Lei felt that his wife also needed one. Jiang couldn't bear it anymore, so she reached out and held Xu Lei. That's enough. Buy so much. When can you finish it? Xu Lei looked at the little hand holding his arm, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Okay, buy more after you finish eating. Finally, he could leave. The salesman of the supply and marketing cooperative watched the two people leave, and gathered together to chatter. How did they find their partners? Oh my God, I have never seen such a generous man in my life. He really loves his wife. He is not bad, he must be a soldier, look at his body, wow. So enviable. Yes, I saw it too, many of the tickets are military tickets of the army. This woman is so lucky. Uncle Neo saw Xu Lei with a lot of bags and teased, not bad, he knows how to love his wife. Xu Lei secretly stuffed a bottle of white wine and a box of cigarettes into Uncle Neo's arms. You kid. To honor you. Stinky boy. Go go. Mrs. Xu would go outside the yard from time to time to see if the third child had returned. When she heard the sound of a donkey cart outside, she ran out quickly. Mom, we're back. Xu Lei greeted her and went back to his room with his things. You. The old lady saw her son took all the things away without leaving any for her. Mom, is the chicken ready to be stewed? Jiang asked old lady Xu fearlessly.
Eat, eat, eat.
I bought so much food, but it's not enough for you. You're still thinking about the chicken. Old lady Xu had never seen a daughter-in-law with such a thick face. Mom, I remember Dad said that this chicken should be used to nourish my body. Otherwise, I'll go ask Dad. Jiang pretended to go to the field to ask the old man. Come back. It's being stewed. You can't do without it. Old lady Xu didn't want to see the third daughter-in-law now. It was really a sin. Jiang pouted and stuck out her tongue mischievously. When she turned around, she saw Xu Lei standing by the door frame, looking at her. She quickly withdrew an expression. She walked forward as if nothing had happened. Xu Lei just stood there motionless, so Jiang had to turn sideways and carefully walk over to avoid physical contact. But Xu Lei suddenly turned around. The two bumped into each other.
You.
Jiang didn't expect Xu Lei to be so boring, and she was so angry that she raised her foot to step on Xu Lei. Hiss. Xu Lei touched his nose and followed Jiang into the house. I told you in advance that I am not the kind of good daughter-in-law in the traditional sense. No matter what the in-laws say, I am that kind of person. Jiang sat on the Kong and stared at Xu Lei. I know. Since I married you, I will protect you. As for my parents, filial piety is my business. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to accommodate them for me and let yourself be wronged. Xu Lei's ideas are different from others. He doesn't think that if he becomes someone else's daughter-in-law, he will be ordered around and bullied by the in-laws. He has seen too many mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problems since he was a child. He never thought that his daughter-in-law would have to make a living under the mother-in-law. It is a husband's responsibility to support his wife. It is not easy for a girl to marry you willingly, to live with you in another family, to do laundry, cooking, and give birth to children for you. A man should love his wife more. Really? Jiang Yuzhu was also surprised to hear Xu Lei's words. Even in modern times, few men think this way.
She was really surprised.
Of course, since you married me, I can't let you suffer any grievances. In this family, you just have to remember that you don't rely on them for food, and you don't need to please anyone. You just need to be yourself. As they had more and more opportunities to spend time together, Xu Lei really liked Jiang Yuzhu more and more. Not only because of her appearance, but also because of her personality. He liked Jiang Yuzhu, who was a person who would speak out about everything, instead of hiding things in her heart. It was also easy to get along with her. Okay, you rest in the house, I'll go to the fields to take a look. Since Xu Lei was back, he must help with some housework. Jiang Yuzhu nodded. She was not idle in the house either, packing up the things she bought today. The cabinet was full of snacks, and it was almost full. As a foodie, she felt very satisfied and safe. Old Mrs. Su was leaning against the window, and when she saw the third child go out, she hurried out to grab Xu Lei. Third child, you didn't buy anything for your sister? Forget about me and your father, but Meili is your only sister. Old Mrs. Su was unwilling to let the third child buy so much food and all go into Jiang Yuzhu's stomach. She had to take some of it down. Mom, I usually spend a lot of time with my younger sister. Now I'm married, so you should think more about me. Xu Lei shook his head, ignored his mother, and left. It's not that he is unfilial, but he knows that he gave food to the old couple and then gave it to his younger sister. It's not that Xu Lei has no feelings for his younger sister, but everything has to be done in moderation. Anyone who sees that his filial piety has gone into another person's stomach will feel bad. It would have been fine if he hadn't married and started a family before. Mom took a lot of things from him to give to his younger sister. But now he is married and has to run his own family. How can he give everything to his younger sister?
You.
Old Mrs. Su thought to herself, this son was really raised in vain. Jiang Yuzhu heard the voice in the yard and smiled. Mom, I'm back. Su Meili took her nephews and nieces to the mountain to pick fruits.
Grandma, I'm hungry.
Several children were hungry from playing. My eldest and second sons are hungry. Don't worry, we'll have chicken tonight. Your third uncle shot a chicken this morning. The old lady treated her two grandsons well. Although they were not as well off as her daughters, they were almost as good. Both grandsons were the sons of the eldest wife. Since ancient times, the eldest and youngest sons have always been favored. What's more, they are the eldest grandsons of the eldest son. Both grandsons were brought up by old Lady Su. Oh, that's great.
We can eat meat.
The children were very happy. Even the eldest and second girls laughed happily. Although they couldn't eat chicken legs, they could still have some meat. Old Lady Su didn't know what she was thinking of. She whispered in the ear of her eldest grandson, and then the eldest and second sons ran to Jiang Yuzhu's room with his younger brother. Third aunt, I want to eat delicious food. Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyebrows. If you want to eat delicious food, go find your grandmother or your mother. I don't have it here. Jiang Yuzhu locked all the food in the cabinet to prevent the children from coming in casually. She didn't have any bad feelings towards children, but she hated naughty children. Behind every naughty child, there is a naughty parent. If the relationship was good, she wouldn't mind giving the child some food. But it was obvious that her sister-in-law didn't treat her well. Besides, she didn't like this way of asking for things. This was forcing her to give things to the child.
Why?
Jiang Yuzhu was not a person who would let herself suffer for the sake of face. You are lying. Grandma said that your uncle bought a lot of food for you. You should take it out quickly. I want to eat it. Debeo was already 8 years old. He was naughty and even dogs disliked him. Seeing that Jiang Yuju didn't give it, he immediately got angry. You also said that your uncle bought it for me. Why should I give it to you? Jiang Yuju crossed her hands in front of her chest. I want it.
I'm hungry.
Give it to me quickly. After saying that, regardless of whether Jiang Yuju agreed or not, she went to look for it herself. Oh, she, Jiang Yuju, could still be bullied by a child. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, grabbed Debeo by the back of his neck, and dragged him out. Let me go. Debeo struggled. Seeing this, Erbao followed behind, crying, Brother, brother. I don't see who dares to enter my room without my permission. Jiang Yuju stood at the door, not letting the children in.
Wow.
Erbao was even more scared when he saw his brother being thrown out by Aunt San. Oh, what happened to Debeo and Erbao? Old Lady Su and Su Mei came out.
Wow. Aunt San.
Grandma, Aunt San won't give us delicious food. You should scold her and ask her to hand over the food. Debeo immediately felt more confident when he saw his grandmother.
You.
Jiang Yuju, you actually hit a child. Do you still have a conscience? Old Lady Su didn't expect that Jiang Yuju was so cruel. The children went to ask for food, but couldn't get it. After hearing this, Su Mei also frowned. Third sister-in-law, you are too much. They are all children. How can you do this? What happened to me? They entered my room and rummaged around, and I couldn't drive them out? What Jiang Yuju hates the most is that you can't treat children the same way. Children do things that are taught by adults. If you don't teach the children well, you can't say anything. Jiang Yuju, you are really great. How much can a child eat? The third child bought so much food. What's wrong with sharing some with the children? Mrs. Su was immediately unhappy. Not much? As a grandmother, you have the money to buy things for your grandson. I don't care, but don't use my things to coax your grandson. Besides, if the children want to eat something, they can go to their mother. I have no obligation to raise children for others. Jiang Yuju said, and Old Lady Su gritted her teeth in anger. Listen to what you say. Is that human language? Debeo and Erbao are the biological nephews of the third child. What's wrong with them eating your things? No matter whether you ask, you have to take the initiative to give it to them. In the eyes of the old lady, a nephew is half a son. You are still a biological nephew, but even the biological son is not helpful. Since the things are bought for me, of course, I have the final say. Just because he rummaged around in my room and didn't know any manners, I wouldn't give him a piece of candy. Don't you see that your eldest grandson has been spoiled into a bandit by you, and you are still spoiling him? After speaking, he went straight into the house and closed the door with a snap.
You.
Jiang Yuju, who are you talking about? Mom, let's not argue with the third sister-in-law. I still have some biscuits. I'll give them to Debeo and Erbao. Su Mei felt that the third sister-in-law was too stingy. The third brother bought so many things, but she took them all by herself. How could the third brother, who is so outstanding, marry such a top-notch wife? My dear daughter, keep it for yourself. It's time to eat soon. Let the children save some space and eat chicken later. The old lady was reluctant to give her daughter's things to the children. Well, Grandma, I want to eat big chicken legs tonight. Compared with biscuits, he certainly prefers chicken legs. As for biscuits, after eating the chicken legs, he can go to his aunt to ask for some, and then he can have them all. Debeo felt that he was so smart. Okay, I'll give you big chicken legs, one for you and one for your aunt. Old Lady Su coaxed her eldest grandson. Grandma, what about me? Erbao was unwilling to have no chicken legs to eat. You're still young, you can eat chicken wings, they are also delicious. For Mrs. Su, if there is something delicious, she must give it to her daughter first. Then to her two grandsons, followed by the eldest son and the youngest son. The rest of the people just eat some potatoes and racks with little meat. It's good enough to have some meat. In the evening, everyone got off work. The smell of meat wafted from Su's house. Lazy, you just came back and your house smells of meat. What delicious food did you buy for your family? Everyone looked at Xu Lei, their eyes full of envy. He was in the army, and he got a monthly allowance. Not only that, but there were so many tickets, who wouldn't be jealous? Otherwise, that old woman Xu would look up with her neck and look at people with her nose. Look how scared she is. This village can't accommodate her. It's her third son Xu Lei who gave her the confidence. Isn't this just to save some meat tickets, just to supplement my family? Of course, Xu Lei wouldn't say that he went up the mountain to hunt pheasants. Although the team leader turned a blind eye, this kind of thing still couldn't be brought to the surface. Everyone felt comfortable after hearing this. Not everyone has the ability to go up the mountain to hunt pheasants. If someone reported it behind the scenes, it would be no small matter. It's a matter that the people don't report and the officials don't investigate, so of course we have to keep a low profile. The fourth son of the Xu family rolled his eyes, and he obviously smelled the meat. Oh, third brother, my stomach hurts, I have to go home to go to the toilet. He hurried home. Haha, this fourth son. I'm afraid he has a stomachache because of greed. Everyone laughed. If they knew that the family had cooked meat, they would definitely be anxious to go home. The Xu family members went home with lighter steps because they could eat meat. The fourth son of the Xu family ran home, but did not go to the toilet, but went into the kitchen. Mom, let me taste a piece. Let me see if it's cooked. You are so dishonest, you are so old, and you still eat secretly. Although he said so, his hands did not hesitate. Old Mrs. Xu took a piece of boneless chicken from the pot and fed it to the fourth son's mouth. It smells so good. Eat it and get out.
Hee.
The fourth son ran away. At this time, all the Xu family members entered the yard. Old woman, we are back. Let's eat. Old Master Xu was obviously in a good mood today. Adults and children are very happy to eat meat these days. They are tired of eating dry food, and today they can finally eat meat. Hey, go wash your hands, we'll be eating soon. This pheasant meat doesn't like to be mushy, so Mrs. Xu stewed it for a long time. The two daughters-in-law came into the kitchen to help, and they showed eager eyes when they smelled the fragrance. Lunch and dinner at home are made by Mrs. Xu, and breakfast is made by the daughters-in-law. The old lady takes care of the children, cooks, feeds chickens, etc. at home. The two daughters-in-law naturally have to go to the fields to earn work points. Otherwise, what will so many people eat? Xu Lei saw that the door of the house was closed and knocked twice. Yuzhu, it's time to eat. Hey, I'm here. Jiang Yuzhu heard it, of course, and got up to open the door. She would not be embarrassed to eat just because she had just quarreled with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Mrs. Xu saw Jiang Yuzhu coming out and rolled her eyes. The Xu family eats sitting on the Kong. Because there were so many people, there were 4 small tables on the Kong, which were put together. It was barely enough to seat the more than 10 people in the Xu family. The old couple of the Xu family, plus the eldest son's family of 4, the second son's family of 4, Xu Lei, Jiang Yuzhu, the fourth son, and Xu Meili, a total of 14 people. Needless to say, the men sat inside by the window. Generally, daughters-in-law had no place to sit, and they had to stand on the ground next to the Kong to eat. First, there was no place, and second, it was convenient to serve the men in the family. The work of serving rice and dishes was naturally done by the standing daughters-in-law. Xu Meili sat on the side, next to old lady Xu. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care about that, and sat directly at the head of the Kong on the side, next to Xu Lei. When she sat down, everyone looked at her. Although the old man frowned, he was afraid that the meal would not be quiet, so he said directly, eat. Now only the eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, the eldest girl, and the second girl were left standing. Debao and Erbao were naturally sitting. The second sister-in-law looked at her daughter with grievance and took a deep breath. The eldest sister-in-law looked at Jiang Yuzhu frequently, as if she wanted to stare a hole in her. But Jiang Yuzhu just sat there, not affected at all. Sister-in-law, give me more. I haven't had a proper meal for several days. Seeing that the eldest sister-in-law only gave her a little, Jiang Yuzhu said. The old lady was about to get angry, but the old man coughed lightly. The old lady had to stop. I'll bring the meat up. Mrs. Xu was afraid that someone would steal it, so she covered the chicken tightly in the pot. She had to share the chicken. Mrs. Su brought a large pot of chicken stewed with potatoes. There must be more potatoes and less chicken. There were so many people, and if there were no more potatoes, it would not be enough. Although everyone was very greedy, no one dared to take the first chopstick. They must be waiting for Mrs. Su to distribute it. Mrs. Su looked at everyone with satisfaction. Under everyone's gaze, she first picked up a few pieces of meat with less bones for the old man. Then she picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Mei's bowl. Thank you, mother.
Xu Lei serve my sweetly.
Eat it quickly. Then she rushed to pick up another chicken leg. Jiang Yuju was quick-witted and took the chicken leg away before old lady Su and put it in her own bowl. Mom, I won't bother you anymore. I can do it myself. Not only that, while everyone was still not reacting, she quickly scooped up several large pieces of meat and a chicken wing for Xu Lei. Now, all the meat was taken away. Debao saw that the chicken leg promised by his grandmother was gone, and he immediately refused to do it. Woo-woo. My chicken leg. Grandma, I want the chicken leg.
You.
Jiang Yuju, give me back the chicken leg. Can you eat it? No one dared to challenge the authority of old lady Su like this. Jiang Yuju stuffed the chicken leg directly into her mouth. Ah, it smells so good. Mom, why can't I eat it? Didn't Dad say that this chicken is for my body to nourish my body? Since it is for my body to nourish my body, of course I can eat whatever I like. Don't you think so, Dad? Oh, Dad, you won't go back on your word, right? You are the head of the family. Jiang Yuju successfully brought up the issue of the status of the old man and the old lady, who has the final say.
You.
Old lady Su glanced at the old man's face. No matter how powerful she is at home, the old man is the boss at home. How dare she say that she has the final say in this family? Besides, this chicken was brought back by my man, and I am the most qualified to eat it here. It's impossible for my sister to eat chicken legs while I can only eat potatoes. This is unreasonable, isn't it? How about I call everyone over to give us a judgment? As she was talking, Jiang Yuju had already finished a chicken leg. No one could get into her mouth to pick it up, since it was already in her stomach. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Yuju's behavior. They had never seen such a thick-skinned new daughter-in-law. She was still able to continue eating without changing her expression after being told by her mother-in-law. No one else in the Su family dared to pick up the chopsticks, except Jiang Yuju, who was eating meat. After Jiang Yuju finished eating, she ignored everyone's expressions and continued to reach out to pick up the chicken in the basin. The old lady stretched out her hand to stop her. Okay, everyone eat it, it will be cold soon. The old man spoke quickly. If we delay any longer, the third son's wife will eat it all, and there will be no need to eat. With the old man's words, everyone was not polite this time. With golden eyes, they all stretched out their chopsticks to the chicken. Seeing this, the fourth son rolled up his sleeves and began to pick up large pieces of meat. The others were not inferior. The chopsticks on the table were all left with afterimages, and everyone was rushing to eat, just for fear that they would not eat enough. Xu Lei looked at the chicken and chicken wings in his bowl, and a secret smile appeared on his lips. It feels good to be remembered by others. But Xu Lei still picked up the chicken wings in his bowl and put them into Jiang Yuju's bowl. Eat it. Jiang Yuju glanced at Xu Lei, and without saying anything, she picked them up and ate them. I want some meat too. Bao was anxious when he saw that his elder brother ate more than him. The elder sister-in-law was eating by herself, so she didn't care about her two sons. The old lady saw that no one was taking care of her two grandsons, so she immediately slapped the table. Eat. 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 You only know how to eat. You don't know how to take care of your own sons, and you expect others to take care of your children for you. I really don't know how you are a mother. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they all knew that the old lady was taking the opportunity to vent her anger. Why are you angry with me? It's not me who provokes you. The elder sister-in-law pouted and muttered softly. She quickly picked up 2 pieces of meat and potatoes for her 2 sons. A resentful look drifted towards Jiang Yuju. Oh, what kind of fate is this for me? They are all rebellious, right? They don't take me, an old woman, seriously. I raised 4 sons and 1 daughter with great difficulty. Well, Mother is really hardworking. I'll pick up a piece of meat for you. Eat it quickly, or it will be gone. Jiang Yuzhu reached out and put a piece of chicken into the old lady's bowl. It directly blocked the old lady's next words, making the old lady not know how to respond. It was like a punch on cotton, full of powerlessness. To be honest, no one has picked up food for her in all these years. Everyone seems to be used to the old lady's efforts. This Jiang Yuzhu really made her angry, but she didn't know how to deal with her. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care so much and picked up a lot of potatoes for herself. The potatoes became delicious because of the chicken. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu ate like a cute little squirrel, Xu Lei couldn't help but pick up another piece of meat for her. Seeing the third son favoring his wife like this, the eldest sister-in-law suddenly felt that the chicken in her mouth was not fragrant. She looked at the second son again. The second son was reluctant to eat a piece of meat and gave it all to his wife and 2 daughters. Then she looked at her husband, who was eating so much that his mouth was full of oil. She was so angry. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer potatoes in the basin, she quickly took a few pieces and put them in the bowl. Although there were some disturbances in this meal, they were all very satisfied. In the evening, after eating and drinking, Jiang Yuzhu lay on the Kong and touched her stomach. Finally, she had a good meal. Thinking of the wild vegetable porridge and steamed bread, Jiang Yuzhu shook her head. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu's lazy look, Xu Lei couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He thought it was very cute. He picked up the thermos and filled a pot of hot water, and then brought back a basin of cold water. Soak your feet.
Oh.
Jiang Yuzhu got up. Seeing Xu Lei adding water for herself, she hurried to do it herself. No need.
I
can do it myself. Jiang Yuzhu had never enjoyed such treatment before, as she had always been single. Don't move. Be careful of the burns. Xu Lei did not let go, as this was the hot water that had just been boiled in the kitchen, and it was very hot. Xu Lei was afraid that Jiang Yuzhu would be burned. Their hands fell on one place, and both of them froze for a moment. You wash, and I'll wash after you finish. There were 2 basins in the room, one for washing face and one for washing feet. Xu Lei knew that girls in the city were particular and would definitely not use the same basin to the end. He waited until she was done before using it. As for the small basin in the corner, Xu Lei didn't know what he was thinking of, and his wheat-colored skin couldn't cover up the blush. Oh, okay. Although Jiang Yuzhu was a little embarrassed, she couldn't just chase him out. It was just washing feet, not. Jiang Yuzhu took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her trouser legs, and put her pair of white and tender feet in the basin. Hiss. Is it very hot? I'll add some cold water for you. Xu Lei poured some of the cold water from the wash basin into the foot basin. He put his big hand in and stirred it. Jiang Yuzhu was so scared that she quickly pulled her feet back, but it was too late. How big could a basin be? Xu Lei's hand still touched Jiang Yuzhu's feet. Both of them blushed. Jiang Yuzhu's feet were very small, only size 36. Xu Lei knew this when he was buying shoes. Because there was only one pair of this size, it had never been sold and was hard to find. Xu Lei's big feet were size 44. Jiang Yuzhu gritted her teeth and continued to put her feet in the basin. But she still pulled them back because of the heat. Xu Lei had thick skin and didn't feel the water was very hot, but for Jiang Yuzhu, this water temperature was still too hot. Xu Lei added some cold water again and tried again.
Let's see this time.
This time, Xu Lei didn't take his hand away. Instead, he grabbed Jiang Yuzhu's feet and put them in the water and washed them directly. This way it won't feel so hot. I'll do it myself. Jiang Yuzhu tried to pull her feet out, but couldn't. It will be fine soon. Xu Lei rubbed Jiang Yuzhu's feet everywhere, but there was nothing. They were white like a piece of lotus root. The little fingers were round and cute, and the nails were pink. Although Jiang Yuzhu had a lot of theoretical knowledge, all from various online novels, but her actual love experience was 0. When faced with such a situation, she sat there blankly, not knowing how to react. He was her nominal husband, and she was her daughter-in-law. It was normal for him to wash her feet, right? Normal, Jiang Yuzhu told herself in her heart. But the heart that was pounding in her chest could not be suppressed. After Xu Lei wiped Jiang Yuju's feet, Jiang Yuju whooshed into her own bed. She covered herself tightly. Xu Lei knew that Jiang Yuju was shy. He stopped teasing her. He added some hot water to the basin where Jiang Yuju had washed her feet and washed his own feet. After pouring the water, Xu Lei also got on the Kong. The two of them sat at the head and the tail, leaving a large space in between. The next morning, Jiang Yuju was stunned when she opened her eyes. How could she be in Xu Lei's arms? Now Jiang Yuju rested her head on Xu Lei's arm, her hands around Xu Lei's waist, and Xu Lei also held Jiang Yuju tightly in his arms. Xu Lei also opened his eyes because of the movement in his arms. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wake up. Do you know how bad your sleeping posture is? Fortunately, the place is big enough. Otherwise you can't turn over. Xu Lei thought that his fourth brother was dishonest enough when he slept. When he was a child, the brothers slept together, and the fourth brother always grabbed the quilt and kicked people. He was really ignorant. Sure enough, there is nothing impossible as long as you can't think of it. Xu Lei slept well last night. Suddenly a foot was placed on his lower abdomen. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, the most vulnerable part would be in trouble. He thought it was fine, but after a while, a furry head got into his arms. Xu Lei couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried, smelling the fragrance in his arms. About an hour later, the woman ran back again. Just when he thought he could finally have a good sleep, the pair of white and tender feet in his dream appeared on his face. At this time, Jiang Yuju was sleeping soundly with her head down. She had no idea that she was jumping on the edge of danger. Xu Lei had to hold the hateful little feet, silently counting sheep in his heart and chanting a meditation mantra. In the second half of the night, Xu Lei was very sleepy, but Jiang Yuju was still not honest. In the end, Xu Lei had no choice but to lock her in his arms and not give her the opportunity to tease her everywhere, so she calmed down. Hearing this, Jiang Yuju immediately pulled the quilt over her head. She really didn't sleep well. She knew this herself. She was used to sleeping alone, and she could sleep however she wanted anyway. The bed was big enough. Because she didn't know Xu Lei before, she was a little scared, so she didn't dare to be presumptuous, and she was always tense when she slept. Now that the two of them were getting along well, Jiang Yuju naturally relaxed.
Don't get bored.
Xu Lei pulled down the quilt, fearing that Jiang Yuju would suffocate herself.
Woo.
I don't. She was too ashamed to see anyone, so she covered herself with the quilt again. In the middle of the night, she took the initiative to get into someone's arms. Those who didn't know would think she. Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuju's cute appearance and gradually pulled down the quilt. His eyes were as deep as a whirlpool, making the two people's breath closer and closer. I said you two are incubating eggs. What time is it? Why don't you get up? Old Lady Xu broke into the room. Seeing the scene on the bed, she immediately covered her eyes and turned away. This is broad daylight, you two. Aren't you ashamed?
Mom.
Why didn't you knock on the door? Xu Lei covered Jiang Yuju tightly with the quilt. He put on his clothes and pushed Old Lady Xu out. It seems that he was right not to blame his wife for locking the door. He was the last one to close the door last night. He was used to not locking the door. After pouring the foot-washing water, he forgot to lock the door. Who knew his mother would suddenly break in?
How dare you say that?
Jiang Yuju heard the complaints getting farther and farther away and sighed softly. She hurried out to get dressed. When she went to bed, she only wore a small vest. The small vest at this time was the kind of pure cotton vest with sleeves. It was quite comfortable. When Xu Lei came back, there was a lot of dust on his clothes. It was obvious that he was ordered by the old lady to work. It will be time to eat soon. Do you want to go somewhere after dinner? Xu Lei thought, taking advantage of this vacation time to cultivate a good relationship with his wife. Not yet. Jiang Yuju shook her head. After strolling around the county for so long yesterday, she already knew almost everything. Okay, you have a good rest at home, and I'll go to the fields to help Dad work.
Xu Lei, yeah.
The two of them got along a lot more naturally. There was less strangeness and more intimacy. They were all aiming to live a good life, and they had the same goal. After getting to know each other, they both felt that the other was good, and their relationship naturally heated up quickly. "It's time to eat," Sue's mother shouted in the yard, and all the people working in and outside the yard came in. Don't underestimate the farmyard. There is a lot of work in the yard. The vegetable garden in the backyard, the firewood pile, the chicken coop, duck pen, pig pen in the front yard, the weeds on the ground. All kinds of messy and trivial work, busy all the time. Everyone sat around on the Kong and prepared to have breakfast. Breakfast was corn porridge, multi-grain pancakes, and a large pot of fried potato shreds. Let's not talk about how it tasted, but the appearance was indeed unsatisfactory. The corn porridge was so thin that you could look in the mirror, and the potato shreds were as thick as chopsticks. As for the pancakes, they were dry and hard, and they could be used as weapons. Jiang Yuju looked at the corn porridge in her bowl and was reluctant to drink it. She missed the days when she could eat whatever she wanted. Big pork elbow, king crab, lobster, roast duck, crab roe noodles, Wagyu beef. When will this kind of life end? She really overestimated her mother-in-law's cooking skills. She thought yesterday's chicken was so delicious, purely because she had never had a full meal since she traveled through time. And the chicken is a pure natural pheasant, so it can't be too bad no matter how it is cooked. In addition, it has been stewed for so long, the meat is already soft and rotten. How can it not taste good? Picking up the chopsticks, she picked up a shredded potato, without adding anything else, but at least she had to add some vinegar. Shredded potato is still sour and spicy and delicious. Seeing Jiang Yuju's expression that said, "I don't think you can eat this, just starve you for a few days. Eat if you can, get out if you can't." Jiang Yuju suddenly remembered that the old man said that she should be the same as her sister-in-law, 1 egg a day. "Mom, where are my eggs? You didn't steal them, did you? Dad promised, didn't he?" Jiang Yuju looked at Grandpa Su.
Ahem.
Thinking of eggs, she immediately perked up. When did she, Jiang Yuju, become so pitiful that she was satisfied with just 1 egg? Woohoo! So pitiful. Seeing that Jiang Yuju had even brought up the old man, Grandma Su reluctantly took out her pocket. All day long, nothing. "Here you go." Grandma Su took out 2 eggs from her pocket. One was given to Jiang Yuju, and the other was naturally given to her daughter Su Mei. Originally, she had planned that if Jiang Yuju forgot about this, she would give all the eggs to her daughter. It was really not a loss at all. The other people at the table were immediately unhappy when they saw Jiang Yuju and Su Mei, each with an egg. "Mom, you're so mean. We are both daughters-in-law of the Su family. The third brother's wife gets to eat eggs every day and doesn't have to work in the fields. My second brother's wife, and I deserve to suffer." "What? Don't you want to stay? If you want to leave, I won't stop you. The gate is right there. Don't think that old lady Su can't do anything to Jiang Yuju. But for the eldest and second daughters-in-law, the old lady can control them with 1 hand. They have 2 children and have been married to the Su family for almost 10 years. How can they rebel? The old lady has made up her mind. If they leave the Su family, where can they go? If they go back to their parents' home, they have to ask their parents if they can still accommodate them. It is said that women are like spilled water, which is absolutely true. After marriage, girls can be the same as before they get married. There's no place for them to go back. Not to mention whether their parents welcome them. Even their sisters-in-law and younger brothers and sisters-in-law will not agree. Jiang Yuju is an educated youth from the city. She can understand that they're a little spoiled. The eldest and second daughters-in-law are both children from poor families. Why pretend to be young ladies? When the eldest sister-in-law heard that her mother-in-law wanted to drive her away, her attitude softened immediately. "Mom, the second wife, and I have worked hard to run this family. Even if we have no credit, we have worked hard. We have been married for so many years, don't you know us? I am fine, but it's my bad luck that my husband is not doing well. But what about Debao and Erbao? They are both grandchildren of the Su family. They are in their growth period, but they can't even eat eggs. It's too pitiful." When the eldest sister-in-law mentioned the hard times, she took the second sister-in-law with her, but when she asked for benefits, she didn't mention the 2 girls of the second room at all. The second sister-in-law lowered her head and said nothing, thinking about her two poor daughters. It was all her fault that she was useless and couldn't give them a younger brother to support them. Jiang Yuzhu knew that the first and second rooms must be upset, but it had nothing to do with her. She didn't eat other people's food, and she had the ability to fight for it herself. Xu Lei also knew that this kind of thing would explode sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. It would be good to talk about it all at once while he is at home, so as to avoid digging up the past later. He also wanted to see how the family dealt with it. The more Mrs. Su listened, the angrier she became. She slapped the table. The corn paste in the bowl was shaken into ripples, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. What, are you trying to rebel? Did I lack food for Debao and Erbao? Or did I lack clothes for them? Why are you complaining here? The old family was originally taking advantage, and now they have the nerve to make trouble. How could the old lady not understand what was going on in this family, but she was just pretending to be confused. When everyone lives together, there will definitely be people who suffer, and those who enjoy the benefits. She doesn't care so much, as long as this family can run smoothly, marry the right ones, and leave some money for retirement in the end. This is the old lady's goal. There is no shortage of expenses for this big family. If she didn't take the helm, it would have fallen apart long ago. The two boys in the eldest family, the older one is 8 years old, and the younger one is 5 years old. It is true that these half-grown boys are eating their mother out of money. The appetite of the two children is not small at all. They have caught up with the appetite of an adult. Now they are enjoying the good food, but they have the nerve to complain. It is not Ma Sujuan's turn to complain. The old lady has not mentioned the name of the eldest daughter-in-law for a long time. This time she is really angry. Whenever there is delicious food, she has stuffed it into the mouths of the eldest and second children. It is okay for them to just sit there and do nothing after getting the benefits, but they dare to make trouble. Is she stupid?
Mom, then
you can't go too far. I don't care. I want to eat eggs too. In the final analysis, she is jealous of Jiang Yuzhu's special treatment. She just uses the children as an excuse. Besides, the third daughter-in-law has been married for a while. It's time to let her work. It can't always be me and my second brother's wife who work for her. Hearing this, Jiang Yuzhu was not happy. What does it mean to work for her? Sister-in-law, I am not happy with what you said. Whether you eat eggs or not is none of my business. Anyway, what I eat is earned by my husband. But you said that you and the second sister-in-law work for me. How can this be justified? Did I ask you to help me wash clothes or to help me clean the house? Jiang Yuzhu naturally has her confidence. Xu Lei is her confidence. The food she eats is not earned by the first wife. That's the way it is. Since you got married, you have never worked. It has always been me and the second wife who have done it. We are all daughters-in-law. Why don't you have to work? The work in this house should be done by us in turn, and of course you have your share. If you don't work, then it's me and the second wife who will do it for you. Sister-in-law has long been fed up with Jiang Yuzhu. Not only does she look weird, but she doesn't have to do any work. And the betrothal money is much more than theirs. The same daughter-in-law, she and the second daughter-in-law are only worth 50 yuan, and the third daughter-in-law is only worth 500 yuan. The difference is too big. Why do they have to work like donkeys and horses when they spend less money, while those who spend more money don't have to do anything? It's frustrating to think about it. Jiang Yuzhu put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at her sister-in-law. Why, didn't you have to work before I married in? Does your work have anything to do with whether I marry in? Besides, you don't work for me. Don't drag me down. Jiang Yuzhu's words made Xu Lei laugh. The eldest sister-in-law was so angry at Jiang Yuzhu that she went crazy. Why don't you have a share? Are you the daughter-in-law of the Su family? Since you are the daughter-in-law of the Su family, you have to work. Jiang Yuzhu rolled her eyes in disdain. My husband gives the family 10 yuan a month. Do you dare to say that your family of 4 didn't take advantage of it? You took advantage of my husband, and now you want me to work. How can you be so idealistic? Who do you think you are? You have taken all the good things. You still have the nerve to complain here. I am still aggrieved. 10 yuan a month. What good things can I eat? I eat an egg, and you are complaining here. What's wrong with me eating a whole chicken? You didn't eat the chicken that my husband killed, and you didn't use the money and tickets that my husband sent? Since you took the 10 yuan, it includes my food rations. My food, drink, clothing, and other necessities are all paid by my husband. Why do you want me to work for you? Huang Shuren is not as calculating as you. Why don't you go to heaven? Jiang Yuzhu pinched her waist and retorted.
You.
The eldest sister-in-law was so angry that her face turned red, but she couldn't win the argument. Okay. The old man spoke. Third brother, what do you think? The old man asked his son directly. Dad, I want to ask what the eldest brother and sister-in-law think. After all, what I think doesn't seem to be very important. Xu Lei asked a direct question, which made the old man in a dilemma. Third brother, what do you mean? The eldest brother was anxious when he saw his third brother questioning him. Brother, I was alone before, and I didn't care about a lot of things, but that doesn't mean I don't know. Now I'm married. I don't want to work outside and earn money, and not only can my wife not spend it, but she will also be bullied. Xu Lei was on Jiang Yuzhu's side. He gave the family 10 yuan a month, so his wife had the right not to work. His wife didn't rely on work points to eat. Did they have to support the family for the eldest brother? The eldest brother and his wife had 2 sons, and the second brother and his wife had 2 daughters. Although they were both children, the resources of the family were closely tied to the 2 boys in the eldest brother's family. The second brother's family worked hard, but in the end they got limited things. The fourth brother was not married, but it was not long before, and the younger sister. Xu Lei didn't want to say much about the younger sister. After all, she was the only sister, and as long as she didn't go too far, he would turn a blind eye. This was also the reason why Xu Lei was willing to marry Jiang Yuzhu. He didn't want his wife to be bullied like the second sister-in-law, and she didn't know how to resist. Xu Lei is not the kind of person who is foolishly filial and inflexible. In his heart, he has always longed to have his own family, and of course he will protect his wife and children. Look at the 2 nieces in the second brother's family, and then look at the 2 nephews in the eldest brother's family. They are both children of the Xu family, but they are treated very differently. The 2 nephews are all lively, but the 2 nieces are thin and timid. The eldest brother wanted to say something when he heard what the third brother said, but he couldn't refute it. This is a fact. Their eldest house has always been popular. Dad and Mom, I don't mean anything. I just think that I can still support my wife. If the eldest sister-in-law dislikes Yuzhu, then we should separate the family. Xu Lei has already thought about it. If they can't live together, then they will separate the family. If it doesn't work, he will take his wife away. The family compound has not been built yet. He can rent a house for his wife in a village near the army or in the county. In this way, the 2 can be closer. It has to be said that as long as a man takes you to heart, he will naturally plan for you.
No.
I'm not dead yet, and you're planning to split the family right in front of me. I'm saying this today. If anyone dares to mention splitting the family, I'll take a rope and hang them under the willow tree at the entrance of the village.
I'll see how you behave.
Old Mrs. Xu would never allow the family to split. All of them have grown wings and want to fly solo. They don't take her and the old man seriously, right? The fourth brother hasn't married yet, and his daughter hasn't married yet. So how can they split the family? What will they do if the family is split? Once the brothers split the family, their feelings will fade, and it will be more difficult to get them to contribute money and effort in the future. She also went through that time, and of course she knew what her son and daughter-in-law were thinking. Because she knew that, she was even more reluctant to split the family. They all planned for their own small families. But she and the old man had to consider the overall interests. The third brother was capable and was the most promising one among the children. As parents, they naturally hoped that the third brother could help some of the brothers and sisters at home. Xu Lei's eyes darkened, and it has been like this since he was a child. The ones who are popular are the eldest brother, the fourth brother, and the youngest sister, but he and the second brother are the ones who suffer. Mom, don't scare me. Third brother, look at you. Xu Mei was so scared when she heard her mother say she was going to hang herself that she quickly hugged old lady Xu. Mom, you can't be in trouble. You are the backbone of our family. We will not separate, and we will never separate. The fourth brother naturally did not want to separate. He has not married yet. If the family is divided, how can there be money for him to marry a wife?
Mom,
We didn't say we wanted to separate. Third brother, hurry up and admit your fault to mother. The second brother looked at the third brother. The second brother was used to compromise, and as long as the old lady made a fuss, he would definitely give in the end. Mom, it's all this woman's fault. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Hurry up and apologize to mother if it wasn't for you. How could mother be so angry? The eldest brother hit his wife with a stick. Mom, I was wrong. The eldest sister-in-law just wanted to make a scene and get more benefits. She has always known that the crying child gets the milk. But she didn't expect that it would go wrong today. She just wanted Jiang to work in the fields like them. Why shouldn't she work in the fields? The comparison and jealousy between women stems from the repulsion of the same. But she didn't expect that the third child would be so angry that she wanted to divide the family. The eldest sister-in-law is not stupid, and naturally she doesn't want to divide the family. Now there is someone to take care of the children, and the two sons are well raised by the mother-in-law. The third child is given 10 yuan a month, and except for the sister-in-law, their family also benefits from it. If the family is divided, they will lose everything. The old lady also knows that it is time to show weakness. When dealing with the third child, you can't just be hard or soft, you have to use both hard and soft methods. Old third, please don't mention the division of the family property anymore. Mother can't stand it. Mother, you have to work hard to live as many years as you can. Let me have some comfort. Xu Lei's expression remained unchanged, but his fists were clenched. Jiang noticed the emotions of the people around him and gently placed her small hand on Xu Lei's fists. Xu Lei took a deep breath. He would find a way to settle Jiang when he returned. Since the family property couldn't be divided, it would be okay to leave here. Seeing that her son didn't say anything, the old lady looked at Jiang. As for other things, the third daughter-in-law still doesn't have to go to the fields, but she can't do nothing. After all, she is a member of the family. It's okay to help cook a few meals for the family. This way, the old lady can also relax a lot, and she can take time to take care of the chickens, ducks, pigs, and children at home. Also, whoever starts a trouble in the future, get out of the Xu family. This was said to the eldest sister-in-law. Xu Lei frowned and wanted to object on behalf of his wife, but was stopped by Jiang. Jiang wanted to object, but when she thought of the food cooked by Xu's mother, she found it hard to swallow. She should do it herself. She also realized that it was impossible to do nothing in this rural area. I guess you'll be drowned by spit. Besides, this is an era where labor is honored, and it is not good to be too out of tune. You can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. It is better to take the opportunity to fight for yourself and not be too passive. Xu Lei is a soldier. She will not stay here forever. There will always be a day when she will leave. When the time comes, Mrs. Xu will not be able to stop her. Jiang did not want to force the old lady. If she really cried, made a fuss, and even hanged herself, she would suffer in the end. Who made her a daughter-in-law, and she is the elder. I also understand my mother's hard work. I can help my mother share a little bit. Mrs. Xu heard this. Her eyes were full of helplessness. Why didn't she see that the third daughter-in-law was such a considerate person? I can take over the job of making lunch and dinner. I can't bear to see my mother working so hard. But let's make a deal. I have the final say on what to cook. You are not allowed to stop me. Also, I don't wash dishes. Don't ask me to do this job. I'm not responsible for breakfast. I can't get up. Also, if I have to go out for something, you should arrange someone else to cook.
Well,
these are all I can think of for now. If you agree, I will cook lunch and dinner. If you don't agree, forget it. I'm still happy and comfortable. At most, you can just find another daughter-in-law. When Mrs. Xu heard Jiang little mouth and said so many conditions, she wanted to give her a favor. The old man next to her held Mrs. Xu. Okay, let us just leave it like this for now. Hurry up and pack up. You still have to go to work. Since the old man said so, It was difficult for everyone to say anything else. Xu Lei took Jiang Yuzhu back to the house. Everyone saw that the third brother had a dark face and knew that he was angry. At the same time, they also knew one thing. That is, Jiang Yuzhu was the one in the third brother's heart. The two entered the house. Xu Lei hugged Jiang Yuzhu, wanting to absorb the warmth from her body.
You.
Jiang Yuzhu stood there blankly. Let me hold you for a while. Xu Lei had been suppressing the emotions in his heart. He slowly came to his senses when he smelled the familiar fragrance. Although he knew from a young age that he was not the favorite child of his parents. But seeing his parents treat him like this for other brothers and sisters, he still felt uncomfortable. How could he not know what his parents thought? Those who were capable would help those with slightly worse conditions. But they took into account the eldest brother, the fourth brother, and the youngest sister, but not him. Xu Lei thought more than once that if it was the eldest brother or the fourth brother who had a promising future, would they still do this?
He didn't dare to verify it.
So he worked hard to climb up. For so many years in the army, he bravely moved forward regardless of the danger of life and death. Because he knew that only what he caught in his hand belonged to him. I'm sorry, I made you suffer with me. Jiang Yuzhu could feel the sadness in Xu Lei. He was such a tall man, but at this moment, he seemed like a wronged child who wanted to seek comfort. No child does not expect the love of his parents, especially in a family with many children. I don't ask for favoritism, I just ask for fairness. But this is all extravagant. The favored people are fearless, but the poor people who are ignored have to bear everything silently. It doesn't matter, I can cook what I like to eat, and it just so happens that I can't eat the food your mother cooks. She also has to cook for her own stomach. It's impossible to go out and cook alone. So this result is not unacceptable. Xu Lei let go of Jiang Yuzhu. Don't worry, I will definitely take you away from here. He took out a passbook from his pocket. This is for you to keep.
This.
Jiang Yuzhu was stunned. Didn't he send money home every month? Add to his own living expenses. Where can he have any money left? Open it and have a look. Xu Lei was extremely glad that he had been careful at that time. This was also the basis for his future life. Jiang Yuzhu opened the passbook. Oh my God.
This.
Jiang Yuzhu looked at it carefully 3 times. It was 3,600 yuan. How could it be so much? This is my allowance and the bonus for performing large and small tasks. I have saved it all these years. Now I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Xu Lei believed in Jiang Yuzhu and was willing to give her all his wealth.
This.
I can't take it. Jiang Yuzhu felt that the passbook was a little hot. This was the money that Xu Lei exchanged his life for. You are my wife. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?
Take it.
Xu Lei didn't wait for Jiang Yuzhu to react and directly stuffed the passbook into Jiang Yuzhu's pocket. I'm going to work. I will come back early at noon to help you light a fire and cook. Xu Lei said and left. The person had already left. Jiang Yuzhu took out the passbook and checked it repeatedly. In the end, she put it in her own space. Jiang Yuzhu's heart could not calm down until Xu Lei had been gone for a long time. She looked at the time. After changing into a more worn-out dress, Jiang Yuzhu went to find old lady Xu. Mom, where did you put the food? Take some out. It's time to cook. Old lady Xu was feeding the chickens. She put down the work in her hands and untied a bunch of keys from her belt. Then she went into the house and opened her big box. All the food in the house was inside. There was also a small door to the cellar in the corner, which stored cabbage, potatoes, radishes, and various jars of pickled pickles. Be frugal. You won't be poor if you eat and wear. If you don't plan well, you'll be poor. You young people just don't know how to live. Old lady Xu couldn't help but mutter. Jiang Yuzhu glanced at the food and curled her lips. This job was not easy.
Mom, I know.
There were only so many things. It was not easy to make delicious food and make people full. Jiang Yuzhu picked up the small ladle and played with it curiously for a while. This is a tool made by cutting a small gourd into 2 after drying it. It can be used to scoop grain and water. What's so fun about the gourd? Mrs. Xu frowned when she saw the third daughter-in-law playing with it. Is it okay to give her lunch and dinner? Don't waste the grain.
I'm curious.
It's different from my family. Jiang Yuzhu is not afraid of Mrs. Su. I don't understand why you young people who don't know the difference between grains have to come here to make trouble. Mrs. Su couldn't help but complain. Ever since the educated youth came to the village, there has been no peace. They can't do anything well, and they are never satisfied with what they eat. They can't say it, and they are not happy when they say it. When the work points are not enough to support themselves, they will have to share the burden. They don't have enough food to eat, and they have to give it to outsiders. Naturally, the villagers are unwilling. What's more, this group of boys and girls have disturbed the hearts of the young girls and boys in the village. Oh, 2 spoonfuls of cornmeal will do. Why 3 spoonfuls? Old Mrs. Su felt distressed when she saw Jiang Yuzhu scooping 3 spoonfuls of cornmeal. Mom, there are so many of us. How can there be enough to eat? Jiang Yuzhu thought, there are more than 10 people in the family, 10 adults and 4 children. How can there be enough to share if there is less? Don't we have sorghum rice flour and sweet potato flour? Mix them together and eat them. The most abundant thing in the family is sweet potato flour, which is cheap and plentiful. Jiang Yuzhu glanced at the white flour with her sharp eyes, scooped a large spoonful into it quickly, and then stirred it quickly. Old Mrs. Su was so angry when she saw Jiang Yuzhu's behavior. You prodigal child, that white flour is not for eating now. It is for making dumplings during the Chinese New Year. Get out quickly. Don't come to eat my food. You'll do whatever I take in the future. The old lady didn't dare to let Jiang Yuzhu eat her food again. If things go on like this, how can this amount of food be enough to last until the autumnal equinox? The amount of food for this day is fixed. Men get 2 liang per meal, women get half, and children get another half. Everyone is afraid of starvation, so they will definitely not produce all the food. They must leave some aside just in case. They will only dare to eat 2 meals when the new food comes in, or during the new year. Jiang Yuzhu, who was chased out, came back and said, Mom, please give me some old flour, just a little. Jiang Yuzhu was tired of the hard and lumpy steamed bread and hard cakes. There was no need to think about yeast. Jiang Yuzhu thought that Mrs. Su must have old flour.
No.
If you are sure you don't want to give it to me, then I will find it myself, Jiang Yuzhu said, and was about to rush into the house. Mrs. Su was frightened by the 3rd daughter-in-law's fierceness. There were many things hidden in her room, and Jiang Yuzhu couldn't find them.
Wait.
The old lady went to get it herself. Mom, give me 2 more eggs for soup. At noon, Jiang Yuzhu was going to make steamed buns with leaven dough, egg soup, and some hot and sour potato shreds. Here you go. The old lady reluctantly took out the things. After getting the things, Jiang Yuzhu hurried to the kitchen to prepare. The old dough ferments slowly. After a round of inspection in the kitchen, Jiang Yuzhu had a rough idea of what was in it. Tomorrow, she would have to ask the old lady for some money and tickets to buy some seasonings. Jiang Yuzhu mixed some warm water with the dough. She also added the old dough and kneaded it for a long time. Finally, she kneaded the dough and put it aside. But when it came to lighting the fire, it was difficult for her. No matter which Jiang Yuzhu, she couldn't make a fire. She tried twice, but still failed. Smoke came out. It made Jiang Yuzhu's eyes hurt. A shadow was cast on Jiang Yuzhu's head. She looked up and opened her tearful eyes.
It was Xu Lei.
You come back so early? It was only a few hours, and he came back. I was worried about you, so I came back to see you. Although Xu Lei was working in the fields, his heart had already drifted back home. He was not the kind of person who was entangled, so he just came back to see him. Sure enough, black smoke came out of the kitchen, and a small body was squatting in front of the stove pit to compete. Let me do it. Xu Lei went out to find some dead leaves and thin branches, took out a match and lit them. Then he added thicker branches bit by bit, and the fire started. It looked so simple. Jiang Yuzhu wondered why she couldn't start a fire for such a simple thing. The branches you took are a little damp. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Dad and the others to bring in some suitable firewood in the future, and you can use it directly. When I'm here, I'll help you start a fire. If I'm not here, ask Mom to help you start a fire. Xu Lei has already begun to worry about what will happen after he leaves. What's wrong? What's wrong? Old Mrs. Su hurried into the kitchen. She was working in the backyard, and when she looked up, she saw smoke coming out of her kitchen, so she was scared and came back to check. Don't set the kitchen on fire. Mom, it's okay. There's some smoke. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's okay. Old third, why are you back? It's still early. The old lady saw her third son in the kitchen, frowned. I came back to check. The old lady looked at Jiang Yuju, who was already a cat, and immediately understood. This is because she is worried about her daughter-in-law, and she pouted. As expected, he forgot his mother after marrying his wife. Don't worry, who dares to bully your wife? Then she looked at Jiang Yuju. You can't light a fire. Why don't you tell me? Didn't you light my kitchen? Go away, go help your father do more, I'm here. The old lady drove the third brother out. Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuju worriedly. Jiang Yuju whispered, go away. When Xu Lei went back, everyone looked at him. Lazy, what have you been doing? We understand that you are newly married, but you are too anxious. Lazy, you missed your wife, so you went back to see her.
Ha ha ha.
The people in the village all made fun of Xu Lei. Third brother, where have you been? The fourth brother came to the third brother with a mean look in his eyes, with a malicious smile. Get lost. Xu Lei kicked the fourth brother away. The eldest and second brothers laughed on the side. Old Master Su looked at his two sons and shook his head. The educated youths, seeing the jokes here, couldn't help but look over here. Hey, Xiaomin, look at Xu Lei, he's really good looking. It's a pity I didn't expect him to marry Jiang Yuju in the end. You said you got along well with the girl from the Su family, but you didn't get the chance first. What a good opportunity. Ma Chun couldn't stand Jiang Yuju from the beginning. Why should everyone stick to her? Isn't she just prettier? What's the big deal? Don't talk nonsense. Mei Li and I are good friends. If this gets out, how can I face people? Zhang Min didn't want to be caught. Although she had this intention when she first came into contact with Su Mei Li. But this can't be brought out in the open. Will she still have a good reputation? If you ask me, Jiang Yuju is the most blessed one here. She got a good marriage by accident. Song Nan envied Jiang Yuju very much. They came here earlier than Jiang Yuju and have been here for 2 years. Seeing that there was no hope of returning to the city, they all had their own little thoughts. After all, a girl's blooming period is very short. If you miss it, you will be an old maid. But what good marriage can there be in this village? There are only 2 who can be shown off. Now Jiang Yuju is lucky and married to the soldier Xu Lei. Then there is the village chief's youngest son who is in good condition, and then there is the male educated youth. Humph, what kind of ability is she? And she still relies on others, which is too shameless. Ma Chun always felt that Jiang Yuju did it on purpose. It must be like this. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she fell into the water when Xu Lei passed by there? She is indeed a scheming woman. The male educated youth heard what the female educated youth said, which became more and more unreliable, and frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yuju is an educated youth with us after all. What good does it do to you to talk like this? Wang Peng knew the truth that everyone prospers together and everyone suffers together. At that time, the villagers will only reject them, the educated youth, even more. I was just talking. Ma Chun looked gloomy. Then he looked at another male educated youth. Hey, Li Kai, haven't you always liked Jiang Yuju? You always hang around her. Why don't you say anything this time? When Li Kai heard Ma Chun mention this, his face was obviously not good. What are you talking about? Then he looked at the people around him, afraid that the Su family would hear it. They have 4 sons, and Xu Lei is a soldier. If he beats people up, it will be a big deal. Although he had this idea, he didn't want others to say it at this time. Jiang Yuju was really beautiful, which made him feel itchy. But he didn't expect that such an accident would happen. Let Xu Lei get there first. TSK, coward, you dare to do it but not to take responsibility. Ma Chun's mouth was unforgiving. So she was the one who was most at odds with Jiang Yuju among the educated youth. You! Li Kai's eyes flashed with anger. Li Kai, forget it. Why are you arguing with a girl like her? Ma-chun, stop it. If you delay any longer, your husband will want something today. Sun Xing, who had been silent, came out to stop everyone from talking about the topic. After a dispute, it finally came to an end. Jiang Yuzhu was cutting potato shreds in the kitchen over there. She was good at this. She was a foodie, but she disliked the food outside because it was not clean. So, in order to satisfy her appetite, she cooked her own food. Although her cooking skills were not at the chef level, she knew some frying, stir-frying, and deep frying. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu had cut the food in a very good manner, Mrs. Su nodded with satisfaction. Go and deliver lunch to them at noon today, so that they don't have to toss back and forth. Finish earlier and come back earlier. Otherwise, the back and forth would waste time. I'm alone, or let my little sister come with me. I can't carry so many by myself. Since Xu Lei stopped going to school, she has been taking care of the children at home. Going to cut some grass for pigs is the easiest job. Even a child of a few years old can do it. Jiang Yuzhu is not so stupid as to show off everything and do it all by herself. When Xu Lei heard what Jiang Yuzhu said, her mouth pouted slightly, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't say she wouldn't go. Jiang Yuzhu would definitely complain to her third brother at that time. Mom, I'll go with my third sister-in-law. Well, that's fine. Be careful. The old lady said worriedly. Jiang Yuzhu rolled her eyes. She felt sorry for her daughter, but she didn't care. Ignoring the mother and the two, she turned around and went to the kitchen to pack the things. She secretly hid a big steamed bun in the space. You can't hide too much, otherwise it will be discovered. The two carried the things to the field to deliver food. Hey, who's here, Lazy? Isn't this your wife? She's here to bring you food. Xu Lei looked up when he heard the noise, and sure enough, he saw Jiang Yuzhu and his little sister walking towards him carrying 2 large baskets. Xu Lei put down the tools at hand and rushed over. He took the big basket from the 2 people. Why are you here? Mom said that you can eat in the field so that you can go back to rest early in the afternoon. Xu Lei was almost dying of heat. It was all her fault that the third sister-in-law insisted that she also deliver the food. The other Xu family members also gathered around, knowing that they were delivering food. The 4th child was a little nervous. Third sister-in-law, what are you doing? Does the third sister-in-law know how to cook? I hope the food she makes is worse than mother's. That would be a disaster. Don't worry about it. Just be full. Xu Lei immediately spoke for his wife. In fact, he didn't have any hope. But when Jiang Yuzhu took out the golden, fluffy big steamed buns, everyone was stunned. Jiang Yuzhu ignored them and took out the shredded potatoes, followed by the egg drop soup, which was very beautiful. The shredded potatoes were served with shredded green and red peppers, and the sour smell made everyone drool. The egg drop was also very beautifully tossed, with some chopped green onions sprinkled on top. Third sister-in-law, you are really good. You are so talented.
Ah, délicieux.
I declare that I will let third sister-in-law cook from now on. This is much better than what mother cooks. The 4th child couldn't wait to eat a few bites. Although the steamed bun was made of mixed grain noodles, it tasted good and was very soft. The others also nodded. It was indeed delicious. In this comparison, what they had eaten before was pig food. This is what decent people eat. Jiang Yuzhu distributed soup and dishes to everyone one by one and gave the largest steamed bun to Xu Lei. Have you eaten it? Jiang Yuzhu shook her head. Xu Lei split the steamed bun in half and handed half to Jiang Yuzhu. Let's go, let's eat over there, it's cool over there. Xu Lei saw that Jiang Yuzhu's forehead was covered with sweat and felt a little distressed. Holding the bowl, he walked to the shade under the tree. He was a rough man, so he would bask in the sun. Jiang Yuzhu has fair and delicate skin. She must be very uncomfortable because of the sun. Besides, her home is not close to this land. It must be very tiring to carry such a heavy thing and walk for more than 20 minutes. Do and send food next time. It's tiring to go back and forth. We can just go back and eat. Xu Lei took off his coat and spread it on the big stone, leaving only a white vest inside.
No, eat.
Jiang Yuzhu was a little shy when she saw the clothes spread on the stone. Xu Lei was really good to her. Sit down, it's cooler here. Xu Lei handed the bowl to Jiang Yuzhu. You eat first. No, I'll eat when I go back. Eat quickly, it's such a long way, don't be hungry. Xu Lei took 2 bites of the steamed bun and gave the vegetables and soup to Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuzhu knew that if she didn't eat, Xu Lei couldn't eat either. She had to eat a few bites of shredded potatoes and a few bites of the steamed bun that Xu Lei broke for her. This is enough for me, you can eat the rest. Jiang Yuzhu pushed the dishes and soup to Xu Lei. Then she quietly took out a big steamed bun from the back. This is for you. I'm afraid you won't have enough. Xu Lei saw that Jiang Yuzhu had specially left the biggest steamed bun for him, and he felt so sweet. He couldn't help but reach out and tuck the broken hair on Jiang Yuzhu's temples behind her ears. I saw that her face, which had just regained its whiteness, quickly became red, and even her ears were not spared. Jiang Yuzhu lowered her head to eat the steamed bun, as if to cover up, and didn't dare to look up. Xu Lei was in a good mood while eating and looking at his wife. Many people saw their every move. Xu Lei couldn't help but pout. She really didn't know why the third brother was fascinated by Jiang Yuzhu's appearance. Isn't it just a pretty face? She really made a mistake. The third brother turned out to be such a superficial man. The eldest sister-in-law was very envious and gently pulled the eldest brother next to her. Why are you pulling me? Eat honestly. With an impatient look on his face, he continued to eat with big mouthfuls. No wonder they are so useless that they don't know how to love their wives. The eldest sister-in-law turned away angrily and didn't look at them. The more she looked, the angrier she got. The second brother and his wife ate the food in their bowls carefully, feeling very satisfied. The fourth brother caught a glimpse of the third brother and his wife, and his eyes were full of envy. But he will be done soon as long as Xu Lei comes home, and he will also have a wife to warm his bed. After Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu finished eating, they put all the bowls and chopsticks into the basket. You guys go back and eat quickly. The old man was quite satisfied with the meal. It seemed that the third brother's wife was not useless and could cook. Jiang Yuzhu and Xu Lei walked back with the basket. On the way back, the two said nothing. What could two people who didn't like each other say? Mei, Sister Xiamen, you just finished your meal. The two were walking opposite the educated youth who had finished their meal and were preparing to go to the fields. Yes, you are. Delivering food to your family. Seeing that it was the group of people from the educated youth point, Jiang Yuzhu nodded as a greeting. Anyway, her relationship with them was not very good. Otherwise, the original owner would have gone to the river alone to wash clothes and fell into the water. Jiang Yuzhu, what's the matter? After getting married, you are too lazy to even talk to us educated youth. Ma Chun walked up to Jiang Yuzhu and said provocatively, Humph, I am too lazy to talk to you. Do you understand what I say? Jiang Yuzhu would be afraid of Ma Chun. This Ma Chun, since Jiang Yuzhu went to the countryside and lived with them, has squeezed her a lot and joined others to isolate her. It's just that he is jealous of her good looks. What's the point of talking to such a person? Jiang Yuzhu, who are you scolding? Ma Chun immediately heard that Jiang Yuzhu was scolding her as a non-human. If you have the guts, say it again. Ma Chun pointed at Jiang Yuzhu, and the posture was as if he was going to hit someone. Jiang Yuzhu was not afraid of her. She immediately pinched her waist and continued, See, you can't even understand human words, and you want me to say it again. You, seducing people everywhere. I think you are just asking for a fight.
Bah.
Everyone looked at Jiang Yuzhu in disbelief. Ma Chun covered his face, with his eyes wide open.
She.
How dare she? The others were also stunned. No one expected that Jiang Yuzhu would slap him. Ma Chun was so angry that he wanted to hit Jiang Yuzhu immediately. The people at the educated youth point stopped Ma Chun immediately. Jiang Yuzhu is now a member of the Xu family. If Ma Chun had a conflict with her, it would not only be asking for trouble. It would also implicate the educated youth. Do and stop me. Let me go. Ma Chun could only watch Jiang Yuzhu, who was so close to him, but he couldn't hit her. His face turned red with anxiety. Jiang Yuzhu, come here if you dare. You slutty fox. I think you fell into the water on purpose so that you can blackmail Xu Lei. I want to expose your true face. Ma Chun was so angry that he said something he didn't want to say.
But
Another hit. Every time he hit her, it was so unexpected, but also reasonable. I think you ate feces at noon. Your mouth is so smelly. No wonder no man likes you. People say that appearance is determined by the heart. I think it's true. People with dirty minds like you are ugly. It's really ugly. Go home and look in the mirror more often. Jiang Yuju's crazy outburst made Ma Chun even crazier. Jiang Yuju, hurry up and leave. The male educated youth couldn't grab Ma Chun directly, so they had to hold hands and block Ma Chun. But they couldn't stop a woman in anger. Jiang Yuju, I'm going to strangle you to death. No woman could tolerate being told that. Oh no, Xu Lei, your wife is fighting with the educated youth. Someone saw Jiang Yuju and the educated youth quarreling and hurried over to tell Xu Lei.
what?
Xu Lei immediately dropped his and ran away. Ma Chun broke through the obstacles and ran straight towards Jiang Yuju. Jiang Yuju was not afraid and went straight in. Seeing the two of them fighting, everyone came to separate them. Ma Chun always hit Jiang Yuju's face hard, as if he would not stop until Jiang Yuju was disfigured. Jiang Yuju picked up the bowl in the basket and threw it at Ma Chun. The bowl broke and fell all over the floor. The fierceness of the fight between the two made the other female educated youth dare not get close. Xu Lei certainly didn't dare either.
She just watched from the side.
Several male educated youth were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, running around. But since both of them were women, it was not easy for them to intervene. It would be hard to tell where they were touched. What are you doing? Stop it now. The captain had obviously heard the news, and he ran and shouted, If you don't stop, you won't get any centimeters. Ma Chun was obviously a little bit shy, and when he saw the captain coming, he cried and complained. Captain, you have to make the decision for me. Jiang Yuju went too far. She slapped me twice. Jiang Yuju, what's going on? The captain ran over with a gasp and looked at Jiang Yuju. Captain, you have to ask Ma Chun about this. I can't just go up and slap her twice when she was walking on the road. There must be a reason. Jiang Yuju sneered, and she was so embarrassed to complain first. The captain was obviously not easy to fool. Wang Peng, you are the elder brother among the educated youth. You are fair-minded. You tell the story. The captain simply pointed at someone to explain the whole story. Wang Peng looked at the two of them. One is Ma Chun, who lives and eats with them, and the other is Jiang Yuju, who is married to a soldier. He is also in a dilemma. It was Jiang Yuju who started it first. No matter what, it is wrong to start it first. Ma Chun relied on the fact that he was the one who was beaten, and he insisted on this. Jiang Yuju ignored him. Jiang Yuju rolled her eyes at Ma Chun, saying that he was so naive. If you didn't know me anything, blocked my way, and called me I would beat you. You asked for it, so don't blame others.
Why?
You have the courage to scold others, but you don't have the courage to admit it? You, Ma Chun, are a coward. You dare to do it, but not to take responsibility. Jiang Yuju started to insult others and deliberately picked the other party's sore spot. You, Jiang Yuju, don't go too far. Ma Chun immediately pointed at Jiang Yuju. Who is going too far? The captain is here, let's talk it out. What right do you have to call me a? Also, you said I fell into the water on purpose to blackmail Xu Lei. Did you see it or hear someone say it? Do you have any evidence? No evidence. You are destroying my reputation. You have already caused damage to my reputation. You need to compensate me for my loss. Ma Chun looked at the female educated youth. These words were said when they were chatting in the room. Zhang Min and Song Nan immediately lowered their heads. This had nothing to do with them. Ma Chun, did you provoke others first? The captain also understood. It was Ma Chun who cursed Jiang Yuju first, and then he was beaten by someone, and the two of them started to fight. Strictly speaking, Ma Chun was more guilty, because she cursed first. You two apologize to each other and forget about this matter. The captain had so many things to do, so he didn't have time to chat here. Captain, she was the first to ruin my reputation. We can't just let this go. That would just confirm what she said. I don't agree. The captain frowned when he saw Jiang Yuzhu refuse to do so. Then what do you want to do? She has to compensate me 10 yuan to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, anyone can curse others without being punished. Jiang Yuzhu insisted that Ma Chun pay a price. It was impossible to just let it go. 10 yuan was not a small amount for Ma Chun. At this time, in fact, 10 yuan was not a small amount for anyone. How much does a pound of meat cost? About 70 or 80 cents, and a pound of rice is only a little more than 10 cents and less than 20 cents.
10 yuan.
Jiang Yuzhu, you're crazy about money. Of course Ma Chun didn't want to. What a joke. Asking her to compensate 10 yuan was like asking her to die. Who asked you to ruin my reputation? Don't you know how important a woman's reputation is? You still say that to me. Jiang Yuzhu would not be soft-hearted and let it go. Third sister-in-law. Forget it, let's go back. Xu Lei didn't want the matter to get so big. How would she get along with Xiaomin in the future? She still had to go to the educated youth's place to play with them. If Jiang Yuzhu continued to make a fuss like this, she would be too ashamed to see anyone. If you want to go back by yourself. You are not the one being scolded, so of course you don't care.
Jiang Zuhu in got Xu Lei.
10 yuan is indeed too much, Jiang educated youth. After all, you have lived with them for a period of time. Just 5 yuan, let's forget about it. The team leader compromised and thought of a way. He saw that if Ma Chun was not allowed to pay compensation, this matter would not be easily let go. Ma Chun was also unlikely to pay 10 yuan in compensation. In this case, let's each take a step back and pay 5 yuan in compensation. Okay, since the captain has said so, I'll give him face and compensate him 5 yuan. Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyebrows and agreed. She had calculated that Ma Chun would not even be willing to take the 5 yuan.
Why?
What's wrong with what I said?
She is a.
She is shameless and doesn't allow others to say anything. Ma Chun was also desperate. Anyway, it has come to this. What is there to be afraid of? You keep saying that I am a and shameless. What evidence do you have? Let's figure it out today.
Who did I? Jiang Yuzhu confronted Ma Chun. You.
You know what you did. You must have jumped into the river on purpose and let Xu Lei rescue you. And when you were at the educated youth point, you flirted with several male educated youths. If not a, what is? Ma Chun saw that several male educated youths were on Jiang Yuzhu's side, and the jealousy in his heart reached its peak. I think you are jealous of my good looks. You don't have a pretty face yourself, but you go around gossiping about other people. You have a dirty heart and think bad things of everyone. It just so happens that all the male educated youth are here. You should ask, did I spend your money, eat your food, or violate the contract with you? Jiang Yuzhu walked up to the male educated youth and asked. Several male educated youth shook their heads repeatedly. How is it possible? Of course not. Who dares to get involved in such things? They are not fools. Even Li Kai, who has evil intentions towards Jiang Yuzhu, did not dare to look at Jiang Yuzhu at this time. Captain, you have seen it. You have to make the decision for me. It's all Ma Chun who threw dirty water on me. You said she was so excessive, and you won't let me fight back. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the captain aggrievedly. Ma Chun, what else do you want to say? The captain was most annoyed by this group of educated youth, especially the female educated youth, who always found trouble for him. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was all caused by jealousy between women. Ma Chun looked at Zhang Min. Zhang Min felt bad, and her heart skipped a beat. Could this idiot be? Sure enough, Ma Chun's next words successfully embarrassed Xu Lei and Zhang Min. Zhang Min, tell me, didn't Xu Lei say at the beginning that she wanted to introduce her third brother to you and asked you to be her third sister-in-law? But in the end, I don't know what kind of foxy tricks Jiang Yuzhu used to make Xu Lei marry her. She stole your marriage. What else could she be but a fox spirit? Ma Chun thought he was standing on the side of justice and spoke up for Zhang Min. Jiang Yuzhu turned her gaze to Xu Lei. Is there such a thing? Xu Lei really wanted to crawl into the ground right where she was. She was just joking. How could this Ma Chun be so careless with his words? Among these female educated youth, Xu Lei did have the best relationship with Jiang Min. The two often went together to play. Xu Lei considers herself to be an educated person. After all, she graduated from junior high school. If the situation did not allow it, she could have gone to high school. She has nothing in common with most of the girls in the village. After several female educated youth came, they got along well. She felt that Jiang Min had a good temper, was gentle and modest, and was educated. She was also good-looking. Although not as good as Jiang Yuzhu, she was also a pretty girl. She was 2 years older than her and was now 20 years old, which was the same age as her third brother. If Jiang Min became her third sister-in-law, she would definitely get along with her and would not cause unrest in the family. Xu Lei did intend to match Jiang Min and her third brother. Everyone has selfish motives. Xu Lei certainly hoped that her third brother would marry a wife that suits her heart. This way, it would be easier to talk to her third brother when she has something to do in the future. But who knew that her third brother had just returned and had an affair with Jiang Yuzhu? Before she could match them up, the two got married. Jiang Min was so embarrassed that she almost died.
Ma-chan, ve.
We were just joking. Don't talk nonsense. How could such a thing be said in public? How stupid is Ma-chan? No one said anything. You are so angry. Jiang Yuzhu glanced at Jiang Min. This is a smiling tiger who never takes the lead in anything and lets Ma-chun, a firecracker, charge into battle. Only Ma-chun is stupid enough to take the lead for others. You robbed someone's marriage and you are so arrogant. Ma-chun thinks Jiang Yuzhu is a bad woman. Relying on her beauty, she hooks up with this and teases that. She despises such women the most. No one robbed anyone's marriage. I don't even know about this matter, so how can I say that I was robbed? So all the slanderous words you said about my wife are not true. You must apologize to my wife. Xu Lei didn't expect that there was also the reason for his younger sister. Walking to Jiang Yuzhu's side, his meaning was very clear. He wanted to support his wife. Third brother. Xu Lei was a little scared when she saw her third brother coming over. She had been afraid of her third brother since she was a child. Although her third brother was very good to her, she knew that if she went too far, he would still punish her. Xu Lei was not that nervous in front of her parents. Over the years, Xu Lei's food, clothing, and other necessities all came from the allowance of her third brother. So, she naturally had a sense of awe for her third brother. Lazy, you're here too. Uncle Li, Xu Lei was a promising young man in the village, so the team leader naturally treated him differently. Everyone was a little embarrassed when they saw Xu Lei coming over. Xu Lei looked at Ma-chun. I don't know where your conclusion comes from. I don't even know who Jiang Min you are talking about, and I have never heard my sister talk about this. What you said is all false. Also, Jiang Yuzhu and I are together because we like each other. Please don't say those things that are not true in the future, otherwise I will sue you for defaming the family of a soldier and make you pay the price. Xu Lei's words were sonorous and powerful, frightening Ma-chun so much that his legs were shaking. He glanced at the educated youth with his sharp eyes, and they all lowered their heads honestly, not daring to look him in the eye. Seeing that the educated youth had finally become honest, the captain stood up. Ma-chun slandered others' reputation at will. His work points for today will be deducted. In addition, he will have to pay Jiang Yuzhu 5 yuan as compensation. That's it. Let's go. You've been causing trouble every day. If you do it again, you will all be punished together. Lazy, come to your uncle's house when you have time. The captain patted Xu Lei on the shoulder before leaving. Okay, Uncle Li. Xu Lei picked up the debris on the ground and threw it aside. I'll take you home. He picked up the basket, took Jiang Yuzhu's hand, and walked home. Xu Lei saw that the third brother ignored her and knew that he was angry. She could only follow them home carefully. Why did you come back just now? Why is it so hard to deliver a meal? Third brother, why did you come back with me? Look at you, your wife. You can't leave her for a moment, right? It's such a long way. What danger can there be? And you specially send her back. Old Mrs. Su was anxious because she had been waiting for the two men to come back for a long time. Now seeing that the third child did not work and also came back, how could she not be angry?
Mom, you. Don't say it.
Xu Lei held old lady Xu. Why can't you say it? Seeing her daughter's attitude, the old lady was a little confused. Mom, I'll take Yuju back to the house to rest first, and I'll cook dinner tonight. Xu Lei threw down the sentence and pulled his wife into the house. This. The old lady was stunned. Jiang Yuju didn't expect Xu Lei to come to her defense. Generally, when there is a conflict between women, most men will not get involved. After all, the other party is a woman. But it must be said that when Xu Lei stood in front of her and protected her, her heart was pounding. Next time this happens, don't confront them head-on.
There's so many of them.
What if you get hurt? When Xu Lei saw the fragments on the ground, his heart was in his throat. He was afraid that Jiang Yuju would get hurt.
There were so many of them.
How could I lose? At this point, Jiang Yuju was obviously dissatisfied. She was definitely not a coward. What was she afraid of? She was not afraid of fighting. Xu Lei didn't say anything, but looked at Jiang Yuju with his eyes. Jiang Yuju felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, her eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look at Xu Lei. Xu Lei grabbed Jiang Yuju's hand, then took a towel to wet it, and wiped the wound carefully. Then he took gauze and wrapped his hand. In fact, it was not serious. It was just that Jiang Yuju scratched a small cut herself and didn't notice it.
Ah.
It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days, Jiang Yuju said carelessly. But when she saw Xu Lei's eyes, her voice became smaller and smaller. It's over. It's only been a short time, and she has become a husband who controls her. How can I feel at ease leaving Jiang Yuju at home if you're like this? Xu Lei is getting more and more worried about leaving Jiang Yuju at home. He saw the looks of the male-educated youth just now. He knew that Jiang Yuju was beautiful, but he still felt uncomfortable when he saw other men paying special attention to her. Men can judge men best. You can tell at a glance whether there is a girl in their eyes. Several boys in the educated youth camp do have a good impression of Jiang Yuju. They usually take good care of Jiang Yuju, otherwise Ma Chun would not be jealous. Jiang Yuju is beautiful. Although she is a little spoiled, she is bold and dares to speak. Generally, men like cheerful girls like her. She is open-minded, not shy, dares to contact boys, and has no burden to get along with. It is also easy for boys to have a good impression of her. I'm fine, I can take care of myself really. Jiang Yuju raised her injured hand. That's how you take care of yourself. Xu Lei pulled Jiang Yuju's hand down and held it in his hand. Jiang Yuju struggled back twice, but failed. This is an accident. I promise you, I will pay attention in the future. Xu Lei smiled and rubbed Jiang Yuju's hair. I really can't do anything with you. Although he said this, he was more determined in his heart. He went back and had to speed up and try to take Jiang Yuju over as soon as possible. Over there, Mrs. Xu and Xu Lei entered the house. What's wrong with your third brother? Mrs. Xu saw that her son's face was not very good. The daughter seemed to be afraid to look at the third brother.
Mom,
Xu Lei had to tell her mother what happened between her and Jiang Yuju. Mom, I really didn't mean it. I was thinking about my third brother at the beginning and I didn't think too much. Who knew? Who knew that Cheng Yaojin would appear? Although Xu Lei was joking at the time, she really had something in mind. The only thing missing was that the two of them didn't meet. Zhang Min knew it well and was looking forward to it. After all, she was already 20 years old, not young anymore. It was a long time before she could go back to the city, so she had to take care of her own affairs. The reason why she was willing to have more contact with Xu Lei was naturally because of this idea. Everyone in the village knew that Xu Lei, the third son of the Xu family, was a soldier. He was handsome, had good character, and was so promising. There were probably many girls from the surrounding villages who were thinking about him. But the accident came so suddenly. It was impossible for Zhang Min to remain calm when she knew that Xu Lei had married Jiang Yuju. She wanted to scratch her face. But she still put on a disguise and pretended not to care. This was also the reason why Xu Lei didn't go to Zhang Min during this period. What was originally agreed upon turned out to be like this. Xu Lei was embarrassed to see Jiang Min. On the other hand, Jiang Yuzhu had been making a mess at home during this period, and Xu Lei didn't have the heart to think about it. Now, she didn't expect that the two sides would quarrel because of this reason. Isn't this a trap for Xu Lei? Now both sides are in trouble. The third brother is unhappy, and Jiang Min has also broken her promise. My daughter, it's okay. Your third brother won't blame you. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Old Mrs. Xu didn't think there was any big problem. Her daughter did this for the good of the third brother. What's wrong with finding a wife for the third brother? If she were to say if she married Jiang Min, maybe there wouldn't be so many problems. At least her temper is much better than Jiang Yuzhu. But the third brother seems angry. Xu Lei naturally saw that the third brother was unhappy. She really shouldn't have said this without telling the third brother. No, he's a grown man and there's nothing to lose. Old Mrs. Xu didn't care. Mom, do you want me to go home and farm directly? If so, just tell me I won't leave, and I'll just apply for demobilization from the army.
Xu Lei walked in.
Hearing the conversation between his mother and sister, he felt helpless.
What are you talking about?
You are my son. Of course I hope you get well. That's 10 yuan a month. If Xu Lei retires and goes home, where will the 10 yuan be left? In that case, then you should watch your mouths in the future and don't say anything nonsense. If this gets to the army and they say I'm having affairs, I'll have to go home whether I want to or not. Xu Lei's seriousness made Old Lady Xu and Xu Lei dare not say a word.
So
Serious? Mom, we are soldiers and we have strict discipline, especially in relationships between men and women. There can't be any mistakes. Although Xu Lei was trying to scare them, it was true. Oh, we will definitely not talk nonsense in the future. My daughter, let's not contact those female educated youth in the future. They are not good people, so as not to implicate your third brother. Since it involved core interests, Old Lady Xu was of course unwilling. Although Xu Lei felt a little wronged, she still nodded. Okay, mother, I have to cook. Give me the key, and I'll go get some food. Xu Lei reached out to Old Lady Xu. How can you, a man, cook? Old Lady Xu frowned. Yuzhu's hand is injured. Don't let her cook these days, lest the wound not heal. This minor injury is a small matter for Xu Lei, but for Jiang Yuzhu, Xu Lei is extremely reluctant. That won't work. I'll do it. Why should you, a man, cook? In Old Lady Xu's opinion, men shouldn't do this. Mom, what era is it now? There are still kitchen teams in the army, and they are all men. Yuzhu doesn't like what you cook. I'll cook these days. Xu Lei knew that Jiang Yuzhu didn't like the food her mother cooked, so he had to cook it himself, hoping that it would suit his wife's appetite. Anyway, they would have to cook when they lived together in the future, and Xu Lei didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She picked it up. Old Lady Xu was so angry at her son's words. Old Mrs. Xu had no choice but to take out the key and get food for the third son. Xu Lei went to the kitchen to get a small basin and went straight to the bag of flour.
Hey.
Why are you taking the flour? We just need some pancakes to make dinner at night and take a cabbage. The old lady stopped the third son. How could she waste this plain flour? Mom, I want to roll some noodles for Yuzhu. Xu Lei wanted to calm his wife down. It can only be said that men put women in their hearts. Even if they are only a little wronged, they will try their best to coax them. It's not a festival. Why eat noodles? Why can't our Xu family's food feed Jiang Yuzhu? She is the eldest daughter. Why does she have to eat differently from others? Old Mrs. Xu immediately turned hostile. Xu Lei's face obviously darkened when he heard this. Mom, you've been cooking for my little sister for so many years, right? Did I say anything? Before Jiang Yuzhu went to the countryside, she was a city girl. Although she's not a young lady, at least her food, clothing, housing, and transportation are better than ours. Today she was wronged, and I want to make her a bowl of noodles. Do you think there's a problem? Xu Lei doesn't care what he eats, but his wife doesn't. He gives the family 10 yuan a month. If his wife can't even cook for him occasionally, then there's no point in giving her money. Old Mrs. Xu was trying her best to suppress her temper. She couldn't turn her face. She had to be softer with the third child. Otherwise, he would really stop giving her the 10 yuan in the future.
10 yuan.
That's not a small amount of money. 10 yuan a month, that's 120 yuan a year. You have to know that many families can't make that much money after working all year round. Their family relied on the large number of laborers, plus the third child's monthly subsidy, to save a considerable amount of money. Just spoil your wife. Old Mrs. Xu glared at her son. She left in anger. Out of sight, out of mind. Xu Lei continued what he was doing, and not only that, he also took 2 eggs and cut off a small piece of the pickled bacon in the jar. Xu Lei's mouth never shrunk when he was cooking. When everyone came back to eat in the evening, they found that they all had cornmeal cakes and a large pot of stewed cabbage in front of them. And in front of Jiang Yuzhu was a bowl of noodles with meat and eggs. The difference was too big. No, mother. The fourth child looked at his mother. What are you looking at me for? That's the small stove your third brother cooked for his wife. There's no point looking at me. The old lady was choked up when she saw the bowl of noodles. He even took the eggs and her bacon. I should have watched it earlier.
Ah?
This dinner was made by the third brother? The fourth child dropped his jaw in shock. Everyone else was also stunned. Let us eat and try my cooking. Xu Lei brought Jiang Yuzhu in. Xu Mei was obviously unhappy when she saw the noodles in front of Jiang Yuzhu. She used to eat her own food, but now that Jiang Yuzhu got married, she ate worse than before. Seeing the performance of the third child, the eldest sister-in-law became more dissatisfied with her husband and pinched him hard.
Ah, hiss.
Why are you pinching me? The eldest looked at his wife. What kind of madness is this again? The third child is confident in being a soldier. Why should he, a farmer, compete with him? It's good to have something to eat. Eat. You're tired all day. Go back to the house and rest after eating. The old man saw the expressions of the people at the table and knew that this family would probably be divided sooner or later. He understood the principle that a big tree has branches. But it's not possible now. The fourth child and his daughter haven't started a family yet. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the noodles in front of her and ate them without hesitation. She didn't have any burden, so why worry so much? Well, it's delicious. In the past, she didn't care about noodles. With so many delicious things, who would eat noodles? But it's different now. Wheat is precious these days. Every family saves it for making dumplings during the Chinese New Year. People don't eat it at other times. Now Xu Lei has completely won her over with a bowl of noodles. This man is really good to her. The bacon is also very fragrant. The oil is fried out. The fat is crystal clear, the lean meat is pink, and with the white and tender poached eggs, this bowl of noodles is really good. Jiang Yuzhu is not a person who eats alone. She stopped eating half of it and said, I can't eat anymore. Then she poured the noodles in her bowl into Xu Lei's bowl. Xu Lei saw the meat and eggs in the bowl and knew that Jiang Yuzhu had specially reserved some for him. He couldn't hide the smile on his lips. He lowered his head and ate all the noodles left by Jiang Yuzhu. Everyone was jealous when they saw the interaction between the two. This is really a newly married couple. So disgusting. Old Mrs. Xu didn't want to be bothered by it. She thought that she could endure it for a few more days until the third child left. After dinner, Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu returned to their own room.
I
want to take a bath. Jiang Yuzhu asked with a red face. She hadn't taken a bath since she came here. She always wiped herself simply in the room when no one was around. Xu Lei didn't know what he was thinking of, and his throat tightened. I'll ask someone to make you a big bathtub tomorrow, and then make 2 chairs and a small Kong table. You can wash in a basin today, and I'll go boil more water. Xu Lei walked out with a red face. In fact, Jiang Yuzhu was struggling in her heart, but since she had decided to live a good life with Xu Lei, this kind of thing was inevitable. Besides, Xu Lei would leave in a few days. She felt that feelings needed to be managed and cultivated. After Xu Lei left, the two were so far apart that they didn't know when they would meet again. She was still hesitating, and everyone left. The second sister-in-law was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen and saw the third child coming in and was very confused. Is the third child not full? Ahem. Sister-in-law, let me boil some hot water. The second child's wife seemed to understand something. These female educated youth from the city all like to be clean. I'll boil it, you go back and wait. No, sister-in-law, you go back and rest, I'll do it myself. How could Xu Lei let others do this kind of thing? Seeing that the third child insisted, the sister-in-law hurriedly packed up the dishes in her hands and left the kitchen. Xu Lei boiled a large pot of hot water. Old lady Xu leaned on the window, watching the movement in the kitchen. This third child, why is he messing around in the kitchen instead of resting at this time? The old man smoked a dry pipe and sat on the edge of the Kong. Don't worry about it. Let him mess around. He can't stay at home for a few days. Why do you care about him and make him unhappy? The old man is now. As long as Xu Lei doesn't mention the division of the family, everything is fine. It's really a waste to raise this son. Old lady Xu pouted. Things were different immediately after they got married. Okay, that $10 a month didn't go into your pocket. Dong dong. The old man knocked on his pipe. Go to bed, don't worry about it. Xu Lei boiled water, brought the hot water into the house, and brought in a basin of cold water. You can mix it yourself. If you need me to pour water, just knock on the door. I'll be waiting outside, so you can take a bath without worry. Xu Lei watched his wife take a bath outside the door. Jiang Yuzhu overcame her inner shyness, took off her clothes, and started to take a bath. Who was waiting outside, heard the sound of water splashing, and his ears turned red. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. If he guessed correctly.
Wife.
Is that what he meant? They were all big men in the army. When they got together, the topic they talked about the most was naturally about women. He was a typical novice who only had theory, but zero practical experience. He stood straight outside, and his mind was wandering. Jiang Yuzhu in the room couldn't dawdle for too long. After quickly washing from top to bottom, he wiped dry, knocked on the door, and quickly got into his own bed. Xu Lei knew that Jiang Yuzhu had finished washing. He also heard the movement in the room, and he could imagine what was happening in the room at the moment. He knew that she was ready. Then he pushed open the door, went into the room and took out the basin and bucket. He had to wash himself too. Xu Lei quickly took the water and went to the backyard to rinse. When Xu Lei entered the room with steam, he found that the two quilts that were far apart were now next to each other. His heart became even hotter. He turned over and got into Jiang Yuzhu's bed. In the darkness, the two people's breathing was particularly rapid. The heavy big hands finally carefully stroked Jiang Yuzhu's face. The breath was robbed. The tender little hands were placed on Xu Lei's neck, stroking his back. Like a signal, Xu Lei turned over and pressed him under him. Jiang Yuzhu felt that all her senses were robbed. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Her brows were furrowed, and crystal tears flickered in her eyes. The stars shone into Xu Lei's heart. Xu Lei completely lost control and swallowed the dripping tears. He fell asleep in a daze when it was slightly bright. Xu Lei fell asleep with a beautiful woman in his arms contentedly. The void in his heart was filled from then on. He finally had a home that belonged completely to him. The crowed in the early morning, and Xu Lei, who had just fallen asleep for a while, opened his eyes. Put on clothes and go out for a run. I have to find someone to make a bathtub for my wife today. Looking at Jiang Yuzhu, who was sleeping soundly, Xu Lei couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. Jiang Yuzhu, who was disturbed, turned over impatiently. Xu Lei patted her a few times and got up and left when he saw that she fell asleep again. When Mrs. Xu saw the third son coming out quietly, she shouted, "Third son, what did you do last night that wasted so much firewood?"
Sure.
Mom, keep your voice down. I'll go chop some firewood for you right now. Do and call Yuzhu. Xu Lei thought that it was just right to go up the mountain to chop some firewood, just as exercise. The old lady looked at her son, as precious look, and then looked at the closed door. What else did she not understand? All men looked the same. She went to the kitchen to continue working angrily. Xu Lei first went up the mountain to chop firewood, got 2 bundles, and carried them down the mountain to take home. It happened to be passing by the carpenter's house. Is Uncle Wang home? Hey, I'm coming. The carpenter hurried out to see who was looking for him. Carpenter was a good job at that time, because every family would marry a wife and make furniture. No matter whether you were rich or poor, There must be some furniture at home, such as tables, chairs, wardrobes, and large boxes for storing things. These are all indispensable. Although most families try to save as much as possible, they can't do without what they need. Lazy, why are you here? Come in and sit down. The carpenter saw that it was Xu Lei, the third son of the Xu family, and hurriedly welcomed him in. Uncle Wang, I won't go in. I came here to order some furniture from you. My room doesn't have a Kong table or stools for dining, and I also want a large wooden tub for bathing. I don't have any wood, so you can calculate how much it will cost, including the labor and materials? Xu Lei knew that his parents would definitely leave the few pieces of wood in the house for his fourth brother to marry a wife and for his younger sister as a dowry, so it was impossible for him to use them. Your family. Carpenter Wang knew that old Xu's family had a few pieces of wood. Carpenter Wang suddenly realized and stopped asking. Every family has its own problems. Okay, I'll calculate for you. You came at the right time. The female educated youth from the next village ordered a big wooden barrel for bathing for me before, but later because the price was too expensive, she didn't want it anymore, and it has been placed in the lower room. It's just right for you to take it away. I also have small tables and stools here. I saved them when I had nothing to do. Give me 15 yuan for the wooden barrel, 8 yuan for the Kong table, and 5 yuan for a chair. How many chairs do you want? Don't think it as expensive. Uncle made them with the old materials left over from before. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be this price. Carpenter Wang was afraid that Xu Lei would think it was expensive, so he explained it specially. Uncle Wang, I know everything. How could I not know your craftsmanship? Carpenter Wang is a very famous carpenter in the surrounding villages. He uses solid materials and fine workmanship. One chair is enough. If you buy too many, your wife won't be able to use them, and who knows what will happen when the time comes. Xu Lei's purpose of buying these is very clear. That is, for his wife to use. It's not that he doesn't miss his parents, but every time he buys something for his parents, he ends up giving it to someone else. Ha ha ha, come on. Uncle Wang will take you to my warehouse. I can't bear to let others in. Carpenter Wang led Xu Lei into his warehouse. Here are all kinds of furniture he made in his spare time. Xu Lei's eyes lit up. Uncle Wang, this wash basin rack is good, and this small stool. How about it? Not bad. These are all saved up bit by bit. Carpenter Wang is very proud. His craftsmanship, he is not bragging, there is no second one in 10 miles and 8 villages. Here, this is the bathtub you asked for, as well as the table and chairs. Uncle Wang, I want this wash basin stand too, and this small stool. Xu Lei thought that his wife could sit on the small stool to rest while she was cooking in the kitchen. She could also sit on it at other times. Not to mention the wash basin stand with it, his wife wouldn't have to put the wash basin on the big box, which was very inconvenient. Okay. Carpenter Wang was of course happy. Today was a good start. He sold so many pieces of furniture at once and made a lot of money. 15 yuan for the wooden barrel, 8 yuan for the table, 5 yuan for the chair, 6 yuan for the wash basin stand, and 2 yuan for the small stool, a total of 36 yuan. Carpenter Wang grinned. What he sold in one day was more than what he sold in a few months. It must be that the soldier was promising. Xu Lei paid the money happily. Okay, you go back first. You are still carrying firewood. I will ask the eldest and second sons to bring it to you later. Carpenter Wang asked his 2 sons to take it to Xu Lei's home. Xu Lei thought that he had finally got his wife's bathtub and walked home with 2 bundles of firewood on his back. He ran into Jiang Min, who was coming out of the educated youth camp to get water. The moment Jiang Min saw Xu Lei, he was upset. Third brother.
Xu Lei frowned.
What's wrong with this woman? Jiang Min was very ashamed and angry when she saw Xu Lei's puzzled look. Third brother, I'm Jiang Min Meili and IR. Jiang Min had to explain. But before Jiang Min finished speaking, Xu Lei immediately stopped her from saying the next sentence. Sorry, I don't know you, so you call me third brother? I can't accept it. Xu Lei seemed to remember something. This woman was Jiang Min, a female educated youth who had a good relationship with Xiao Mei. It seemed that the female educated youth yesterday had a conflict with Yuzhu just to vent her anger. What's wrong with this woman? He didn't even know him, but she called him third brother right away. To put it bluntly, This title is only suitable for people who are very familiar or have a good relationship. Also, I don't care what your relationship with my sister is or what topics you talked about. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know, and please be careful in the future. I'm married. After saying that, Xu Lei left without looking back. In matters of love, Xu Lei has always been open and above board and will not drag his feet. People don't need so many emotional entanglements in their lives. It's a waste to put energy on unnecessary people. Wouldn't it be better to do something more meaningful with that time? In Xu Lei's view, it's not that love is good, but one true love is better than 1,000. Now he already has Jiang. He only needs to manage the existing relationship well and cherish the person in front of him. Other insignificant people are not within his scope of concern. Jiang looked at Xu Lei's resolute back and stomped her feet in anger. If Jiang hadn't destroyed it, would she be the one marrying Xu Lei now? Looking at the calluses and small cracks on his hands, they are still dry even before winter. It is not difficult to imagine how painful it would be if winter came. Jiang was unwilling. Is he going to live like this in the countryside for the rest of his life? Xu Lei thought that he had to tell his wife when he got home not to associate with that group of educated youth in the future. His wife is simple, and she should not be deceived. When he returned home, everyone in the family got up. The third son went up the mountain to chop firewood. Why didn't he call us along? The second son saw the third brother coming back with 2 bundles of firewood on his back and hurried to get them down. It's okay, I got up early today, and when I wasn't at home, my eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother had to trouble me. Xu Lei went to the kitchen to pick up a water ladle and washed his hands. It's almost time to eat. Why don't you call your wife? The old lady looked at the look on her third son and couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the 3 words "I'm not happy" were written on her face. Mom, call her at the party tonight. By the way, I want to take advantage of the holidays these few days and take Yuju back to her parents' home to see her. We all married, but we don't even know the door of my father-in-law's house. Xu Lei thought that he would have some time before returning to the army, so he took this opportunity to quickly deal with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Old man Xu sat on a stone smoking a pipe and nodded. It's time to go and see. The old lady hesitated and finally didn't speak. I'll prepare today and leave tomorrow. Xu Lei just told his parents. He had to go whether they agreed or not. Besides, the old couple had no reason to disagree. Third brother, we've delivered it to you. There was a noise outside the yard. It was the 2 sons of Carpenter Wang, driving a donkey cart and delivering the things Xu Lei bought. Zhu, why are you 2 here? Come in and sit down. Seeing the 2 sons of Carpenter Wang, Mrs. Xu warmly invited them into the house. Auntie, we won't go in. We'll just unload the things for third brother and leave. We have to go back to eat. This. The old lady was dumbfounded when she saw so many furniture on the cart. When did you buy them? Thank you for making a special trip. Just put it in the yard for me. Xu Lei moved a table down. The eldest, second, and fourth brothers also hurried to help take the things off the cart. Needless to say, these were all bought by the third brother. After unloading, everyone gathered around the furniture to look at it. Xu Lei took out the cigarettes from his pocket and handed 2 to Dazhu and Erju respectively. Third brother, don't be so polite. The 2 of them were too embarrassed to take them. They spent money to buy so many furnitures. Shouldn't it be the right thing to give them to them? How could they take their cigarettes? This Dakiaman cigarette costs 35 cents a box, and each cigarette costs 2 cents. Third brother, we can just have 1 each. The 2 of them took 1 each, but they couldn't bear to smoke it. They sniffed it under their noses and put it on their ears with a smile. Then we go. Seeing the 2 brothers of the Wang family leave, everyone gathered around them. TSK, third brother, you're so good. You bought so many, can you put them in the house? The eldest brother was very envious when he saw so many new furnitures. This is much better than the furniture they had back then, and the style is also new. Why can't I put it in? My house is so empty that there is only space left. Xu Lei's house is about the same size as the eldest and second brother's houses. But the eldest and second brothers got married at that time, and they got married one after the other, so they bought furniture together. Things were cheap then. There were all the necessary cabinets, cupboards, large boxes, tables, and chairs in the house. However, Xu Lei's room was empty because he and the fourth brother had not yet married, so they had no furniture, only a cabinet. They were both rough men, so they could just make do with it. Besides, Xu Lei was away from home in the army, so there was no need to make so much furniture. They would wait until the third and fourth brothers got married. But Xu Lei got married so suddenly that he had no time to make furniture. The large box in the room was bought by Jiang herself when she went to the countryside to work as a youth cadre. There was nothing in the youth cadre's camp. Of course, she had to bring it from the youth cadre's camp to Xu's house when she got married. Haha, that's right. The eldest brother smiled awkwardly. Third brother, this big bucket is for bathing. It's much bigger than mine. Xu Lei looked at the wooden bucket that was 2 times bigger than hers and was very envious. Hers was a little too small. It was made by her father when she was 11 or 12 years old. Girls, when they grow up, can't take a bath with their parents and brothers. So a wooden barrel was placed in Xu Lei's room for bathing. But now it has been 6 or 7 years, and it has leaked during this period and has been repaired twice. This wooden barrel is obviously much better than hers. Why didn't you get one for your sister? The old lady couldn't help but said when she saw her daughter cherishing it. Mom, doesn't my younger sister have one? If my younger sister really likes it, go and order another one from Carpenter Wang. This barrel costs 15 yuan. Mom, you take the money and I'll go find Carpenter Wang. Xu Lei stretched out his hand to ask old lady Xu for money. When the old lady heard that she had to pay for it herself, she was immediately unhappy. But it was not easy to ask the third son to pay for it directly. Why is the barrel so expensive? You two spend 15 yuan to buy it. Your younger sister only spent 3 yuan on that one. Did Carpenter Wang cheat you? I'll go find him. When the old lady heard this, she actually spent 15 yuan on such a broken barrel. Isn't this cheating, people? Mom, my little sister's wood is from our family, and the $3 is for the labor. How about you give me a piece of wood and I... The old lady heard that she had to put in another piece of wood, which was not possible. Forget it, your little sister's can still be used. You have already bought this one and paid for it, so let it be. At the end, she didn't forget to say, you can do whatever you want with the money. The old lady didn't dare to respond. If she continued to talk, she would be in trouble for paying this money. Originally, she wanted the third son to spend more money to make a bucket for her daughter. But now she has to put in another piece of wood and labor, which is a loss. The old lady knew that she was not right. This money should have come from the public account. After all, she and the old man didn't pay for the furniture when the third son got married. But when she thought about spending so much money on the betrothal gift, she felt very distressed. What else did she want furniture? The fourth son sat on the chair with curiosity. Third brother, this wood is good. Hey, mother, buy some furniture for my room too. The fourth son took the opportunity to make a request. Old Mrs. Xu glared at her youngest son. What are you buying? Where is the money? You don't even have the money to marry a wife, and you still want to buy furniture? You're dreaming. The fourth son was disappointed. Hee mother, I was just kidding. Don't be angry, son will give you a back massage. The fourth son came to old Mrs. Xu in a mean way and massaged her back and shoulders. Go away. During the meal, Xu Lei did not call Jiang because he knew that she had gone too far last night. It would be better to let her sleep a little longer, since there was nothing to do today anyway. After dinner, the other members of the Xu family went to work. Only Mrs. Xu was at home. Xu Lei took some nephews and nieces to pick grass for pigs. Xu Lei was so happy that he moved all the furniture he bought into the house and carefully arranged them. Jiang had changed her sleeping positions so many times. She lay on her side in the quilt, her long hair covering her face, leaving only a section of her arms as tender as lotus roots. Xu Lei looked at Jiang who was sleeping soundly, and walked forward. He could not help but step forward and push her hair aside, revealing her delicate face. His fingers gently slid across her cheek. She frowned slightly, her eyelashes trembled. like a butterfly flapping its wings to fly. Jiang Yuzhu felt a shadow cast on her head. Her cheeks and hair were itchy. But she was too tired, her eyes were blocked, and she couldn't open them at all. With a light snort, he could not help but wave his hand to drive away the troublemaker. Xu Lei took off his coat and hugged her and the quilt into his arms. His own wife, the more precious she was. How could he have such a good vision to find such a beautiful wife? Jiang Yuzhu, who was hugged, not only did not wake up, but also rubbed for a long time, found a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Jiang Yuzhu was already familiar with this embrace. Xu Lei gently brushed the pink lips that had been kissed many times with his fingers, and his eyes became darker. Woo woo woo. Jiang Yuzhu, who was unable to breathe, opened her pearly teeth. Before she could take a deep breath, she was robbed again. This time she had to open her eyes. She was sleepy. The bad guy who tormented her last night was still making trouble and dared to disturb her rest. Jiang Yuzhu was so angry that she opened her mouth and bit Xu Lei's lower lip. Ha ha. A low voice sounded in her ears. Jiang Yuzhu beat the bad guy who was holding her a few times. Xu Lei grabbed Jiang Yuzhu's little fist, held it in his hand, and lowered his head to kiss her. Wake up. What do you think? After pushing a few times and failing to push her away, Jiang Yuzhu gave up struggling and completely collapsed in Xu Lei's arms. If he wanted to hold her, then let him hold her. Anyway, she wasn't the one who was tired. Look, has her house changed? Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuzhu as if to take credit. Jiang Yuzhu rubbed her eyes and glanced around. Huh? How did you buy it so quickly? Jiang Yuzhu saw the big bathtub at first sight. She just talked about it yesterday, and it was brought back today. Now, it is placed next to the big box, although it takes up some space. But Jiang Yuzhu is still very happy. It is much more convenient to take a bath now. Everything else is fine. For Jiang Yuzhu, the most difficult thing to adapt to is eating, taking a bath, and going to the toilet. Jiang Yuzhu accepted everything else well in changing her living environment. But she couldn't eat the food she wanted. There was no bathtub for taking a bath, and there was no clean and hygienic toilet for going to the toilet, which made her too uncomfortable. Fortunately, two problems have been solved at present. The problem of eating and taking a bath has been solved. By the way, that toilet is too scary. I'm afraid of falling in every time. Can you think of a way? Jiang Yuzhu took the opportunity to make a request. The main problem was the dry toilet in the countryside, which was really unacceptable to her. It was a big pit with only 2 wooden boards as footholds, and the surrounding walls were full of holes and very short. I didn't dare to stand up to pull up my pants, otherwise I would fall in accidentally. Every time I stepped on it, I had to be careful, otherwise I would fall in. Going to the toilet was extremely difficult. Xu Lei thought about it and realized that his wife was from the city and must not be able to adapt to it. He came back to build a new toilet for her and solved all these problems before leaving, so that his wife would have no worries. I'll get this for you when I come back. Now I have a more important thing to discuss with you. Xu Lei thought, and he would do it when he came back from his father-in-law's house. What's the matter? Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xu Lei in confusion. Silly wife, I haven't met your parents yet. Xu Lei tapped Jiang Yuzhu's little nose. Jiang Yuzhu widened her eyes and thought, I haven't seen them either. Jiang Yuzhu originally thought that she would not have to worry about her family of origin for the time being since she had gone to the countryside. But now seeing Xu Lei's appearance, he had already made up his mind to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and she couldn't stop him. Now we have time. I will go home with you and tell your parents that we are married. I have to go to their house in person to apologize for marrying her without their permission. Thinking about it, it is true. The original owner Jiang Yuzhu really didn't tell her family that she was married. The main reason was that it happened suddenly and the original owner was confused and had a messy mind, and she had forgotten about it at all. It is still unknown how Jiang Yuzhu's parents would react when they knew that she was married here. But sooner or later, they would have to face it. It seems not bad to have someone to share the responsibility with her. Well, if you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Jiang Yuzhu thought that with Xu Lei to divert her firepower, it should not be a big problem. In her memory, Although Jiang Yuzhu was not the most favored one at home, she was almost the same. She could not compare with the two boys at home, but she was second only to them. Among the three sisters in the family, the most popular one must be the original owner. There are 5 children in the Jiang family, 3 girls and 2 boys. The eldest sister is Jiang Yufan, the eldest brother is Jiang Peng, the second sister is Jiang Yuxiu, she is the 4th child Jiang Yuzhu, and the other one is the youngest brother Jiang Tao. The eldest sister is honest and hardworking, taking care of the younger brothers and sisters. The second sister is inferior and sensitive, and doesn't like to say anything. Jiang's mother always says that she can't get anything out of a stick. Jiang Yuzhu is the youngest of the sisters. Although she is a girl, she is the most beautiful and sweet-mouthed because of her young age. She is the best at coaxing Jiang's father and mother. Therefore, in addition to the eldest brother and younger brother, she is the child who gets the most resources in the family. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. This is what Jiang Yuzhu is like. As a result, the original owner developed a lazy and slippery temperament. There is a reason for going to the countryside this time. If you don't die in silence, you will explode in silence. This is the second sister of the original owner. The original candidate for going to the countryside was not Jiang Yuzhu. It's obvious that she would be willing to go to the countryside. Jiang's father and mother had no intention of letting her go to the countryside. But if that person is not her, it must be the second sister Jiang Yuxiu. The eldest brother Jiang Peng is a boy, and he is the eldest son in the family. Jiang's father and mother will naturally not let the eldest son go. The eldest son has to carry on the family line and inherit the family business. They found someone and spent money to get the eldest son into Jiang's father's factory as an apprentice, and thus got a good partner. The eldest sister got married early and had children. The youngest brother Jiang Tao was only 15 years old, so it was naturally impossible for him to go to the countryside. So the matter of going to the countryside naturally fell between Jiang Yuxiu and Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuxiu is the elder sister and is more capable than Jiang Yuzhu, so her parents meant to let Jiang Yuxiu go to the countryside. Then they would find a way to get her back. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yuxiu, who had never resisted, suddenly did something big and wrote her younger sister Jiang Yuzhu's name on the registration form. As the date approached, the people from the youth office came to remind the family that it was Jiang Yuzhu who was going to the countryside. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and Jiang Yuzhu and Jiang Yuxiu immediately started fighting. The two sisters fought so hard that the people from the street and neighborhood committee were alarmed. In the end, there was no choice but to send Jiang Yuzhu to the countryside. Jiang Yuzhu recalled the fight before she left, and the two sisters really fell out. This time when she went back, she didn't have to pretend to be a close sister. It made things much easier for her. Yuzhu, don't worry, I'll take care of your parents-in-law. Xu Lei thought Jiang Yuzhu was worried about her parents' blame. He is a man, so he naturally has to take responsibility. Then, when are we leaving? Jiang Yuzhu counted the days and knew she would have to leave in 1 or 2 days. We'll leave tomorrow and get ready today. She would have to stay for a few days at least, so she should bring some clothes and buy some gifts. It's the first time she visits someone, so the more gifts the better. How can she not buy more gifts for the new son-in-law? Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Yuzhu didn't like to worry about these things. Since someone was taking care of it, she didn't need to worry about it. Xu Lei kissed Jiang Yuzhu on the forehead. See if there's anything missing from our house, and buy them all when the time comes. Xu Lei looked at his newly bought furniture. Oh, you also bought a wash basin rack, a Kong table, chairs, and a small bench. You must have spent a lot of money. Jiang Yuzhu is not the kind of person who is immersed in worry. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. When the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Things will always work out. Seeing that Xu Lei bought so many practical furniture, she immediately forgot the worries about facing the original family. These are all what she needs. She doesn't like to wash her face in the yard, but there is no chair or basin rack in the house, so she can only put the basin on the Kong to wash her face. But no matter how careful she is, some water will splash out, and she has to wipe the Kong mat every time, which is very troublesome. This time with the basin rack, the wash basin has a place to put it, and it is convenient to wash her face and hands. This chair and small stool can also be used. The chair can be sat on and can be stepped on to get things from a high place. The small stool is best used when she is cooking. She stays in the kitchen for more than an hour to cook, and finally, she can sit for a while. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu so happy, Xu Lei thought that the money was worth it. Let's buy whatever the family needs. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Of course, I won't treat myself badly. Jiang Yuzhu is not a person who will wrong herself. Well, my wife certainly doesn't have to put herself in a difficult position. Xu Lei's dishonest big hand reached into the quilt. What are you doing? Let me go. Aren't we going to get ready? Woo-woo. It is still in time. Xu Lei had wanted to do this for a long time. The two of them were making such a fuss in the room, and it was already 10:30. Jiang Yuzhu kicked out her foot in hatred and kicked Xu Lei. It's all your fault. Xu Lei caught Jiang Yuzhu's little foot. He was jealous, but he also knew that he couldn't go too far. I'm not going anywhere. I can't walk. Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to leave the quilt at all now. Xu Lei also knew that he had just started to have, and that he was a little too much. But he really had no resistance to Jiang Yuzhu. Her every frown and smile, every part of her body fascinated him. I'll pay attention next time. I'll borrow a bicycle and take you to the county restaurant for dinner. You didn't eat breakfast this morning. Are you hungry? Xu Lei said as he put clothes on his wife. What do you think? He was already starving. Be good. Wait for me. I'll go borrow a bicycle first. Xu Lei went to the captain's house to borrow a bicycle. Actually, Xu Lei could afford it. The captain's bicycle ticket was given by Xu Lei. But he was not at home. Who would he buy the bicycle for? Now that he has a wife, he should really think about it. It would be nice to get a smaller bicycle for his wife. This way, it would be much more convenient for his wife to go back and forth to the county. Xu Lei silently kept this in mind. After borrowing the bicycle, Xu Lei thoughtfully put a thick straw mat on the back seat, otherwise it would hurt her ace. Jiang Yuzhu saw that Xu Lei was so careful, and the corners of her mouth rose. He was considered to have a conscience. Along the way, Xu Lei rode very steadily, for fear of bumping his wife. He took his wife to the state-owned restaurant again. This time they didn't order so much. They ordered 2 bowls of wontons. Jiang Yuzhu ate the whole bowl. She was really hungry. After that, the two went shopping. Xu Lei was the one who did the shopping. Jiang Yuzhu just followed behind Xu Lei. Xu Lei held his wife with one hand and carried the things with the other. Xu Lei went to the train station to find out the train number and time. After returning home, he simply packed his luggage. The next morning, the two boarded the train. After tossing around for so long, they were already tired and they had to get up early to catch the train. Jiang Yuzhu was so sleepy that she fell asleep on Xu Lei's shoulder. Xu Lei was afraid that his wife would feel uncomfortable, so he adjusted the angle so that his wife could lie in his arms and sleep more peacefully. The man and woman opposite seemed to be a couple. Seeing Xu Lei treat his wife so well, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. They are all women. Why is there such a big difference? Looking at the man next to him, who was not presentable, and then looking at Xu Lei. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. Go get some water. I'm dying of thirst.
Oh,
I'll go right away. The man looked honest and went to get water with an enamel cup. The woman tried her best not to look at the two people opposite. Jiang Yuzhu, who had slept in Xu Lei's arms for 2 hours, finally opened her eyes. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Xu Lei took out a bag under his feet. There was food in it. Fearing that Jiang Yuzhu would be bored in the car, Xu Lei specially brought her white rabbit milk candy, egg cake, biscuits, and mao. He took out a piece of golden egg cake and fed it to his wife's mouth. Jiang Yuzhu was not polite and took 2 bites directly. It was very fragrant. She did not forget to break off a piece and stuff it into Xu Lei's mouth. The two are now in the passionate period and don't care about other people's eyes at all. The woman opposite couldn't sit still. Did she have no hands or mouth? She had to be fed to eat. Isn't this a typical style of a big lady? Comrade, I think it's better for us women to be self-reliant and not rely on men for everything. Look at your behavior, how bad the influence is. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the opposite side following the voice. Big sister, where do you live? The woman opposite obviously didn't understand what this meant. I thought you lived by the river. You're so nosy. You want to interfere in the affairs between husband and wife. Jiang Yuzhu finished speaking, and the woman opposite obviously heard it. This was not a good thing. It was dislike for her meddling in other people's business. You two are hugging each other in public. It really has a bad influence. I just reminded you. Why don't you know what's good for you? I don't know if it affects others, but I know it's an eyesore for you. Big sister, I suggest you go to the ophthalmologist. This red eye disease needs to be treated. Okay, big sister, they have a good relationship with their husband and wife, so don't get involved. The big sister on the side saw it and persuaded her. In fact, they also saw it, but they were just envious. At the same time, they also felt pleasing to the eye. Both of them looked so good that they couldn't help but look at them a few more times. You are not allowed to mind other people's business. The woman was a little embarrassed. Hey, you are such a person. How can you be so nosy and not allow others to mind other people's business? You are really sick. I think you are just jealous of the good relationship between husband and wife. The elder sister was not afraid of trouble either, and she immediately quarreled with her. Come on. The water is here. The woman's man came back with a cup of water. Why did you come back just now? I don't want to drink it. After saying that, he waved his hand and directly overturned the boiling water. Suddenly, there was a cry of grief in the car. Xu Lei immediately protected his wife in his arms for fear of being scalded. But his back was still drenched with hot water. Are you sick? Jiang Yuzhu saw that her man was scalded and immediately stood up and slapped the woman. You dare to hit me. The woman covered her face in disbelief. I hit you lightly. My husband was burned. You must compensate us for the medicine and damages. Jiang Yuzhu is not the kind of person who will endure being bullied in silence. Xu Lei felt warm in his heart when he saw his wife protecting him like this. You are blackmailing me. Of course the woman didn't want to take the money. Blackmailing me. I think you are intentionally hurting me. Jiang Yuzhu stood up after saying that. Everyone, please judge. Is it me who is blackmailing me, or is it the woman's fault? The passengers around them saw what happened between them. Moreover, the hot water that the woman spilled scalded not only Xu Lei, but also others. She is right. You have to compensate us for our losses. So many of us have been scalded. What if we get infected? The people next to the woman were also affected and immediately stood up to respond to Jiang Yuzhu's words. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a rascal. You should deduct every point you can. Yes, the couple is fine, but you have to meddle in their business. Later, you were so angry that you spilled the hot water again. Who knows if you did it on purpose? That's right. Maybe she is jealous of her beauty and wants to ruin her. Everyone became more and more excited as they talked, thinking that they had discovered the truth. I didn't. The woman was also scared, and at the same time, a trace of regret flashed through her heart. Everyone, don't be like this. My wife is not that kind of person. The honest man explained stutteringly. Oh, so your man is a stutter. No wonder. She looks down on her own man. How can a woman treat her man like this? That's right. She is purely jealous of him. Everyone looked at the couple who didn't match well. The man looked very old. Not only was he honest, but he also stuttered. At first glance, he was much older than the woman. Although the woman was not as stunning as Jiang Yuzhu, she looked pretty good. The two of them standing together looked like 2 generations. Shut up. The woman covered her ears and shouted. She looked down on her own man in the first place. If it weren't for her ruined reputation, how could she marry such a man? What happened here? The conductor heard the commotion here and hurried over to take a look. Comrade conductor, you came just in time. This woman deliberately spilled the hot water and scalded several of us. What do you think we should do? Yes, this woman is so mean. She spilled such hot water. It must be intentional. As their own interests were involved, everyone stepped forward. No, I didn't mean it. The woman shook her head and retorted. So many people wanted her to compensate. How could she afford it? The conductor learned about the incident and frowned. Trouble comes from the mouth, and this woman is no exception. She had to provoke others, and this time she kicked the iron plate. This kind of thing is not uncommon on the train. How about this? I'll change your seat, and you all calm down. Then let this matter go. Yes, she scalded all of us, and just let it go so lightly?
This.
Then what do you want to do? The conductor was also embarrassed. Pay compensation. Yes, pay compensation. Look at my hands, they are all burned red. Yes, my clothes are also wet, and the inside must be burned. Everyone held up their own burn marks.
I
don't have money. I don't have money, but I have my life. Come and get it. The woman was chased by so many people for compensation, and her eyes immediately turned red with anxiety. Everyone listen to me, calm down. It's not easy for us to go out, so be tolerant if you can. Of course, this matter is indeed the first fault of this female comrade. I will ask her to apologize to you, okay? Although the conductor had a headache, he had to deal with everyone. Then the conductor looked at Xu Lei and Jiang. He saw that the others were a mob, and this couple was the key. The woman originally had a conflict with the couple, and now it has shifted to a conflict with everyone. Jiang saw the conductor staring at her, and she was not nervous at all. An apology is a must. In addition to an apology, we also need her to compensate so that she knows that her behavior is wrong. We won't blackmail anyone. Just give us, those who are affected, 10 cents each. It can't be a waste. Jiang made a suggestion. This money can make her feel sad, but it won't make her unable to pay. Jiang calculated that there were 3 other people affected besides her and Xu Lei and his wife.
No.
The woman objected immediately. The conductor sighed, okay, let's do it this way. Don't just stand there, apologize quickly and give them money to compensate them. I've said it in advance. If you refuse to apologize and compensate, I will ask the train police to come and deal with this matter. They have the right to deal with you in public security. Think about it yourself. When the woman heard that she had to alarm the train police, she immediately became honest. I'm sorry. We will compensate. The honest man took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket. Inside were coins of 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, 1 cent, and 2 cents. The largest denomination was 1 yuan. Trembling, he counted the money and gave 10 cents to each person. The man only brought more than 10 yuan this time. The woman looked at the man's embarrassing appearance and looked down on him. In the end, the woman followed the conductor dejectedly and changed seats for the couple. Jiang didn't care about the 10 cents, but mainly wanted to teach the woman a lesson. When you are out, you can't be too honest. After the people left, everyone returned to their seats. Of course, the few people who took 10 cents for nothing were very happy. Let me see if the burn is serious. Jiang wanted to see the injury on Xu Lei's body. There was no medicine on the train, so she had to get off the train to buy it. It's okay, this little injury is nothing. For Xu Lei, this was not an injury. It was just a burn from hot water. It's not worth making a fuss about.
How can that be?
Jiang was worried and wanted to see. Xu Lei looked at the people around him, all of whom were looking at them quietly. He leaned over to Jiang ear and said, "When it's just the 2 of us, I'll let you watch." Jiang stretched out her hand and pinched Xu Lei's waist. This man is really getting more and more. It seems that it's not serious. I thought he was a serious man, but he turned out to be a stuffy one. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I'll buy you something to eat. Xu Lei saw that it was still early, and the 2 of them had to stay on the train for a few hours. Jiang nodded. She was indeed a little hungry. She didn't know what other people were like. Cakes, biscuits, snacks, and the like would not fill her up. For her, not eating staple food means not eating. Xu Lei rubbed Jiang Yuju's soft and smooth hair, got up, and went to buy food. After staying on the train for more than 10 hours, the two finally arrived at the station. It was already past 4 in the afternoon after leaving at around 5 in the morning. The two of them carried their luggage and went straight to Jiang's house. At this time, Jiang's family. Jiang's mother was frowning. Her eldest son Jiang Prung had a girlfriend, which was originally a happy thing. But the worry was that the woman's condition for marriage was that Jiang's mother had to give up her job to her future daughter-in-law. The woman said it was nice, saying that she would enjoy life at home, and when they got married and had children, they would be at home to play with their grandchildren.
Bah!
She is so aggressive now. When they get married and have children in the future, how can they take her, the mother-in-law, seriously? Besides, if the job falls into someone else's hands, it's still uncertain. Who knows who will get it? No one is stupid. The woman's family still has an older brother and a younger brother. If the job is given to her brothers from her mother's family, where can she cry? Besides, Jiang's mother also has selfish motives. The third girl is in the countryside now, and I don't know how she is doing. This dead girl, for such a long time, there is no news at all. Is she blaming her family? Yushu, this girl has been lazy since she was a child. How can she adapt to rural life? She was planning to give the job to Yushu. Although she was reluctant, this way the third girl could return to the city smoothly. Between the job and the daughter, Jiang's mother would of course choose the daughter. But the girl the eldest son is dating now doesn't want a dowry but a formal job. She is good at calculating. How much is the dowry? The value of this job is immeasurable. Jiang's mother was in a dilemma. On one side was the eldest son, and on the other side was the youngest daughter. Jiang Yuzhu went to the countryside because she was schemed by the second girl. Now she hates her family. If she doesn't find a way to get her back, she is afraid that she will lose this girl in the future. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Yuxiu pushed open the gate and walked in. Jiang's mother didn't want to pay attention to the second daughter. The old saying is right, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Who would have thought that they would be tricked by the second girl in the end? Although she was a little biased, she admitted, but they were all her own children, so how could she not consider her at all? It was originally planned that the second girl would go to the countryside and be sent to her great-grandfather's place, which was the Jiang family's hometown. With the care of his family, he would not live too badly. Grandpa Jiang was a powerful man. When he was young, he was daring and worked hard and became a worker in the city. In order to benefit his descendants, the whole family moved to the city. But his parents, brothers, and sisters all live in their hometown in the countryside. So many years have passed. Although the old man is gone, Jiang's father has always kept in touch with his relatives in his hometown and often sends things from the city back. Besides, the great-grandfather of the Jiang family has a good status in the village, and his eldest son is now the team leader of the village. Jiang's mother has already thought of a way out. The second girl is not as smart and beautiful as the third girl, and the family with too high a status is not enough. Let her uncle learn a similar marriage for her, and her life will not be bad in the future. Who knew that she was so ambitious that she fell in love with the son of the deputy director and was unwilling to go to the countryside. In order to avoid going to the countryside, she even changed her name to her sister Yuzhu. If she had told them her idea earlier, they would have had time to think of a solution. She put her face on the line and delayed the time to make good arrangements for the two girls. But the second daughter was listless and said nothing, keeping it all to herself. She agreed on the surface, but she was actually complaining in her heart, and it ended up like this. She was so angry that she wanted to knock open her brain to see what was inside. The deputy director's house was so easy to get into. Everyone in this area knew that the deputy director's son was a dandy and he had been dating several people. Relying on their father's status and position, many girls rushed to marry into the deputy director's family to enjoy the good life. Girls from ordinary families would not have time to hide, for fear of having their reputations ruined, but she dared to date him. Was he sincere? He was just playing around, but she took it seriously. Now her family has become a laughingstock in this area. Jiang's mother ignored her second daughter. Now she gets angry when she sees her. Yushu is sweet-mouthed and quick-witted. If she were at home, she could coax her and give her some advice, and she wouldn't be so upset. Now Yuju has gone to the countryside. She is always in a sullen state, so suffocating. Jiang Yuxiu felt very aggrieved when she saw her mother ignoring her.
Why?
They are all mother's daughters, but there is such a big gap between her and her younger sister. Everyone pampers Yuju, so she has to pay silently. Doesn't she deserve to marry in the city and live a good life? Brother Xian has said that if he wants to marry him, he will be responsible for him. It's just that his mother disagrees. He needs some time to persuade his mother. If she goes to the countryside at this time, she and Brother Xian will have no chance at all. Why are you crying? Hurry up and cook. Your father and your brother should be back soon. Jiang's mother felt upset when she saw her second daughter crying. It's a sin. Why did she give birth to so many children? They are all here to collect debts. Who made our Ms. Jiang so angry? Jiang Yuju looked at Jiang's mother with a smile.
You.
Third girl. Jiang's mother pinched her arm in disbelief.
Ouch.
I'm not dreaming. After saying that, she rushed directly to Jiang Yuju and beat her hard a few times. You girl, you still know how to come back. It's been so long. Why don't you write a letter to your family? Mom, what are you doing? If you hit me again, I'll leave. Jiang Yuju turned around and walked out. Come back here. Jiang's mother grabbed Jiang Yuju. Girl, you really me off. After saying that, her nose was sour and her eyes were filled with tears. Oh, what are you doing? Didn't I come back to see you? Why are you being sentimental? Jiang Yuju didn't expect that Jiang's mother would react so much. She quickly went forward to hug Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother's emotions seemed to have aroused the emotions of this body, and she couldn't help but laugh with tears. Jiang Yuxiu looked at the interaction between Jiang's mother and Jiang Yuju, and she couldn't help feeling sad. If it was her who left, would her mother still be like this? There was an answer in her heart telling her that it wouldn't be. From childhood to adulthood, her mother's favorite daughter was her younger sister Yuju. No matter how hard she studied, how capable she was, and how considerate she was, she could never compare to Jiang Yuju's coquetry. What on earth is going on? Jiang's mother held Jiang Yuju's hand. Why was she still flustered when her daughter suddenly came back? Hee. Mom, let me introduce you. This is your third son-in-law, Xu Lei. Jiang Yuju pushed Xu Lei in front of Jiang's mother. Xu Lei stood straight, like Yangbai. Mom, Yuju and I came back to see you. What? Oh my god. Jiang's mother covered her head and took 2 steps back. How come they got married after such a short time? What's going on? Jiang's father, his eldest son who was off work, and his youngest son who was playing outside were walking home. Before they entered the yard, they heard his wife's exclamation. The father and his 2 sons hurried into the yard.
Sanya.
Little sister. Third sister. All 3 were shocked.
You. This.
Dad, big brother, little brother, you are back. I brought Yuju back to see you. Because Yuju and I got married too suddenly, I didn't tell you. I'm sorry, but please rest assured, I will treat Yuju well. Seeing that his father-in-law and his elder and younger brothers-in-law had all returned, Xu Lei stood up to explain. He looked a little nervous, just like reciting a script. He said directly what he had reviewed in his mind for a long time. Hey, Dad, if you have anything to say, let's go inside and talk. Xu Lei and I are very tired on the way. We haven't eaten yet, and we are hungry. Jiang Yuju walked over, took Jiang's father's arm, and pulled him into the house. Jiang's mother reacted and quickly took out the money. Xiao Tao, come on, go to the grocery store and buy some cooked food to see what they have. Buy more and bring back. This new son-in-law is coming. No matter what the matter is, they have to treat him well. Jiang's father, who was confused, was pulled into the house by his daughter. Jiang Peng behind him quickly stepped forward to greet his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, let us go inside and have a good chat. Jiang Yuxiu didn't say anything. Jiang Yuju didn't even look at her just now. She must have hated her. She returned to the kitchen dejectedly and continued to work. Jiang's mother was anxious to know why her daughter got married suddenly. She didn't care about anything else and followed into the house. Xiao Su, you and Yuju. Mom, it's a long story.
Yuzhu and I.
Xu Lei came home to visit his relatives and happened to see Jiang Yuzhu accidentally fall into the water. After rescuing her, rumors were flying that the two chose to get married. It's all my fault. I didn't pay enough attention and damaged Yuzhu's reputation. Under the circumstances at the time, getting married was the best outcome. I was afraid that it would be bad for Yuzhu if it dragged on for too long. If I left, no one would protect her. I thought that my family would protect Yuzhu after marriage, so I held the wedding in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you.
I'm really sorry.
Xu Lei's attitude is sincere, and Xu Lei's profession is a soldier, which naturally makes people feel good. With such a tall and handsome son-in-law, Jiang's father and mother are still somewhat comforted. If their daughter really married a man with two poor conditions, it would be depressing. Xiao Su, don't say that. We still have to thank you. It's you who saved Yuzhu. If it weren't for you. Jiang's mother became more and more scared. If Xu Lei hadn't saved Yuzhu, maybe they would have been separated from the third girl. Thinking of this, Jiang's mother felt even more distressed for Jiang Yuzhu. Mom will go make you something delicious. You and Xiao Su can chat with your dad. Jiang's mother hurried to the kitchen to make arrangements. Xiao Su, let's have a few drinks later. Father Jiang finally got such a satisfactory son-in-law, so naturally he wanted to have a few drinks. It's not that the eldest son-in-law is not good, but that the eldest son-in-law is too honest and dull. He has nothing to say to him and can't chat with him. Xu Lei is a soldier. He has met people from all over the world. He is smart and has no obstacles in chatting with Father Jiang. Okay, Dad, this time Yuzhu and I came back just to spend some time with you. Yuzhu misses you. By the way, Dad, I bought you 2 bottles of wine. Xu Lei picked up another piece of luggage, which was filled with gifts for the Jiang family. Especially the gifts for Father and Mother Jiang are the most. Marrying someone's precious daughter, you have to respect your parents-in-law. Oh, let me see. When Father Jiang heard that Xu Lei bought him wine, he was so happy in his heart. Not only that, your son-in-law has bought you a lot of things. Jiang Yuzhu saw it all. The things Xu Lei bought for Father and Mother Jiang were not cheap. Haha, really? No one doesn't like to be thought of. The son-in-law bought so many things, which shows that he values Yuzhu and her family, so he is willing to spend so much money. Dad, this is for you. Xu Lei took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Wulianye, and 2 bags of Longjing tea. Of course, there were also gift boxes of pastries, canned fruits, and other food. Then there was a piece of clothing for Jiang's mother, a silk scarf, and a bottle of pearl cream for face. There were 8 things in total for Jiang's father and Jiang's mother. This. Why did you buy so much, kid? It's enough if you show your thoughtfulness. This. When Jiang's father saw Xu Lei taking out so many things, his mouth couldn't close. This Zhonghua cigarette costs 7 yuan a pack and 14 yuan for 2 packs. Wulianye, a good wine, costs about 3 yuan a bottle and 6 yuan for 2 bottles. There were also Longjing tea, canned fruits, gift boxes of pastries, as well as clothes, silk scarves, and oil bought for the child's mother. All together, they cost 50 or 60 yuan. The main thing is that they are not easy to sell, and you can't buy them without a ticket. Dad, this is the first time we meet, and I don't know what you like. I just bought them roughly, and I don't know if they suit your taste. Xu Lei didn't know his preferences, so he could only pick the good and most popular ones. Looking at Jiang's father's expression, he seemed quite satisfied. Xu Lei breathed a sigh of relief. It's just what I want. These are all good things. Jiang Peng's eyes widened when he saw it. This third brother-in-law is really generous. He bought so many cigarettes for Dad, so he should be able to get a box. Yuzhu, you two, why don't you stop him? It's not easy for you two to live. Jiang's father looked at his daughter Yuzhu. Isn't this what he should do? He didn't buy it for others, but you are his father-in-law. Such a beautiful daughter has married him. So, he has to treat you better. Jiang Yuzhu's jokes made Jiang's father feel very comfortable, and he said that he did not love this girl in vain. Haha, you. Only Xiao Su tolerates your temper. Xiao Su, if Yuzhu gets angry in the future, tell Dad. Father Jiang really recognized Xu Lei as his son-in-law. Mother Jiang heard Father Zhang's happy laughter in the kitchen and couldn't wait to go in to see.
What are you talking about?
You look so happy. Mom, you came at the right time. Try the clothes your son-in-law bought for you, as well as this silk scarf and pearl cream for your face.
They are all bought for you.
Jiang Yuzhu handed the things to Mother Jiang. Xiao Su, why are you so polite? Although she said so, her hands were still moving. She wiped it on the apron quickly and then took it off, for fear of dirtying the new clothes. Is it suitable for me? Is the color too bright? Mother Jiang turned around. It looks good. This color suits you. Jiang Yuzhu commented. Well, our mother is young, and this dress looks good. Xu Lei also said truthfully.
Haha, Xiao Su is really good at talking.
Mom is so old, but she is still young. Xu Lei made Jiang's mother very happy.
How could that be?
You are not old. Think about it. If you were not good-looking, how could you give birth to such a beautiful daughter like Yuzhu? Yuzhu is a combination of your and Dad's advantages, so she is so beautiful. Like mother, like daughter. Xu Lei did not lie. Jiang's mother was indeed good-looking. Even though she gave birth to 5 children, she was still beautiful among her peers. It is easy to imagine that the genes of her parents who could give birth to such a beautiful daughter like Jiang Yuzhu would not be too bad.
Haha, Mom is not bragging.
When I was young, I was so beautiful, otherwise your dad would not have chased me so persistently. Jiang's mother was praised by Xu Lei, and she did not hide it. You old woman, the children are here. What nonsense are you talking about? Go and steam the rice, the children are hungry. Jiang's father thought of his youth and felt a little embarrassed. I'll go right away, Xiao Su. Sit for a while. The meal will be served soon. Jiang's mother had a smile on her face. Brother, this is for you. Xu Lei took out a bicycle ticket. Bicycle tickets are hard to come by these days. Even if you go to exchange them, you have to spend 20 or 30 yuan. The main thing is that the supply is still insufficient to meet the demand. Xu Lei's bicycle ticket really touched Jiang Peng's heart. He was worried about this matter. Without a bicycle, it is not convenient to date his girlfriend. He also envied his colleagues who ride bicycles to and from work.
This.
Are you really giving it to me?
I
don't want it. You can give it to your younger sister. The main thing is that it is too expensive. It is not good to take such an expensive thing from someone when you first meet. Yes, you too keep this bicycle ticket. Jiang's father did not expect Xu Lei to give his eldest son a bicycle ticket. Dad, brother, don't worry, I have another one. I have saved it for you, Zhu. This one was given to me by my leader. It will be idle in my hands. It is better to give it to your brother. It will be more convenient for your brother to go to work. How could they not know that this was all an excuse to make them accept it? There is no such thing as too much. You can make 20 or 30 yuan by reselling it on the black market. Hey, big brother, take it. Haven't you always wanted a bicycle? This time, your wish has come true. Don't say that your sister doesn't miss you. Jiang Yuzhu has the memory of the original owner and knows that big brother Jiang Peng has always wanted a bicycle. When Xu Lei was getting to know the members of the Jiang family with Jiang Yuzhu, he told her everything he knew. Hee, little sister still cares about big brother. Jiang Peng happily picked up the bicycle ticket and kissed it twice. Be promising. Jiang's father rolled his eyes at his son. But Jiang's father was very satisfied with his son-in-law. Finally, there was something happy. Yuzhu had someone to take care of her, and he was relieved. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Tao came back with a lot of things. He put the things in the kitchen and rushed into the house. He saw that there were a lot of things in his brother-in-law's bag. There must be gifts for the family. Third sister, do you have a gift for me? You stinky boy, what kind of gift do you want? Jiang's father scolded. The son-in-law spent a lot of money. Yes, of course there is. Otherwise, you would have been nagging your third sister to death. Jiang Yuzhu and Jiang Tao are the closest in age. Both are the youngest in the family, so they naturally spend more time together and have a better relationship. Here, this is a gift for you. Jiang Yuzhu took out a bag of white rabbit candy and a fountain pen. Wow, are these all for me? Jiang Tao took the candy and the fountain pen. This is the fountain pen your brother-in-law picked for you. Don't neglect your studies. Wow, this is a hero fountain pen. Thank you, third brother-in-law. Jiang Tao was very happy. Study hard. You've wasted this good fountain pen of your brother-in-law. Jiang's father could naturally see that this fountain pen was not cheap. Of course. It's time for dinner, Xiaoping. Hurry up and set the table. Jiang's mother shouted outside the window. Hey, here you are. Jiang Peng went to set the table. If there were not many people at home, they would basically just make do with the table in the main hall. Now that the new son-in-law is here, we have to cook more dishes. This small table is naturally not enough. A large round table that is only used during the Chinese New Year was put up. Xu Lei was not polite, rolled up his sleeves, and followed Jiang Peng to move the table. Sanya, this is a good match. Jiang's father nodded while watching Xu Lei work. This kid is perceptive and unrestrained. His words and deeds are not bad, and he will definitely have a great future. That's right. Don't you see what your third daughter's vision is? I don't want someone to be blind and blind. Jiang Yuzhu said meaningfully. Ahem. Jiang's father didn't want to get involved in the war between his second and third daughters, so he turned around to tidy up his things as if to cover up. Jiang Yuxiu, who came out of the kitchen, heard Jiang Yuzhu's words, and her hand holding the dishes froze for a moment. Why, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for a while. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Jiang Yuxiu. Third sister, Okay. I didn't come back to quarrel with you, and I'm not in the mood to quarrel with you. I warn you, don't play tricks in front of me in the future, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to comment on the entanglement between the two sisters. This kind of thing is difficult to comment on. As a bystander, she couldn't define who was right and who was wrong in the conflict between the two sisters. You said Jiang Yuxiu was wrong, but she was just fighting for her own interests. After all, she was the one who suffered from it since she was a child. You don't allow her to resist? If you say that the original owner Jiang Yuzhu was wrong, she is not wrong. She is sweet and likable. She actively fights for what she wants for her own interests. It's not her problem that her parents are partial to her. Who wants to go to the countryside? No one wants to go to the countryside. No one is stupid. They are all for their own interests. Since she has become Jiang Yuzhu here, she will naturally respect her parents, but she is on the sidelines about her second sister Jiang Yuxiu. She will not harm her, but she will not choose to forgive her. As long as Jiang Yuxiu does not take the initiative to harm her, she will not pay attention to her and treat her as if she does not exist. But if she dares to play tricks again, don't blame her for being ruthless. It's best for the two of them to live in peace. Anyway, she is married to Xu Lei, and it is impossible for her to come back all the time. It's good to see him once a year. Yuzhu, you second. What other dishes are ready? I'll go and serve them. Jiang Yuzhu interrupted Jiang's mother. She knew that Jiang's mother naturally didn't want her two daughters to be in such a stalemate. But she couldn't pretend that nothing happened. Oh, no need for you. When did you become so diligent? Go and accompany Xiaosu. Jiang's mother felt uncomfortable when she saw that her third daughter didn't want to talk to her second daughter. The palms and backs of her hands are all her own flesh and blood. Mom, is the family coming to stay? Why did I hear that Xiao Tao went to the grocery store? Jiang Yufan walked in with a little girl. In fact, her mother-in-law heard from others that someone from the in-laws seemed to be coming. The mother-in-law was such a smart person that she immediately asked her to take the child back to her parents' home to see. Isn't it just to save the food rations for the mother and daughter to give to the grandson of the younger brother-in-law's family? Jiang Yufan didn't want to make trouble with her mother-in-law, so she took her daughter out. It happened that she hadn't been back for a while. She also heard about her brother's affairs and asked her parents what they meant. Dia, you're back at the right time. Look who's back. Jiang's mother walked over and picked up her little granddaughter. There are 5 children in the family, and now only the eldest girl gave birth to a girl. Jiang's father and mother naturally doted on their granddaughter. Third sister. Why are you back? Jiang Yufan didn't expect that it was the third sister who came back. Big sister, why don't you welcome me back? Jiang Yuzhu walked over with a smile. The eldest sister has always been very doting on her younger sister. Every time Jiang Yuzhu was lazy, it was the eldest sister who covered for her. Before the eldest sister got married, the eldest sister did all the housework. Knowing that Jiang Yuzhu was lazy and playful, she never bothered with her. "You little girl, are you really trying to me off?" Jiang Yufin was so angry that she slapped Jiang Yuzhu's ace.
Auntie.
The 3-year-old girl was at her adorable age, and her cute tone instantly melted Jiang Yuzhu's heart. "Jinjin, do you miss your auntie?" Jiang Yuzhu reached out and took her niece from her mother's arms. "I miss you so much. Aunt loves you for a long time. Here, this is white rabbit milk candy. Let's eat it after dinner. Aunt bought you a lot." Jiang Yuzhu took out 2 milk candies from her pocket and gave them to her niece. In addition to buying a bag of milk candy for the younger brother, Jiang Yuzhu also bought a bag of milk candy for her eldest sister's niece. "Child, why don't you introduce Xiao Su to your eldest sister?" "Mom, this is..." Jiang Yufin also saw Xu Lei at this time. "Yufin, this is Yuzhu's boyfriend Xu Lei. Xiao Su, this is Yuzhu's eldest sister." Jiang's mother introduced her to her eldest daughter. Jiang Yufin was stunned. Her younger sister was married. "Hello, eldest sister, I'm Xu Lei." With a smile, Xu Lei greeted his eldest sister. Yuzhu said that this eldest sister treated her very well, and Xu Lei's smile was also kind. "Hey, hello." Jiang Yufin secretly looked at her brother-in-law. He looked good, energetic, and decent. Apart from other things, he was a good match for her younger sister in terms of appearance. "You came at the right time. We can have dinner together." Jiang's mother was relieved to see her eldest daughter coming. With her eldest daughter here, the meal should not be too awkward. Jiang's mother was mainly afraid that the third girl and the second girl would quarrel again. "Come on, Xiao Su, let's eat and talk. You and Yuzhu have been on the train for so long. You must be hungry." Jiang's mother filled a big bowl of rice for her third son-in-law, fearing that Xu Lei would not be full.
Thank you, Mom.
Jiang's mother was delighted when she heard the word mom. It is true that the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Jiang Yufin saw her mother so happy, obviously very satisfied with Xu Lei as a son-in-law. "Why are you and the child here? Where is Wang Quan?" Jiang's father asked his eldest daughter. The eldest son-in-law didn't come. If he came, he would have met Xu Lei. "He hasn't got off work yet."
"Don't worry about him.
"He will probably come to pick us up after dinner." Jiang Yufin brought the child here first, without waiting for Wang Quan to get off work. She was annoyed by her mother-in-law's nagging at home. She could have some peace and quiet at her mother's house. "Let's wait for my brother-in-law for a while. Yuzhu and I ate dumplings in the car.
We are not hungry now.
We don't need to rush to eat. Let's wait for my brother-in-law. This is a rare opportunity." Xu Lei said this appropriately. Jiang's father and mother must be embarrassed to say it. Jiang Yuzhu also agreed. "Yes, let us wait for my brother-in-law. Xiao Dao, go and greet my brother-in-law, and tell him not to go home, and come here to eat directly." "Okay, I'll go right away." Jiang Tao rode Jiang's father's bicycle and left. "Okay, there are still 2 dishes in the kitchen that haven't been cooked yet. I'll go and cook them." Jiang's mother thought, "Today everything is finally ready. Let's wait for the eldest son-in-law." "Mom, I'll go, you take a break." Jiang Yufin pulled Jiang's mother and went to the kitchen by herself. "Yuxiu, come and help me." Jiang Yufin called her second sister away. Jiang Yuxiu followed her eldest sister silently and went to the kitchen together. "Haha, among the 3 girls in my family, the eldest girl is the most capable. Yuzhu has been spoiled by us parents, brothers, and sisters since she was a child. Xiaoxiu, if she does anything wrong, tell us and I will deal with her later." Jiang's mother's meaning was also very clear. "My daughter is wrong. We will say it, your in-laws can't be too much." No one expected Yuzhu to get married in the countryside. No one knows a son better than his mother. How could she not understand her daughter? It's not known how Jiang Yuzhu is doing in her in-laws' family. In rural areas, several brothers usually live with their parents, and the third girl will definitely fight with her in-laws. She is not someone who can bear grievances. Jiang's mother was also afraid that Xu Lei's relationship with her daughter would be damaged. Most of the hardships in a woman's marriage life are often caused by her husband's family. "Xiao Su, how many brothers do you have?" Jiang's father began to learn about his daughter's husband's family in detail. Xu Lei would understand what he meant. Mom and Dad, please rest assured. Although Yuzhu is living with my parents in the countryside now, it is only temporary. When I go back, I will apply to the army for my family to accompany me and will not let Yuzhu suffer any grievances. I have many brothers and sisters in my family. There are also 5 children in my family. The eldest and second brothers are already married. The eldest brother has 2 boys, the second brother has 2 girls, and the fourth brother is not married yet. There is also a little sister at home who is about the same age as Yuzhu. Xu Lei was somewhat nervous when he was mentioned about his family. After all, this is a flaw. In terms of family conditions, he is indeed not as good as Yuzhu. Yuzhu is a girl from the city. Although she has many brothers and sisters, it can be seen that she is also a more favored child at home. The Jiang family's yard is clean and tidy, and the house has everything it should have. I guess Jiang's father and mother's salary is not too low. So. Jiang's mother heard this and immediately had a rough guess in her mind. The eldest brother's family must be favored. The second brother's family are all girls, and the second child in a family is generally not favored. Xu Lei is the third child, and it's not good either. The fourth child is not married yet, and there is a younger sister. The Xu family has 4 boys and 1 girl, so this sister-in-law must be favored and not easy to mess with. She is about the same age as the daughter, so Yuzhu's relationship with her should not be too good. This sister-in-law and sister-in-law, like the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, are natural enemies. Moreover, they are of the same age. Yuzhu is outstanding, and her temper is not very good. She still understands the principle of repelling the same. In just a few words, Jiang's mother had already made a prediction in her heart. This is all life experience. Otherwise, people say that people become smarter as they get older. At this age, I have experienced a lot of things and can see many things very clearly. Xu Lei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jiang's mother's "ah." She was not satisfied.
Don't worry, Mom.
I will always stand on Yuzhu's side. Since I married her, I will be responsible for her and have the responsibility and obligation to not let her suffer any grievances. Xu Lei quickly expressed his opinion. Jiang's father nodded with satisfaction. He is a responsible child. This is better than the eldest son-in-law. At the beginning, they told their eldest daughter that Wang Quan was too honest, and their Wang family only had 2 sons. Generally, in a family with 2 sons, the eldest son suffers more, which is completely opposite to the situation in a family with many sons. In a family with many sons, the eldest son is the most valued, and the other sons are less so. But in a family with only 2 sons, the younger son is generally spoiled, and the eldest son suffers. Wang Quan's temperament is too honest and obedient, and he has no opinion. He is afraid that his daughter will have a hard time in her husband's family in the future. But the eldest daughter, Jiang Yufan, among many suitors, likes Wang Quan the most. She thinks he is gentle and careful and will definitely treat her well in the future. But after marriage, I saw my eldest daughter becoming more and more haggard, and it was because she was tired. Although Xu Lei's family was not very good, Xu Lei himself was a smart and independent person. He was also a soldier. At most, he would leave his husband's house with the army and live independently. In comparison, the difference was obvious. Mom, don't worry, your daughter will not suffer any loss wherever she goes. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care at all. I don't know how many rounds they had fought. She was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. So what if she was the heroine, the mother-in-law, or the sisters-in-law? Whoever offended her would be punished. You don't go too far. You should do your duty as a daughter-in-law. Be diligent and don't be so lazy. Jiang's father reminded his daughter. I'm not going to be a nanny for the Xu family. Whoever's job is theirs should do it. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Yuzhu would not be so stupid. You child. Jiang's mother saw that her third daughter was making trouble again, and Xu Lei was still there, so how could she talk like that? Mom, it's okay. Don't be angry. Yuzhu and I have already agreed with our family that I will give the family 10 yuan a month for household expenses. Yuzhu doesn't have to work in the fields, but she needs to help cook 2 meals at home occasionally. But don't worry, it all depends on her mood. If she doesn't want to do it, no one dares to force her. Xu Lei stopped Jiang's mother and explained. You are lucky to have met such a good child like Xu Lei. Jiang's mother was relieved when she heard that her son-in-law and daughter didn't have to work in the fields. It's good not to have to work in the fields. No matter how beautiful the face is, it won't get any better if it's exposed to the wind and sun for a long time. What she is most proud of is the face of her third daughter. It is her medal and the continuation of her past. It's okay to cook occasionally, who doesn't eat? Besides, how can you starve yourself if you cook for yourself? Her daughter will definitely not treat herself badly. Thinking of this, Jiang's mother is more relieved. Xu Lei, have a drink with Dad. We can drink while we wait. It's a good opportunity to try the wuliangye you bought for me. Father Jiang patted Xu Lei's shoulder happily. Okay, Dad, I'll pour you a glass of wine. Xu Lei knew what was good for him. He quickly opened the bottle and filled his father-in-law's glass. Jiang Yufin was busy in the kitchen while taking a look at the movements in the main hall. It was obvious that her father was very happy today and was very satisfied with Xu Lei as his son-in-law. Her Wang Quan didn't have this ability. The third sister was really lucky. Then he looked at the second sister. Yuxiu, listen to your eldest sister and find a chance to apologize to your third sister. We are sisters, and you can't just keep silent like this. Jiang Yufin felt sad when she saw the current state of her second and third sisters. They are sisters and grew up following her closely when they were young. How can she feel at ease when things turn out like this? Thinking that the second sister is the elder sister and has always been like that, she took the initiative to apologize and reconcile with the third sister, and the matter was over. You went too far in this matter. If you don't want to, just say it out, and we can find a solution together. Why do we have to make it like this? Can sisters still get along? Jiang Yufin didn't expect that her second sister would end up like this. By the time she knew about it, it was already a foregone conclusion that her third sister would go to the countryside. Jiang Yuxiu bit her lower lip when she heard what her eldest sister said, with big tears in her eyes. Sister, you all support Yuxiu. Have you ever thought about my feelings? I have a heart made of flesh and blood. I feel pain too. From childhood to adulthood, you all favor Yuxiu, not letting her do any work and pampering her. But have you forgotten that I am only 1 year older than her? Why should I work when she doesn't? Why should I go to the countryside when she doesn't have to? I am also afraid of life in the countryside, and I also long to stay in the city. Jiang Yuxiu spoke out her grievances. She had had enough for so many years. What's wrong with her not wanting to go to the countryside? Why do you all blame her? As daughters of the Jiang family, why can't Yuxiu go to the countryside, but she is right to go to the countryside? Is it because she is not as popular as Yuxiu? She should go to the countryside to suffer. She doesn't want to. It's scary to think about it. What if? What if she can't come back? Besides, if she leaves, there will be no possibility for her to be with Brother Xian.
You.
Jiang Yufin looked at her tearful second sister, and she felt bad.
We didn't mean that.
We didn't think you were more capable than Yuxiu. You're still her elder sister. From childhood to adulthood, I've always given in to her. I've always cleaned up the mess she didn't do. Should I give in to her all my life? Jiang Yuxiu's accusation left Jiang Yufin speechless. In fact, they really didn't mean it. The main reason was that the two of them had very different personalities, and they always unconsciously ignored the second sister. The third sister was sweet and eloquent, but she was also tough and unwilling to suffer losses. The second sister was taciturn and more obedient, and she would do whatever she was told to do. Because everyone knew that Jiang Yuxiu was not easy to mess with, they would naturally coax Yuxiu more. So all along, the second sister had always given in to anything. As the eldest sister in the family and the first child of Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Yufin was not lacking in parental love. So she couldn't understand Jiang Yuxiu's feelings. Because she was the eldest daughter in the family, she was also a child born with great expectations. Parents in the novice village always give all their attention to the first child. Later, as the children were born one by one, although this love was divided into several parts. But the first one is always different. This is also the reason why Jiang Yuxiu feels the loneliest. She feels that she is the least favored one among the 5 children, and she feels very aggrieved. When Jiang's mother came to the kitchen, she heard what her second daughter said. Okay, no one asked you to give in to Yuzhu all your life. Look how aggrieved you are. I don't know what you did before. Wipe your tears. Today is a great day when your sister and brother-in-law come back. Don't make everyone unhappy. Jiang's mother wanted to get angry, but she held back. The son-in-law is here. Don't make a fool of himself. She felt bad too. There are so many children, so many things to do. She has so much to worry about. After thinking for a while, he looked at Jiang Yuxiu and said, Jiang Yuxiu, I admit that I am sometimes partial and love Yuzhu more. But you only see our preference for her. Have you ever thought about why? Yuzhu has many shortcomings. She is lazy, greedy, unreasonable, and even a little selfish. But she never wrongs herself and will bravely express what she wants. In this regard, you children, including your elder brother and sister, are not as good as Yuzhu. You don't even dare to fight for what you want. Why do you complain that we, as parents, don't give it to you?
There are so many children in the family.
Do I have to coax and ask them one by one? If you have something to say, can't you say it out? You have to let others guess. Who has the time to guess your thoughts one by one? If you dare to say it out loud about going to the countryside, things won't end up like this. Do you know how much effort your father and I have put in to make you suffer less when you go to the countryside? We have already arranged everything for you. We have discussed with your great-grandfather and uncle to let you live in the Jiang family's hometown and do some easy work. We will find an opportunity for you to come back in the future. But you filled out the form without permission and sent your sister to a place where she was unfamiliar with the place. Did you know that your sister almost died there? If it weren't for Xu Lei, your sister. Jiang's mother choked up. Fortunately, your sister is fine, and she has met such a good partner. If your sister really drowned in the countryside, will you be able to live with your conscience for the rest of your life? Check your own conscience. Have I not provided you with enough food and clothing for all these years? Generally speaking, the things you 3 sisters have are almost the same. You are sensitive, don't like to express yourself, and always have wild thoughts. I can ignore it, but think about it carefully. Why do people prefer Yuzhu when we are all sisters? Don't you reflect on yourself? Yuzhu will come to cheer me up when I am sad, pour me water and get medicine when I am not feeling well, act coquettishly and ask for a hug, and cry to me for what she wants. What about you? This rhetorical question made Jiang Yuxiu speechless. Yes, what about her? She also envied Yuzhu. She also wanted to hug her mother's neck and act like a spoiled child like her, and throw things on the ground when she was unhappy, but she didn't dare. The kitchen was silent. Mother Jiang calmed down and left with the dishes. Jiang Yufan sighed and patted her second sister on the shoulder. She hoped that her second sister could think more open-mindedly and not always get stuck in a rut. They were all brothers and sisters from the same mother, so how could they care so much? Their parents were good enough to them. For the sake of the 3 sisters, many daughters of nearby neighbors were exchanged for betrothal gifts to marry their sons. The 3 sisters in their family were really blessed. Jiang Yuxiu washed her face and sorted out her emotions. The whole family sat around the table. Mother Jiang pulled her daughter and kept asking about life in the countryside. Jiang Yuzhu shared her achievements with her mother. The mother and daughter were chatting enthusiastically, one scolding and the other proud. I'm back. Jiang Tao brought his eldest brother-in-law over. Wang Quan, come and introduce you. This is Yuzhu's boyfriend Xu Lei. He brought Yuzhu back to see us today. It's a good opportunity for you all to come and meet him. Jiang's mother knew that her eldest son-in-law was not good at socializing, so she hurried to introduce him. Hello, brother-in-law. Wang Quan quickly stretched out his hand to shake hands with Xu Lei. Brother-in-law, we will be a family from now on. You are my senior, and I have to learn from you.
Xu Lei joked. No.
Wang Quan was a little embarrassed. Yes, you 2 sit next to each other. Jiang's father invited his eldest son-in-law to sit over. Come on, let's eat quickly. Xu Lei said that he would wait for you, the eldest brother-in-law, to come back before he started eating. He has been hungry all the time. Jiang's mother picked up a lot of dishes for Xu Lei. Sorry, Mom, I got off work a little late today. If Wang Quan hadn't had his brother-in-law come to find him, he wouldn't have known that his wife had gone to his father-in-law's house.
Eat, don't be polite.
We were in a hurry today and didn't have time to make dumplings. Tomorrow I'll go buy some meat and we'll make dumplings. Jiang's mother was very happy and started to make dumplings. Mom, don't bother so much. Home-cooked meals are good. Xu Lei was afraid that Yu's family would spend too much money. Well, that's impossible. You finally came back. I don't know when we'll meet next time.
Stay a few more days this time.
Mom will make delicious food for you every day. Jiang's mother was reluctant to let her go. The third girl said she would get married. How can being a girl be the same as being a wife? Oh, Mom, it's okay. If you don't bother me, I can come back to stay with you for a few days every once in a while. Anyway, I don't have anything to do at home. Jiang Yuzhu liked Jiang's father and mother very much. She could see that they were really good to the original owner. This child, I wish you lived in your mother's house every day. The child was getting older and farther away from his parents. There were 5 children in the family, but they left them one by one. The eldest daughter got married. Although they lived not far from each other, they all lived their own lives after marriage. How can they always go back to their parents' home? The eldest son works during the week and can only be seen at night. But when he comes home, he stays in his room. Now he has a girlfriend and spends his rest time with his wife. It seems that they are about to start a family. The second child is even worse. He is like a gourd with a sawed mouth. There is no way to talk to him. The youngest son is at the age of being naughty. He is not at home all day. The half-grown child always makes her angry. Among these children, Yuzhu is the closest to her. Even if she beats and scolds him, he will not be angry and will still stick to her. Jiang's mother likes to talk to the third daughter the most when she has something to say. Not only can she give some advice, but she can also coax her and make her feel better. Everyone says that she is partial. Why don't you say that Yuzhu is the most considerate? Isn't she partial? Well, I can't stay at home anymore, so I'll come back to accompany you, but you have to leave a room for me, or I'll have no place to live if my new sister-in-law comes in. Jiang Yuzhu said bluntly, not at all shy. Jiang Peng was shocked when he heard this, and quickly expressed his attitude. How could that be? This is your home forever, and you can come back whenever you want. Mom, you heard everything. You have to testify for me. If you dare to deny it, I'll deal with him. Jiang Yuzhu threatened. Little sister, you underestimate your big brother too much. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Peng was speechless. Look at what he said. The brother-in-law and the sister-in-law are here. Huh. You can't tell now, but you'll know when the time comes. This man was pretty good before he got married. After getting married, most of the time, it really depends on the character of the wife. Mom, look at my little sister. Jiang Peng looked at Jiang's mother. Humph. Why are you looking at me?
Your sister is right.
Mother Jiang felt relieved because her daughter said what she wanted to say. Jiang Peng knew that her mother was angry because of the request made by Nana's mother. But this had nothing to do with Nana. It was all her mother's idea. Okay, let us talk after dinner. Father Jiang didn't want to mention this matter at the dinner table. When Jiang Yuzhu heard this, oh, what's going on? Curiously, she pointed at Mother Jiang beside her. Mom, what's going on? Eat first, I'll tell you after dinner. Mother Jiang also wanted to talk to her daughter about these troubles. She was so depressed. But now at the dinner table, she didn't want to mention it, so as not to delay everyone's meal. Come on, Xu Lei, eat more. You soldiers have a big appetite. Don't pretend. Mother Jiang picked up a big bowl of vegetables for Xu Lei, which was so high that it looked like a small mountain. Mom, how can that be? I'm home now. Yeah, the food you cook is delicious. Xu Lei certainly wouldn't fail to give face to his mother-in-law and ate with extra relish. Jiang's mother was happy just seeing that. How could such a tall boy not eat less? Mom, you are so partial. My own son doesn't even get the same treatment as his brother-in-law. Jiang Peng was jealous. His mother really loves his third sister so much that her third sister's husband is popular now. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I? He looked in the direction of his eldest and second daughters with a guilty conscience. He quickly picked up some food for his eldest son-in-law. Wang Quan, you should eat more too. You work so hard. Wang Quan was flattered to take the food. Thank you, Mom. Xu Lei picked up the wine glass. Mom and Dad, I want to toast you a glass. Thank you for raising Yuju and raising her so well, and please rest assured that I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. I'll drink this glass. You guys are free to do as you please. He finished the glass of wine. Okay, Yuju, we are relieved to have you. Father Jiang drank the same as his son-in-law. The next glass of wine. I toast to my eldest brother, eldest sister, brother-in-law, second sister, and younger brother, wishing we can become a family. Xu Lei took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere at the table. People come and go, and become more and more familiar with each other, and someone has to take the first step. Usually at home, Xu Lei would not take the lead. But this is at his father-in-law's house. Xu Lei must behave well and not embarrass his wife. Okay, well said, let's have a drink together. Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere became heated. The meal lasted more than 2 hours. Father Jiang kept drinking with his 2 sons-in-law. Dad, don't drink anymore. Wang Quan has to go to work tomorrow. If we drink more, the 3 of us won't be able to go back. Seeing that several men were still drinking, Jiang Yufan hurried over to persuade them. Seeing this, Mother Jiang also stopped them and said, Okay, it's late now, the eldest son should go back. I'll make dumplings tomorrow and let them come over to continue eating. Okay then. Father Jiang let the 2 sons-in-law go. Jiang Yufan helped Mother Jiang clean up the kitchen, and the family of 3 left, with the things given by Jiang Yuju and Xu Lei. In addition to buying a bag of white rabbit milk candy for the children, she also bought a silk scarf for the eldest sister. Of course, Jiang Yuxiu also had one. It can't be that everyone has gifts, but only Jiang Yuxiu doesn't have one. Xu Lei can't do it this way. No matter what happened between Jiang Yuju and Jiang Yuxiu, as his brother-in-law, he couldn't exclude one person when buying gifts for Jiang's family. From Xu Lei's perspective, to some extent, he should thank Jiang Yuxiu. If she hadn't changed the person who went to the countryside to Yuju, Xu Lei would never have met Jiang Yuju in his life. This is what is called fate. The courtyard of the Jiang family is a standard quadrangle. This courtyard was bought by Grandpa Jiang after tightening his belt and gritting his teeth. It has been renovated many times. It must be said that Grandpa Jiang's foresight left valuable resources to Father Jiang. Although the courtyard is not big, it is small but complete. There are 3 main rooms, 3 east and west wing rooms, a small kitchen and a bathroom. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang only have 1 son, Father Jiang, and the 2 old people left early, so this courtyard is only for the Jiang family, and there are no other brothers and sisters. There are 5 children in the Jiang family. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang live in the east of the main room, and Jiang Peng and his younger brother Jiang Tao originally lived in the west. The east and west wing rooms are for 3 girls, 1 each. Later, when the eldest sister Jiang Yufan got married, Jiang Peng moved to the east wing. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang also saved the east room for their son to marry a wife. So Jiang Yuxiu and Jiang Yuju lived in the west wing. Now Jiang Yuju has returned with her boyfriend. Jiang Yuxiu went to her younger brother Jiang Tao's room and drove him to her older brother's place. Your second sister has made room for you. You and Xu Lei should live in your original room these days. Jiang's mother was diligent and kept the house spotless. Even if Jiang Yuju hadn't been home for a while, the room was still very clean and tidy. Jiang Yuju pouted her lips. She was very considerate. Mom, can you tell me what's going on with my older brother? Jiang Yuju guessed that something must have happened during her absence. Hey, what else could it be? Your older brother has a girlfriend. They don't need a dowry for marriage, but the only condition is that you have a formal job. Yuju, you don't know, Mom is getting angry. Tell me, aren't the Xue family too much? They're eyeing my job. They're a little too long-handed. Jiang's mother complained to her daughter. What? Jiang Yuju said loudly. She's out of her mind. Isn't that girl called Nana? I never liked her. She's so fake. Only my eldest brother, that idiot, was fooled by her. No, this is absolutely not okay. How can her daughter be so noble and still be thinking about her mother-in-law's job? She hasn't even entered our Jiang family yet, and she's already started to make trouble? Jiang Yuzhu spoke crazily. Jiang's mother nodded frequently after hearing her daughter's words. She thought so too. But she couldn't resist her eldest son's love for her. If she wasn't afraid that her son would be too sad, she would have turned against him long ago. Xu Lei tried hard to make eye contact, but couldn't stop her. Ahem, little sister, I think. Jiang Peng came over to bring Jiang Yuzhu a pot of hot water. After hearing what his little sister said, he didn't know whether to go in or leave. Shut up, I ask you, your girlfriend Nana. What do you think when she puts forward such a condition? You have to have her? Jiang Yuzhu put her hands on her waist and pointed at her eldest brother Jiang Peng.
No.
No, isn't this a discussion? Jiang Peng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't agree at first, but when he saw Nana's tearful face, his heart softened. And Nana also said that they would be filial to their parents in the future. She was young, so it didn't matter if she worked a little harder so that Jiang's mother could enjoy life at home. They both worked together to earn money to support the family. Jiang Peng didn't think it was a big deal, so he told his parents when he got home. What are you talking about? You just let the Xue family do whatever they want. Do you have any brains? Have you ever thought about it? If the job is given to the Xue family, what will happen if the job is taken by the Xue family's brothers? It will be a waste of time. Look how angry you are to our mother. Can you be more ambitious? Besides, my mother's job is her confidence for retirement. She got it through her own efforts. She's been working for decades. Why does she just want it without any shame? She doesn't have the ability to find a job. She just knows how to pick up ready-made ones. How can she be so beautiful, like a fairy? In her impression, Jiang Yuzhu didn't like this girl called Xue Nana. In her words, it was a pot of tea. Jiang's mother felt relieved when she heard her daughter stand up for her. Among the 5 children in the family, only Yuzhu would protect her like this. Xiaoping, you've heard what your sister said. It's not that mom doesn't agree with you getting married, but the conditions of the Xue family are too harsh. You can go back and ask them if they can change the conditions. Jiang Peng heard what his mother and sister said. What else can he do? He can discuss it with someone tomorrow. Okay, then I'll discuss it with Nana. Jiang Yuzhu was furious when she saw her eldest brother's cowardly look. Mom, can you please stop pampering your eldest brother? It's time like this. What are you waiting for if you don't scold him? Ahem. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu began to attack indiscriminately, Xu Lei hurried to stop her. Jiang's mother was so angry that she laughed. You still have the nerve to talk about your eldest brother. I spoiled your bad temper. Look, you're still protecting him. When the day comes when you are bullied by your daughter-in-law, let's see who will stand up for you. Jiang Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Jiang's mother. You naughty girl, I think you just came back to me off. Jiang's mother poked Jiang Yuzhu's forehead with her finger. No, I'm your most beloved little cotton-padded jacket. Jiang Yuzhu hugged Jiang's mother's arm. Jiang's mother smiled and touched Jiang Yuzhu's head. Okay, you and Xu Lei should go to bed early. If you have anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Xu Lei, if you need anything, just tell me. Jiang's mother stood up. Okay, Mom, you should go to bed early too. You've worked so hard to cook such a big table of dishes. This child, why are you being so polite? Jiang's mother felt very relieved. After Jiang's mother left, Jiang Yuzhu kicked Xu Lei. What did you want to say just now? Xu Lei caught Jiang Yuzhu's kick and took off his shoes with a doting look on his face. He is your elder brother after all. Give him some face. Then he turned and walked towards the basin rack. Which one is the foot basin? The lower one is for washing feet, and the upper one is for washing face. Jiang Yuzhu pointed. Jiang Yuzhu watched Xu Lei busying himself, and came over with 2 basins of water. He soaked her feet in the basin, then wrung out the water from the towel in the basin and wiped her face. Who told him to be so stupid? I think there must be something wrong with Xue Nana. After all, the Jiang family is her mother's family. If they are not doing well, she will feel bad too. I'll see tomorrow what's going on with the Xue family. Jiang Yuzhu wanted to meet Xue Nana. Okay, I'll accompany you. Xu Lei saw that Jiang Yuzhu wanted to take care of it to the end, so of course, he had to accompany his wife. Otherwise, what if his wife suffered a loss? You are the best. By the way, let me see the part on your back. Is it seriously injured? Jiang Yuzhu remembered that Xu Lei blocked the hot water for her on the train. It's okay, don't worry about it. Xu Lei was used to being rough and didn't care about these things. There was a burning sensation at the time, probably because it turned red, but it was not a big problem.
No.
Come here, let me see, Jiang Yuzhu said coquettishly. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu was not giving up, Xu Lei walked up to her and took off his clothes. His wheat-colored abdominal muscles were exposed. They were angular, with clear lines, strong and powerful. Every muscle contained strength. Jiang Yuzhu blushed and felt hot. Who wants to see you? Turn around. Xu Lei saw that his wife's face was blushing, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was still attractive to his wife. He took Jiang Yuzhu's hand and put it on his abdominal muscles. He approached. Woo-woo. The eldest sister Jiang Yufin and her family were pushing bicycles on the way home. Are you okay? Jiang Yufin held her daughter and looked at her husband, whose face was red, and he was staggering. He had indeed drunk a lot today. It's okay, I'm fine, but Dad has drunk a lot of wine with his brother-in-law today.
Bangkuan Burpat.
Looking at his wife holding her drowsy daughter, he wanted to take her over and said, Are you tired? Let me hold the child.
No, I'll hold it, you just push the bike.
Jiang Yufin was worried about leaving her daughter to her drunken husband. Dad is happy, but I didn't expect Yuzhu to get married so soon. Jiang Yufin lamented that her sister got married too suddenly. She said she would bring the person back, and she did. She is worthy of being Jiang Yuzhu. Only Jiang Yuzhu in their family dared to do such a thing. In her impression, the younger sister was still a willful child who got married as soon as she said she would. It's fate for the two of us, just like us back then. Wang Quan leaned closer to his wife. Jiang Yufin glanced at Wang Quan. Don't talk nonsense. My daughter is still here. Before Wang Quan could speak, a beam of light shone over from the opposite side. Why did you two come back so late? The old lady of the Wang family shone a flashlight in the direction of her son and daughter-in-law. Mom, Wang Quan drank too much. Let's walk slowly. Jiang Yufin saw her mother-in-law and subconsciously frowned. Hurry up, we are waiting for you two to come back, so that we can close the door and go to sleep. Old Lady Wang urged the two. Jiang Yufin tightly grasped the gift given to her by her sister. Mom, next time you don't have to wait for us. Just leave the door open for us. Mom, you go back and rest. Wang Quan locked the bicycle and took his wife into the yard. Old Lady Wang stared at the things in Jiang Yufin's hand. What guests came from the in-laws? My third sister brought her boyfriend back to meet the family. Mom, then we will go back. The child is asleep, and I am afraid of waking her up. Jiang Yufin held her daughter and was about to go to her own room.
Wait.
What's in your hand? What delicious food do you have? Bring some to Tianbao. Tianbao has been waiting for a long time. Old Mrs. Wang said unceremoniously. In her opinion, the things of her daughter-in-law are the things of their Wang family. A little girl doesn't need to eat so well. If there are such good things, it is better to give them to Tianbao, who is the root of their Wang family. It's nothing. This is a silk scarf my sister bought for me. It's not food. Wang Quan, go into the house and spread the quilt. Jiang Yufin ignored her mother-in-law. She called her husband into the house directly. Wang Quan looked at his daughter-in-law and then at his own mother. Mom, it's too late. Let's go back to sleep. You! Old Mrs. Wang wanted to shout, but she was afraid of waking up her grandson. The grandson made a fuss for a long time in order to wait for his aunt to come back and bring delicious food. It was not easy to coax him to sleep. Thinking of getting some food from her daughter-in-law to coax the eldest grandson tomorrow. Unexpectedly, her daughter-in-law dared to turn her face away from her. Old Mrs. Wang also went back to her room with a sullen face. Jiang Yufin entered the room and put the things in the cabinet. I tell you, Wang Quan, if you dare to take the things away from your mother and let your nephew eat them, you are not worthy of being Jinjin's father. Every time there is something delicious, it is snatched away by your mother. I've had enough. What's wrong with girls? I can't eat delicious food? Then why should I raise a son for your brother for the baby I gave birth to with so much difficulty? If your brother's child wants to eat, buy it yourself. Jiang Yufin has been aggrieved for a long time. Originally, the mother-in-law was partial to Wang Quan's younger brother Wang'an. Later, she gave birth to a girl, and her sister-in-law gave birth to a boy, and the mother-in-law became more partial. She was too lazy to even save face, and was partial without any cover. Now she knows why her parents advised her to think carefully. They said that the Wang family is too suitable for her. Although Wang Quan is a good person, he is probably too soft-tempered and can't beat his mother. Living together in the future, she will definitely suffer. She didn't think so. She was living with this person, not with his mother. Facts have proved that she was too naive. After marriage, she found that her mother-in-law's kindness before marriage was all a disguise. Wang Quan was not as favored as his brother at home, and she suffered losses everywhere. It's not that she regretted it. After all, Wang Quan was really good to her and the child. But life was just depressing. I won't do this, Yufin. Don't be angry. This was bought by Xinjin's aunt, and no one can take it away. Wang Quan coaxed his wife. He also knew that his wife was wronged by him, but she was his biological mother. What could he do? If you dare to treat us badly, I will take Xinjin back to my parents' home and live by yourself. Jiang Yufin didn't want to pay attention to Wang Quan and took her daughter to bed. She said this every time. Jiang's family. Dad, I think Xu Lei is a good kid. Jiang's mother lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Thinking back to Xu Lei's performance today, she was very satisfied. She is so old now. Can't you tell if she is pretending? Xu Lei takes his daughter to heart and values her very much. Therefore, he also values their Yu family. It's not because Xu Lei buys a lot of things, but it can be seen from this how much the son-in-law values Yu family. If he is stingy even when buying things for Yu family, there is no need to think about how he will treat Yuzhu. Whether a man is willing to spend money on a woman can show how much he cares about this woman. Where the money is, there is love. Love is not just an empty talk. It depends on what he does. Just now, Jiang's mother saw Xu Lei pouring water for foot washing. Such a man is too rare. Which man is not like a master, waiting to be served by a woman? Xu Lei, this child, looks tall and big, but very careful. It can be said that except for the poor conditions at home, there is nothing to pick. Not asleep yet. Jiang's father also opened his eyes. He was drunk, but not to the point of being confused. He had made Xu Lei drink so much wine today, just to see what kind of character this kid has after drinking. It is said that to see a man's character, you have to see how he behaves after being drunk. Men know men. Jiang's father made this new son-in-law drink a lot tonight. How can I sleep? With so many things happening at home, how could Jiang's mother sleep? Jiang's father was silent for a moment. Yuzhu is a blessed child. I said, this child has been lucky since she was a child. People say that lazy people have lazy blessings, and I think it's right. Jiang's mother recalled that everything about Jiang Yuzhu from childhood to adulthood was smooth. Now she has a good marriage, which comforts her heart. Otherwise, she has been worried about what will happen to this child in the countryside, not to mention her personality, whether she can get along with everyone. Yuzhu's appearance is enough to make her worry. Since ancient times, beautiful girls have had a bad fate. This is also the reason why Jiang's mother doesn't want Yuzhu to go to the countryside. Although Yuzhu's appearance is also pretty, it is far inferior to Yuzhu's. Obviously, with Yuzhu's beautiful appearance, many people will miss her when she goes to the countryside. She is very lucky that Yuzhu met Xu Lei. If she was missed by a gangster in the countryside, she dare not think. Fortunately, this child is blessed. Yuzhu's child. Jiang's father hesitated. Anyway, I have said everything I should say. If she still sticks to a dead end, I can't do anything. Jiang's mother didn't know how to treat her second daughter. She was not the kind of mother who spoke softly. There were so many things at home and so many children. How could she take care of each of them? She thought she was a qualified mother. She never thought of selling her daughter to make money for the bride price. She didn't treat any of them harshly. The food, clothing, and food were all similar, and she would not buy for one child and not for the other children. She didn't know what she had done to make her second daughter think that she only loved Yuzhu. I can assure you that she is worried about all 5 children. It's just that Yuju is good at expressing herself and is willing to be close to her, so Jiang's mother naturally interacts with Yuju the most. Jiang's father thought about it and said, "Forget it. As parents, we have done our duty by raising them to this age.
The rest
Depends on them. We can't take care of them for the rest of their lives. Go to sleep. Don't think about it. Your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings." The next morning, Xu Lei got up early to exercise and bought breakfast. "Mom, Dad, good morning. I went out to exercise and saw that these fried dough sticks were good, so I bought them." "Mom, don't make breakfast." Xu Lei put the fried dough sticks and soy milk he bought on the table. "Don't buy this kid next time. It's not a big deal to make some porridge." Jiang's mother smiled and put the fried dough sticks in a large basin, and then took a few large bowls to fill with soy milk. This kid is really good at handling things. Jiang's mother couldn't help but sigh if her eldest son-in-law was half as good as Xu Lei. Yuju hasn't gotten up yet. Jiang's mother looked towards Jiang Yuju's room. "Well, Mom and Dad, big brother and second sister, let's eat first. Don't worry about her. She will get up when she has enough sleep." Xu Lei knew that his wife couldn't get up so early. This girl, she's married, but she's still so ignorant. In front of her son-in-law, Jiang's mother had to say something about her daughter. "Mom, let her sleep. She doesn't need to do anything at home anyway. She can get up whenever she wants."
Xu Lei smiled.
His wife doesn't need to work in the fields, so why should she get up so early? There is no need to make herself tired for the eyes of others. Even if his wife does nothing, he can afford to support her. "Look how you spoil her." Jiang's mother scolded with a smile. "Mom, look at what you said. If my man doesn't spoil me, who else can he spoil?" Jiang Yuju suddenly changed her sleeping place, feeling a little uncomfortable. Jiang's mother's voice was so loud, how could she sleep anymore? She stretched and came out. "Since you're up, come and eat quickly." Jiang's mother shook her head helplessly. It's true that people have their own fates. The young couple is willing to fight and suffer, and she doesn't care. "I'll brush my teeth first, you eat first." Jiang Yuju won't eat without brushing her teeth, feeling uncomfortable. "You are so particular." Jiang's mother ignored Yuju and served Xu Lei a big bowl of soy milk. "Let's eat, and then go to work." Jiang's mother urged her eldest son and second daughter. Jiang's father, eldest brother Jiang and second sister all had to go to work. Jiang's mother asked for 2 days off from the factory. With the new son-in-law coming, how could there be no one at home? Besides, we have to make dumplings today. By the way, eldest brother, call your Nana over at noon. Let's have a meal together. Jiang Yuju wanted to meet her.
I'll ask.
Jiang Peng lowered his head and quickly ate the fried dough sticks in his hand. Jiang's mother thought about it and nodded. "Yes, while your sister is here, it's just right that our family is all together. Call her over to have a meal together." "Okay then." Jiang Peng felt a little uneasy. Why was he so nervous when his younger sister got involved in this matter? He pushed his second sister aside, wanting her to say something for him. But although Jiang Yuxiu doesn't like to talk, she is not stupid. She won't get involved in such things. She has already had a fight with her younger sister, and they haven't reconciled yet. She won't be stupid enough to move the war to herself. At this moment, she is a transparent person. No matter, no question, no participation, adhering to the 3 no principle. Jiang Peng saw that the second sister actually avoided, and his eyes were wide open. This conscienceless person. Did she forget that when she and the younger sister fought before, it was him who helped her to block the younger sister, and it was also he who helped her to block the anger of her biological mother? Jiang Yuxiu silently said in her heart that she was sorry for her eldest brother. The arm can't twist the thigh.
The person is small and weak.
Don't worry, I can't eat your future daughter-in-law. Jiang's mother was so angry that her heart ached when she saw her eldest son's small movements. This is protecting his shortcomings. It's really a waste of raising him for more than 20 years. Looking at Xu Lei again, she felt a little comforted. Fortunately, she not only has a son, but also a daughter. Otherwise, she would be depressed to death. "Oh, Mom, What are you talking about? I'll go find Nana and talk to her and send her to work. Jiang Peng quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and left in a hurry. Mom and Dad, I have to go to work too. Jiang Yuxiu saw the opportunity and left. Okay, let's go one by one, two by two. It doesn't make me worry at all. Jiang's mother was worried when she thought about it. One by one, who else? Jiang Yuxiu chewed the fried dough sticks in her mouth and asked Jiang's mother in confusion. Then she thought about it. Jiang Yuxiu, she has this ability? In Jiang Yuxiu's impression, the second sister Jiang Yuxiu has always been a good girl, honest and well-behaved, silent, hiding in the house all day, and no one knows what she's doing. Apart from filling in her name on the list of people going to the countryside, this earth-shaking event, she has not done anything extraordinary. Humph, the things that honest people do can make people angry to death. She is not making a sound, but she will make a big splash. Jiang's mother sighed. Jiang Yuxiu saw that Jiang's mother looked tired and old in an instant, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, the old lady can still use polite words. She hugged Jiang's mother. You dead girl. You dare to tease your mother. Jiang's mother was so angry that she slapped her ace a few times. Don't be serious. I'm just kidding. Mom, seriously, what's wrong with Jiang Yuxiu? Why did so many things happen at home when I was not here? Jiang Yuxiu didn't expect that so many things happened in the Jiang family. Yuxiu, thanks to you coming back, Mom was almost mad at them. Jiang's mother was also aggrieved. Why are there not a few children who are worry-free? Tell me quickly. I will teach them a lesson. Jiang Yuxiu pulled Jiang's mother into the house to talk in detail. Jiang Peng left home and went straight to Shue's house. Shui Nana had been waiting at the door for a while. Why are you so late today? Shui Nana was a little unhappy. I'm sorry, Nana. I came out late today. Jiang Peng couldn't say it. He was afraid to face her.
That.
What's wrong with you today? Why are you hesitating? Shui Nana saw that Jiang Peng seemed to have something to say. By the way, what did your family say about the last proposal? Shui Nana carefully observed Jiang Peng's expression. Jiang Peng's face suddenly looked a little bad. Shui Nana thought to herself, what her mother said was indeed right. The Jiang family would not agree so easily. This matter still needs to be negotiated. She immediately changed her attitude and took Jiang Peng's arm. Brother Peng, I am also doing this for our future. Think about it. Letting your mother retire will give her a good rest. She is so old and has worked hard all her life. It's time for her to enjoy her life. I will take this position. It will be a good thing for everyone. It's not like it was given to someone else. You are the eldest son of the Jiang family and the eldest son. You should get most of the Jiang family's property. Your eldest sister has already married, and only your two younger sisters are left. They will also leave home in the future. Your brother is still so young, and it's up to the two of us to support the family. Don't you think so? Shui Nana looked at Jiang Peng expectantly. Jiang Peng couldn't help but nod, but shook his head. Thinking of the words his younger sister scolded him last night, Jiang Peng was still frightened. If he really dared to do this, his younger sister would not forgive him. Nana, my little sister is back home to visit her family. My mom is making dumplings today, so it's a good opportunity for you to come over and have dinner with her. Jiang Peng said, then looked at Shui Nana's face. Your little sister, didn't she go to the countryside? How come she's back so soon? Shui Nana had heard of Jiang Yuxiu from the Jiang family. She was famous for her looks. There was no one around who didn't know Jiang Yuxiu, the third daughter of the Jiang family. But Jiang Yuxiu was not only known for her beauty, but her temper was said to be quite strong. In Shui Nana's opinion, she was just relying on her beauty to be spoiled. I thought that they had gone to the countryside and would never come back. There was no example of girls who went to the countryside nearby coming back. Basically, everyone knew that it would be difficult to return to the city after going to the countryside. Especially for girls, it was very likely that they would marry an ordinary rural person. That's why everyone would try their best not to go to the countryside. When Jiang Yuxiu went to the countryside, everyone felt sorry for her. Such a beautiful girl would have to live in the countryside for the rest of her life. It was a waste of her looks. My younger sister got married in the countryside and brought her partner back to see us. It's a good opportunity for you to go and see him. Jiang Peng touched the back of his head shyly. When he thought that Nana was going to marry him and be his wife, Jiang Peng felt hot in his heart. Xuan Nana must be pretty to make Jiang Peng miss her so much. Otherwise, how could Jiang Peng lose his mind? He only wanted to marry her home. Big eyes, thin lips, but not very white skin. I don't want to see her. Xuan Nana looked disgusted. What's so good about seeing two rural people? In her opinion, Jiang Yuzhu is not to be feared. If Jiang Yuzhu had not gone to the countryside, she would have wanted to please her. After all, Jiang Yuzhu is also a favored existence in the Jiang family. If the relationship is good, it will be good for her. But now Jiang Yuzhu is already a peasant woman. What is there to please? I guess she found an honest man in the countryside to marry. She must be unable to bear the rural life, so she had to marry a local farmer. Don't, Nana, my mother specially made dumplings and asked you to go over and try them. Jiang Peng held Xuan Nana's hand and didn't let go. Xuan Nana was indeed a little greedy when she thought of dumplings. Their family conditions are not as good as the Jiang family, so the food is naturally not as good as the Jiang family. It's not easy to eat dumplings. Okay, remember to pick me up at noon. Xuan Nana finally agreed. Okay. Jiang Peng was very happy. He sent Xuan Nana to work first, and then he went to work. Xuan Nana's current job is a temporary worker in the canteen of the textile factory. Usually, she is responsible for basic work such as washing vegetables, washing dishes, and cleaning. This job is to temporarily replace the position of an aunt. The aunt's daughter-in-law gave birth to a child, a big grandson, and needed to stay at home to take care of the confinement, but she was reluctant to delay for 2 months. So she came up with a way to find someone to temporarily replace her. But she had to be paid 5 yuan a month. The salary for this job was not high, 18 yuan a month. After deducting 5 yuan, she could only get 13 yuan a month. But Xuan Nana was still willing to do it. Of course, it was because she had a job so she could avoid going to the countryside. No matter if she was temporary or formal, as long as she had a job, she could avoid going to the countryside. In addition to having a job, there was also the way to get married. This is why Xuan Nana had to have a job. With a job, you have the capital to make a living in the city. Jiang's mother is a skilled worker in a textile factory, and her monthly salary adds up to more than 40 yuan. Xuan Nana is of course envious. Among many candidates, Xuan Nana chose Jiang Peng, naturally, because of the conditions of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Peng can't compare with those cadres' children. But the Jiang family is not bad. There is a yard of their own. Although there are many brothers and sisters, 3 of them are girls, and they all have to get married. There is only one younger brother who fights for the family property, and he is still young. Jiang's father and mother have high salaries, and they will enjoy a good life when they get married. Of course, there is another reason. The person she wants to marry doesn't marry her. She can only find another family quickly. On the other hand, Jiang Yuxiu went straight to the garment factory after leaving home. She is now a worker in the garment factory. If it weren't for Brother Xian, she wouldn't be able to get this job. It was Brother Xian who told her the news and recommended her. After Jiang Yuzhu went to the countryside, Jiang Yuxiu quickly went through the entry procedures and got her own job. Xiu. Feng Xian stood in the alley and waited for a long time before he saw Jiang Yuxiu's figure. Brother Xian, why are you here? Jiang Yuxiu ran to Feng Xian. Are you okay? I heard that Jiang Yuzhu is back. Did she beat you? Feng Xian heard that the 3rd daughter of the Jiang family was back and brought a man back. Feng Xian was afraid that Jiang Yuxiu would suffer, so he deliberately stopped people on the way to Jiang Yuxiu's work to ask about the situation. I'm fine, my younger sister is indeed back, but we didn't have a conflict. Jiang Yuxiu felt warm in her heart. No one has ever cared about her so much. Silly girl, I'm afraid you will suffer. Look at you, you can't beat me or scold me. If I don't protect you, who will protect you? Feng Xian likes Jiang Yuxiu's well-behaved appearance. He doesn't like a fierce girl like Jiang Yuzhu, even if she is very beautiful. A woman should be gentle and considerate, like Jiang Yuxiu. No, my little sister.
Didn't bully me.
Jiang Yuxiu whispered. You don't even know how to fight back when you're bullied. If Jiang Yuzhu dares to bully you again, tell me and I'll go and take care of her. Feng Xian didn't want Jiang Yuzhu to be bullied. Oh, don't be like that. My little sister really didn't bully me. She came back this time because she got married there and brought her partner back with her.
And
Because of what happened last time, she hasn't forgiven me yet and hasn't talked to me. Although Jiang Yuzhu would not regret what she did, Jiang Yuzhu was her biological sister after all. Maybe she would often envy and be jealous in her heart and would quarrel over something, but the fact that she was her sister would never change. People are so strange. It is because of this blood relationship that it is difficult to stop thinking about each other even if you are angry. Jiang Yuzhu's feelings for Jiang Yuzhu are very complicated. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. We won't pay attention to her. You still have me. Feng Xian's feelings for Jiang Yuzhu are strong now. Naturally, he can't bear to see her being wronged. The fate of the two is coincidental. Jiang Yuzhu was blocked by a group of gangsters and happened to be bumped into by Feng Xian, who was passing by. Dare to bully people in front of him. Feng Xian, he must take care of it. He immediately beat up the gangsters. When they saw that it was the son of Deputy Director Feng, they were scared away immediately. In fact, Jiang Yuzhu's appearance is not enough to fascinate Feng Xian. As the only son of the deputy director, he has seen all kinds of beautiful women and has had countless girlfriends. To be honest, Jiang Yuzhu's appearance is not within Feng Xian's aesthetic range. Jiang Yuzhu's appearance belongs to the delicate type. But the advantage of this type is that the more you look at it, the more you like it. In addition, Jiang Yuzhu has fair skin. Even if her features are not so outstanding, her overall temperament is there. Like a pure lily. Since the younger sister Jiang Yuzhu is so pretty, how could the two older sisters be so ugly? The three daughters of the Jiang family are famous for their beauty, one more beautiful than the other. Among them, Jiang Yuzhu's appearance is the best. Although compared with her younger sister, the two older sisters are a little dull. But it is undeniable that the eldest sister Jiang Yufan and the second sister Jiang Yuzhu are also outstanding among ordinary girls. For Feng Xian, what attracts him most is not Jiang Yuzhu's appearance, but her temperament. It feels like a cute rabbit. It moves when you poke it, and it will bite when it gets angry. And Feng Xian has never seen a woman whose first reaction when seeing him is not to please him, but to run away. You know, there are too many women who use tricks to attract his attention, just to be able to marry into the Feng family and become a young lady. Feng Xian's father is the deputy director of the machinery factory. Feng Xian has an older sister, and he is the only son. The whole family dotes on Feng Xian like a treasure. Feng Xian is not just a young master. Jiang Yuzhu's first reaction when she saw Feng Xian was to run away quickly and stay away from him. Although it is not very good to treat your savior like this. But out of instinct, when Jiang Yuzhu saw Feng Xian after the gangster was driven away, her first reaction was to run. Oh my god, this is not like a jackal driving away a tiger or a leopard. My mother said that the son of Deputy Director Feng is a dandy boy who has many girls. People like this are seen hiding far away. Jiang Yuzhu naturally doesn't want to have any entanglement with such a person. However, human fate is so wonderful. Two people who are obviously very different are entangled together. Feng Xian saved people and was waiting for that thank you. Who knew that the little girl was scared and ran away. It was as if he was more terrifying than the gangsters. This aroused Feng Xian's interest. He immediately chased after him. He grabbed Jiang Yuzhu, who was running away. Why are you running?
You
let me go. Jiang Yuzhu struggled with a red face. I won't let you go. Why are you running? I saved you. How do you treat your savior like this? Let's go. I'm going to your house to ask your father. I want to see how your Jiang family teaches their daughters. Feng Xian would recognize that this girl was the second daughter of the Jiang family. His father was the deputy director of the machinery factory. Jiang's father was an 8th-level fitter in the machinery factory. He often heard his father complain about Jiang's father at home. 8th-level fitters are not ordinary people. Their monthly salary is almost catching up with his father's salary. Who doesn't envy 8th-level fitters? Besides, Jiang's father has 3 such beautiful daughters. Deputy Director Feng only has a monthly salary of more than 130 yuan. Jiang's father is a valuable 8th-level fitter in the factory, and his monthly salary reaches 118.5 yuan. It is close to the salary of the factory director and deputy director. Jiang Yuxiu was embarrassed when she heard the other party say that, Thank you. Just saying thank you is enough? Seeing Jiang Yuxiu's shy look, Feng Xian couldn't help teasing her. What do you want? Jiang Yuxiu's eyes were red, and although she was a little scared, she still met Feng Xian's teasing eyes. Hiss.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. I was fighting 1 against 3 just now. Now it seems that everything hurts. I guess I'm injured. Feng Xian said that he was injured and pretended to be injured. Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital now. After saying that, he was about to help the person go to the hospital. Feng Xian looked at the innocent and gullible Jiang Yuxiu, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's so gullible. How could there be such a stupid girl? Suddenly the pain is not that bad anymore.
I'm hungry.
Please go to dinner with me. Feng Xian asked. Even the dumbest person would realize that he was being fooled. Jiang Yuxiu pushed Feng Xian away and ran away. A few days passed like this. Just when Jiang Yuxiu thought everything was over, Feng Xian was waiting on the way. Jiang Yuxiu was buying vegetables. Seeing Feng Xian, Jiang Yuxiu turned and left. Hey, what's wrong with you? You ran away as soon as you saw me? Feng Xian blocked him in the alley. Get out of the way. Jiang Yuxiu was afraid of being seen, especially by Jiang's mother. If she knew that she was involved with Feng Xian, it would be another family farce. Jiang's mother didn't like her because of Yuxiu's matter. She was exhausted these days. From Jiang Yuxiu's point of view, she was the one abandoned by her parents. They chose her younger sister Yuxiu between the 2 daughters. She didn't want to go to the countryside. She was born and raised here. Why should she go to the countryside? Just because she is honest and easy to bully? She was afraid and didn't want to leave. This was the first time Jiang Yuxiu resisted in her life. She changed her name to Sister Yuxiu. Sure enough, everyone blamed her after knowing it. Jiang Yuxiu became more silent. She stayed in her room all day except going out to buy vegetables. It was unexpected to see Feng Xian. Very powerful. I really didn't realize that you actually had the courage to change your name to Sister when you went to the countryside. Feng Xian has not been idle these days. He has been paying attention to Jiang Yuxiu silently. Unexpectedly, the little girl who didn't say a word and didn't know how to get angry would make a big splash. She actually did a big thing. She looks timid and weak, but she will bite people at critical moments. Just like a little rabbit, it looks soft and cute, but its mouth is full of teeth. If you provoke it, it will bite you. Don't mind your own business. Jiang Yuxiu has been very uncomfortable these days. When she heard Feng Xian mention this again, she became angry. Hey, I'm your lifesaver. How can you treat me like this? Feng Xian still blocked Jiang Yuxiu's way. Jiang Yuxiu couldn't get rid of him and shouted with red eyes. What do you want? How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Boo. You all bully me. Jiang Yuxiu was full of grievances, and she poured out at this time. Jiang Yuxiu squatted on the ground and cried.
Hey.
Don't cry. I'm just kidding you. I don't want any money. Do I? Feng Xian look like I'm short of money? Feng Xian felt a little embarrassed when he saw that he made the little girl cry. It's all my fault. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Jiang Yuxiu didn't want to pay attention to Feng Xian anymore and stood up to leave.
Hey.
You are not a decent person. I came to see you specially. Why don't you pay attention to me? Feng Xian was really surprised by Jiang Yuxiu's behavior. It can be said that Jiang Yuxiu's behavior successfully attracted Feng Xian's attention. You just came to see me laugh. Now you're done. You can go. Please don't bother me in the future. Thank you. Jiang Yuxiu wiped her tears. I'm really not here to laugh at you. On the contrary, I think you did a great job. You're not wrong. Feng Xian looked at Jiang Yuxiu seriously. Feng Xian thought Jiang Yuxiu was not wrong. If a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Why should the elder sister give in to the younger sister? They are all girls, and it's so hard to go to the countryside. If things go wrong, you'll have to live there for the rest of your life. Who doesn't think about themselves? This is the first time that someone told Jiang Yuxiu that she was not wrong. At this moment, Jiang Yuxiu heard the sound of her heart beating. Her eyes were wet and red, and big tears fell directly. Yes, everyone has been condemning her these days. She is also reflecting on herself, whether she has done too much. But she doesn't regret it. If she doesn't do this, she knows very well that the person who goes to the countryside must be herself. Really, I swear, I'm not lying. Feng Xian raised his right hand and said. The two began to contact each other in this way. Feng Xian would wait for Jiang Yuxiu in the alley every day and chat with her for a while. As time went by, the atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous. I have good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it? Feng Xian knew the news and went to find Jiang Yuxiu as soon as possible. What good news? Jiang Yuxiu's relationship with Feng Xian has made great progress during this period. She looks forward to meeting Feng Xian every day, although she told herself that you are just ordinary friends. But she still couldn't help wanting to get closer, because there was finally someone who understood her and agreed with her. Feng Xian was like a flame, making Jiang Yuxiu want to get closer. The garment factory is planning to recruit 10 people recently. Is this good news? Feng Xian thought of Jiang Yuxiu first. He quickly asked his father to reserve a place for him. Really?
But
she was happy, but they were only recruiting 10 people, and there was no notice posted yet. I'm afraid they were all internal recommendations, so she had no chance. Silly girl, I've got it all for you. Just go for the interview tomorrow. I've already greeted everyone. Feng Xian looked at Jiang Yuxiu's disappointed expression and couldn't help but knocked her on the head. You. Jiang Yuxiu didn't expect Feng Xian to do so much for her. Seeing Jiang Yuxiu's tangled look, Feng Xian stepped forward and grabbed her hand. It's so obvious to me. Are you really confused, or are you pretending to be confused? Can't you see that I'm pursuing you?
Jiang
Yuxiu's heart was actually very inferior. She always thought that she was far inferior to her eldest sister and youngest sister. No boy would like her. When she was a child, the neighbors around her often compared the three sisters. From appearance to personality, she was always ranked last. This second girl was not as sensible as the eldest, nor as sweet as the third sister. She was also the ugliest of the three sisters. This led to her inferiority complex, and she became less and less willing to talk to people. She liked to hide when she saw people. She wished she could take a detour. Every time she saw a group of grandpas and aunts sitting at the street corner, she was at a loss. Jiang's mother often criticized her for not being polite at all, not being able to be generous, and always being stingy. When she went to school, boys also liked the eldest sister and the third sister more. Especially the third sister. Every time a boy talked to her, he would ask her how the third sister was, as if she didn't exist. So when Feng Xian confessed to her, she couldn't believe it. It was true. Are you stupid? Looking at the stunned Jiang Yuxiu, Feng Xian pinched her nose. You don't want to get to know my third sister through me, do you? Jiang Yuxiu couldn't help but make a bold guess. Feng Xian widened his eyes and knocked on Jiang Yuxiu's head in anger, wanting to see what was built here.
What are you thinking about?
With your third sister's selfish and aggressive personality, only a fool would like her. Feng Xian is also a little bully who has been spoiled by his family since he was a child. Because of her appearance, Jiang Yuxiu will inevitably be treated preferentially in various occasions. After a long time, she knows her own advantages. So naturally she has a bad temper. The two of them can be said to be kings who don't meet kings. How could he like a girl with Jiang Yuxiu's personality?
But
okay, I'll take it as your agreement. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner first, and then we'll go to the garment factory to report. Feng Xian ignored Jiang Yuxiu's entanglement and directly pulled her away. Feng Xian had many ways to pursue girls, and Jiang Yuxiu could not resist Feng Xian's bombardment. After a few days, she softened. In the end, she agreed to date him. In fact, Jiang Yuxiu was also moved. This time Jiang Yuxiu was ready to follow her heart. So Jiang Yuxiu also successfully entered the garment factory to work. When everyone was congratulating Jiang's father and mother, the Jiang family knew that Jiang Yuxiu had actually entered the garment factory. Jiang's father and mother were so old that they immediately doubted the doorway here. She didn't know anyone. How could she get in? When she knew that her second daughter got in with Feng Xian's relationship, Jiang's mother was so angry that she fainted. Jiang Yuxiu over there was also very surprised to hear about Jiang Yuxiu and Feng Xian. This is a big melon. Two people who have nothing to do with each other are actually dating. Jiang Yuxiu is quite capable. She actually won Feng Xian. Yuxiu, let me kiss you, kiss me, and I'll leave. Feng Xian hugged Jiang Yuxiu's slender waist with both hands and wanted to kiss her. No, people will see us. Jiang Yuxiu didn't want to be talked about by people in the factory, so she refused with both hands. Then I'll pick you up from work in the evening. Feng Xian knew that Jiang Yuxiu was shy, so she wanted to ask for a benefit in the evening.
Yeah.
Jiang Yuxiu nodded shyly. After talking with Jiang's mother, Jiang Yuxiu knew the situation at home very well. She had a rough idea in her mind. Jiang's mother looked at Yuxiu and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If Yuxiu could be half as good as Yuxiu, she wouldn't be so worried. Feng Xian's mother is not an ordinary mother-in-law. If you enter such a family, you will suffer in the future. The second daughter fell into it all at once, and she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. She couldn't help but look at Yuxiu. Yuxiu, Mom knows that you blame your second sister. Mom doesn't ask you to be like before. But Mom hopes you can help her when she is in trouble. After all, she is your second sister. Jiang's mother still understands each of her children. Although Yuxiu is harsh in her words and has many shortcomings, her feelings for her brothers and sisters are not fake. Jiang Yuxiu did not immediately agree to Jiang's mother. Mom, who knows what will happen in the future? What if she marries into a rich family and still doesn't like her sister? Jiang Yuxiu would not easily make a promise about such things. What will happen in the future depends on Jiang Yuxiu. Jiang's mother sighed deeply. Okay, Mom won't force you. By the way, you are free anyway. Take Xu Lei for a walk and Mom will go to buy noodles. No one can stop the third daughter from doing what she wants to do. On the contrary, no one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. Let nature take its course. Jiang Yuxiu returned to her room. We're done talking. Xu Lei crossed his hands behind his head and lay on Jiang Yuxiu's bed, enjoying this rare leisure time. Jiang Yuxiu kicked Xu Lei's foot. You seem to be feeling comfortable. Come on, I'll take you around to see where I grew up. Jiang Yuxiu searched for suitable clothes in her luggage. After searching again and again, she felt that there was nothing suitable. What's wrong? Seeing that his wife was unhappy, Xu Lei stood up to take a look. No clothes you want to wear? There was no need to think about it. It was obvious at a glance. The clothes were turned upside down. Xu Lei honestly cleaned up the mess for Jiang Yuxiu and folded the messy clothes one by one. This one is nice, you wear it first, and we can go shopping together and buy you some clothes by the way. Jiang Yuxiu raised her eyebrows. Won't you think I'm wasting money? There was no need to be so particular at this time. It was good enough to have something to wear, but she was still nitpicking. If others saw this, I don't know what they would scold her for. Isn't money meant to be spent? Besides, my wife is so beautiful. What's wrong with buying a few more clothes? It's not like I don't have the ability. Within my ability, as long as you want, I will do my best to satisfy you. Xu Lei is not the kind of stingy person. For himself, maybe he thinks it's enough to have clothes to wear. Besides, he wears military uniform all year round, and one or two other clothes are enough. Women should be pampered with care. Since you marry someone, you must be responsible to the end. Marry a man, and provide him with clothes and food. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. You are sensible. Let's go. Jiang Yuxiu happily put on the clothes Xu Lei chose for her. Mom, we are going out and we'll be back in a while. After saying to Jiang's mother, the two left the yard.
Go.
Jiang's mother looked at the backs of the two holding hands and shook her head with a smile. Yuling, that's your third son-in-law. The boy is really strong. The neighbors saw Jiang Yuxiu leaving with a man, and they were so close and guessed that they must be friends. My son-in-law is a soldier. Now they are married and come back to see us. Jiang's mother looked proud. It was an honor to have a son-in-law who was a soldier at that time. Oh, he is a soldier. What position? Everyone looked at them with inquiring eyes. I didn't expect that Jiang Yuzhu was really capable. She went to the countryside, but she was able to marry a soldier. Oh, Xu Lei is still young, and his position is not high. He is now the battalion commander. Jiang's mother had already asked about Xu Lei's position and salary. Knowing that her son-in-law's salary was so high, more than 80 yuan a month, she was relieved. Battalion commander. Hey, Yao Yuling, you're lucky to have a son-in-law who is a battalion commander. What do you mean by lucky? It's because Yuzhu is so capable. That's right. This child has a promising future since she was young. Now Yuzhu is married so well, you can enjoy your life. The neighbors were talking about it. Jiang's mother was very proud. You guys chat, I have to go back to make dumplings for the children. Go quickly, you have to entertain your son-in-law. If you need anything, just say something. Everyone envied the Jiang family for having 3 beautiful daughters. Jiang Yuzhu took Xu Lei to familiarize herself with the surroundings and then went directly to the department store. There are many styles of clothes here. Xu Lei has been helping his wife to find out which one looks good and is suitable for her to wear. So the two of them bought several sets of clothes with big and small bags in their hands. Wait a minute. Jiang Yuzhu suddenly saw a familiar figure. What's wrong? Xu Lei looked around in confusion. Hush. Jiang Yuzhu quietly followed a couple. Xu Lei followed them. Go, buy a camera. Jiang Yuzhu whispered. You. Xu Lei looked at the couple Jiang Yuzhu was staring at and understood. By the way, the money is all here. Jiang Yuzhu quickly took out 500 yuan from her pocket and gave it to Xu Lei. Xu Lei did not ask any more questions, just do whatever his wife said. Take the money and go to buy a camera quickly. Zhang Yuqing, what are you doing? We have no relationship anymore. Don't pull it. Xue Nana thought about going to Zhang's house for lunch at noon, and she couldn't go empty-handed. After all, that was her future-in-law's home. So she came to the department store to see what she could buy. Xue Nana still understood the principle of letting the long line catch the big fish. In her opinion, Jiang Peng was already in her pocket, and she was sure to enter the Jiang family. But the work matter would probably take some time. Jiang's mother would definitely not give it to her easily. But Xue Nana also had a way. Jiang's mother couldn't do that, so she started with Jiang Peng. Men, if you give him some benefits, he will take the bait. It's not easy to deal with a simple man like Jiang Peng. A kiss from him can make her happy for several days. But she didn't expect to see Zhang Yuqing in the department store. It was this man who abandoned her and married another woman. It was because her family conditions were not as good as that woman's. He abandoned her and married the leader's daughter. Is that woman as pretty as her? She is so ugly. If her family conditions were not good, how could Zhang Yuqing fall in love with her? At the same time, Xue Nana was deeply distressed. She gave everything to Zhang Yuqing, but was abandoned in the end. So, Xue Nana quickly looked for the next target. Jiang Peng caught Xue Nana's eye. With such a pearl in front of her, men with poor conditions could no longer catch Xue Nana's eye. After all, Zhang Yuqing is a college student and an officer of the propaganda department of a textile factory with a bright future. She picked a lot, but was not satisfied with any of them. Or maybe he had good conditions but didn't like her. Which woman doesn't want to marry better? Although Xue Nana's family conditions are not very good, she looks really good. So her goal has always been clear. She has to find a man with good conditions in all aspects. She doesn't want to live a hard life. The Jiang family's conditions are good, so Jiang Peng naturally entered Xue Nana's range of choices. After getting in touch, she found that Jiang Peng is a very suitable person to marry. When she saw Zhang Yuqing, she subconsciously tidied her clothes. It is undeniable that Zhang Yuqing's position in her heart is different. Nana, don't be like this, I have no choice. You also know that her father is my immediate superior. If I refuse, I will never be able to get ahead in this life. Nana, you will understand me, right? Zhang Yuqing is ambitious. He wants to stand out, and Xue Nana's family background is not enough. Although Xue Nana is beautiful, she can't bring him any help for his future. In Jiang Yuqing's heart, even if he gets married, Xue Nana will still have him in her heart. I wanted to coax her. But recently he heard that Xue Nana had a boyfriend, and they were talking about marriage. Jiang Yuqing was anxious. Xue Nana was his woman. Although he was married, he couldn't bear to let Xue Nana leave him. Let me go. Xue Nana looked around quickly, afraid of being seen by others. If people knew that she had contact with Jiang Yuqing, not only would her relationship with Jiang Peng fail, but her current job would also be over. Jiang Yuqing's father-in-law was the deputy director of the textile factory. It would not be easy for him to destroy her. Jiang Yuzhu was so scared that she quickly hid in the alley. When Xu Lei came back, he saw Jiang Yuzhu sneaking around, sticking her head out from time to time to look outside. You're finally back. Give me the camera. Jiang Yuzhu reached out to take the camera.
Xu Lei dodged.
Do you know how to use it? Let me do it. Xu Lei got Jiang Yuzhu behind him, assembled the camera he had just bought, and took a few photos of the couple. Although he didn't know who it was, it must be related to the Jiang family. Jiang Yuzhu whispered to Xu Lei's ear, "That's Xue Nana, my brother's girlfriend."
Xu Lei understood.
No wonder his wife was so careful and even bought a camera to take pictures. I won't let go, Nana. I know you have me in your heart. Okay, Nana, give me some time. When I get promoted and don't work under her father anymore, I will divorce her and marry you. By then, no one can stop us from being together, and I can give you a better life. Jiang Yuqing told Xue Nana about his plan. But Xue Nana is no longer the Xue Nana who is easy to deceive. Or rather, Jiang Yuqing has never seen Xue Nana's true nature. Not to mention how long it will be in the future, she can't wait for Jiang Yuqing not to get married. By then, her beauty will no longer be there. If Jiang Yuqing abandons her again, where can she find such a suitable good family? Give up on this idea. I won't get back together with you. Xue Nana wanted to break away from Jiang Yuqing. But how could Jiang Yuqing let Xue Nana leave so easily? He immediately pressed her against the wall and kissed her. Eager and rough. Jiang Yuqing's wife was not only ugly, but also had a bad temper. He had regretted it a long time ago. Both of them were perfunctory. Seeing Xue Nana still so bright and beautiful, Jiang Yuqing had been itching for a long time. It must be said that although Xue Nana's skin was not so white, it was not dark either. But her features were really good-looking, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and an oval face. And she had a very good figure, a slender waist, and bulging up and down. At first glance, she was the type that men liked. Jiang Yuqing had long missed the taste of her. How could he let her go so easily now? Woo-woo. You hooligan, let me go. Xue Nana resisted. Jiang Yuqing held down Xue Nana's hands with one hand, pressed her against the wall with his body, and undressed her with the other hand. This was deep in a dark alley. Besides, everyone was at work, so naturally few people would pass by here. Jiang Yuqing had no scruples and only wanted to subdue Xue Nana and keep her from leaving him. Women are tough in words, but once they are subdued, they will be obedient. You rascal! After all, Xue Nana had been with Jiang Yuqing for 2 years, and the two had already tasted the forbidden fruit. She resisted verbally, but her body was familiar. She softened after a few strokes. Moreover, after the two separated, in order to leave a good impression in Jiang Peng's heart, she naturally did not dare to let him succeed before marriage and never let him go too far. A kiss on the cheek was a benefit for him. Xue Nana thought that she would find a way when she got married. Besides, by then, the rice was cooked, and even if Li Tao knew, it would not matter. Just find a random reason to fool him. Now that they met Jiang Yuqing, their memories gradually emerged. When Jiang Yuqing saw that Xue Nana gradually stopped resisting and even responded, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Nana, I knew you didn't forget me. The two of them were lingering passionately, ignoring the time and place. Xu Lei saw that the two were getting more and more wrong, and his face turned black. He turned around and hugged Jiang Yuzhu, covering her eyes and ears to prevent her from seeing or hearing anything. He was afraid of dirtying his wife's eyes and ears. With his other hand, he took a photo of them. Have you taken the photo? Jiang Yuzhu was blocked by Xu Lei, so she naturally didn't want to. Don't work in vain, such wonderful photos can't be missed. Xu Lei certainly didn't want Jiang Yuzhu to see this scene. Don't worry.
Hey, let me see it.
Jiang Yuzhu didn't give up and took a look. Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuzhu with a dangerous look. Her intuition told her that it was best to admit defeat now.
I'm kidding.
Xu Lei leaned close to the corner of Jiang Yuzhu's mouth and kissed her. I'll let you see it at night. How could Xu Lei let his wife see such a thing? His wife can only look at him. Besides, there's nothing good to see, and she's not as good as him in every way.
You.
Who wants to see you? Jiang Yuzhu pinched Xu Lei's waist hard. The two of them didn't want to go shopping anymore, so they went home directly. Over there, Xuan Nana and Zhang Yuqing quickly tidied their clothes after they finished. What they didn't know was that their ugly appearance had been photographed. Nana, here are $5. Take it and buy whatever you like. I will come to see you often in the future. Zhang Yuqing took out $5 and gave it to Xuan Nana. He knew that Xuan Nana's family conditions were not good. She did not have enough money. If she wanted Xuan Nana to follow him wholeheartedly, money was indispensable. Xuan Nana was not polite and took the money and put it in her pocket. It was given for free, why not? This was what he, Zhang Yuqing, owed him. But whether she should continue to contact Jiang Peng was not something he, Zhang Yuqing, could control. Just $5, and he wanted her to wait for him. It was wishful thinking. Jiang's house. Why did you two buy so much? Jiang's mother saw her son-in-law carrying several bags, all of which were clothes and pants. It didn't look like the son-in-law's, but must be her daughter's. Mom, if I don't buy it now, I won't be able to buy such beautiful clothes when I go back. You can't spend money so lavishly. Is it easy for Xu Lei to make money?
You are such a kid.
It's not like you don't have clothes to wear. Jiang's mother scolded her daughter. Actually, it was also for the son-in-law to hear. The third daughter was indeed very lavish in spending money and liked to buy beautiful clothes. The three sisters were all given 5 yuan of pocket money. The eldest and second daughters could not spend it all, but Jiang Yuzhu was always not enough and had to deduct some from her and her father. It is difficult to change a habit that is raised from a young age. Jiang's mother was afraid that her son-in-law would mind. Mom, it's okay, as long as Yuzhu likes it. I am also happy to see her wearing beautiful clothes. Xu Lei naturally knew what his mother-in-law meant. See, my man likes me to wear beautiful clothes. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Jiang's mother proudly. By the way, Mom, if your factory has suitable fabrics, you have to think of me. Don't just focus on your son. Jiang Yuzhu made a request without hesitation. I really owe you. You are married, and I still have to support you. Jiang's mother only said this, but she was already thinking about which fabric is suitable for her daughter to make clothes. The son-in-law didn't say anything, so of course she had no objection. Women still have to dress themselves up. If she doesn't dress up at the age of a flower, when will she dress up? At her age, she is old, and nothing she wears is as good as when she was young.
So what?
I'm married, so I'm not your daughter anymore. Isn't there an old saying, once a mother, always a mother? Who else can I look for if not you? Jiang's mother tapped Jiang Yuzhu's forehead. Isn't that what it says? You're just talking nonsense. Xu Lei watched the mother and daughter play with a smile. He was very envious. He had never been so close to his parents. Okay, you two go into the house and stay. You must be tired after walking around all morning. I'll make dumplings now. When your father and brother come back, it's just right for dinner. Jiang's mother worked quickly. She had already mixed the fillings, and the noodles were almost ready. Do you need my help? Jiang Yuzhu walked to Jiang's mother and poked the dough. Jiang Yuzhu poked 2 big holes in the fat white dough.
Snap.
Jiang's mother slapped her daughter's hand away. Get out of here, I don't need you. Jiang's mother was worried about her third daughter working. It's good enough that she didn't make trouble, and she's helping. The more she helps, the more trouble she makes. Go, stay in a room and don't make trouble for me. Jiang's mother had already pinched half of the dough while she was talking. She was about to pick up the rolling pin to roll out the dough. Mom, I'll do it. Xu Lei couldn't bear to watch his mother-in-law work alone. He picked up the rolling pin and skillfully rolled out the dough. "Oh, not bad, you can do this too?" Jiang Yuzhu tilted her head and looked at Xu Lei and teased. "I learned it in the army. During the Chinese New Year, most of the time I couldn't go home, so everyone worked together to make dumplings." Xu Lei worked very quickly and rolled out a pile of dough in a short while. Jiang's mother nodded with satisfaction. The more she looked at Xu Lei, her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. He was good at everything he did, worthy of being a soldier. She was relieved to leave Yuzhu to Xu Lei. Jiang's mother and Xu Lei were making dumplings together. They were both very fast, so they finished making dumplings in a short while. Jiang Yuzhu was chatting and playing with them. Jiang's mother was about to put the dumplings into the pot when there was a noise at the gate. It was Jiang Peng who led Xue Nana into the yard. "Mom, what are you talking about so happily? Nana is here. Come in and sit for a while. The dumplings will be put into the pot soon, and we can eat soon. The visitor is a guest. After all, she is the woman her son likes." The two have not yet married, and Jiang's mother will not show her dissatisfaction. She can only entertain people warmly. "Auntie, this is the peach cake I bought for you and Uncle." Xue Nana took the money given by Zhang Yuqing and bought 2 packs of peach cake. A pack of peach cake cost 70 cents, and these 2 packs of peach cake cost Xue Nana 1.4 yuan, and she also lost a pound of food coupons. If Xue Nana didn't have the 5 yuan given by Zhang Yuqing, she would not be willing to buy such an expensive thing. You can't catch the wolf without risking your child. Xue Nana came here for the Jiang family's private house and high salary, so naturally, she was willing to spend some money. Jiang's father was an 8th-level fitter, earning 118.5 yuan a month. Jiang's mother was a female worker in a textile factory, earning 42.8 yuan a month. Jiang Peng was an apprentice in a machinery factory. Apprentices had lower wages, earning 18 yuan in the first year and 21 yuan in the second year. Jiang Peng is in his 3rd year now, earning 23 yuan. The combined wages of Jiang's parents and Jiang Peng alone have reached 184.3 yuan. That's nearly 200 yuan. So the Jiang family has always been a family that many girls yearn for. They have money, a house, and their parents don't have to worry about much. "Mom, don't be greedy, or you'll get an upset stomach." Jiang Yuzhu couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw Xue Nana. "What kind of person is that? Little sister, how can you talk like that? What you fear will come true." Jiang Peng is not afraid of anything else, but he is afraid that his younger sister will cause trouble. Recently, his parents have some opinions about Nana because of work. If his younger sister adds fuel to the fire at this time, he and Nana may have a bad relationship. "I'm talking to my mother. What's the problem?" Jiang Yuzhu looked at Jiang Peng provocatively.
"Fool."
When Jiang Yuzhu looked at her elder brother Jiang Peng, a green color automatically appeared on her head. It was really a green grassland. But she couldn't say it now, because according to her understanding, even if she said it now, Jiang Peng, the big fool, would not be willing to believe it. Although Jiang Peng seems to be easy to talk to, he is actually very stubborn. Once you make up your mind, 8 cows can't pull you back. This is also the reason why Jiang's father and mother are obviously not very satisfied with the Xue family and Xue Nana, but they still have no choice but to worry. It doesn't matter whether they like it or not, their son likes it. If they, as parents, stop it, they will definitely have a knot in their hearts in the future. If they change their daughter-in-law, they will have a hard time living and will blame them as parents. Therefore, without sufficient evidence, Jiang Yuzhu dare not act rashly. Instead, she will say that her sister deliberately made trouble. Wait until she develops the photos and the evidence is in front of her and see how she can quibble. Jiang Peng was mad at Jiang Yuzhu, but he couldn't do anything about his younger sister. If she got angry, she would fight with him on the spot. Besides, his brother-in-law was here too, and he couldn't fight with his sister like he did when they were children. "Mom, you take care of my younger sister." Jiang Peng had to look at Jiang's mother. Jiang Yuzhu pouted. "Mom, look at my elder brother, he is mean to me." He really forgot his sister after getting a wife. The weird tone made Xue Nana look very bad. Isn't this just trying to make her look ugly? Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang's mother looked at the brother and sister with a headache. Come on, stop making trouble and make people laugh at you. Thank you, Nana, your uncle, and I just like to eat peach cakes. Jiang's mother took the peach cake with a smile. Xuan Nana pursed her lower lip tightly. This Jiang Yuzhu was really annoying. Just let her go to the countryside. It's better not to come back in the future. After she comes in, see how she will deal with her. By then, she will have the final say in the Jiang family. Xuan Nana smiled. Auntie, it's okay, I won't care about Yuzhu. This peach cake just arrived today. It must be delicious. If you like it, I will buy it for you next time, and then looked at Jiang Yuzhu with a smile. Yuzhu, how many days will you stay back this time? Why not stay a little longer? After all, working in the countryside is hard. It's better to enjoy more at home. It's not easy to come back. Although Xuan Nana said that she didn't care, every word she said was a counterattack against Jiang Yuzhu. It stabbed her in the heart. What was Jiang Yuzhu doing here? She would have to go back to the countryside to work in the end. She no longer belonged here. This was no longer her home. She was just a guest. If the original Jiang Yuzhu heard this, she would definitely be sad. But the current Jiang Yuzhu would not be like this. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes. What was the point of playing strange stories from a Chinese studio? Humph, just wait. If Xuan Nana could enter the Jiang family, she would not be called Jiang Yuzhu. Haha, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Even if I'm in the countryside, I don't have to work in the fields. I have my man to support me. I'm not like some people who only do rough and tiring work. They have no ability and still think about other people's work. Oh, my hands are born to enjoy life. Jiang Yuzhu hugged Xu Lei's arm and looked at Xuan Nana proudly. The white and tender little hands swayed in front of everyone. Let her jump around for a few more days. Wait until the evidence is slapped in her face and see if she is still arrogant. Xuan Nana glanced at Jiang Yuzhu's hand and couldn't help feeling inferior. She subconsciously hid her own hand. Her hands had to wash vegetables and clean up every day, and she had calluses, and her skin was no longer delicate. Even if she used clam oil to rub her hands every day, it was not as white and tender as Jiang Yuzhu's. Xuan Nana looked at Jiang Yuzhu with a hint of anger. No woman doesn't care about her hands. It is said that hands are a woman's second face. If these hands are not good-looking, she would be embarrassed to stretch them out. Glancing at the man next to Jiang Yuzhu, she couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't Jiang Yuzhu go to the countryside? How could she meet such a good man? Does God have eyes? How could someone like Jiang Yuzhu find such a good partner? Jiang Peng was very troubled when he saw the two people confronting each other. What should he do in the future? Nana, let me introduce you. This is my third brother-in-law, Xu Lei. Brother-in-law, this is my girlfriend, Xuan Nana. Jiang Peng introduced the two to change the subject. Xu Lei didn't look at Xuan Nana, but just hugged Jiang Yuzhu and nodded. This was to give Jiang Peng face. Brother, I'll go wash my hands first. Xu Lei raised his hands covered with flour. Jiang Peng nodded and didn't find anything unusual. Hey, go quickly, you're pretty good, you can even make dumplings. Xuan Nana felt uncomfortable. This man was too rude. Was he looking down on her? Weary back. Jiang's father and Jiang Yuzhu also came back. Dad Yuzhu, Nana is here. Jiang Peng happily pulled Xuan Nana in front of the two. Finally, there was a savior. Hello, Uncle Jiang, hello, second sister. Xuan Nana greeted them obediently. In this comparison, Xuan Nana's address was obviously closer to Jiang Yuzhu. She called Jiang Yuzhu the second sister, but called Jiang Yuzhu by her name. In comparison, how could you not see the intention? This was between Jiang Yuzhu and Jiang Yuzhu, and she chose Jiang Yuzhu. She stood on Jiang Yuzhu's side. Everyone knows that Jiang Yuzhu and Jiang Yuzhu, two sisters, are in a mess because of the matter of going to the countryside. Xuan Nana's attitude is so obvious that she is obviously adding teammates to herself. She hopes to have a good relationship with Jiang Yuzhu and deal with Jiang Yuzhu together. At least Jiang Yuzhu is honest and easy to control. Jiang Yuzhu nodded and smiled at Xuan Nana. Nana is here. We will eat dumplings later, eat more. Jiang's father nodded. Thank you, uncle, I won't be polite. Xu Nana naturally wants to show her favor in front of Jiang's father. The future father-in-law is an 8th level fitter. Mom, are we eating dumplings today? Jiang Tao ran back happily. Knowing that the family is making dumplings today, Jiang Tao has been thinking about going home to eat dumplings all morning. Hurry up and wash your hands, we will eat soon. Seeing that everyone is here, Jiang's mother hurriedly served the dumplings. With so many people at home, they naturally won't only eat dumplings. Jiang's mother also fried eggs, bought tofu, made mapo tofu, fried peanuts, fried shredded potatoes, cold cucumbers, and the leftover cooked food from yesterday, and arranged them into a platter. Eating dumplings also requires 6 dishes. Xu Nana looked at the dishes and dumplings on the table and thought that the Jiang family was indeed wealthy. She was more determined to marry into the family. Nana, please sit down. Come here, and don't be polite. Jiang's mother served dumplings to Xu Nana. Mom, give me and Xu Lei more. Jiang Yuzhu handed over her and Xu Lei's bowls. You kid, why are you in such a hurry? Jiang's mother felt a little embarrassed. Although she looked down on Xu Nana and the Xu family's eating style, they were the guests at home, and as the host, they couldn't let anyone point out their faults. Jiang's mother hurriedly served dumplings to Jiang Yuzhu and Xu Lei, fearing that she would neglect her son-in-law. Men eat a lot, so Jiang's mother served her son-in-law a big bowl of dumplings. Mom, that's enough. Xu Lei saw that his mother-in-law had put more than 30 dumplings in his bowl, so he quickly stopped her. Eat more if you like, I'll make more for you. Jiang's mother was quite satisfied with Xu Lei. She ignored Xu Nana's existence and only cared about her son-in-law. Xu Nana looked at Jiang's father and mother at the dinner table, who only cared about Jiang Yuzhu's partner and ignored her, and she was very unhappy. Nana, eat quickly. Jiang Pring picked up a piece of food for Xu Nana with chopsticks and then hurriedly ate the dumplings in his bowl. Xu Lei did not forget to take care of Jiang Yuzhu while eating. From time to time, he picked up a piece of food for her with chopsticks, and Jiang Yuzhu didn't need to say what she wanted. As long as she looked at it, Xu Lei would immediately pick it up for her. Jiang Yuzhu likes to eat the filling of dumplings, not the skin. After eating a few dumplings, she started to eat improperly, just picking out the filling inside. When Xu Lei saw this, he directly picked up the dumpling skin and put it in his bowl. When Jiang's mother saw this, she was helpless. This child deserves to be beaten. He was not beaten enough when he was young. How can you eat dumplings like this? Many people want to eat them but can't. Look at what you eat. How dirty it is. If you want to eat like this, why eat dumplings? I'll chop the stuffing and fry it for you. Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyes. Okay, then you can fry mincemeat for me tomorrow. Get out of the way. You've eaten all the good meat. Jiang's mother was so angry that she had a headache. This child has been a worry since she was a child. She is picky about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She either doesn't like to eat this or wear that, or she doesn't live comfortably. There is always something wrong. Over time, she developed a picky habit. For peace of mind, everyone basically gave in to Jiang Yuzhu. Mom, you shouldn't spoil your little sister. Look how she messed up the dumplings. Jiang Peng was still trying to get out of the way. Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but she didn't expect to run into the gun. She immediately picked up the peeled garlic next to Jiang's father's bowl and threw it at Jiang Peng. Ouch! Jiang Peng felt pain. You can't even close your mouth while eating dumplings. Jiang Peng threw the green onion at Jiang Yuzhu. Seeing that Jiang Peng still dared to resist, Jiang Yuzhu grabbed a handful of garlic and walked behind Jiang Peng. She stuffed it directly into his mouth. Woohoo! Oh my god! Jiang's mother was so angry that she stood up and slapped them twice. How old are you two? Eat a meal, and you're still not quiet. Mom, it's so spicy. Jiang Peng was stuffed with garlic in his mouth and quickly spit it out. Brother, you are so annoying. I saw that you were getting angry recently, so I gave you more garlic to kill bacteria. Why did you spit it out? It's a waste. Jiang Yuzhu returned to her seat. You. Who eats garlic when they get angry? Then I'll feed you some bitter melons? Jiang Yuzhu asked back. I don't eat that stuff. Jiang Ping shook his head when he thought of the bitterness of bitter melon. Are you two still going to eat? What are you doing? You're making a fool of yourself by letting Nana see you. Nana, don't mind it. The brother and sister have been like this since they were young. They always fight when they meet. Jiang's mother explained. Nana didn't like how Jiang's mother treated her as an outsider. Brother Dapeng, are you okay? Go rinse your mouth. Yushu, you too, your elder brother is right. Why did you start fighting?
Pa.
Jiang Yushu threw her chopsticks on the table. Stop eating, let's talk. Little sister, don't be like this, let's eat well. Jiang Peng saw that his younger sister was angry, and he regretted it. He shouldn't have let Nana come here today. He knew that his younger sister was angry with him because of work. Now he was in trouble. Jiang Peng, what do you mean, just let your sister bully me like this? Nana was also angry. Jiang Yuzhu was too disrespectful. After all, she was her future sister-in-law. She didn't respect her at all. She even dared to slam the table in front of her. Nana, it's not like that, don't be angry. Jiang Peng coaxed his sister and then went to coax Nana. Jiang Yuzhu immediately glared. I bullied you. Your mother is about to and in our Jiang family, and you dare to blame me. Let me ask you, what do you mean by your Shui family? You think our Jiang family is the victim. How dare you ask for a job as soon as you open your mouth? How shameless. I have seen people selling their daughters, but it is the first time I have seen such shameless people like your Shui family who want to be and pretend to be a chastity arch. Jiang Yuzhu was furious and started to curse directly. She was not afraid of tearing her face. It was not easy for Jiang's father and mother to say such words, so she would be the villain.
You.
What are you talking about? Nana's face flushed red when she heard Jiang Yuzhu's words. I don't know if it was because of anger or because the veil was lifted. Okay, Jiang Peng, this is what you mean. It seems that today is a hangmen banquet. If you don't agree, forget it. I, Nana, don't have to have you, Jiang Peng. Nana looked at the Jiang family. This is because Jiang's father and mother don't want to, so they indulged Jiang Yuzhu. There is no need to stay today. She has to discuss with her family when she goes back to see how to deal with it. Jiang Peng quickly stopped Nana, who was about to leave.
No, Nana.
Don't be like my little sister.
She is that mouth.
Jiang Yuzhu apologized quickly. How can you talk like that? Anyone can see that Jiang Peng is anxious, and he looks at Jiang Yuzhu. Brother, I say you don't stick to me anymore. I don't like you at all. Didn't I say that I don't have to have you? Maybe I have already found a new home, just to force you to break up, so I offer such an outrageous condition. Can you be a little more promising? Don't block my bright future. Jiang Yuzhu is still adding fuel to the fire. Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Peng was really angry, looking at his little sister with red eyes. Seeing this, Xu Lei quickly stood in front of Jiang Yuzhu. The meaning was obvious. Don't even think about bullying my wife.
You.
Humph. Jiang Peng, I'm telling you, we're done. Nana cried and ran away. Nana. Jiang Peng chased after her. You're leaving now, just leave. Let's continue eating. Jiang Yuzhu sat at her seat and continued to eat dumplings.
You.
You're still in the mood to eat. If you do this, the Shui family will hate our Jiang family. How can you let your eldest brother continue to associate with Nana? She is our future sister-in-law. Jiang Yuzhu couldn't help but speak. This was the first time she spoke so much to Jiang Yuzhu after she came back. You don't know anything, just shut up. You can't control this matter. Jiang Yuzhu was only capable of her. When she met outsiders, she was scared. Mom and Dad, look at her. Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to control it, but she just came home and made the house like this. After a few days, she patted her ace and left, leaving a mess. She was happy. How would her parents and them face Nana then? Yuzhu this. Jiang's mother looked at her third daughter. Mom, I never wanted Nana to enter our Jiang family. How dare you want such a daughter-in-law? You heard what she said. This one is not an honest girl. When I leave, no one can control her. How could Jiang Yuzhu not know? Although Jiang's mother was tough in words, she was tough in words but soft in heart when dealing with her children. She couldn't handle Nana at all. Besides, What kind of parents can beat their children? If she didn't take advantage of these few days when she stayed at home to get things done, when she left, what if Xue Nana really entered the house? Humph, the Jiang family might be changed to the Xue family. Jiang's father didn't say anything. Logically, he should have stopped it. But to be honest, Jiang's father was not very willing for his son to marry Xue Nana. Before entering the house, she could make such excessive demands. If she entered the house, she might not be able to make any demands. By then, when both of them were married, it would be unclear whether they would agree or not. Xue Nana is a lively person, and the eldest son can't control her. He is played around by others. But the son insists on marrying her, and the couple are worried. Fortunately, the third daughter came back in time. The third daughter has been able to control the eldest son since she was a child. That's really cruel. Wait for the eldest son to come back and talk to him properly. It's not that we, as parents, are forcing the couple to break up, but we can't meet the Xue family's requirements. Jiang's mother looked at her husband. Since she said that, it means that she doesn't think highly of Xue Nana. But the eldest son. After all, he is her eldest son. Seeing him like that, it's hard to say that she doesn't feel sorry for him. Leave it to me. I will definitely make him behave before leaving. Jiang Yuzhu thought, she is not afraid of Xue Nana. What is there to be afraid of if she has a handle? Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a while. Xu Lei is going to develop the photos. He is afraid that the Xue family will make trouble and the Jiang family will not have the upper hand. Jiang Yuzhu obviously knows what Xu Lei is going to do. Go and come back soon. What are you doing? Jiang's mother looked at her third daughter in confusion. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Xue Nana. If she makes a big fuss, I'll see how I deal with her.
Hey.
Jiang's mother sighed. No one was in the mood to eat, so Jiang's mother and Jiang Yuxiu cleaned up the table. The entire Jiang family, including the youngest Jiang Tao, was not affected at all and finished his dumplings. You still have the mood to eat. Jiang's mother was really defeated by her youngest son. There was a quarrel at home, but he was still eating happily. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, you are still here. It's not my turn to worry about it. Jiang Tao ate very full. You are so careless. Jiang's mother was worried. How could these 5 children have such different personalities? Haha, not bad. You have a future. You remain calm in the face of trouble and have the style of a general. Jiang Yuzhu touched her brother's head. With my third sister here, what's there to be afraid of? My third sister has never lost in a quarrel. Jiang Tao said with his chest puffed out. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Isn't there a winner? Jiang Yuzhu glanced at Jiang Yuxiu. They were all taken to the countryside. Jiang Tao didn't dare to say anything. They were all his sisters, and he didn't want to offend any of them. This topic was too dangerous. Third sister, I'm going to do my homework. Jiang Tao found an excuse and ran away. Humph, you'd better go do your homework. I'll check it later. Jiang Yuzhu shouted at her brothers running back. Jiang Yuxiu knew what Jiang Yuzhu meant. Not wanting to continue this topic, she hid in the house. If you can't afford to offend, you can't afford to hide. She didn't have the courage to do it again. Jiang's mother saw how the 2 women got along, and she was helpless. You guys, none of you make me worry. Little old lady, don't be like this. I won't stay for a few days, and we'll leave. Don't miss me when the time comes. Jiang Yuzhu went forward to hug Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother hugged her daughter back. Just stop being angry with me. Yes, everyone has grown up and will leave home. The eldest son and the second daughter will soon be talking about marriage. When the family has a new member, the second daughter will also leave. Jiang Peng has been chasing Xue Nana. Nana, I'm sorry. I will say Yuzhu is leaving when I get back. She is just outspoken. She won't stay for a few days and will leave soon. Don't be like her, okay? I swear I don't think so. I will marry you. Jiang Peng swore to Xue Nana. Humph, your family is all the same. Your parents didn't even say a word, but they are not satisfied with me. Since you are so dissatisfied with me, let's just separate. I won't delay you from finding a good wife. Although Xue Nana was very angry, She knew that Jiang couldn't give up. If she gave up, it would be completely over. Jiang's father and mother were not very satisfied with her, and now that Jiang Yuzhu had made such a fuss, they had completely exposed their cards. The Jiang family was unwilling to give up Jiang's mother's job, but Xue Nana was unwilling to do so. A female worker in a textile factory was not too tired in a month, and the benefits were good. If she took over Jiang's mother's job, her monthly salary would be at least more than 30 yuan. Her current job was tiring and hard. It was not so bad now, but after a few days, when the weather turned cold, the tap water would be icy, and she didn't want to suffer. Moreover, she could only do this job for more than 2 months in total, and it would only be about half a year if it was longer. If the grandson of the old lady left, the job would be taken back. 13 yuan a month. What could she do? She also had to hand over 8 yuan for living expenses to her family, and she could save 5 yuan every month by working so hard. I don't want it, I only want you. I don't want anyone else. Jiang Peng hugged Xue Nana. After growing up, Jiang Peng finally met a girl he liked, so he naturally didn't want to give up.
But
your parents and your sister don't agree. What can I do? Xue Nana is well aware of men's psychology. She also knows how to show weakness. When dealing with men, you have to be soft when you need to be soft, and be tough when you need to be tough. Women can't let men be too comfortable. I'll go back and talk to my family. Jiang Peng got angry after hearing what Xue Nana said. Forget it, let's separate. Woo-woo. Nana, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? The Xue family saw that the two were not in a good state, so they hurried out to see. Mom, brother, and sister-in-law, I want to separate from Jiang Peng. Their family doesn't agree with our relationship. Our family can't afford it, so don't force it. Xue Nana winked at her mother. What? You Jiang family is bullying too much. After receiving her daughter's look, Xue's mother knew immediately that the Jiang family was not satisfied with their proposal to work. They did not agree with their daughter's marriage to Jiang Peng. Humph, it's time now, and it's not up to the Jiang family to decide. It's not that easy to separate if you say so. The Jiang family's conditions are here, but they are a rare good family. How could they give up? But they need to cooperate with their daughter. Otherwise, even if their daughter marries into the Jiang family, her status will not be high. This is not the result they want. They also want to get a steady stream of benefits from their daughter. Apart from anything else, Jiang's father is an 8th level fitter, and his monthly salary is more than 110, nearly 120 yuan. The money flowing from his fingers is enough for them to eat their fill. Jiang Peng, this is how your family bullies my daughter. Teaming up to bully people, right? If you don't want to, forget it. I'll find a matchmaker right away, and find a man for Nana right away, and it has to be your Jiang family. Xue Mei made a gesture of finding a new home for her daughter immediately. It's not like that, Andy, you misunderstood. Jiang Peng quickly stopped Xue's mother. It's not that, look at how aggrieved Nana is. How could she be like this after going to your house for a meal? She was fine when she went there, but she cried when she came back. Xue's mother hugged her daughter, and the two hugged each other. Woo-woo. Xue Nana didn't say anything, just cried. Jiang Peng didn't know what to do. Annie, it's all my fault. Oh my God. Why is it so difficult for him to be caught between several women? Xue's mother immediately winked at brother Xue and sister-in-law Xue, and the family took turns to fight. Sister, let's go. I'll take you to their Jiang family to talk it out. We can't be bullied in vain. It's not our Xue family begging you, Jiang Peng, to marry our Nana. There are so many men who like my sister, and they can line up from our house to the entrance of the machinery factory. It's your honor that my sister chose you, but you don't know what's good for you, and bully my sister. Brother Xue looked fierce. Yes, look how wrong Nana is. All our purposes are for the good of you two young couples. Can't we discuss it properly? Seeing that her mother-in-law and her husband were almost fierce, Mrs. Xue came out to ease the situation. Don't scare people away all of a sudden. Sister-in-law. This matter blames me. Oh, it's all my fault that I didn't protect Nana well. I'll say this. I won't marry anyone but Nana. If my family doesn't agree, I'll live alone. I will definitely not let Nana down. Jiang Peng was threatened by the Xue family and immediately promised to marry Xue Nana. Oh, how can that be possible? They are your parents. How about this? We will go home with you now. If there is anything, let's sit down and discuss it. Is there any misunderstanding? Their purpose is not to let them live alone. How much is Jiang Peng's salary alone? The combined salary of Jiang's father and mother is more than 160 yuan. If they divide it, the money will be given to Jiang Peng's younger brother for nothing. It would be best if Jiang's mother gave up her job. In this way, after Xue Nana and Jiang Peng are together, their salaries can be higher, about 50 yuan. Then they can get money from the old couple little by little. As long as the money is in the hands of their daughter, it will be easy. She can get a lot every month. After a long time, they will find a way to transfer the job to the Xue family. This is their ultimate goal. Even if they can't get the job to the Xue family, they also want the Jiang family to help the Xue family's children get into the machinery factory and learn skills from Jiang's father. The skills of the 8th level fitter are precious. In short, they want the Jiang family's money, and they also want to use the Jiang family to get a job in the machinery factory. They just want to step on the Jiang family and let the Xue family move to a higher level. The Xue family's wishful thinking is crackling. But they met Jiang Yuzhu, which was destined to fail. The Xue family used both soft and hard tactics, and Jiang Peng was no match. He nodded and agreed immediately. Several people went to Jiang's house in high spirits. At this time, Jiang's father and Jiang Yuxiu had already gone to work. Yao Yuling, come out. Did you bully my daughter? Xue's mother rushed into Jiang's house with people. Jiang's mother came out of the kitchen and saw the aggressive Xue family. Looking at her eldest son and Xue Nana, who was sniffling, she knew that they were here to ask for punishment. Jiang Yuzhu heard the noise and came out immediately. Bullying, ask her. Did we beat her? Or did we not give her dumplings, good food and drink, and call it bullying? Then you Xue family are really reasonable. Jiang Yuzhu saw the Xue family's mobilization of troops. It was impossible for them to leave without giving a satisfactory explanation. What a sharp-tongued girl. Xue's mother looked at Jiang Yuzhu. Why did the third girl of the Jiang family come back? Didn't she go to the countryside? No matter how sharp my words are, they can't compare to your distortion of right and wrong. Brother Xue looked at Jiang Yuzhu, with evil intent in his eyes. It seems that you are the one who bullied my sister. Jiang Yuzhu saw the look in Brother Xue's eyes and felt sick. She immediately glared at him fiercely. If you keep looking at me like that, I will dig your eyes out. Jiang's mother stood in front of her daughter and looked at Brother Xue with a bad look. At this time, Sister Xue also looked at her husband. Brother Xue touched his nose, awkwardly. I'm fine. Why don't you let me look? No matter what Jiang Peng said, he couldn't let the Xue family hurt his family, because they were his own mother and sister. He stepped forward to block Brother Xue's sight and stood in front of Jiang Yuzhu. Mom, Auntie, let's talk it over. Sit down and discuss it. Jiang Peng still hoped that the two families could have a good talk. He didn't want to separate from Xue Nana. What are we still discussing? They're fighting. Jiang's mother also got angry. What does the Xue family mean by this? What do you mean we here to fight? It was your Jiang family who bullied my Nana first, and we can't come over to ask. Xue's mother also knew that she couldn't make a big fuss, otherwise there would be no room for maneuver. Although Xue's eldest sister-in-law was dissatisfied with her husband looking at Jiang Yuzhu, she, a junior, had to come out to ease the atmosphere at this time. Everyone calmed down, Aunt Jiang. We saw Nana crying and were a little anxious, so we came over to ask what happened. By the way, our two families should sit down and have a good talk about the two of them. Jiang's mother was even more upset when she saw the Xue family singing the same tune. I'm officially notifying you that our Jiang family can't do the request you made last time. It may be that our Jiang family is too high class, so you should choose another son-in-law. When Jiang Peng heard this, his eyes turned red with anxiety. How could he refuse directly? Jiang's mother looked at her son. Jiang Peng, things have come to this point now. Your father and I have done our best. If you insist on marrying Xue Nana, that is your own business. It has nothing to do with our Jiang family. You can just go and be their son-in-law. Jiang's mother didn't want to be so cruel, but she saw through the faces of the Xue family. None of them were good people. Looking at the wretched appearance of the eldest brother of the Xue family, it was obvious that he was not a good person. With such an eldest brother in the family, it can be seen that the parents and siblings can't do anything. Now is the time to end it, so as to avoid trouble in the future.
Mom.
If you still recognize me as your mother, we'll end it all today. Jiang's mother forced Jiang Prung to end it. If it continued, it would become more and more difficult. She was afraid that the family would be disturbed. Mom, I beg you, I really like Nana. Please help us. Jiang Peng begged Jiang's mother. Jiang Prung really likes Xue Nana. The feelings of first love are always so passionate. Son, it's not that your mother is cruel, it's that the Xue family is greedy. Jiang's mother pushed Jiang Peng away, saying that there was no need to discuss it. Oh, my poor daughter, you are deceived by the Jiang family. The two children have been together for a while, and they just broke up. How can our Nana face people? Xue's mother saw that Jiang's mother was so cruel and immediately changed her strategy.
She cried.
Mom, it's all my fault. I embarrassed you. Xue Nana cried with tears in her eyes. Jiang Peng felt so distressed. Nana. Suddenly the courtyard was filled with the voices of the Xue family. Jiang Yuzhu saw the reactions of the Xue family. Why? Do Xue family want to rely on our Jiang family? They are just dating. There is no law that stipulates that if you are dating, you must get married. Your daughter is shameful. She did something excessive herself, but it has nothing to do with us. This Xue family is really a nest of snakes and rats. It's really hard for them. How did they get together as a family? Jiang Yuzhu, how did I offend you to make you hate me so much and say such excessive words? Since I came to our house, you have been picking on me and talking so harshly. Is there any sister like you? Which sister doesn't hope for the best for her brother? But you are so good that you directly ruined our relationship. What do you want to do? Xue Nana pointed the gun at Jiang Yuzhu. At this point, everything was because of Jiang Yuzhu, which made things develop to an uncontrollable situation. Haha, you re-blaming me. You should understand that the reason you can't be with Jiang Peng is not because of me, but because your Xue family covets my mother's job. You forced my mother to retire a long time ago. Don't you know what you are thinking? You still have the nerve to throw dirty water on me. Jiang Yuzhu doesn't tolerate their bad habits. Xue's mother also saw that Jiang Yuzhu is the most difficult to deal with in the Jiang family. We made this request for the good of the two children. It's all the painstaking efforts of parents. Yao Yuling, you are so cruel. You also have a daughter. What's wrong with me asking for a guarantee for my daughter? They are married and work together to make money to support the family. It's not good for you to enjoy yourself at home. I don't understand why we are greedy. Xue's mother is indeed a full-level green tea. She directly put Jiang's mother on a high ground and put her there. She changed the concept. Now she has become a good mother who loves women, and she keeps saying that it is for the good of her daughter and son-in-law. Jiang's mother, however, became a selfish mother who didn't love her son. Jiang's mother disagreed because she didn't love her child. At the same time, it also caused a gap between Jiang Peng and Jiang's mother. His mother just couldn't bear to give up this job. For the sake of work, she had to separate him and Nana. She regarded work as more important than her son. Xue family is really amazing. The old green tea gave birth to a gangster and a little green tea. Jiang Yuzhu scolded directly. You can't be polite to these shameless people. Otherwise, they will be arrogant. They really start a dyeing factory when they are given a little color and they don't know how much they weigh. Why are you scolding people? Yuzhu. Xue Nana and Jiang Peng's voices rang out together. Jiang Yuzhu pushed Jiang Peng away. I wanted to give you face and let you separate decently, but it seems that you don't want to. Let me ask you, Xue Nana, where did you go this morning and who are you with? Jiang Yuzhu looked directly into Xue Nana's eyes. Xue Nana broke out in a cold sweat when she heard what Jiang Yuzhu said.
Could it be that?
Jiang Yuzhu saw her meeting Jiang Yuqing? But given Jiang Yuzhu's personality, if she saw it, she would not have been so quiet and would have called for help on the spot. Is he trying to trick her? I don't know what you are talking about. I was at work and your eldest brother sent me there. Later, I thought I couldn't come here empty-handed, so I went to buy peach cakes and then went back to the factory.
This.
Your brother knows everything. Nana looked at Jiang innocently. Jiang nodded immediately. Yes, Yuzhu, I sent Nana to work and then picked her up. Do you know what she did during this period? She was cheating on men. Jiang Yuzhu looked at Nana sharply. Nana was frightened by the stare.
I
didn't. Brother Peng, you have to believe me. Nana was scared. Could it be that Jiang Yuzhu really saw it?
This.
How is this possible? Jiang Peng didn't quite believe it. But he still understood his sister. She would not wrongly accuse someone just because she didn't like him, and it was such a serious matter.
But
he felt that Nana was not that kind of woman. Who should he believe? Jiang's mother also looked at her daughter. Is this true? Jiang Yuzhu nodded.
Bah.
You dead girl. You deliberately slandered our Nana. If our Nana's reputation is ruined because of you, I will tear your mouth off. Shue's mother was furious. If this kind of thing gets out, her daughter will be ruined. At that time, will their Xue family still be human? Whether I am talking nonsense or not, your daughter knows it best. After all, she doesn't know whether the thing has been done or not. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Jiang Yuzhu's contemptuous eyes made Nana feel like she was stripped and humiliated. Why did she look at her like that? By the way, what evidence does Jiang Yuzhu have? Even if she saw her dating Zhang Yuqing, so what? Who can prove it? Zhang Yuqing himself would never admit such a thing. He didn't even have time to hide it, so how could he possibly tell it? So as long as she insisted that it was Jiang Yuzhu's frame-up, no one would know about it. She would never meet Zhang Yuqing again.
You.
Jiang Yuzhu, I didn't expect that you would make up such a lie just to prevent me from being with your brother. You are also a woman. How can you say that to me? How can I live like this?
I
might as well die to prove my innocence. After saying that, she was about to hit the wall. No, Nana. Jiang Peng stopped Nana. How could he watch Nana her head against the wall? Brother Peng, I really don't want to live anymore. How can I face people? Someone actually said that. Woo-woo. Nana cried in Jiang Peng's arms. Jiang Peng's heart softened with her sobs. Don't cry. Don't do anything stupid. Jiang Peng was terrified. When Nana rushed to the wall, his heart was pounding. Jiang Peng said to his little sister seriously, Yuzhu, this must be a misunderstanding. Don't say such things again in the future. His tone was already very heavy. Jiang Yuzhu knew she would use this trick. Isn't this the trick that green tea girls are best at using? It happens to be the most effective. It doesn't matter whether she said it or not. The most important thing is whether she did it or not. As the old saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Nana, do you dare to swear to the sky? Say that you didn't do anything to let my brother down. If you did, you will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. You will suffer retribution for the rest of your life and be unlucky for the rest of your life. Jiang Yuzhu just stared at Nana. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Nana just watched Jiang Yuzhu confront her. The face buried in Jiang Peng's arms looked like she wanted to eat someone. Her hands were clenched into fists, her teeth were clenched, and her breathing was very rapid. Nana wanted to say no, but for some reason, she couldn't swear that she didn't do such a vicious oath. No one would be willing to curse themselves. What's more, she felt guilty. Everyone is afraid of retribution. What if she said it and the retribution really happened to her? Yuzhu, what are you talking about? How can you make such a vicious oath? Jiang Peng was horrified after hearing this. Why is his little sister becoming more and more aggressive? People at this time still have great awe for ghosts and gods. Brother Peng, we really have no fate. I can't stand it anymore. Please let me go. Nana could only change the subject. The Xue family saw that Jiang Yuzhu was too difficult to deal with. Xue's mother used the trick of crying, making a fuss and threatening to commit suicide again. Oh my God, You Jiang family are too bullying. Xue's mother slapped her thigh and sat on the ground yelling. How can a sister-in-law be so vicious?
You.
You are a married girl, and you have to make trouble in your parents' home before you are satisfied, right? Yao Yuling, you don't care about your daughter, and you just let her interfere in family affairs. I have never seen such a family as yours. You let your daughter interfere in your son's marriage. My poor daughter, what kind of fate is this? How could she meet such a family? What can I do? Her reputation is ruined. Xue's mother wanted to ask the Jiang family for an explanation. Her daughter's reputation was ruined, and she insisted on marrying into your family. Jiang Peng, you just let your sister bully Nana. You're going to live with Nana in the future. If you let your sister mess around like this, you will be single for the rest of your life. Xue's mother was so angry that she beat Jiang Peng. Jiang Yuzhu, apologize to my sister. We, the Xue family, can't let you bully us like this. Brother Xue immediately grabbed Jiang Yuzhu and apologized to Xue Nana. Jiang Yuzhu naturally wouldn't let Xue's eldest brother touch her. With a snap, Jiang Yuzhu slapped Xue's eldest brother. Everyone was stunned by the slap. Try to touch me. Jiang Yuzhu wiped her hands with a handkerchief in disgust after hitting him.
You
hit people. If you dare to hit my son, I'll fight you. Xue's mother saw that her eldest son was hit by Jiang Yuzhu, a dead girl, and immediately wanted to deal with Jiang Yuzhu. What are you doing? Jiang's mother would never let Xue's mother hit her daughter. The two mothers tore at each other, pulling hair, tearing clothes, scratching,
spitting.
All the tricks of middle-aged women were used. Mom, Auntie, let go. Jiang Peng saw that his mother and future mother-in-law were fighting and hurried forward to stop them. The two were so angry that they didn't care who came. Jiang Peng was instantly involved in the war. You dare to hit my son. Jiang's mother saw her son being tickled by Xue's wife, and she gnashed her teeth in anger and jumped up to hit Xue's mother. Yao Yuling, your son will never marry my daughter. He will be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Xue's mother was beaten by Jiang's mother. She immediately said something cruel. Your family is shabby. Whoever wants to marry can marry. We Jiang's family is not a rag collector. Jiang Yuzhu's fighting ability is so strong. Jiang's mother is naturally not an honest person. When she was young, she was a replica of Jiang Yuzhu. It can also be said that Jiang Yuzhu has learned Jiang's mother's skills to the fullest. If she were not old, and the children had grown up. Considering the reputation issue and the marriage of her sons and daughters, how could Jiang's mother restrain herself so much? Now that they have torn their faces, what is there to be afraid of?
Mom.
Jiang Peng heard his mother say this, and he was immediately unhappy. Mom believed what her younger sister said. Xue Nana's face turned pale.
You.
Yao Yuling, I'll fight you. Jiang Yuzhu was afraid that Jiang's mother would suffer, so she kicked Xue's mother.
Ouch.
My waist. Xue's mother fell to the ground. You dead girl. Xue's mother looked at Jiang Yuzhu hatefully. Now Xue's eldest brother found a more suitable reason and rushed towards Jiang Yuzhu. You dare to bully my mother. Jiang Yuzhu saw the malice in Xue's eldest brother's eyes, and where was his hand going to touch? She was so angry that her face turned blue. Want to take advantage of her wishful thinking. She immediately ran in the opposite direction and went to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and came out. Come here and try. I'll chop you to death. Xue's eldest brother was a little timid when he saw Jiang Yuzhu holding a kitchen knife. But Jiang Yuzhu was really beautiful, and if he was so cowardly, he would be laughed at to death in the future. Evil comes from courage. He bet that Jiang Yuzhu would not dare to cut him and was just trying to scare him. But he underestimated Jiang Yuzhu's strength. Xue's eldest brother was rushing towards Jiang Yuzhu, trying to take the kitchen knife from her hand. But Jiang Yuzhu didn't care about that and swung the knife directly. This scared everyone. Fortunately, Xue's eldest brother dodged in time, but his clothes were cut open with a long big slit. You want to kill someone. Xue's eldest sister-in-law hugged Xue's eldest brother. After all, this is her man. She lives on the Xue family. If you dare to get close to me again, I'll see if I dare to do it. If you have the guts, try it. Jiang Yuzhu held the knife and pointed at Shue's eldest brother. Little sister, what are you doing? Put the knife down quickly. Jiang Peng saw that his little sister had moved the knife, and his head was buzzing. This time it was over. Shue's eldest brother, seeing that Jiang Peng had held Jiang Yuzhu's kitchen knife, took advantage of her unpreparedness and was about to sneak attack from the side and hug Jiang Yuzhu. If he didn't take advantage today, he would be unwilling. Wait until he finds a chance and see how he subdues her. Before the eldest brother of the Xue family could hug Jiang Yuzhu, a figure appeared and kicked the person away.
Ah, Taeyun, my son.
Xue's mother didn't care about her waist. She stood up with her waist and staggered to her son. Big brother. Xue Nana didn't pretend to be weak at this time. She pushed Jiang Peng away and ran to her big brother to see. Xue Nana knew the big brother's position in the family best. Big brother is the treasure of the family. If something happened to her, how could she still gain a foothold in her mother's family? Boss, how are you? Xue's eldest sister-in-law wanted to help her husband up, but he stumbled because he was too heavy. Ouch, you want to fall to death, get out of the way. Xue's eldest brother pushed his wife away. He looked at the person angrily. He wanted to see who dared to do this to him. Jiang Yuzhu was relieved when she saw Xu Lei coming back. You're back. When he was away, she could only be strong. Now seeing him back, she suddenly felt a surge of grievances in her heart. Her nose was sour. Xu Lei didn't expect that so many things happened while he was developing photos. I'm sorry, I'm late. Are you injured? Xu Lei hurriedly checked Jiang Yuzhu up and down to see if she was injured. Jiang Yuzhu shook her head, I'm fine. Xu Lei, you're back. Jiang's mother felt safer when she saw her son-in-law coming back. The main reason was that her son-in-law was a soldier and had great skills. With her son-in-law around, her daughter would not be hurt. Jiang's mother saw it clearly just now. The eldest brother of the Xue family actually wanted to take advantage of her daughter. As expected, no one in the family was a good person. Who are you? I tell you, you're done. Let's see if I can let you walk out of this place alive. Brother Xue usually likes to make friends with some bad people. Thinking that this man dared to hurt him, let him taste his power. I'll wait. I want to see how powerful you are. Xu Lei thought to himself. Come and take care of them. He must pay the price for daring to bully his wife. The eldest brother of the Xue family moved his body and felt pain all over his body. He slowly supported himself on the ground and stood up. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup now, and I can't go to work during this period of time when I am recovering from my injury. You have to compensate me for my losses. Compensate for the losses. You Xue family came to our house to make trouble and still want to compensate for the losses. I have done my best by not asking you to compensate. Jiang Yuzhu pointed at the Xue family. You Jiang family are right to beat people. Who are you trying to scare? I want to see which family is more shameful. Someone come here. Is there any justice? The Jiang family is going to kill people. Everyone come and judge. Xue's mother saw the situation and hurriedly called for help. She and her son were injured, which was obvious, and it was their Jiang family who regretted the engagement first. No one could say anything if they were asked to pay hundreds of yuan in compensation. Xue's mother didn't want to miss this opportunity. Since they had already torn their faces, they might as well make a big fuss. Anyway, the Jiang family would never let their daughter marry in. When the time comes, she will find a husband for her daughter, and there are many families who want to marry her daughter. In this way, she can not only get money from the Jiang family but also get a betrothal gift, so she won't lose anything. You are determined not to give your daughter a chance to live, right? Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xue's mother's behavior and really hoped that she would not regret it. What do you mean I won't give my daughter a chance to live? It's you Jiang family who is bullying people too much. You bullied my daughter first, and then you slandered her reputation in order to break off the engagement, saying that she cheated on you. Now you beat me and my son. Who is it that won't give us a chance to live? Is there any justice in the world? Xue's mother's questioning was heard by everyone who came to watch the excitement. Hey, what's wrong with you two families? Why dare to make such a big fight? If you have anything to say, just talk it out. Yes, aren't these two children getting along well? The neighbors around heard the Jiang family's movement and came to see. The courtyard was full of people watching the excitement. Seeing that everyone came, Xue's mother quickly acted pitiful. You all have to help my daughter. My daughter is so pitiful. Not only was her engagement broken off for no reason, but now she has injured me and my son. The Jiang family is really bullying. This. Everyone looked at the two families in confusion. This. The Jiang family doesn't seem to be this kind of people. What is going on? Yes, tell me. Everyone give me some judgment. Jiang Yuzhu folded her hands in front of her chest and watched Xue's mother perform there quietly. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to, but you have to break through it, right? I'm giving you a chance now. Leave here quickly and keep the reputation of your Xue family, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself. Jiang Yuzhu originally just wanted to show the photo to Jiang Peng to let him know what kind of woman the person he likes is. Separate honestly and find a decent wife to live a good life in the future. So, as not to always think about Xue Nana. But what the Xue family is doing now is tantamount to digging their own graves. You dare to threaten us? Everyone has heard it. It was this girl who was so arrogant. She bullied my Nana and wanted to ruin the marriage between Jiang Peng and my daughter. You all heard it. Xue's mother didn't know what her daughter had done. Of course, she was fearless. But Xue Nana was worried. She was a little panicked, Mom. How about we just... Xue's mother pushed her daughter away. What are you afraid of? I have to let everyone see the true face of the Jiang family. You're talking nonsense. You still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for your Xue family asking for such a high price, would the two children have ended up like this? Jiang's mother naturally didn't admit it. The Xue family actually confuses right and wrong. Since you are all here, let's talk about it. Originally, the two children got along well, but when it came to marriage, the Xue family insisted that our Jiang family give us a job as a betrothal gift. Tell me, everyone, whose job was blown away by the wind. Just give it to someone else. Besides, if your Xue family secretly withheld the job and didn't bring the child back, who would we look for? After hearing this, everyone looked at the Xue family. Who doesn't regard work as more important than life? Without a job, how can you support your family? Seeing that everyone was looking at them strangely, Xue's mother immediately fought back. Whose family doesn't pay something to marry a daughter-in-law? Why should I give my daughter, who I raised with great care, to your family for free? Besides, didn't we say that we asked for this job for Nana so that the young couple can live a good life? But what did your Jiang family do? You let your daughter bully my daughter, and you made up nonsense rumors about my daughter, saying that she cheated on me. You, the Jiang family, are so despicable. If you don't want to, just say you don't want to. Why do you have to put people to death like this? Jiang Yuzhu, you are also a girl. How can you be so cruel to say such things to slander my daughter? After listening to what Xue's mother said, everyone empathized with her. That's right. You can't marry a wife without a gift. But asking for work is a bit too much. Who can easily give up their work? But you can't slander the girl. How can she live like a human being? Yuling, we are not the ones saying this. You're really saying too much. If you don't want to, forget it. Why say that to her? The neighbors who were watching didn't know the truth. Although the Xue family said that asking for work was too much, most of them thought that the Jiang family said that the girl was cheating was more excessive. After all, reputation is more important than anything else. The Jiang family is more than that. They even fight and kill. Come and see. My waist is about to be broken by Jiang Yuzhu. And my son, look at him. He was almost chopped to death by this girl. His clothes are damaged. The kitchen knife is here. I am not lying. I don't know where this wild man came from. He made her decide and hurt my son like this. Xue's mother must make Jiang Yuzhu pay the price. Didn't she want to ruin Nana's reputation? Then she ruined her reputation. Bah, it's all up to you. Why did your son get beaten? Doesn't he know? What did he want to do just now? A grown man actually wanted to hit my daughter. My daughter should have hit him. Did he wait for your son to come and hit her? Jiang's mother didn't tell Xue's real purpose because she was afraid that rumors would hurt her daughter. After all, her daughter's appearance is here, and it is easy to be criticized. This woman is not easy, especially for pretty women. It has been the same since ancient times. The prettier the woman, the more things she has experienced. Even if no one is bothering anyone, she will still be affected. The boy from the Xu family actually wanted to take advantage of his daughter. He is really shameless. Also, whether your daughter cheated or not is not something you can say it is not. I believe my daughter. Since she said it, she must have seen your daughter with another man behind my son's back. Otherwise, why would she be so opposed to the two of them being together? There is no smoke without fire. If your daughter really didn't do it, why would she feel guilty? Jiang's mother would certainly not let Xue's mother slander their family at will. From what she just discovered, Xu Nana's current state is obviously guilty. Who feels guilty? Nana, don't be afraid. Tell them, is it Jiang Yuzhu, the vicious woman, who is framing you? Xue's mother pulled her daughter over, because she had told her a long time ago that even if she must not give herself to others at will. Once a woman is given away, she is worthless. It is easy to be abandoned. She firmly believes that her daughter will not be so stupid. I didn't. Xu Nana didn't dare to look up. See? My daughter said no. It's your daughter who is slandering Nana. You can see how vicious her heart is. I just don't understand. You, a sister-in-law, want to interfere in your eldest brother's marriage. Aren't you meddling too much? This is how your Jiang family teaches your daughters. Which daughter would dare to marry into your Jiang family in the future? I sue you. Today the Jiang family must compensate us for our losses. We will settle all the old and new accounts together. Not only did you break off the engagement, but you also ruined my daughter's reputation. Now you're even beating people up. You Jiang family must compensate us 500 yuan, otherwise we won't let it go so easily. Xue's mother calculated in her mind. With the 500 yuan, she would find a way to get a job for her youngest son. 500? I won't let my mother give your family even 50 cents. On the contrary, your family must return the things my brother has given to your Xu family during this period. You have to understand clearly that it is your daughter who is not disciplined and has cheated on her husband that we broke off the engagement. Jiang Yuzhu took out the photos from Xu Lei's pocket. She opened the brown paper in front of many people. Xu Lei didn't want Jiang Yuzhu to see these eye-catching photos, but Jiang Yuzhu insisted on seeing them. Wow. Wonderful. Jiang Yuzhu shook the photos in front of Xu Nana's eyes. TSK, you are so anxious. How thirsty are you? You are on the street. When everyone heard what Jiang Yuzhu said, they stretched their necks curiously to see what kind of photos were so wonderful. What photos? I don't know. Could it be evidence of the Xu family's affair? It doesn't look fake. Can photos be faked? Oh, I really didn't realize it. It seems that the Xu family is really not worth getting involved with. Let me tell you, I heard that the Xu family blackmailed the Li family for 50 yuan a few years ago. It seems that their eldest son took advantage of their daughter and was beaten by the Li family. Their family is so wicked that they said that the daughter seduced him and would not let their daughter get married if he didn't compensate. Then what happened next? What else can it be? Girls suffer in such things. The Li family sent their daughter to her grandmother's house overnight and found someone to marry her. The crowd suddenly became lively, and everyone was talking about the Xu family. Xu Nana widened her eyes in horror. She didn't expect that there would really be evidence. You didn't expect it, did you? In order to capture such a wonderful moment, I spent 500 yuan to buy a camera. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Do you think that I can't do anything to you without evidence? You can play tricks on my brother at will? Look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. You are not worthy of marrying into our Jiang family. It's a joke. Jiang Peng, who was standing aside, was trembling all over. His fists were clenched white and creaked. Let me see. Jiang Yuzhu looked at his eldest brother and rolled his eyes. Don't look at it. You are so fragile. I'm afraid you can't stand it. But Jiang Peng wanted to see it. If he hadn't seen the truth with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He snatched the photo from Jiang Yuzhu's hand. Seeing the man and woman in the photo, entangled in the alley, Jiang collapsed. The photos were scattered on the ground. This was the woman he loved. She blushed even when holding hands, and she was afraid of scaring her when kissing her on the cheek, so she didn't dare to go beyond one step.
Ha ha ha.
But she was actually hanging out with a man in broad daylight. Where did she put him?
Ah.
Jiang screamed loudly. Then he ran out. Jiang's mother obviously saw the photo, and her face turned pale. Thanks to her daughter, otherwise. I dare not even think about marrying such a thing home. Nana quickly picked up the photo that fell on the ground. When she saw herself in the photo, her teeth were chattering. Then she tore the photos desperately, tearing them into pieces. But the photos were all over the floor, and she couldn't tear them all. Nana tore them one by one. The man who was interested ran over to pick up the photos. But how could Nana let others see them? She tore them with the man.
Get out.
But Nana was no match for the man, and the photo was still snatched away. Suddenly, the crowd burst into a fierce noise. The men were excited when they saw the photos, but the women sneered and called them shameless. You don't think that if you tear up these photos, I won't have any evidence, do you? Do you want to explain to you that you tore up the photos? I have the negatives. I can print as many copies as I want, and I want everyone in the city to have a copy, as long as I like it.
Ah.
Nana's eyes were red. Jiang Yuzhu, I'll fight you. No woman can bear this kind of. Nana threw herself at Jiang Yuzhu. Xu Lei would never let his wife get hurt, so he hugged her and dodged. But Nana couldn't pull back in time, rushed over, and fell to the ground.
Pa.
Nana covered her face. The muscles on the side of Shue's mother's nose were trembling. What a shame. We don't have a daughter like you in our Xue family. After that, she and Shue's eldest sister-in-law supported her son and left together. Faced with so many malicious eyes, Nana couldn't stand it and ran away crying. Oh my God, I really didn't see that this girl would do such a thing. That's right, it's a good thing that the Jiang family found out, otherwise what would happen if they took her home? Why does the person in the photo look so familiar? Hey, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Isn't this the young clerk in the propaganda department of the textile factory, who later married the daughter of the propaganda director Ma, the particularly ugly Ma Xiaoyan? Oh my God, this is going to be a good show. The more everyone ate the melon, the bigger it got. The more they ate, the more excited they became. The neighbors living nearby are generally workers from machinery factories, textile factories, and garment factories. With so many people, there will always be people who can recognize them. They found them out after a search. I'll go and say hello to the police. Xu Lei was afraid that something would happen. This matter caused such a big commotion, and he was afraid that his wife and the Jiang family would get into trouble. If Nana couldn't get over it because of this matter, it would not end well. After all, the person left from this yard, and it would be a shame to be blackmailed by the Xue family. Xu Lei went to the Public Security Bureau and explained the whole story. If anything happened to Nana, it would have nothing to do with the Jiang family. It just so happened that Xu Lei had a comrade assigned to the Public Security Bureau here, so he could say hello and take care of him if anything happened. Jiang Yuzhu nodded. Okay, everyone go away. Jiang's mother looked at the photos all over the yard and quickly picked them up. Yuling, think about it, Xiaopeng is a good boy, we all know it. Thank you. Jiang's mother forced herself to clean up the yard. Seeing that the Jiang family was like this, everyone dispersed. Mom, you won't blame me, right? Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to publish the photos at first. But the Xue family was too much. It was like a blood leech, and it wouldn't let go unless it hurt him. Silly child, why should I blame you? It's your elder brother, who didn't know people well. He deserves it. Jiang's mother felt more and more sorry for her son. But seeing her son's sad look, she, as a mother, couldn't feel good. Then elder brother. Let him calm down.
Don't worry about it.
If he can't get over it, that's his fate. How can a person's life be without ups and downs? This is just the beginning of life. There are hard days ahead. If you can't stand this, you won't have much of a future. By the way, Yuzhu, you bought a camera for your elder brother's sake. Here's 500 yuan for you. Jiang's mother couldn't let her daughter take this money. This is not a small amount. It was all paid by her son-in-law. Mom, no need. This camera is not unusable after buying it. I just keep it for taking pictures. These days, cameras are considered a big item. Xu Lei bought a good imported camera, a seagull camera, probably to keep it for future use. That won't do. Wait till tonight, I'll come find you. Jiang's mother knew what was going on. Her daughter was getting married, and they, as her parents, hadn't given her a dowry yet. It was just right to give it all at once. In the evening, she would discuss with the child's father to see how much would be appropriate to give to the third daughter. Without even having to go home, Jiang's father, Jiang Yuxiu, and Jiang Yufan all knew about Xu Nana's situation. The whole area was buzzing with rumors, and it would probably not be long before the whole city would know about it. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Most people were sympathetic and comforting. There were also a few who wanted to see the joke. Mom, is this true? Jiang Yufan and Wang Quan came over to see it. They didn't bring the child with them, but left him at home to be looked after by his grandmother for a while. Jiang's mother nodded. This Xu Nana is really abominable. Jiang Yufan was the kindest person, but she was angered by Xu Nana's behavior. Where's Xiaoping? As the eldest sister, Jiang Yufan naturally cared about her younger brother. I don't know either. After knowing the truth, he ran away and hasn't come back yet. Jiang's mother sighed. No, I have to go find him. What a shame. Jiang Yufan was worried that something had happened to her brother. Don't let a woman get you down. It happened that she ran into Jiang's father and Jiang Yuxiu, who had returned. Dad, Yuxiu, you're back. Where are you going? Jiang's father saw his eldest daughter in a hurry. Xiaoping hasn't come back yet. I'm going to look for him. Jiang's father was silent for a moment. Go. Sister, I'll go with you. Jiang Yuxiu also wanted to go with her sister to find her eldest brother. Jiang's father didn't see his son-in-law Xu Lei, Yuzhu, where's Xu Lei? He's been out all afternoon. He said he was going to say hello to the Public Security Bureau. It just so happened that he had a comrade in arms there. Jiang's father felt much more at ease after hearing this. The son-in-law was still thoughtful. Jiang Yufan, Jiang Yuxiu, and Wang Quan went to look for Jiang Prung. After searching for a long time, they found him under a bridge in the suburbs. He was lying there motionless. His eyes were red and swollen, and he had obviously been crying all afternoon. Xiaoping, go home with your sister quickly. Your parents are waiting for you to eat. Jiang Yufan went to support Jiang Prung. But Jiang Prung just didn't move, and Jiang Yufan couldn't do anything. Seeing this, Jiang Yuxiu came over to persuade him. Brother, don't be sad, let's go home. He still didn't move. Wang Quan, the eldest brother-in-law, also persuaded him. Xiaoping, let's cheer up and don't let your parents worry. Jiang Peng seemed to have heard nothing. It was useless to say anything, and he just lay there quietly. It was getting dark. Yuxiu, go find Yuzhu. The eldest sister Jiang Yufan had no choice but to ask her younger sister to help. Oh, go quickly. Jiang Peng rolled his eyes. Jiang Yuzhu was sitting in the yard eating melon seeds. You still have the mind to eat melon seeds, come with me. Jiang Yuxiu was angry when she saw Jiang Yuzhu sitting in the yard eating melon seeds calmly. It was already this late, but she was still like nothing had happened. What are you doing? Don't pull me. Jiang Yuzhu slapped Jiang Yuxiu's hand away.
You.
My elder sister asked me to call you. Do you think I want to find you? What a trouble. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the sky. If she didn't bring him back, her parents would be worried. If she said so, he should suffer more outside. But she was afraid that Jiang's father and mother would worry. Jiang Yuzhu stood up and patted the melon seed shells on her hands. What are you looking at? Lead the way. Hey, Yuzhu, you're here. Jiang Yufan's mouth was dry after talking, but Jiang Peng was indifferent. She had no choice. Jiang Yuzhu kicked Jiang Peng's thigh with her foot. Are you dead? If you're not dead, make a sound. Jiang Peng ignored her little sister. Jiang Yuzhu put her hands on her waist, looked around, grabbed Jiang Peng's collar, and dragged him. What are you doing? Jiang Peng finally spoke. Jiang Yuzhu didn't answer, but dragged him forward. The two of them even laughed. The smaller one walked aggressively in front, and the larger one was dragged to bend over. When they reached the river, Jiang Yuzhu pushed Jiang Peng into the river. Aren't you pretending to be dead? I'll help you. Woo woo. Gululu gurulu. Many bubbles surged in the river water. Jiang Peng struggled. Jiang Yuzhu pulled him up, and just after a few seconds, he was pushed down again.
Ah.
Woo woo. Gululu gurulu. Oh my god, Yuzhu, let go. Jiang Yufin, Jiang Yuxiao, and Wang Quan hurried over to stop them. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Peng, who was lying in the bush, kept coughing. Who are you pretending to be dead for? For me? Let me tell you, Jiang Peng, Jiang Yuzhu, won't even blink an eye. You, Jiang Peng, are finished, you coward. You've been fooled by such a woman. You don't even dare to. Why are you pretending to be depressed here? Do you have the qualifications? If you have the guts, work hard and strive to be as good as your dad. Get an 8th level fitter certificate to show everyone that you, Jiang Peng, are excellent. Her Xue Nana is a blind idiot who loses the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Make those who laugh at you and talk about you shut up. Then marry an excellent, beautiful, and educated wife to bring honor to your parents. This is what a man should do, not be like you, a coward who avoids problems when encountering problems. If you are like this, you'd better jump into the river and die. Jiang Yuzhu said, and Jiang Peng covered his mouth and cried. Felt bad when they saw Jiang Peng crying so sadly. Okay, cry for a while, your parents are waiting for you to come home for dinner. Jiang Yuzhu said what she should say, and the rest was up to him. If he couldn't get over it, no matter how others persuaded him, it would be useless. Jiang Yuzhu ignored them and went straight home. Jiang Yufin and Jiang Yuxia looked at each other and helped Jiang Peng up together. Let's go home. Jiang Peng didn't refuse, but he didn't resist either. Wang Quan walked at the back and touched his nose. The sister-in-law is so fierce. I dare not offend her. Only the sister-in-law in the Jiang family dares to treat the brother-in-law like this. It's really like a tofu with a sauce. One thing conquers another. Although Jiang's mother said that she was not worried, she would come out from time to time to see if the children had returned. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu coming in, her eyes lit up. You're back. I've prepared the meal. Are you hungry? She couldn't help but look back. Jiang Yuzhu didn't know what Jiang's mother was thinking. Don't worry, your eldest son is fine. He is walking behind with his eldest sister and the others. It will probably take a while for them to get home. I'm going back to my room to rest first. Hey, it's time for dinner. Mom is calling you. When Jiang's mother heard her son behind her, she finally felt relieved. She knew that it must be Jiang Yuzhu who brought him back. She hurried into the kitchen to prepare food. After a whole day, he must be hungry. Jiang Yuzhu returned to her room and lay on the bed. Why hasn't Xu Lei come back yet? While she was thinking about it, the door was opened. You're back. Jiang Yuzhu sat up. Why did you take so long? This person had been gone for a long time, and it was getting dark. Xu Lei took off his coat and went to wash his face. Xue Nana jumped into the river to commit suicide and was rescued. I followed the police to send her home before coming back. When Xu Lei went out in the afternoon, he paid attention to the direction Xue Nana left. When he arrived at the police station, he first found his comrade in arms and then reported the situation to him. Lu Jijun learned about the situation and immediately sent people to look for her. Finally, they found Xue Nana, who was about to jump into the river to commit suicide. After a lot of tugging, she was rescued and sent home. But the Xue family disliked Xue Nana for being embarrassing and refused to open the door. The police used both soft and hard tactics to send Xue Nana home. Xu Lei went through so much trouble, but it was already very late. Now Xue Nana has returned to the Xue family. If there is anything, it has nothing to do with their Jiang family. How is my brother? Xu Lei thought that Jiang Peng was not in a good state either. I beat him up, and he became obedient. Xu Lei rubbed Jiang Yuzhu's hair. I really don't know how this small body can have so much energy. When it gets angry, it is very powerful. At this time, there was movement in the yard. It was obvious that Jiang Peng and his friends were back. Mom, we're back. Jiang Yufin and Jiang Yuxiu supported Jiang Peng together. At this time, Jiang Peng's clothes were soaking wet, his hair was messy, and his eyes were red. Jiang's mother felt bad. This was her eldest son who she had high hopes for. She really wanted to give him a few slaps and scold him loudly. The words came to her lips, but she finally suppressed them. Wash and change clothes, it's time to eat. Jiang Peng was ready to be beaten and scolded by his mother to vent his anger, but when he saw Jiang's mother just said lightly, "Let's eat." Jiang Peng's emotions could no longer be suppressed, and he knelt on the ground with a plop.
Mom.
Son, I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
Papa.
Jiang Peng slapped himself several times in a row. His face was swollen. This was also to teach himself a lesson. From being with Xue Nana to now, he was like a demon, listening to whatever she said, never considering his parents. He only considered his own interests. How selfish he was. The little sister was right to scold him. He was a rascal. Jiang's father stood inside the threshold and never stepped out. With his fists clenched, a tear appeared in his eyes when he saw his son finally wake up. Father's love is as majestic as a mountain. Maybe it's hard to notice it at ordinary times, but you will find that there is always a force silently supporting us. His son lost his mind for his partner and even ignored the old couple. To be honest, Jiang's father felt uncomfortable, but seeing his son like this, all his unhappiness disappeared. As a father, all he can do is to try his best to support his child and give him a higher starting point. He can't accompany his child for a lifetime, but he hopes that when he is there, he can protect him. Get up quickly. It's good to wake up. Everything is not too late. Jiang's mother helped her son up. Xiaoping, go change your clothes quickly, then admit your mistake to your father. Work hard in the future, and we won't have to worry about finding a good wife. Jiang Yufin pushed Jiang Peng into the house. Jiang Yuxiu looked at Jiang Yuxiu. Jiang Yuxiu ignored her and pulled Xu Lei to sit down. Okay, go wash your hands. We'll have dinner soon. The meal was very quiet. Jiang's father drank a glass of white wine and said nothing. No one would bring up the past. They all thought that the matter was over. In the evening, Jiang's mother came to Jiang Yuxiu's room.
Mom.
Jiang's mother took out a passbook from her pocket and stuffed it into Jiang Yuxiu's hand. Yuxiu, this is the dowry money I discussed with your father. Jiang Yuxiu thought about it and took it. When she opened it, she was shocked. Give me so much. There was 1,000 yuan on the passbook. Although Jiang's father's salary was high, it was not small to support such a large family. This 1,000 yuan was not a small amount of money. Your elder sister got married early, so we didn't give her that much dowry. We gave her 200 yuan as a dowry. First, we were worried about the Wang family, and second, we left a way out for your elder sister. We thought that when your elder sister has a separate family, we would give her some more money. You married far away, so it will be difficult for you to come back in the future. Mom also knows you, and you can protect whatever we give you. Jiang's mother knew her daughter's personalities, so when her eldest daughter got married, she didn't dare to give her so much, for fear that she wouldn't be able to keep it. The younger daughter was different. She was very protective of her food. As long as she didn't want to, it would be very difficult for anyone to take things from her. Besides, the son-in-law bought a camera to get evidence, and they had to pay for it. So the couple discussed and decided to give her 1,000 yuan. Really? Don't regret it. I dare to take it. Jiang Yuxiu looked at Jiang's mother jokingly. Jiang's mother laughed and slapped her twice. You girl, you're taking advantage of me. Keep it.
Mom.
Xu Lei came back from the shower and saw his mother-in-law in the room. Xu Lei is back. All right, you two should go to bed early. You've been busy all day. Seeing her son-in-law coming back, Jiang's mother stopped arguing with her daughter and went back to her room. Jiang Yuxiu took out all her passbooks like a money grubber. Xu Lei had given her one before, which had 3,600 yuan in it. When she got married, the betrothal gift was 500 yuan, and Xu Lei gave her more than 60 yuan for the 50 yuan she brought with her when she went to the countryside. This time, she spent 500 yuan on buying a camera. Xu Lei paid for all the gifts. So now Jiang Yuxiu still has more than 100 yuan in cash. But she already has 2 passbooks, one for 3,600 yuan and one for 1,000 yuan. She now has 4,600 yuan in fixed deposits. In modern times, this is just 1 month's salary for ordinary people. But in this era, 4,600 yuan is a huge sum of money. It's beautiful to think about it. How come there is one more? Xu Lei watched his wife fiddling with the passbook. Jiang Yuzhu picked up the passbook with 1,000 yuan and looked at Xu Lei proudly. This is the dowry money my mother gave me. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu so happy, Xu Lei thought to himself that he must make more money for her to make her happier. 1,000? Mom gave me so much. Xu Lei was also surprised when he glanced at the number on the passbook. Jiang Yuzhu was only concerned with having fun. She rolled over on the bed and lay on the bed counting the numbers on the passbook. Didn't we buy a camera? 500 of it was compensation to us. Xu Lei's mind was no longer on the numbers on the passbook. Jiang Yuzhu lay on the bed, her bare feet swinging constantly, her undulating curves showing, and her chest showing a large area of spring light. Xu Lei's eyes darkened, and he took off his clothes.
Now.
We have more important things to do. The next day, when Jiang Yuzhu woke up, everyone in the Jiang family had gone to work. Xu Lei was cleaning the yard. Jiang's mother was working in the kitchen. Jiang Yuzhu came out and stretched. It's a nice day today. Get up, the rice is in the pot. Mom will get it for you. Xu Lei saw his wife got up, patted the dust off his body, and approached Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuzhu, who had just gotten up, had a hazy look in her eyes, and her face was so tender that you could pinch water out of it, and her face was white and rosy. Xu Lei glanced at the kitchen and quickly kissed Jiang Yuzhu on the face. Stay away from me.
Jiang Yuzhu pushed Xu Lei.
But she didn't push him. This person is really too energetic. Xu Lei also knew that he had gone too far last night, but he just liked Jiang Yuzhu more and more. Every move she made was so attractive to him in his eyes. Ahem. Jiang's mother came out with an egg cake and coughed twice when she saw her daughter and son-in-law being close together. These two children. But it's true. They just got married and are still in the honeymoon period. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? I'll go check. Jiang Yuzhu ran away embarrassedly and went to open the door. There was a group of strangers outside the door. Jiang Yuzhu frowned. Who are you looking for? The man saw Jiang Yuzhu and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are Jiang Yuzhu.
Who are you?
Jiang Yuzhu saw that they were not friendly and had some guesses in her mind. We are from the Revolutionary Committee. Please come with us. You spread obscene and indecent photos yesterday, and we need your cooperation in the investigation. After saying that, he was about to grab Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuzhu pulled her arm back. It's so funny. If you don't want to catch the people in the photos, why do you come to me? Xu Lei and Jiang's mother also came over. What are you doing? My daughter didn't do anything wrong. It was Xuan Nana who cheated on her husband. How come it's our fault? We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Now please ask Jiang Yuzhu to come with us. Xu Lei stopped the people from the Revolutionary Committee. Then please investigate it thoroughly. You have no right to arrest people. I went to the Public Security Bureau yesterday and explained the whole story. If you have any questions, let's go to the Public Security Bureau to confront each other. The people who came didn't expect Jiang Yuzhu and this man to be so difficult to deal with. When the incident happened yesterday, it caused a sensation. After all, this matter involved many people. Minister Ma of the Propaganda Department of the textile factory felt very strange when he saw the strange eyes of the workers. There was nothing wrong with what he wore today. Why were they all looking at him? Out of curiosity, he asked someone to find out. What he found out was incredible. His mother was actually the son-in-law's affair. He had with another woman behind his woman's back and was photographed. It was still discovered by the woman's future in-laws, who caught the handle. Minister Ma instantly felt like his face had fallen to the ground and was stepped on hard. He was so angry that he immediately called Zhang Yuqing to his office. Dad, you're looking for me? Minister Ma looked at his son-in-law, who looked like a decent man, and he said that Zhang Yuqing was unreliable, but his daughter insisted on marrying him. She was just confused by this face. Now, he has become the laughingstock of the whole factory. With a Minister Ma kicked Zhang Yuqing to the ground. Ahem. Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Yuqing didn't know what was going on. Look, this is what you did. Minister Ma threw a photo on Zhang Yuqing's face. This photo was the one that Xue Nana did the man from yesterday and was taken away. Most of them were torn up by Xue Nana, but there were still one or two that were circulated. Minister Ma sent someone to buy the photo at a high price. He spent 100 yuan on this photo. His son-in-law cheated on him, and he, as a father-in-law, had to spend money to buy the photo. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the folder on the table and threw it at Zhang Yuqing.
Ah!
Zhang Yuqing covered his head and ran away. Dad, I was wrong. It's that woman's fault. She seduced me.
You have to believe me, Dad.
Zhang Yuqing never thought that someone would take pictures. In this day and age, who would be willing to spend so much money on a camera? He could only blame Xue Nana for the mistakes. Do you think I'm blind? Minister Ma kicked again.
Dad.
Zhang Yuqing hugged his father-in-law's thigh. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Zhang Yuqing certainly didn't want to lose everything he had now. Now his work is not tiring at all, and his salary is not low. The most important thing is that his father-in-law has only one daughter, Ma Xiaoyaner, and all the resources in the future will be his. By then, he will be a complete winner. Get out of here. I'll let Xiaoyaner divorce you when I go back. Minister Ma was very angry.
Dad, I don't want a divorce. Ma Xiaoyaner rashtin.
Some people said that his father called Zhang Yuqing to the office, and the two of them started fighting. Ma Xiaoyaner ran over quickly. Do you know what he did behind your back? Look for yourself. Minister Ma gave the photo to his daughter. Ma Xiaoyaner saw the two people in the photo actually doing that dirty thing in broad daylight, and was so angry that she threw herself on Zhang Yuqing and beat him up. You have no conscience. Are you worthy of me? I'm sincere to you, but you actually messed with a woman. Didn't you say that you would never associate with that little Xue Nana again? What are you two doing?
Ma Xiaoyaner beat Jiang Yuqing hysterically.
Tears ruined her makeup. Her eyes were black, and her big red lips made her whole face red. I was wrong, Xiaoyaner, please forgive me once. I promise you that I will never contact her again. She seduced me. Zhang Yuqing was still quibbling. This slutty. Wait and see how I deal with her. Ma Xiaoyaner immediately went to settle the score with Xue Nana. Come back here. That's not important now. The most important thing now is to get the negative of this photo. Minister Ma narrowed his eyes, as if he was calculating something. Minister Ma was still very calm. This photo can't be circulated like this anymore. It must be destroyed. After all, Zhang Yuqing is his son-in-law. If Zhang Yuqing gets into trouble, it won't do him any good. He can deal with him behind closed doors. But if he touches Zhang Yuqing now, he will be against him. Dad, then, what should I do now? Zhang Yuqing was also anxious. Only his father-in-law could save him now. Dad, then you should think of a way quickly. You don't want your grandson to be without a father, do you? Ma Xiaoyan touched her belly. Xiaoyan, you're going to be a father. I wanted to give you a surprise, but who knew that you, a rascal, would treat me like this? Ma Xiaoyan felt very aggrieved. She really liked Zhang Yuqing, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative when he was dating Xue Nana. She knew that she was not good-looking. If she had not had a good father, Zhang Yuqing would never have married her. But so what? She didn't care. As long as she got the girl, it was fine. Who cares what method she used?
Papa,
I'm not a human being, I'm a rascal. Zhang Yuqing slapped himself a few times. Xiaoyaner, give me a chance. I will definitely take good care of you and your mother. This child came at the right time, and Zhang Yuqing was very happy.
He was saved.
Ma Xiaoyan looked at Minister Ma. Dad. Minister Ma lit a cigarette, thought for a long time, and made a phone call. He told the other party about this matter, and also promised that there would be another reward after the matter was settled. It seems that you are going to resist to the end? The people of the Revolutionary Committee have always been rampant. Generally, when encountering such a situation, they would just follow them honestly, and how dare they resist? What do you mean by stubborn resistance? Have I committed any crime? I'm just confused. Why don't you arrest people who have affairs with men and women, but arrest me, the family member of the victim? Jiang Yuju's question left the people of the Revolutionary Committee speechless. Xu Lei saw that this matter must have been interfered by someone over there, and it must be resolved as soon as possible. I am a soldier, and this is the family member of a soldier. I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. Since you are all here, let's go to the Public Security Bureau together. I require all the parties involved to be present. We will clarify the matter to avoid wrongly accusing good people. It really met a tough guy. Xu Lei would not let it go like this, and immediately took Jiang Yuju and Jiang's mother to the Public Security Bureau. The people from the Cultural Revolution had to follow. The Public Security Bureau called all the parties involved. Hey, Xiaoshen. Director Liu. Obviously, the Revolutionary Committee knew that the Jiang family was not without backers, and they could be manipulated at will. This time it was lively. Zhang Yuqing, Ma Xiaoyaner, and Minister Ma. Xue's mother, Xue's eldest brother, and Xue Nana. Jiang Yuju, Xu Lei, and Jiang's mother, as well as Jiang Peng, who was at work, were also called over. The three parties confronted each other. The atmosphere was a bit weird. You shameless, you actually seduced my man. I'll destroy your face. Ma Xiaoyan was the first to collapse when she saw Xue Nana. She had always had a grudge in her heart. Xue Nana was much prettier than her, and her figure was better than hers. Zhang Yuqing had a good relationship with Xue Nana before. She saw it all and was very jealous. She thought he would settle down after marrying Zhang Yuqing. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually did such a thing in the alley. How could she not mind it in her heart? She hated Xue Nana to death. You didn't manage your man well. Your man didn't even want to touch you, but you forced me to have with him. As a woman, aren't you ashamed? Xue Nana had already given up. People had seen the photos, so what was there to be afraid of? Who forced you? You seduced me first. Zhang Yuqing couldn't admit it. If he admitted it, his crime would be even greater. Haha, Zhang Yuqing, you are not a man. I was shopping yesterday, but you insisted on pulling me into the alley and trying to make peace with me. You also said that I should wait for you. When you get promoted, you will divorce Ma Xiaoyaner and marry me. I have already discussed marriage with Jiang Peng, so I will naturally not agree to such a thing. I am not stupid, but you actually forced me. All this happened because of you. Xue Nana looked at Zhang Yuqing angrily. If it weren't for him, how could she be caught by Jiang Yuju? Now she has become a that everyone laughs at. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Yuqing felt guilty. You are a who dares to do, but not to take responsibility. Xue Nana rushed up and scratched Zhang Yuqing. After a few strokes, Zhang Yuqing's face became a big clown, with bloodstains all over it. Stop it. The people from the Public Security Bureau and the Cultural Revolution separated them. I think the matter is very clear. This matter is mainly about Zhang Yuqing and Xue Nana. Director Liu said. Wait, let's talk about the photo. This is not a small matter. Spreading obscene and indecent photos is also a serious crime. Minister Ma naturally wanted to shift the focus of the matter. Spread? Who spread it? Jiang Yuju asked back. You. Didn't you take the photo and spread it? Minister Ma looked at Jiang Yuju. If it weren't for this woman, this matter wouldn't have become so serious. You are not clear-headed. Go and wash your brain. What we are talking about now is that your son-in-law cheated on your daughter. This is the evidence that they had an affair. I didn't spread it. The photos were not lost from my hands. It was Xue Nana who didn't take care of it. Someone took it away. What does it have to do with me? I just took the evidence in front of Xue Nana so that she can't deny what she did and put the blame on our Jiang family. We in the Jiang family don't want such a daughter-in-law. What's the problem? If I don't take photos, how can they admit that they cheated? I'm protecting our rights as victims. Are we being bullied and cuckolded, and we have to endure it? Then he looked towards the Cultural Revolution. I just don't understand. First, I'm not the person in the photo. I didn't have any affair. Second, I just bought a new camera and took some pictures. I didn't know that I took pictures of my future sister-in-law cheating on me. What do you mean by arresting me?
Oh.
I know you are in the same group. Jiang Yuzhu used the most direct way to leave Minister Ma and the Cultural Revolution speechless. Oh, by the way, this is the negative, which is also evidence. I handed it over to the Public Security Bureau. I didn't spread it. Jiang Yuzhu gave the negative to Director Liu. What are you standing there for? Go on. Shouldn't you investigate the matter of the two of them having an affair? This is what your Revolutionary Committee should be responsible for. Oh, there's still one step left, right? As a family member of the victim, I am now officially reporting Xu Nana and Zhang Yuqing for having an affair. Here is the evidence. Because their behavior has caused great harm to my brother's body and mind and reputation, I request financial compensation for my brother. As for how much compensation, how much do you think is appropriate? I didn't want to be so ruthless. But the man who had an affair with Xu Nana actually wanted to harm her. Didn't she see that the man surnamed Ma was not a good person? His own son-in-law cheated on him, but he didn't quickly persuade his daughter to divorce and leave this. He even dared to make trouble for her. He really thought she was a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. If he didn't teach them a lesson, did he think he could cover the sky with one hand? Since he wanted to make a fuss, then make a big fuss. What is she afraid of? People with bare feet are not afraid of people with shoes.
You.
I originally wanted to accuse Jiang Yuzhu of a crime so that I could scare her and make her say something favorable to them. Then I could get the negatives. I didn't expect to hit the wall. Not only was she not afraid, but she also wanted to report it and compensate. Minister Ma lost both his wife and his army this time. Ahem, since someone has reported it, your Revolutionary Committee should handle this matter. This evidence is just right for you. As for the issue of compensation, both parties should give some. It's unfair to them anyway. Director Liu suppressed his smile. Xu Lei's wife is really powerful. He didn't even have to do anything. She cleared herself of all charges and reported the case. Since someone has reported it, we naturally have to investigate it. If the situation is true, no one can escape and the compensation must be paid. At this time, a group of people came in. The leader looked very imposing. Hey, Director Wei is here. The director of the Revolutionary Committee walked in with his men. Director Liu. Director Wei, you are a rare guest. The two shook hands and greeted each other. I just heard about this, so I came to take a look. He looked at Shen Song with sharp eyes. Minister Ma called Shin Kong Shin Song had some power in the Revolutionary Committee and had several people following him. Shen Song thought he could make some extra money with his brothers, so he agreed. Who knew so many people were involved in this? He broke out in a cold sweat. Director Wei, why are you here? Humph, if I hadn't come, people would have thought that our Revolutionary Committee was full of indiscriminate bullying. Now is a time of trouble, and it's too late to keep a low profile, and yet they dare to act recklessly. Director Wei doesn't want to be implicated by Shen Song. He can't even restrain his subordinates, but they dare to bully others. Fortunately, he discovered Xu Lei's identity and came over quickly. They don't want to offend the military. Everyone is very protective of their children. Take this man and woman back to me. Director Wei gave an order, and his men directly arrested Zhang Yuqing and Xu Nana. Let me go. Dad, you have to save me. Zhang Yuqing panicked and asked his father-in-law for help. No one can take my man away. Ma Xiaoyana stepped forward and pushed away the people who were holding Zhang Yuqing. If you want to come with us, we don't mind taking them away for investigation together. Director Wei looked at Minister Ma. Minister Ma quickly stepped forward and pulled his daughter away. Xiao Yener, don't affect others. Let's go back and talk about it.
No.
I don't want. Dad, please save Yuqing. Ma Xiaoyaner didn't want her child to be without a father. What nonsense are you talking about? Come home with me. Minister Ma was afraid that he would be implicated, so he quickly pulled his daughter away. This chess piece can only be abandoned. Minister Ma doesn't care about the son-in-law. If his daughter doesn't like him, he is nothing. In this situation, he can only abandon it. Director Liu and Director Wei saw Minister Ma's reaction, and this Minister Ma should also be investigated. The hand is too long. Comrade Su, we will meet again if we are destined. Director Wei shook hands with Xu Lei. Director Wei took people and took Zhang Yuqing and Xue Nana away. Xu Lei saw that the matter was finally over this time, and he felt relieved. Minister Ma couldn't escape either. Xu Lei saw the expressions of Director Liu and Director Wei. Xu Lei didn't like to leave trouble behind. Old Liu, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm going to take my mother-in-law and the others back first. I'll find you another day. Okay, bring your sister-in-law to visit us when you have time. Xu Lei left the Public Security Bureau with his wife, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law. The Xue family could only tremble at the backs of the Jiang family. The son-in-law of the Jiang family is so powerful. If Nana, that dead girl, hadn't ruined things, she would have become a relative of the Jiang family by now, and maybe she could have benefited from it. This is good. It's all over. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for food? Director Liu looked at the Xue family's mother and son.
Let's go now.
Brother Xue trembled when he saw the police uniform. How could he dare to say more? He took Xue's mother and left. Jiang's mother returned home, still in shock. Oh my God, I was scared to death. This is the first time I've been to the Public Security Bureau since I was a child. Jiang's mother was still in shock and couldn't help but her chest. Those big officials just now, which one of them didn't scare people to death? Jiang Peng felt very guilty when he saw Jiang's mother's expression. Mom, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you got scared. Jiang's mother looked at her son and shook her head. I hope you can grow up after this.
It's just a small matter for me.
Look how much trouble your sister and brother-in-law have suffered. They finally came back to stay for a few days, and they just cleaned up your mess. Xu Lei, thanks to you. Jiang's mother took her son-in-law's hand. Mom, this is not someone else's business. It doesn't matter whether it's a trouble or not. Besides, I just happened to be catching up with my comrades in arms.
It's okay.
Xu Lei patted Jiang's mother's hand to reassure her. Mom, shouldn't I be the one you should thank the most? Jiang Yuzhu squeezed in between Jiang's mother and Xu Lei. Jiang's mother hugged Jiang Yuzhu, and Xu Lei protected her from behind for fear that Jiang Yuzhu would stumble. Okay, my third daughter is still capable. Mom will fry bacon for you tonight. Mom, bacon tonight, great, I like it the most. Jiang Peng also came to Jiang's mother. Go away, what has it to do with you? Mom made it for me. Not for you. Jiang Yuzhu kicked Jiang Peng away. Jiang Peng sat on the ground. Mom, look at my third sister. She's like a shrew. Fortunately, your brother-in-law doesn't dislike you. Jiang Peng was still provoking Jiang Yuzhu. Okay, Jiang Peng, I'll stand up for you. You still dare to say that I'm a shrew. I think you're itching for a fight. I'll loosen your skin. Jiang Yuzhu punched and kicked. Oh, help, my sister is hitting my brother. Jiang Peng held his head and howled, letting his sister vent her anger on him. You two really? Jiang's mother laughed. I didn't care about the brother and sister. Beat them, they have been like this since they were young. Xu Lei watched Jiang Yuzhu and Jiang Peng playing in the yard, feeling envious. Yuling, go check it out. I heard your granddaughter has a broken head. The neighbor auntie ran in to find Jiang's mother.
What?
When Jiang's mother heard this, she was shocked. Mom, let's go and take a look. This Wang family is really bold. Jiang Yuzhu pulled Jiang's mother away. Wait a minute, I'll go get the money. Jiang's mother was afraid that her daughter didn't have money. How could she not know about her eldest daughter's life? She was so tight. Xu Lei and Jiang Peng looked at each other and decided that they had to go. Otherwise, they would think that no one in their Jiang family was there. Several people hurried to the eldest sister's-in-law's house. Before they reached the yard, they heard a noise in the yard from outside. Why send a little girl to the hospital? Just smear some soot on her. Look at how precious you are. Mom, you're too much. She's your granddaughter. You really have the heart to do that to her. Jiang Yufin went home and saw that her daughter was listless. She didn't jump around her as usual, but lay on the bed without moving. She felt something was wrong. Turning around, she saw a big cut on her forehead. Looking at her crying pitifully, Mom. Jiang Yufin immediately took the child to her mother-in-law to ask, Mom, what happened to Jinjin's head? Old Mrs. Wang's eyes flickered. What's the matter? Didn't she fall down by herself? Oh, it's no big deal. It will be fine in a few days. Why are you making a fuss? In fact, old Mrs. Wang didn't expect that she would accidentally hit the child so hard today. Yesterday, she found out that the eldest daughter-in-law hid the delicious food. Every time the granddaughter secretly went back to the room to eat delicious food, and then went out to play after eating. But the grandson Tianbao smelled the smell. What are you eating? I want to eat too. Although Jinjin doesn't like to say anything, she is not stupid, and naturally she doesn't want to share her delicious food with her brother. This was bought for her by her beautiful aunt.
No.
What? You dare not give it to me. Tianbao immediately pushed Jinjin down. Jinjin burst into tears. Old Lady Wang came out and immediately blamed Jinjin. You are the elder sister. You should give in to your younger brother. Come on, how can you be so stingy and eat alone? Hand over the food quickly. But Jinjin still refused to give it and hid in the house without opening the door. The next day, Old Lady Wang took her grandson directly to search in the eldest son's room. Jinjin naturally refused to do so. Old Lady Wang didn't care about that. She disliked her granddaughter being in the way and pushed her. The child immediately hit the corner of the box. Old Lady Wang and Taibao were happy to find food. Seeing that her granddaughter's forehead was bleeding, she was shocked and quickly smeared some potash on it, and then left it alone. Jiang Yufin didn't believe it, of course. Her daughter has always been well-behaved. She is timid and can't have hit herself like this. How could she fall like this by herself? Humph, who told her not to give me delicious food? She deserves to be punished by Grandma. Tianbao was raised to be extremely domineering by his grandmother. What did you say? Jiang Yufin couldn't believe it. The injury to her daughter was caused by her mother-in-law. Although her mother-in-law was partial, she always thought that Jinjin was her granddaughter and would not go too far. She did not expect that she would hurt her own daughter. Give me money. I will take the child to the hospital. Now it was the end of the month. The salary for the next month had not been paid yet, and the salary for the previous month was almost spent. Jiang Yufin was not well off. She was afraid that she would not have enough money to go to the hospital. Their family of 3 had to pay 35 yuan for food every month. The monthly salary of Jiang Yufin and Wang Quan added up to only more than 50 yuan. After deducting the 35 yuan, she would only have more than 10 yuan and less than 20 yuan left. Clothes, shoes, and socks for the family of 3, occasionally buying snacks for the child, and interpersonal relationships. All these were money. So every month she was tight on money.
No.
A little girl, why go to the hospital? Just add some potash. Old Mrs. Wang was reluctant to spend this money. Going to the hospital to register for medicine would cost several yuan, and it would be great to have some meat with this money. There was a loud Wang Tsuehua, wait, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I'll take care of you. Zhang's mother kicked the door of Wang's house open and angrily hit Jiang Yufin twice. You are so stupid. Why are you arguing with her? Send the child to the hospital quickly. I think you have been staying at Wang's house. Your brain is broken.
Mom.
Woo-woo. Jiang Yufin couldn't hold back her tears when she saw someone from her mother's family coming. You still have the face to cry. You are finished. You can't even protect your own child. Xu Lei picked up the child. Mom, I will take the child to the hospital to apply medicine first. It will be bad if there is a scar. Hey. Zhang's mother was also angry, and she was only concerned with venting her emotions. Mom, let's go to the hospital first, and then come back to settle accounts with the old Wang family. Jiang Yuzhu pulled up her eldest sister Jiang Yufin and glared at old Lady Wang. Several people hurried to the hospital. The crying of the child could be heard from a long distance.
Mom. Slap.
Jiang Yufin couldn't stop crying and slapped herself twice. It's all my fault. Looking at the wound on her forehead, which was still oozing blood, her little face was pale, her big eyes were full of tears, and she looked at her aggrievedly. Jiang Yufin was very heartbroken. Mom will never leave you to Grandma to take care of you again. It's all my fault. Zhang's mother felt bad looking at her granddaughter. She had to go to work every day. Otherwise, how could old Wang abuse her granddaughter like this? You adults are the same. How can you take care of a child? The wound is so deep that it needs stitches. If it's not handled properly, it will leave a scar. The hospital frowned and complained while treating the child's wound. Doctor, is there any way to avoid scars? After all, she is a girl. Jiang Yuzhu felt bad. She was still acting like a spoiled child in her arms the day before yesterday. That depends on you. You have to keep an eye on her. Don't let her scratch when she grows flesh. Apply medicine on time, and after she recovers, you must insist on applying some scar removal ointment. The doctor couldn't do anything. They can only try their best in this matter, but they also need to look after their family. They have to spend time and energy, apply medicine every day, and spend money. This scar removal ointment is not cheap. We can do it, doctor. Please prescribe more. Jiang's mother came with money. The injury of her granddaughter is a big deal. Every little daughter loves beauty, and she can't leave scars.
Mom.
Jiang Yufin looked at her mother aggrievedly. Since getting married, she found that life is not as simple as she imagined. A big family stumbling. Now that she lives like this, she even has to ask her mother for money to buy medicine for her daughter. It's really embarrassing. Okay, this is my granddaughter. Isn't it right for a grandmother to spend some money on her? You shouldn't think about these things now, but what should you do in the future? Jiang's mother doesn't want her granddaughter to be in this danger all the time. The eldest daughter must separate from the family. Well, I've made up my mind this time. We must separate. If Wang Quan doesn't separate, I'll divorce. A mother must be strong. Just for her daughter, Jiang Yufin had to be strong. She couldn't stay in this family anymore. She wanted to separate with her child and live on her own. Well, don't worry, Mom supports you. If it really doesn't work, you and Wang Quan can live at home first and move out when you have the conditions in the future. How could she not know her eldest daughter's conditions? How could she afford to buy a house? Even renting a house would cost a lot of money a month. The two of them still had to make a living, so they had to spend money. The family was relatively well off, and there was a place for her daughter's family to live. They were all her own flesh and blood, so how could she not feel pain?
Mom.
Jiang Yufin looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. You are still my daughter even if you get married. Yes, big sister. You can live at home with peace of mind. Don't worry, your niece will be loved by your uncle in the future. The Wang family doesn't care about it, but our Jiang family does. Jiang Peng also comforted his big sister. Jiang Yufin shook her head. No, it will delay your marriage. Besides, we also have a share of the Wang family's yard. Why shouldn't I fight for it? Jiang Yufin thought that she would not let her brother-in-law's family get away with it. They moved out just as they wanted. If she wanted to get a share of the house, she could either give her money or a share of the house. When the time comes, she can sell or rent the house and use the money to rent another house, which is better than this. If their family lives in her mother's house, it will affect her brother's marriage. Which girl would like her sister-in-law to live in her mother's house? Why think so much? The house belongs to me and your father, and there is room at home. Jiang's mother thought that her eldest daughter was too kind. If she had half of the younger daughters, she would not be bullied by the Wang family. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Yuzhu glanced at Jiang's mother's eyes and felt uneasy. What's wrong with her? It would be better if you could share your temper with your elder sister. You can't blame me for this. It's your fault that you didn't plan well when you gave birth to the child. Jiang Yuzhu's little mouth was really rude. You kid. I said one thing, and you said several things back. Jiang's mother didn't know what to say. She was so angry that she slapped Jiang Yuzhu a few times before she felt relieved.
Puff.
Jiang Yufin was interrupted by her younger sister, and her sadness was relieved a lot. Wang Jinjin stopped crying when she saw her grandmother and aunt quarreling, and watched eagerly. Oh, our Jinjin has been wronged. Aunt will buy you delicious food. Don't worry, Aunt will definitely help you vent your anger. Jiang Yuzhu touched Jinjin's little hand. Let's go home first. Jiang Yufin could only go back to her parents' home first and find a place to live after she was done. She didn't want to face her mother-in-law again. Several people went home with the children. Jiang Yuzhu went back to the house and changed her clothes. What are you doing? Xu Lei saw that his wife had changed into black clothes and pants. What, Going to settle the accounts. Jiang Yuzhu looked at her clothes with satisfaction. The color is dark and stain-resistant. It does not restrict herself, which is convenient for fighting. Seeing his wife rushing out, Xu Lei of course followed her. He was afraid that she would get hurt. How could he not protect his wife? Brother, let's go. Jiang Peng also knew his younger sister's temper and had already made preparations. Just waiting for his younger sister to call him. Hey, where are you going? Jiang Yuxiu just came back and saw the aggressive Jiang Yuzhu, leading her elder brother in front. Following behind was her brother-in-law Xu Lei. Come on, second sister. Let's go and avenge our eldest sister. Jiang Peng pulled Jiang Yuxiu, who was about to enter the yard, out. Hey, eldest brother, slow down. Jiang Yuxiu had no choice but to follow him, although she didn't know what happened. But seeing Jiang Yuzhu's appearance, it seemed that something serious had happened. The youngest son of the Wang family, and his family also came back. Mom, eldest sister-in-law. The couple came back and knew what had happened, feeling a little uneasy. Although the eldest sister-in-law was not powerful, her family was powerful. She can come back or not. Let her live in her family's house, and she will come back after a while. Old Mrs. Wang didn't take it seriously. What's the big deal? It's just a broken head. She didn't do it on purpose. This eldest daughter-in-law is too stingy. If she hadn't taught her children to be so stingy, would such a thing happen? Will the eldest brother be angry when he comes back? Wang An knew that the eldest brother had a deep affection for the eldest sister-in-law. Now that her niece was injured, her eldest sister-in-law went back to her parents' home in anger. Her eldest brother was afraid that he would be angry with his family. How dare he? I raised him with my own hands. How could it be so easy? How can there be no conflict in life? You two are brothers, don't worry. Your brother will not be estranged from you. It's just because of a little food, what's the big deal? Old Mrs. Wang didn't take it to heart at all. It was mainly because she was used to partiality and Wang Quan's indulgence. Wang Quan was the eldest brother and knew that it was not easy for his mother to raise the two brothers, so he developed the habit of taking his mother's opinion as the main thing.
Grandma, I'm hungry.
Tianbao cried out for hunger. Tianbao, be obedient. Uncle hasn't come back yet. We can't eat first. Wait for Uncle. Mom, do you think this uncle will also go to the Jiang family? Wang An's wife rolled her eyes. It would be better if her eldest sister-in-law never came back. This yard is theirs. Old Mrs. Wang frowned when she heard it. Why hasn't he come back at this time? She seemed to have forgotten that her eldest son often worked overtime and came home late in order to earn more money to support the family and to improve his skills and get a salary increase as soon as possible. Tianbao is hungry. Let's eat first, don't wait. Old Lady Wang said, and Wang An's family was naturally happy. After a day's work, they were already hungry. The whole family didn't wait for Wang Quan, and they all went to the table to eat. Jiang Yuzhu arrived at Wang's house. She pushed open the courtyard door and saw the big stick placed at the door. She picked it up and held it in her hand. Hey, are you eating? My eldest sister's family hasn't come back yet, so you guys are eating by yourself? Jiang Yuzhu walked in and saw that the Wang family was already eating. There were only Old Lady Wang and Wang An's family. The eldest brother-in-law hadn't come back either. It can be seen how big the eldest sister's status is in the Wang family.
You.
What are you doing? Old Lady Wang saw Jiang Yuzhu coming again. Look behind her. They are all Jiang family members. The two younger sisters and the eldest brother of the eldest daughter-in-law. What are you doing? You hurt my niece. She had to get several stitches in the hospital, and she still has a scar. You still have the mind to eat. Most people would care about the child's condition. This family really doesn't take the eldest sister seriously. Wang An's wife can't stand Jiang Yuzhu's overbearing look. What else do you want, Jiang family? My mother-in-law takes care of my sister-in-law's children. Even if she has no credit, she has worked hard, right? Now, just because of this small bump, you're going to come to the Wang family and smash it. Small bump? Jiang Yuzhu looked at Wang An's wife. She stretched out her hand and pushed a dish on the table to the ground. Ding-dong sound. The plate broke. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just a plate. You don't mind, right? Jiang Yuzhu looked at Wang An's wife with an innocent face. Wang An stood up and pointed at Jiang Yuzhu. You are too much. What do you want to do? You come to our Wang family to make trouble. Wang An's temper was also spoiled by old lady Wang, so naturally he was not small. He immediately glared.
Hey, sit down.
Jiang Peng pushed Wang An to sit on the chair, and Wang An couldn't resist at all. What do I want to do? Don't you know that what happened today happened because of your son's greed? If you don't have money to raise a child, don't have one. Look at how poor you are. You don't even have money to buy snacks for your child, but your child is like a bandit, snatching snacks from my niece all day long. Now that my niece has been seriously injured, you still have the nerve to ask me what I am doing here? How can your family be so shameless? You're used to blood from my elder sister and brother-in-law, right? Then he picked up a stick and started smashing. The table was pushed over. The mirror was smashed. The calendar was torn off. Oh my God, is there no law? Someone come over. The Jiang family is bullying people. Old Mrs. Wang slapped her thigh and yelled. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care about that. I'll let you eat. I'll let you bully people. I'll let you be shameless. I'll notify your Wang family if you dare to bully my elder sister and Jinjin again. I'll smash your heads with a stick. Wang An and his wife were so scared that they sat there, not daring to move. Keep smashing. Jiang Peng got the order from his younger sister and went directly to the yard to smash. Ding ding.
Dong dong dong.
You can't smash it. The brother and sister smashed everything inside and outside the Wang family's house. Oh my God, I can't live anymore. The Jiang family is too bullying. They are simply a gang of bandits. They smash things as soon as they come in. How can we live like this? Old Mrs. Wang looked at the broken things with heartache. How much money does it cost? All these belongings in the family were saved bit by bit. Now they are all destroyed by the Jiang family. Divorce. Must divorce. This daughter-in-law cannot be kept. How can the family of the mother-in-law smash the husband's family because of such a small matter? Jiang Yuzhu looked at the distressed look of old Mrs. Wang and felt a burst of pleasure. It's right to be painful. To treat people like old Mrs. Wang, you have to step on her pain points. The more she cares about something, the more she will lose it. You feel distressed because of this. Let me tell you, my niece is much more valuable than your broken family. Dare to bully my eldest sister and Jinjin. This is the price. Jiang Yuzhu said harshly and threw the stick in her hand away. Let's go. Jiang Yuzhu was angry and left with people. Jiang Peng felt really refreshed after following his sister on this trip. All his depression was also vented out because of this venting. It feels great. Although Xu Lei did not participate in the whole process, he was always behind Jiang Yuzhu to protect her. Jiang Yuzhu looked at her sister, who was vigorous and resolute, and smacked her lips. This was a mercy to her. After a while, Wang Quan returned home with fatigue all over his body. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the whole yard in ruins. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Quan thought something had happened at home. Old Lady Wang sat in the yard blankly. When she saw her eldest son coming back, she went up and beat him. They are all good daughters-in-law you married, and now it's good that you have destroyed the whole house. I tell you, Wang Quan, you must divorce Jiang Yufan for me. Our Wang family can't afford such a daughter-in-law. Old Lady Wang was angry at her son like a madman. Wang Quan, who was exhausted, was annoyed by his mother's sudden anger. Mom, what are you talking about? Where's Yufan? Where's Jinjin? Yufan, I'm back. Wang Quan shouted in the yard. Then he went back to his room. The room was empty. When he came out again, he found that it was not an illusion. The yard was still a mess. He didn't understand what happened. How could everything change in just one day, and the house became like this? Wang An and his wife also came out. The two were upset and confused while cleaning up the house. How could they clean up the house? Everything was smashed. Hearing the voice of his eldest brother, he hurried out to complain to him. Brother, my sister-in-law has taken the child back to her parents' home. You don't know, my sister-in-law's younger sister and brother were too outrageous just now. They smashed the house without knowing right or wrong. Yes, brother, it was just a small matter. Why make such a fuss? My sister-in-law is too fussy. Look how angry Mom is. Wang En's wife was also chattering. Wang Quan heard that this was a big deal. He immediately went to Yu's house to find his wife and children. I'll go and see. Old Lady Wang stopped her son. Come back. Why are you going? Duent go to find her. I want to see how long she can stay at her parents' home. If she is capable, she will never come back. Mom will find you a better wife than her. Old Lady Wang has become more and more dissatisfied with her eldest daughter-in-law in the past 2 years. She has also learned to hide her evil deeds. She doesn't give the good things she gets from her parents' home to the family and eats them secretly in the house. In Mrs. Wang's mind, since she married into the Wang family, she should listen to her. How could she hide anything? She is the head of the family, and good things should be given to her. It is right to let her distribute them.
Mom, what are you talking about?
Yufin is my daughter-in-law. I don't want anyone else, and there is no one better than her. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Wang Quan felt that with his daughter-in-law's temper, if she was not too much, she would not make such a fuss. Something must have happened that she could not bear. Facing her son's questioning, Mrs. Wang did not dare to say directly that she had hurt her granddaughter, so she had to use the old trick. What's going on? Are you questioning me now? Oh my God, I'm an old widow. I raised 2 children with my own hands, and now I have a family, and this is how you treat me. Old man, why didn't you take me with you? I won't live anymore. Old Mrs. Wang immediately threatened to die, forcing her son to choose between her and his wife. Brother, look how mad you made Mom. Apologize to Mom now. Wang En came over to comfort old Mrs.
Wang.
Mom is not angry, you still have me. Wang Quan was so anxious that his eyes turned red when he saw his mother doing this again. Mom, can you please stop forcing me like this?
Why?
Why do I always have to give in? Now you have taken away my wife. What else do you want me to do? Wang Quan was also anxious. You have grown wings now, and you dare to yell at me. You are a heartless person. I should not have given birth to you in the first place. I should have thrown you into the bucket and drowned you. Is it easy for me to raise you? I am a widow who raised 2 boys like you. Do you know how hard it is for me? Now you dare to yell at me for the sake of your wife. Old Mrs. Wang began to tell Wang Quan about her own suffering, trying to kidnap Wang Quan's conscience. Mom, calm down first. I'll go see Yufin first. After saying that, he did not continue to entangle with old Mrs. Wang and ran out directly. Come back here.
Wang Quan.
You are a heartless person. Come back here. No matter how old Mrs. Wang shouted, there was no sign of him. Jiang Yuzhu returned home with her people and gulped down a large teacup of water to quench her thirst. You went to the Wang family to quarrel. Jiang's mother and Jiang Yufin were coaxing the child in the house. Jinjin was only 5 years old and had suffered such a great injustice that she couldn't leave her family for a moment. She couldn't even sleep well. In addition, her forehead was aching from time to time, and she woke up in a short while. Someone needed to coax her. When Jiang's mother came out, there was no one at home. She guessed that they must have gone to the Wang family to settle accounts. Jiang's mother didn't care. It was time to let the Wang family know how powerful their Jiang family was. Now she saw that her son, daughter, and son-in-law were all back.
Yeah.
If you don't teach the Wang family a lesson, they would think that there is no one in our Jiang family. Jiang Yuzhu said calmly. Where is your brother-in-law? Jiang's mother now wanted to know the attitude of her son-in-law. If her son-in-law didn't come up with a reasonable solution, she would not let her daughter and grandson go back. At worst, the eldest daughter would take the child back to her parents' home. Isn't it just a divorce? She and her husband have both wages and houses. It's not that they can't afford to support their daughter. But she doesn't want her daughter to take this step unless it's absolutely necessary. It's not that she's old-fashioned. It's just that women in this world have a hard time. Divorced women, especially Yufin, who is not bad-looking, are easily subject to a lot of rumors. She is afraid that her daughter can't stand it. If it was her 3rd daughter, she wouldn't have to worry so much. If anyone dared to say anything about her, she would tear the person's mouth. But the eldest daughter is different. She is introverted and gentle, and she will only feel uncomfortable silently. Besides, she can see that there is affection between her daughter and son-in-law. She can't do such a thing as breaking up a couple. Now that they have a child, the best way is to get out of the Wang family. It's not off work yet. When we went there, he hadn't come home yet. What are you doing? You all look so sad. Father Jiang came back from work. Dad is back. Woo woo.
Wow.
Jinjin in the room cried again. What happened? Why is Jinjin crying? Father Jiang frowned. I'll go and take a look. Mother Jiang hurried into the house to take a look. Jiang Yufan came out with red eyes, and Mother Jiang was coaxing the child. Dad is back. What happened to you two? Father Jiang could see that something happened to his eldest daughter and granddaughter. One of the mother and daughter had red eyes, and the other was crying in the house. Dad, my eldest sister was bullied by the Wang family. Jinjin was pushed and thrown by Mrs. Wang. She got a big wound on her forehead. She had to get stitches at the hospital. It might leave a scar. Just because of a little food, they treated the child so harshly. The Wang family is really a big deal. Jiang Yuzhu told Father Jiang about the matter. That's right. I think Wang En and his wife are worthless. All the benefits go to their family. The adults take advantage, and the children are so domineering that they bully Jinjin. Jiang Peng was also very angry. Father Jiang looked at his eldest daughter. What do you think? Before Jiang Yufan could speak, the door rang again. Yufan. Wang Quan ran over and entered the yard with sweat all over his forehead. Yufan, what happened? Wang Quan didn't care that his father-in-law was in the yard and hugged his wife directly. He was scared. You get out of the way. Jiang Yufan pushed Wang Quan away. Brother-in-law, do you know that Jinjin was pushed down by your mother? Just because of that little food, she didn't even care about the safety of her granddaughter. Jinjin is so young, and there is such a long cut on her forehead. She had to sew several stitches. What will happen if there is a scar in the future? Look, Jinjin was so scared that she couldn't even sleep well. Jiang Peng still has a good relationship with his eldest brother-in-law. After so many years, how can he not understand his eldest brother-in-law? He is really good to his eldest sister and niece. But his mother is also a real. I'll go see the child. Wang Quan's eyes turned red when he heard that his daughter was injured. Jiang's mother looked at her son-in-law who rushed in, frowning. Be gentle. Don't wake her up after I coaxed her down.
Mom,
Okay, I'll talk about it later. You go see the child first. Jiang's mother didn't want to say this in front of the child. Wang Quan looked at his pitiful daughter, lying on the bed. There was gauze wrapped around her forehead, and a blood stain was imprinted. You can imagine how deep the wound was. Even with her eyes closed, there were tears hanging on her eyelashes. Wang Quan's heart was suddenly pulled. He walked over gently and bent down to touch his daughter's little face. Maybe he was afraid of waking the child, so he shrank back halfway.
Woo, Mom.
It hurts. Jinjin's little hand was searching in the air. Wang Quan grabbed his daughter's little hand. Dad is here, Jinjin. Don't be afraid. Looking at his daughter's pitiful appearance, Wang Quan wiped his tears with his sleeve. In the morning, she said goodbye to him sweetly and kissed him. How could Wang Quan not feel distressed when she was lying on the bed with a pale face? Jiang Yufan walked in and touched Wang Quan. Let's go out and talk. Wang Quan grabbed his wife's hand. Yufan, I'm sorry. Come out first. Jiang Yufan didn't pull her hand out forcibly for fear of disturbing her daughter. Wang Quan carefully released his daughter's hand, then quickly stood up and tried to pull Jiang Yufan. But Jiang Yufan dodged him. The person who hurt her daughter was her mother, so Jiang Yufan would of course vent her anger on Wang Quan. Seeing her daughter being awkward and her son-in-law trying to please her carefully, Jiang's mother knew that the two were inseparable. Yuxiu, go look after Jinjin. Both of you come here. Let's discuss what to do about this. Jiang's mother asked her second daughter to look after her granddaughter. In the main room, except for Jiang Yuxiu who was looking after the child, everyone else was there. Mom and Dad, it's all my fault. I made Yufan and the child suffer. You can beat me or scold me, but please don't abandon me as your son-in-law. Wang Quan didn't want to lose Jiang Yufan and the child. Wang Quan, ask yourself, have we in the Jiang family ever blamed you over the years? I am a beautiful daughter, and I'm married into your Wang family. Look at what has happened to you now. Now that the child has happened, how can I let them live with you in the Wang family? Jiang's mother's words made Wang Quan ashamed. To be honest, with the conditions of the Jiang family, they could have found a son-in-law with better conditions. But Yufan still chose him. Now that this happened, Wang Quan knew that he had to make a choice. Mom and Dad, I'm going home right now to make it clear that we're going to separate and live separately. In the future, I'll take care of my mom. I'll take care of her during the holidays, so there's no need for them to go back. If I need to take care of her in the future, I'll take care of her. As for money, my brother and I will split it equally. If you need care, Yufan won't have to come forward. Mom and Dad, I swear I'll work hard and get a raise soon. I'll make their lives better and better. This is all Wang Quan can think of at the moment. Since they can't live together, then they'll separate. Call him unfilial or heartless. If he doesn't plan for himself, his little family will fall apart. Jiang's father and mother looked at each other and thought it was okay. They made a statement and didn't try to smooth things over. Otherwise, they would be really disappointed. That's someone else's biological mother, and they can't let Wang Quan ignore his own mother. In the future, their daughter and granddaughter will come to their place during the new year and won't go back to the Wang family. Jiang Yufan looked at Wang Quan. What about the house? Yufan, if we have to pay for the retirement, then we must have a share of the house. Why do you contribute money and effort, but you don't have a share of the house? I cannot live in it, but I can't live without it. Jiang Yufan wanted to fight for the interests she deserved. After so many years and having suffered so much in the Wang family, she had seen through it all. You can't give it an inch, otherwise others will get more and more. What's the point of you discussing here for so long? You have to go to the Wang family and talk to them. Jiang Yuzhu looked at her elder sister and brother-in-law. Do the results of the research here count? Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. Wang Quan swallowed his saliva. Let's go. We must figure something out today, otherwise we won't be able to sleep. Jiang Yuzhu stood up. Let's go and discuss it with our in-laws. Do and go. You and Yushio stay at home. Jiang's mother didn't let Jiang's father go. The main reason was that the Wang family had only one widow, and it was not appropriate for him to go. It didn't matter how she and Mrs. Wang beat and scolded each other. As a mother, she was going to defend her daughter. If Jiang's father got involved, it would be bad. People would say that their Jiang family bullied their Wang family because they had no head. Okay then. Jiang's father nodded. The group left in a mighty manner. Wang Quan was a little worried. At the Wang family, Wang An went to call the uncle and aunt of the Wang family to come over. After all, their Wang family was small and easy to suffer. Wang An was afraid that the Jiang family would come again. Old Mrs. Wang naturally agreed. Sister-in-law, is their Jiang family really so excessive? Aunt Wang saw the scene in the yard and her nephews crying and hurried over. Uncle Wang also brought his children to see what was going on. After all, they were members of the Wang family. How could they let outsiders bully them? Although the eldest sister-in-law was quite excessive in the past, they did not bother with her because the eldest brother was gone and she was a widow with 2 children. If there was anything, they would help as much as they could. Woo-woo. You don't know, the Jiang family bullies our Wang family because we have no one and they don't take me, the mother-in-law, seriously at all. It's just a small matter, and they let my mother's family come and smash our Wang family. Wang Quan, this rascal, only thinks about his wife and doesn't care about me as a mother at all. Old Mrs. Wang complained to her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Don't cry, sister-in-law. Our Wang family can't be bullied by the Jiang family. Don't worry, we are here. Yes, we will go to the Jiang family to see what's going on. How can they be in-laws like this? Uncle Wang was also very angry when he saw the mess in the yard. No need to go, we are here. Mother Jiang came in with a few children. You Jiang family came at the right time. What do you want to do? How could you destroy my sister-in-law's house? Yufan, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but what you did was wrong. Aunt Wang accused Jiang Yufan.
She is also a mother-in-law.
If her daughter-in-law dared to do this, she would be mad to death. This has nothing to do with my sister. Don't blame my sister. It was me, Jiang Yuzhu, who did it. My sister did nothing wrong. If she did anything wrong, she shouldn't have married into your Wang family, a den of wolves. Jiang Yuzhu would not let anyone say anything bad about her elder sister.
You.
How can you talk like that, kid? How come our Wang family is a den of wolves? Aunt Wang was choked up. Your Wang family is a den of wolves, with a biased and mean mother-in-law, sisters-in-law who sow discord, a brother-in-law who only knows how to blood and take advantage, and a domineering and selfish nephew. Your family is so pitiful that my sister is the only one who is bullied. You. Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. After all, it was true that her sister-in-law was mean and biased. Although she didn't come here often, she knew something. Then you can't smash the whole house. Uncle Wang said. Smashing some objects is already a light punishment. I didn't hit anyone, so you can just be happy. Jiang Yufan looked at the Wang family with disdain. They even asked for external help. It was useless to ask for a few.
You.
Jiang Yuzhu, don't go too far. This is our Wang family's family affair. It has nothing to do with you. Wang pointed at Jiang Yuzhu. Before, they were weak and Wang and didn't dare to move. Now that both his uncle and aunt's families are here, they are more numerous than Jiang's family, so he is not afraid. Your Wang family's affairs have nothing to do with me, but my sister's affairs do have something to do with me. She is my biological sister. Your Wang family cannot bully my eldest sister and my niece. The Wang family was a little scared when they saw Jiang Yuzhu staring at them with big eyes. Since you said this is Wang's family's business, let's talk about it. Wang Quan stood up. Mom, you went too far this time. Jinjin is your granddaughter. She is so young. How could you have the heart to do that to her? Aunt, uncle, you don't know, my mom actually hit Jinjin because of a little food. She got such a big cut on her forehead, her head was covered in blood, and she had to get stitches. For so many years, I have never argued with my mom and my brother. Mom asked me to pay 35 yuan for food, and we paid it. If I had a headache or a fever and asked me for money, I would give it to you. I would also buy whatever my nephew wanted to eat. But what else do you want? Do you want me to stop living? I also have a wife and children, and I have to support my family too. Mom, you can't just take advantage of me while my brother's family enjoys your protection. I am a human being, and my heart hurts too. This incident is just one of many in so many years. Every time I tolerate it.
Why?
Just because I am the eldest? Haven't I done enough? Should I be a to my brother's family all my life? Wang Quan spoke out all the grievances he had suffered over the years. After listening to their eldest nephew's grievances, the uncle and aunt of the Wang family also lowered their heads in silence. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. The eldest sister-in-law really went too far. Are you bringing up old scores with me? Old Mrs. Wang pointed at her son with trembling hands. Yes, Mom. Shouldn't I bring it up? From childhood to adulthood, I have listened to you. I take care of my younger brother and the family, but what about you? Do you remember me well? Have you ever respected me? Wang An looked at Wang Quan. Brother, don't talk. If you remember that I am your eldest brother, you would not treat your sister-in-law and niece like this. You have never regarded me as your eldest brother, and you have never respected me from the bottom of your heart. Yes, you gave birth to a son, the seed of the old Wang family, but my daughter is not a member of the Wang family. That is also my beloved baby. Have you ever thought about how I feel when you treat her like this? Wang An didn't know what to say. Over the years, she has been used to her eldest brother's efforts and her mother's partiality. She accepts everything as a matter of course. Old Lady Wang looked at her eldest son. So what do you want? Wang Quan said 2 words firmly, divide the family. Impossible. As long as I live, this family cannot be divided. Old Lady Wang raised 2 sons with great difficulty. Now it is time to enjoy her life, so she naturally does not want to divide the family. Sister-in-law. Uncle Wang saw that his eldest nephew was so pitiful and wanted to say something. The eldest nephew looked most like his dead eldest brother.
No need to say it.
I tell you, unless I die, don't think about dividing the family. Wang Quan looked at old lady Wang coldly, clenching his fists. Uncle, aunt, you see, my mother is not giving me a way to live. Wang Quan tried hard to hold back his tears. Widow Wang, don't go too far. I tell you, if you don't divide the family today, my daughter will not come back. Either divorce or divide the family. Seeing that old lady Wang was so excessive, Jiang's mother shouted directly. Then, let's get a divorce. I will marry my son a generous and obedient woman. Do you think your Wang family is a golden nest or a silver nest? With a mother-in-law like you, who dares to enter the house? Only my sister was foolish enough to be deceived by you. Jiang Yuzhu was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Plop.
Wang Quan nên let down.
Uncle, aunt, I beg you to help me divide the family. Wang Quan could only put his hopes on other elders. You kid, get up. Uncle and Aunt Wang helped Wang Quan up. Jiang Yufan walked over and held Wang Quan's hand. Let's go. Leave here. We don't want the house anymore, but don't expect us to support you in your old age in the future. Old Mrs. Wang was anxious when she saw her eldest son was leaving. He couldn't leave, because if he left, she would lose this son. Big brother, if you dare to follow her, I will hit my head and die here.
Mom.
Wang Quan's tears fell. With his teeth almost broken, he growled, You really want to separate Yufan and me, right? Okay. I'll give you my life back. Then he rammed his head against the big pillar under the eaves. No one expected that Wang Quan would commit suicide. He was usually an honest man, but he would actually confront old lady Wang in such a fierce way. They were all shocked and stood there. Xu Lei quickly flew over to stop him. But because it was too unexpected, although he caught the corner of his clothes, Wang Quan still hit his head, and blood flowed down instantly. Fortunately, Xu Lei pulled him in time. Otherwise, he would have met the king of directly after such a strong collision. Wang Quan fainted on the ground.
Wang Quan.
Why are you so stupid? Jiang Yufan didn't expect Wang Quan to do such a thing. If they break up, they break up. How can he even give up his life? Jiang Yufan hugged Wang Quan and looked at old lady Wang angrily. Now it's what you want, right? Will you be happy only if our whole family dies? This old lady she has called mother-in-law for 5 or 6 years. She endured everything, but this was the result. Her husband and children were so badly injured because of her, and their good family was about to break up. Old lady Wang was shocked. His legs went limp and he sat on the ground.
Kvanea. Don't scare me.
Xu Lei quickly stood up and carried Wang Quan on his back. Let us go to the hospital. Yes, let's go to the hospital. Jiang's mother was also frightened by her son-in-law. What should we do? Why is this child so stubborn? A group of people rushed to the hospital in a panic. The Wang family was left standing there in a daze. Sister-in-law, this is it. You insist on making trouble. I think you don't want this son anymore. Uncle Wang also quickly followed behind and went to the hospital to check. After all, he is his nephew and a member of his Wang family. As an uncle, how could he ignore him? Second brother, wait for me. Aunt Wang also followed to check on her nephew's situation. How did things get to this point? The onlookers looked at the situation of the Wang family and couldn't help sighing. In this day, the Wang family was really lively, with one thing after another. How can there be such a vicious mother? That's right. No wonder the Jiang family is angry and came to smash the Wang family. Who wouldn't be angry if they had such in-laws? This old Wang is very partial. Yes, I often hear her scolding her granddaughter. She is very kind to her grandson, but has a completely different attitude towards her granddaughter. Which mother can stand it? You didn't see it. Jinjin was beaten by this old woman, and there was such a big hole in her head. The blood was pouring out, just like Wang Quan's current appearance. Yufan's family got angry and came to smash the Wang family. That's no wonder. Yufan and Wang Quan are such good people and are so harmonious. If it weren't for their daughter, how could they make such a big fuss? It's all because of the old man's partiality. If you ask me, the second son's family is really worthless. They often bully the eldest son's family by relying on the old lady's partiality. This kid is just imitating others. Tianbao is so domineering. He bullies Xinjin every day. Isn't it the adults who taught him that? Old Mrs. Wang forced her son to commit suicide to get rid of it, but it made the onlookers eat a big melon. Recently, this is the biggest topic of conversation after dinner.
That, Mom.
Wang was also panicked. How could he have thought that his eldest brother would commit suicide? Go quickly, go and see your eldest brother. Old Mrs. Wang pushed her youngest son.
Then,
Wife, take good care of Mom, I'll go now. Wang also ran to chase him. Oh my God, isn't my life hard enough? What sin did I suffer in my last life to punish me like this? Old Mrs. Wang sat on the ground and slapped her thigh. Everyone over there sent Wang Quan to the hospital. Fortunately, it was just a slight concussion. If Xu Lei hadn't stopped him, it might not have happened. Xu Lei, thanks to you. Jiang's mother felt that her son-in-law came to their house to repay her gratitude. Mom, I'm glad that my brother-in-law is fine. Don't worry. Everything will be solved. Don't worry. Xu Lei comforted Jiang's mother. Jiang Yufin took Wang Quan in. Looking at the bandage on his forehead that was similar to her daughter's, she was so sad that she kept crying.
Niece-in-law, don't be sad.
Fortunately, he is fine.
Don't worry.
Uncle will make the decision for you and let you separate the family. Yes, there is a solution to everything. How can you do stupid things? You and Wang Quan should be more open-minded and don't be confused. Uncle and aunt of the Wang family looked at their nephew and thought that they should separate the family. If they didn't separate the family, someone would die. You Wang family are really interesting. Things have come to this extent, but you are still saying this. Why did you come to care about it earlier? Jiang Yuzhu was upset when she saw the Wang family. Wang didn't dare to enter the ward. He stood outside the ward and listened to the conversation in the room. He was afraid of being beaten. We don't want this to happen either. After all, they are mother and son. As uncle and aunt, we can't interfere too much. Now that things have come to this, we have to divide the family anyway. The two didn't want to watch their nephew and sister-in-law continue to quarrel. If they continue to quarrel, the children of both families will be implicated. They are all from the same family, Wang, and it's not nice to say. They still want to live a normal life. Everyone stayed by Wang Quan's side. Wang Quan fainted because of a concussion and anger. After more than 2 hours, Wang Quan woke up slowly. Oh, Quana, you finally woke up. Wang Quan, you scared me to death. Everyone gathered around. I want to get up. The matter of dividing the family is not over yet. Wang Quan forced himself to get up. What are you doing? The doctor told you to rest well. Jiang Yufin was anxious. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Wait until you get better. Your uncle and aunt will make the decision for you. Just rest assured and have a rest. Uncle and Aunt Wang also agreed to make the decision. No, I have to settle it right away, otherwise. Wang Quan wanted to take advantage of this enthusiasm to quickly resolve the matter. He couldn't afford to toss around anymore. He also wanted to quickly give his wife and children a home. At the moment of the collision, he had the courage to understand everything. He didn't want to be separated from Yufin, nor did he want to be by his own mother for the rest of his life. Except for death, he couldn't think of any other solution. If his death could free everyone, it would be worth it. You are so stupid. How could you commit suicide? Jiang Yufin's heart almost jumped out when she thought of that moment. Yufin, I'm sorry, I scared you. Wang Quan wanted to touch Jiang Yufin's face. Jiang Yufin grabbed Wang Quan's hand and put it on her face. Don't do this again. If you die, what will happen to me and the child? No, I won't. I can't bear to leave you. From now on, this life belongs to you and your mother. Be obedient and help me up. After the family is divided, I will listen to you and have a good rest. Wang Quan insisted on getting up and finalizing the family division. Xu Lei knew that Wang Quan was determined to divide the family, and it was useless to persuade him. He borrowed a stretcher from the doctor, and he and Jiang Peng carried Wang Quan back to the Wang family. Along the way, everyone watched Wang Quan lying on the stretcher, and he also wanted to divide the family. How determined he was. Wang had already gone home to inform the old lady. The old lady just sat in the yard, waiting for her eldest son and his family to come back.
Sister-in-law, you.
Don't say it, I know everything. Don't you just want to divide the family? I can help him, but he can't take away a single brick or tile of the Wang family. Sister-in-law, don't go too far. This house belongs to my brother and my eldest nephew has a share. Uncle Wang was very angry when he saw the aggressive sister-in-law. No wonder she forced her child like this. How can a mother be like this? Widow Wang, it is not my business to control how your Wang family divides the property, but this involves the interests of my daughter. You said that Wang's family will not give Wang Quan any bricks or tiles. Okay, then don't even think about looking for Wang Quan to support you in your old age. I will just treat it as a live-in son-in-law, and he will eat and live in my house, but you have to write it down in black and white. Mother Jiang didn't want her daughter to suffer. When things were divided, there was nothing. When she was old and sick and needed to be supported, she remembered her eldest son. Humph, I am his mother. I gave birth to him and raised him, so he should support me in my old age. Old Lady Wang had an attitude of what can you do about it? Jiang Yuzhu couldn't help seeing the smug look of Old Lady Wang. Old Madam Wang, you also know that you are his mother. I thought my eldest brother-in-law was not your biological son. Your son has been through the gates of, but you don't even care about him. You are so angry with him. You are afraid that he is not dead, so you must make him angry to death, right? Besides, you only gave birth to my eldest brother-in-law as a son. Wang'an is not your son, right? Since you have 2 sons, then this house must be divided equally. If you don't give my eldest brother-in-law a share, it's fine, but don't expect my eldest brother-in-law to contribute money and effort to your retirement in the future. Don't say that you gave birth to my eldest brother-in-law and raised my eldest brother-in-law, so my eldest brother-in-law should be grateful to you and obey you in everything. I tell you, it's impossible. When you were born, you didn't get my eldest brother-in-law's consent. If he had a choice, I don't think he would want to be your son and suffer hardships and pain. Oh, maybe your old son Wang'an is an exception. After all, he eats ready-made food and doesn't have to suffer at all. Let's talk about the matter of you supporting my eldest brother-in-law. It's still unclear who supports whom. I remember that my eldest brother-in-law took on the responsibility of supporting the family when he was in his teens. He got up early and went to bed late at a young age to supplement the family income and started working to support the family early. If it weren't for my eldest brother-in-law supporting the family, would you have the opportunity to be so domineering now? And Wang'an, come out here. Don't play dead. Your mother said that your brother doesn't give a single straw to this family. What do you think?
Tell us about it.
Let us all hear whether you are a human being. For so many years, you have been hiding behind your mother and enjoying all the benefits. You are just a leech that your brother's blood. If you don't want to be human, I will send you off. We will publish an announcement in the newspaper to sever the relationship so that the people all over the country can see what kind of people you and your good son Wang'an are. See if you have the face to go out in the future. Wang'an is such a grown-up after all. How can he remain indifferent when being said so? I don't have any. Nothing? How old were you when you started working to earn money? How old was your elder brother when he started earning money? How much did you spend when you married your wife? How much did your elder brother spend when he got married? How much food did your son eat at my elder sister's house? Has Jinjin ever eaten a fingernail of food at your house? My elder sister gives the family 35 yuan for food every month. Have you given it? How much did you give? Do you dare to say all this openly? After Jiang Yuzhu finished speaking, Wang'an did not dare to look up. He and his wife only paid 15 yuan every month. Let's all come and see. It's not that my elder sister and brother-in-law are unfilial, but that the Wang family has gone too far. If this family cannot be divided properly, then don't divide it. My elder sister doesn't want anything. Let's sign a letter of severance and have nothing to do with each other from now on. We will not interfere with each other. Mom, let's. Wang'an pulled at Old Lady Wang's sleeve. Sister-in-law, let us not do anything that will make us regret, or it will be difficult for you to make amends. Aunt Wang walked up to her sister-in-law. She has raised 2 children since they were young. If you want to talk about reliability, it has to be the eldest nephew's family. The younger nephew is not good, and the wife he married is even more unreliable. Don't get old and have no one to take care of you. How many unfilial people put the elderly in the warehouse and don't care about them, letting them die in the warehouse. Grandma, who are they? Drive them all out. This is my home, and I don't welcome them. Tianbao ran out of the house and hugged Mrs. Wang's thigh. Mrs. Wang, who was originally relaxed, hardened her heart again when she saw her grandson. She didn't expect the eldest son to take care of her in her old age. She still had an old son and a grandson. It would be a waste to give this house to the eldest son. The eldest son has only had a girl all these years and doesn't even have a son. Even if he is given the house, it will belong to someone else in the end. Let's break up. I don't expect him to support me in my old age. After Mrs. Wang finished speaking, Wang Quan looked at his mother blankly. In order not to give him a share of the house, he could give up their blood relationship. The house, his brother, his nephew, each one was more important than him. At this moment, Wang Quan's heart was completely cold. He no longer held a glimmer of hope. Sister-in-law, you are confused. Uncle Wang sighed. Finally, Uncle Wang drafted a severance agreement, which clearly stated the distribution of property and old age care. Wang Quan and Jiang Yufan both signed and put their fingerprints. Mrs. Wang also put her fingerprints. Jiang Yuzhu brought the agreement to Wang and signed it too. After all, after signing, the house will belong to you alone. How can it not have your name on it? You. Everyone was watching, so Wang had no choice but to sign and put his fingerprints. 3 copies of this agreement were kept. One for the Wang family, one for the eldest sister, and one with Uncle Wang. Xu Lei and Jiang Peng carried Wang Quan back to Jiang's house. Mother Jiang and her daughter packed up all the things in Wang's house. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the house that was almost cleaned up, picked up a stool, and smashed all the doors and windows. Everything that could not be taken away was smashed. You. Old Mrs. Wang was so angry that she was confused. When she left, she kicked the door of Wang's house. The shaky door creaked, just like this dilapidated house, without vitality. What happened? Father Jiang looked at his eldest son-in-law, who was still brought back on a stretcher, and hurried to clean up the house for him. Dad, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days. I have good news for you. I have broken off with my family completely. Although Wang Quan was smiling, everyone could see the bitterness in his smile. Looking at the look on his eldest son-in-law's face, how could Father Jiang not understand? In the end, the son-in-law was kicked out of the house. She gently patted her eldest son-in-law on the shoulder. This is your home. You will be my son from now on. Live here with peace of mind. Dad. Woo-woo. Jiang Yufan, who had just walked to the door, couldn't help but shed tears when she heard this. Mother Jiang hugged her eldest daughter. It's okay. Everything is over, and life will get better and better. In the evening, Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu were packing up in the house. They had been staying at the Jiang family for a few days, and it was time to go back.
Big sister then.
Give us some money. We have to leave tomorrow. What happened to the eldest brother-in-law? They should buy some things, but they should go home tomorrow.
Jiang Yuzhu nodded, okay.
Jiang Yufan and Wang Quan returned to the Jiang family and lived in the west room of the main house. Jiang's father and mother lived in the east room. Jiang Yuxiu lived with Jiang's mother, and the 5th child Jiang Tao lived with the eldest brother Jiang Peng. Jiang Yuzhu knocked on the door. Yuzhu, come in and sit down. The eldest sister saw that it was the 3rd sister and hurriedly pulled her in. 3rd sister. Wang Quan leaned on the bed, with his niece Xinjin lying next to him. Brother-in-law, don't move. Take a rest. I'll say a few words to the eldest sister and leave.
Hey.
Wang Quan knew that this time, thanks to the help of his sister-in-law and brother-in-law. But he was not good at speaking, and he didn't know what words of thanks to say. Big sister, let me make it short. Xu Lei and I are leaving tomorrow, and Xu Lei will be back in a few days. You and your brother-in-law should be well and live here peacefully. I didn't have time to buy anything for you. Here is 30 yuan, take it, a little gift for my younger sister. How can this be? Take it back quickly. How can I take your money? I'm embarrassed to begin with. You two finally came back, and you just cleaned up our mess. Jiang Yufin was embarrassed to begin with because her younger sister rarely came back, and she just kept busy with their affairs. She didn't have a good rest. Big sister, what are you talking about? No one wants this to happen, and I'm glad that I'm back. At least it's not useless. After spending these few days with her family, Jiang Yuzhu has narrowed the distance between them. Every family has its own problems. No family can always be smooth sailing. Thank you, elder sister, but I can't take the money. Jiang Yufin pushed the money back. Why are you being polite to your sister? This money is for my brother-in-law and Jinjin to buy some delicious food and take good care of themselves. You too, don't let yourself suffer. I'm leaving. Jiang Yuzhu stuffed the money directly into Jiang Yufin's pocket and left.
This.
Jiang Yufin looked at her younger sister's back as she left and wiped her tears. She took out the 30 yuan given by her younger sister from her pocket and cried and laughed. This stinky girl has grown up and can support her sister. Yufin, it's all my fault. Don't worry. When I get better, I will definitely work hard to let you and your mother live a good life. Wang Quan was very grateful to the Yu family. They did not dislike him and were willing to accept him. He would not say anything, but he remembered in his heart that he must be twice as good to them in the future. Well, I believe you. Jiang Yuzhu left her elder sister's room and entered the room of Jiang's father and mother. Yuzhu, you went to your eldest sister's place. Jiang's mother guessed what her daughter had done.
Yeah.
Dad, Mom, Xu Lei, and I should. Before Yuzhu could finish, Jiang's mother's eyes were red. Oh, Mom. Don't cry. I'm not never coming back. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Jiang Yuzhu hurriedly wiped Jiang's mother's tears. How can it be the same? You're not like your eldest sister, who lives close to you, so you're even less worried now. You married so far away, Mom doesn't even know if something happens. Jiang's mother thought that if her third daughter encountered the same problem as her eldest daughter, she wouldn't even be able to help. By the time they left, it would be too late. Oh, you're still worried about me. You should be worried about the Jiang family. It's not my character if I don't turn the Jiang family upside down. Jiang Yuzhu hugged Jiang's mother. Puchi, you little girl. Don't go too far. What if you get hurt? If it doesn't work, let's come back. Don't go head to head by yourself. I'll keep the room for you. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Even if Jiang Yuzhu is a bit reckless, she will still worry that she will be wronged. Okay, we have an agreement. Don't let the room be occupied next time I come back. Jiang Yuzhu teased deliberately. You dead girl. You are leaving and you are still mad at me. Jiang's mother patted her daughter's back. I'm leaving, but no one will make you happy. Don't miss me too much. Okay, go now. Jiang Yuzhu smiled and left Jiang's mother's room, and happened to see Jiang Yuxiu coming out of her eldest sister's room. Neither of them spoke. Jiang Yuzhu left directly. Jiang Yuxiu looked at her sister's back as she left, and wanted to say something, but she never said it. Jiang Yuzhu guessed that she was looking at her eldest brother-in-law like her. Indeed, although Jiang Yuxiu was not as rich as Jiang Yuzhu, she also gave her eldest sister 20 yuan. Her brother-in-law had such a big thing happen to him, and the two of them could be said to have left the house with nothing. It was the time when they needed money, and giving money was the most economical. Jiang Peng also gave his eldest sister 20 yuan. This 20 yuan was not a small amount of money for the two of them. Although they both had jobs, they had to give their family 10 yuan for food every month. The rest was their own money. Jiang's mother was not the kind of parent who had to keep their children's money. After they started working and had their own wages, they both had to give it to Jiang's mother for safekeeping, but Jiang's mother didn't want it. She only asked for 10 yuan for food every month. Save the money you earn yourself. Jiang's father and mother both have high wages, especially Jiang's father, so they don't covet the little wages of their children. Jiang's mother thought about it and hurried to the kitchen to work. The youngest daughter and son-in-law were leaving tomorrow, and she had to make dumplings. She would bring them to eat on the road tomorrow. What are you doing here? Jiang's mother saw her second daughter, standing there in a daze. Mom, nothing. Nothing? Okay, you should rest early. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some food for your third sister on the way. Jiang's mother left.
Mom,
I'll help you. Jiang Yuxiu followed Jiang's mother to the kitchen. The two worked in the kitchen for a long time. The next day, at the train station, except for the injured eldest brother-in-law and Xinjin, all the Jiang family members came. Jiang's father also asked for leave from the factory and went to work later. He was going to the train station to send his youngest daughter and son-in-law off. These are dumplings with pork filling, some fried cakes made by Marua, and tea eggs, and there is malted milk in this kettle. They are all your favorites. Remember to eat them on the way. Jiang's mother prepared a lot of food, all of which were Jiang Yuxiu's favorites. At the same time, they were also very precious foods. Only the Jiang family was well off. Everyone in the family worked, and Jiang's father had a high salary. He was paid the salary of 3 or 4 people so they could eat like this. Jiang Yuxiu looked at the things Jiang's mother prepared for her, and her eyes were red even though she always liked to joke. It is indeed different at her parents' home and at her husband's home. Her parents' mother is only afraid that her daughter eats less. Her husband's mother is only afraid that her daughter-in-law eats more. Mom, you are so kind. Jiang Yuxiu hugged her mother. Silly child, remember to write to me often. Tell me if you have anything to say, and if you are short of money, tell me. I will get you some cloth and send it to you in a few days. We like to wear beautiful clothes, and we can wear whatever we want. I will provide for you. Jiang's mother hugged her third daughter tightly. This is the child who is farthest away from her at present. How can she not miss him? Yeah. Okay, let the child get in the car. Jiang's father came over and pulled Jiang's mother away and stuffed a small bag wrapped in a handkerchief into Jiang Yuxiu's pocket.
Dad.
Hurry up and get in the car. Jiang's father pushed his daughter and son-in-law into the car. Xu Lei helped Jiang Yuxiu find their seats and open the window. Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. Beep, beep, beep. The train's whistle became more and more urgent, and it began to move. Right often. Jiang's mother urged. Oh, I got it. Jiang Yuxiu waved to the Jiang family. The figures became smaller and smaller. Jiang Yuxiu suddenly stood up and chased after the train, shouting, Third sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Yuxiu looked at Jiang Yuxiu running, feeling mixed emotions. Your third sister will never come back. When we are young, we always care about trivial matters, but as we grow older and gain more experience, you will find that the things you once cared about are nothing more than that. Let go of insignificant calculations and face life calmly. This is what we should do. Jiang Yuxiu waved.
Goodbye.
Xu Lei looked at Jiang Yuxiu with red eyes and hugged her in his arms distressed. You can come back to see them anytime. Xu Lei knew that he might not be able to accompany her back often, but she was free. She didn't have to be bound. Whenever she missed home, she could come back and stay for a while.
Yeah.
Jiang Yuxiu didn't expect that in just a few days, her relationship with the Jiang family would be so familiar. Especially with Jiang's mother, the bond made her feel particularly kind at first sight. Maybe it was the influence of the original owner's feelings. In any case, she is Jiang Yuxiu now, and she will take good care of Jiang's father and mother. By the way, this is what my father gave me. Jiang Yuxiu took out the handkerchief in her pocket. Wrapped in it was 50 yuan, and there were a lot of coupons. Grain coupons, meat coupons, sugar coupons, oil coupons. Colorful, all kinds of things. Although Jiang's father didn't express it like Jiang's mother, he loved his children in his own way. Jiang's father was afraid that Jiang Yuxiu would have trouble buying things in the countryside, so he gave her money and coupons. She completely forgot that her son-in-law Xu Lei had a good monthly salary and no shortage of coupons. Xu Lei was deeply touched when he went to his father-in-law's house this time. The more he understood, the more he felt guilty towards Jiang Yuxiu. Her family was so well off, but she had to live in the countryside and suffer. He believed that even if she didn't marry him, the Jiang family would not let their daughter suffer and would not cut off Jiang Yuxiu's food and drink. I will take you to the army as soon as possible. After hearing this, Jiang Yuxiu looked at Xu Lei, smiled and nodded, and snuggled in Xu Lei's arms.
Sue's family.
Mom, don't worry. If it doesn't work, don't you still have the third brother? let the third brother think of a way. Your health is important. Xu Lei comforted the old lady Xu. With so much money, what can they do? In the few days when the third brother was away, some things happened at home, which made everyone unhappy. The fourth brother was the same. He had to make trouble at this time. Knowing that the third brother had just got married not long ago and his parents didn't have much money, he had to marry a wife at this time. It would be fine if she was sensible, but she had to marry Zhang Xiulan. Now the Zhang family dared to ask for a dowry of 500 yuan, otherwise they would not get married. They also said that the fourth brother was a hooligan and ruined the reputation of their daughter, and the dowry must be 500 yuan. Bah! She doesn't even consider whether her daughter from the Jiang family is worth the money. She actually has the nerve to ask for 500 yuan, really thinking that his daughter is a big lady in the city. Old Mrs. Xu was also very angry. They live in the surrounding villages, and everyone knows each other. Isn't it just to use their daughter to exchange for dowry money so that their son can get a wife? Don't you even look at the conditions of their Zhang family and dare to ask for a dowry of 500 yuan? The mother and daughter were talking in the house, and the fourth brother was listening behind the door. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He secretly dated Xiulan and was seen by others. Then it spread like wildfire. Fourth brother, you dare to come back. Look at what you have done. Xu Lei saw the fourth brother outside the door and shouted immediately, "You rascal, you always make trouble for me. I will beat you to death." Old Mrs. Xu picked up the feather duster on the Kong and hit the fourth brother. "Mom, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." The fourth brother of the Xu family shouted while running. "You don't know how to live or die, right? You dare to mess with the girl from the old Zhang family. Don't you know how much you weigh?" If old Mrs. Xu had known that the fourth brother was secretly with Zhang Xiulan from the Zhang family behind her back, she would have dealt with him long ago. Zhang Xiulan is beautiful. Everyone knows this. But the Zhang family's parents are not easy to deal with. The Zhang family has 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Zhang Xiuqin, was married off with a high bride price. Then the Zhang family used the bride price of the daughter to marry the eldest son's daughter-in-law. Now, they want to use this routine on the younger daughter so that they can use this money to marry a wife for the younger son. His Zhang family has a good plan. Without spending a penny, she can still make a lot of money. She doesn't care about other people's affairs. But if you dare to plot against her family, it will definitely not work. What a rascal! She dares to ask for a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. She really thinks she is a big lady in the city. Jiang Yuzhu is at least an educated youth who can read and write, a city girl. Zhang Xiulan, an illiterate rural girl, dares to ask her for a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. Mom, don't say that. Xiulan is very good. I promise that after Xiulan comes home, I will definitely work hard. The fourth son Xu Yi's mouth corners are about to rise to his ears when he thinks of Zhang Xiulan's appearance. Xiulan is so beautiful. The girls his mother picked for him were all big and strong, so he didn't want them. He didn't expect to find a beautiful one like his third sister-in-law, but she couldn't be too ugly. Zhang Xiulan is a well-known girl in these 10 miles and 8 villages. Of course, Xu Yi wanted to marry a wife with good looks and figure. Do you promise? What can you promise? Your credibility is as good as to me. I don't believe that you will be diligent after getting married. Mrs. Xu knew what kind of person her youngest son was. He was lazy and slippery, and he was smooth-talking. He only knew how to talk, but he was no match for the real thing. Then what do you say? I've kissed her, so I can't not take responsibility. The fourth son was desperate and confronted Mrs. Xu directly. I'll make you responsible. Mrs. Xu showed no mercy, and the feather duster in her hand was beaten so hard that feathers flew all over the sky. Ah! Help, little sister, save me. The fourth son Xu was also very sharp and hid behind his little sister Xu Lei. Come out. Mrs. Xu couldn't bear to touch her daughter. Mom, what happened? Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu just got home and saw the farce in the yard. Third brother and his wife are back. Xu Yi took advantage of Mrs. Xu's distraction and ran out of the yard. Third brother, you are finally back. Come back. Mrs. Xu was so angry that she wanted to throw the feather duster in her hand, but she couldn't bear to do it. Xu Lei knew at a glance that it was the fourth brother who caused trouble. Mom, Yuju, and I just came back. Let's go into the house to clean up and rest for a while. If there is anything, we will talk about it in the evening. He knew that his wife must be tired. She couldn't sleep well on the train. Many things happened in the Jiang family these days, and his wife didn't rest well. Mrs. Xu and Xu Mei watched Xu Lei take Jiang Yuju into the house. Oh my God! What kind of life is this for me? The sons I gave birth to are more unfilial than each other. Mrs. Xu was so angry that she slapped her thigh. Mom, you still have me. Xu Mei felt that the third brother had changed. Since he was with Jiang Yuju, he only had her in his eyes and no family members at all. He became cold-blooded and ruthless. It has to be my daughter, no one else's. Old Mrs. Xu was so angry with her son. But her daughter was still considerate. Jiang Yuju returned to the house and lay down on the Kong directly. She was so tired from the journey. Take a nap, I'll clean up. Xu Lei took off Jiang Yuju's shoes and put her legs on the Kong. Jiang Yuju lay lazily, watching Xu Lei going in and out to clean up the house, smiling sweetly, and fell asleep in a short while. The fourth child, Xu Yi, ran out of home and went to find Zhang Xilan. Xilan, can you tell your family that the bride price should be smaller? 500 yuan is too much. My family really can't afford it. The fourth child had no choice but to come over and discuss it with Zhang Xilan. Let's see if we can stop having so many. Otherwise, he wouldn't let him go. And the family really can't afford the money. Fourth brother.
I.
Zhang Xilan looked at Xu Yi aggrievedly. What man could bear to look at you with his big misty eyes like that?
Do ente cry, I.
I'm just talking, let me think of a solution, okay? Xu Yi saw Zhang Xilan with hazy eyes and quickly stepped forward to wipe her tears. Fourth brother, have I made things difficult for you? It's all my fault for putting fourth brother in a dilemma.
I
think we should separate. Zhang Xilan was about to leave after saying this.
No, Xiulan.
Xu Yi, the fourth child, grabbed Zhang Xilan's hand and held her in his arms. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm so useless that I can't afford such a colorful gift, which makes you sad. Xu Yi and Zhang Xilan were at the hottest time between men and women, so naturally they couldn't bear to make her sad. Seeing her cry made me feel so sad. Fourth brother, it's not your fault, it's my fault. I don't deserve such a large gift. I'm a rural girl. How can I deserve such a high gift? It's really embarrassing for fourth brother. But there is nothing I can do in my family. Zhang Xiuli said that she was not worthy of such a high gift, and then revealed her unspeakable secret. It's not that she wanted these betrothal gifts, they were all forced by her family, and there was nothing she could do about it. Pick yourself out. That's not the case. Why don't you deserve it? It's my fault. I don't have the ability of my third brother. I can't afford so much gift money, so you are wronged in the middle. Xu Yi heard what Zhang Xilan said. He said, feeling even more guilty, it would be great if I could be like my third brother. If you make more money, it won't be so difficult. Fourth brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Can't your family think of another way? Zhang Xilan knew that when the third child of the Xu family got married, they gave her a gift of 500 yuan. No matter how you get to her, you have to deal with it casually. She didn't believe that the Xu family couldn't raise the 500 yuan as a bride price. There is no reason why the sister-in-law who entered the house later would have less betrothal money than the sister-in-law who entered the house first. Then isn't she a head shorter than the educated youth named Jiang Yuju? She has already discussed it with her family. When the time comes, she will keep 200 yuan of the 500 yuan as a bride price and leave 300 yuan to her family. My younger brother is not married yet, so these 300 yuan are enough to buy him a wife. Xu Yi went up to think of a way to go. His parents would definitely not pay for such a colorful gift. Not to mention whether there is one at home, even if there is one, it is impossible to find a wife for him. The fourth child knows very well that there is a little sister at home. It's also the age to talk about marriage, and the parents will definitely prepare a generous dowry for the little sister. Besides, no one in this rural area can pay a bride price of 500 yuan for a wedding. Third brother, that is a special situation. Besides, the third brother earned all the money himself, and his parents can't justify it unless they tell him. When the time comes, third brother's heart will be cold. Don't even think about seeking benefits from third brother in the future. When he got married, the bride price was 150 yuan. How could he pay 500 yuan? Zhang Xilan saw Xu Yi flinching and pressed her lower lip tightly. No, we can't let him back down. Zhang Xilan nestled in Xu Yi's arms. Fourth brother, I'm sorry for making you so embarrassed. Don't worry, when we get married, I will definitely take good care of you and give you some lovely children. After speaking, he stood on tiptoes and kissed Xu Yi's lips. He put his hands on Xu Yi's chest and held his shirt tightly. Faced with this sudden kiss, Xu Yi naturally would not refuse. He immediately chased after him. He even dragged and hugged her, pressed her into a corner where no one was around, and kissed her hard. Fourth brother. Xu Yi's breathing became more rapid as he unbuttoned his clothes and fumbled around. Xilan, I will find a way, just give it to me. Last time, the two of them were interrupted just as they kissed. Xu Yi had no peace for several nights. This young man, full of energy, has naturally been thinking about unfinished business in the past few days. Now that it has been delivered to my door, I naturally want to eat as much as I can.
No.
It won't work. Zhang Xilan resisted and struggled, clutching her belt tightly. Zhang Xilan naturally wouldn't let Xu Yi eat it.
She's not stupid.
The betrothal gift issue has not been resolved yet, so how could he get it? Just give him some sweetness. It's now time. We can't let Xu Yi run away. There are not many families in these 10 miles and 8 villages who can give high betrothal gifts. She is a girl from the countryside. People with good conditions in the city look down on her, but she also looks down on people with poor conditions. Although Xu Yi doesn't have much ability, his third brother is a soldier. Supplement the family every month. The life of the Xu family is much better than that of other families in the village. Besides, Xu Yi is the fourth child and is relatively favored in the family. Once she enters the family, life will not be too difficult. Zhang Xilan has an elder brother and a younger brother at home. She watched her sister marry someone she didn't like for a high betrothal gift. So she told herself that she must find a husband she likes. Ever since she heard that the Xu family had given Xu Lao's third daughter-in-law a gift of 500 yuan, she had her own plans in mind. Xu Yi tore at it for a long time to no avail, knowing that Xilan would not be able to give it to him today. But he was not willing to let it go. Grabbing her hand. Fourth brother.
You.
What are you doing? Zhang Xilan was a big girl no matter what. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Good wife, help me. Xu Yi was very thick-skinned, and even before the two of them got married, he called her his wife. You. Who is your wife? You'd better get the bride price first, and then talk about it. But after struggling for a long time, he couldn't get his hand out. Xilan, I'll think of a solution when I get back. The two of them stayed in the dark corner for a long time. When the two came out, one's face was as red as an apple, and the other had a satisfied smile on his face. Xu Lei fetched water and wiped the dust all over the house. Then he packed the luggage they brought back. Jiang Yuzhu is still sleeping. Xu Lei changed his clothes, looked at Jiang Yuzhu, who was sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but kiss her face. In her sleep, Jiang Yuzhu felt her face itching. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. Have you finished cleaning up?
Yes.
Xu Lei got down to the ground and took out a wet towel to wipe Jiang Yuzhu's face. Stop sleeping, otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night. Looking at the sky, it was time to return home from work. Sure enough, there were lively sounds from the yard. Mr. Xu returned from work with his son and daughter-in-law. Old lady, what are you eating today? Whatever you are eating, your son is so angry. Old Mrs. Xu became angrier as she thought about it. What happened to the fourth child was already irritating enough, but now that the third child is back, he still looks indifferent. After the third child got married, he became more and more separated from his family. Who offended you again? Didn't I tell you that the fourth son should solve his own problems? If he can mess with the Jiang family, he should clean up the mess himself. The old man was very angry about the trouble caused by his youngest son. He could have chosen anyone else, but he chose the girl from the Jiang family. The girls from the Jiang family are so easy to marry. When the fourth son gets married, they can't follow the third son's dowry. The third son has been sending money home every month for so many years. He is so old and finally has a girl he likes. If they, as parents, don't care, the third son will be completely alienated from his family in the future. The third son is the most promising one in the family. We still hope that the third son can help other brothers and sisters in the future. So the Zhang family wants such a high dowry, but they can't be spoiled. Let's leave the Zhang family alone for a while. I am tired all day long. Why is my life so hard? The old lady shouted in the yard. It was already so late, and the third son and his wife didn't come out to help with the work. They just stayed in the house. The eldest and second sisters-in-law in the yard looked at each other. Who is the old lady talking to? They just came back. I hope she didn't offend her mother-in-law. Mom, I guess you ate too much bitter melon and coptis when you were a child. You see, my little sister has been eating delicate food since she was a child, so she enjoys it. Jiang Yuzhu knew that old lady Su was scolding her. She didn't know to help her with the work when she came back.
But why?
Her own daughter is 18 years old and doesn't need to work, but she has to let her daughter-in-law work. The old lady is willing to suffer, but she asked for it. But you can't blame her. The suffering she suffered has nothing to do with her. Third son's wife. You're back. When old man Su saw the third daughter-in-law, he knew that it was the third son and his wife who came back from their mother's home. Dad, eldest brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law. Xu Lei followed Jiang Yuzhu out. Third brother, you're back. Okay, wash your hands and eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after dinner. The old man had spoken, and no one dared to say anything. The eldest sister-in-law confronted the second sister-in-law. You see, these people are all outrageous. How much was the betrothal gift when we got married? They're so good, they are asking for a sky-high price. Let me tell you, you and I are from the same country. Don't be disloyal. If the fourth brother insists on spending 500 yuan on a betrothal gift to marry a wife, you must make up for it for us. The eldest sister-in-law had been dissatisfied for a long time. Why are they all daughters-in-law, but the third brother's wife has so much betrothal gift, while they have so little? They have worked like cows and horses for so many years, and it's just that little money. The third brother's wife is an educated youth, a city dweller, and they can still tolerate it. Now the fourth brother's wife is a rural girl like them, and she also wants a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. No way.
Sister-in-law.
The second sister-in-law was a little scared and didn't dare to say anything. You thing, watch my eyes when the time comes. The eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law were quarreling in the back, and Su Meili saw it. I thought the third sister-in-law would be noisy enough when she came in. Unexpectedly, the fourth sister-in-law behind was not bad either. Before she even came in, the eldest and second sisters-in-law were already dissatisfied. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and serve all the food and eat. Are you waiting for me to serve you and feed you? Old Mrs. Su looked at the daughters-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law looked at Jiang Yuzhu, and the second sister-in-law pulled the eldest sister-in-law. Jiang Yuzhu didn't say anything and went to the kitchen. The eldest sister-in-law followed her out. The three of them put the food on the table together, and the bowls and chopsticks were divided. Old Mrs. Su didn't have the heart to cook well. Dinner was just wild vegetable porridge with pickles. There were also a lot of potatoes. Jiang Yuzhu frowned at the bitter and hard-to-swallow wild vegetable porridge. This was a mixture of all kinds of wild vegetables, mixed together, chopped and boiled with cornmeal. The old lady was reluctant to even remove the roots. Jiang Yuzhu quickly poured the wild vegetable paste into Xu Lei's bowl. She took a potato and ate it with some pickles. She almost choked to death. Xu Lei hurried to the ground to pour her some water. Old lady Su looked at Jiang Yuzhu's painful appearance and was so angry. With she slammed the chopsticks on the table. Don't eat if you don't like it. Look at how wronged you are. For so many years, everyone has eaten her cooking, but they have never met Jiang Yuzhu like this. She is picky. She dislikes her cooking and says she won't eat it next time. Well, I am really wronged. My mother's cooking is much better than yours. Ask your son, is that right? Jiang Yuzhu was brave enough to confront the old lady. What is there to be afraid of? No matter how stupid Xu Lei is, he can't say such a big truth. Wife, drink some more water. Mom, let's eat. We're all hungry. Don't you have something to say? Xu Lei had to change the subject. After all, she was his own mother. How could he say to her face that her cooking was not delicious? They had been eating it for more than 20 years. Seeing Xu Lei laughing, Jiang Yuzhu stretched out her hand and pinched Xu Lei's waist hard. Xu Lei grabbed the rebellious hand. He gently comforted it. Go back, and it's up to you. He whispered softly in Jiang Yuzhu's ear. Jiang Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Xu Lei and continued to fight with her potatoes. Fortunately, the potatoes were delicious, and they were Jiang Yuzhu's favorite. Seeing that his wife liked to eat, Xu Lei quickly peeled another one and said, Eat it. After eating, let's discuss the matter of the fourth child. The fourth child, who was called, quickly lowered his head and picked up the wild vegetable porridge in the bowl. But in his heart, he was thinking that the third sister-in-law was back, and he finally didn't have to eat this kind of food anymore. Everyone had different thoughts about this meal. Although the eldest and second brothers did not say anything, they felt uncomfortable when they thought about the fourth brother's wife's family asking for a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. They did not split up the family, and they also had a share of the family's money. The third brother and his family did not dare to say anything. After all, they also earned a lot. The situation at that time was special and understandable. But the fourth brother was just like them, and he was even lazy and didn't like to work. Now he had to pay 500 yuan to marry a wife, which was unacceptable to anyone. Even his own brother would have some conflicts in his heart. Jiang Yuzhu rolled his eyes. It seemed that there was something exciting to watch. But he was afraid that the two of them would be involved. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care after eating, and sat next to Xu Lei, leaning against Xu Lei. The eldest sister-in-law looked at her for a few times, but she was also indifferent. Jiang Yuzhu was not used to that habit, but it was agreed at the beginning. She cooked, but she didn't care about washing dishes. It was okay for her to cook, but not to wash dishes. The second sister-in-law quickly picked up all the dishes and chopsticks. Old man Su sat there smoking a pipe, and some of his sons were sitting and some were standing. Old Mrs. Su sat cross-legged on the Kong. With her daughter and Su Meili sitting beside her. She couldn't help but frown as she looked at her sons. They had grown up, had their own ideas, and were unwilling to listen to their parents. Mom, everything is packed. The eldest and second sisters-in-law came in after packing. All our family members are here, so it's a good time to discuss the fourth son's marriage. What do you think? The old man asked his sons first. They all looked at each other. Old Mrs. Su ignored the others and looked directly at Xu Lei. Jiang Yuzhu raised her eyebrows. Was she coming here for the couple? Jiang Yuzhu tugged at Xu Lei's clothes from behind. You can't just agree to it now. Xu Lei is not stupid, so how could he not know his wife's thoughts? Besides, he is not a sucker, and he will pay for anything. Mom and Dad, you guys can handle the fourth brother's affairs. I will follow my two brothers. Xu Lei's meaning is also very clear. As for the fourth brother's marriage, you parents can handle it. As for how much money I will pay, it will be the same as the eldest and second brothers.
You.
The old lady was anxious. How could that be possible? In this family, the third brother has the best conditions. They all work hard to earn work points, and only the third brother eats public food. If he doesn't take money, how can the fourth brother's marriage be done? Grandpa Su stopped the old woman's action. Big brother and second brother, what do you think?
We.
Although they have ideas, they dare not say them so directly. Neither of the two brothers dared to speak. The eldest sister-in-law confronted the second sister-in-law. The second sister-in-law hid in fear. The eldest sister-in-law was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Mom and Dad, I have something to say. The eldest sister-in-law stood up. I have been holding back some things for a long time, and I can't get it out of my mouth until I say them. Mrs. Su looked at her eldest daughter-in-law and made trouble, and her face was not good. What does it have to do with you? Just hold it back. The eldest sister-in-law was a little scared at first, but after hearing what her mother-in-law said, she was left with a lot of grievances. Mom, why does it have nothing to do with me? Am I not a member of this family? Didn't I work in the fields to earn work points? I have been in this family for almost 10 years, and Debeo is 8 years old. You actually say it has nothing to do with me? Mom, listen to what you say. It's too sad. I have been married to the Su family for more than 10 years. I have no merits, but I have no hard work, right? The old man knew that the matter of the fourth child would not be so easy to solve. Everyone had their own thoughts. Seeing the expressions of her sons, she tapped her pipe. Since the eldest daughter-in-law wants to speak, then speak. Everyone can speak freely and speak. With the words of the old man, the eldest sister-in-law was more confident. Dad, the fourth brother wants to marry a wife, and it will cost 500 yuan for the bride price. We firmly disagree. Not only me, but also the second son's family, and I disagree. The eldest sister-in-law grabbed the second sister-in-law and dragged them together. She couldn't face it alone.
You.
What do you want to do? Are you going to watch the fourth son being a bachelor and do nothing? What's your intention? When the old lady saw the two daughters-in-law standing up to oppose, she immediately put a hat on them. Not to mention whether she agreed to pay the 500 yuan bride price, she was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the two daughters-in-law. How can a sister-in-law be so useless? Could it be that she was going to watch her brother-in-law being a bachelor and do nothing? After all, he was the youngest son of Mrs. Su. The old lady was naturally dissatisfied with the two people from other surnames saying so. Mom, that's not right. It's not that we, as sisters-in-law, have to watch our brother-in-law remain single. The key is that the Jiang family's demands are too much. Aren't they going to drain our entire family? We can't make a living anymore. Why does he have to pay 500 yuan for a bride? There are many who don't want 500 yuan. It's my fourth brother who is making things difficult for all of our brothers and sisters-in-law. Besides, didn't my family and the second brother's family get married with a bride price of 50 yuan?
Why?
Are we missing limbs or can't have children? Can't we still live a good life? Why is it different for Zhang Xilan? She has to pay 500 yuan for a bride price. How can we get that much in this village? Isn't this a ripoff? Mom and Dad, if you are biased and insist on spending 500 yuan for the fourth brother to marry a wife, then we should also ask for compensation for the bride price, otherwise it will be unfair. The eldest sister-in-law finished her words in one breath, and everyone was silent. Obviously, this was what they were thinking in their hearts. 500 yuan for the betrothal gift was really too much. Even Jiang Yuzhu nodded repeatedly. Mrs. Su was already angry, and seeing Jiang Yuzhu agreeing with the eldest sister's words, she dared to nod. You, the third sister. How dare you nod your head? It was you who started the trouble. If you hadn't insisted on a betrothal gift of 500 yuan, how could Zhang Xilan dare to follow suit and ask for such a high price? Oh, Jiang Yuzhu saw that the war was brought to her. What does this have to do with me? This is the fourth son getting married, don't blame me. It wasn't me who asked Zhang Xilan to ask for 500 yuan for the bride price. Why compare with me? My parents raised me so well, I'm so pretty, and I've studied for so many years. 500 yuan is not enough for me. Ask your son what kind of family I come from. My dad is an 8th level fitter, my mom is a textile worker, and my whole family are workers. My family has left me a house in the city to live in, let alone 500 yuan. I can get married even if I ask for 1,000 yuan. It's your Su family who's taking advantage of me. What's wrong with me asking for 500 yuan? Mom and Dad, what about a girl like my younger sister, who you raised so hard, and your family didn't even let her do any work, and she's so fair and tender? How much do you plan to ask for as a bride price? Can she just marry casually? I am a girl from the city. Although I have gone to the countryside, if I hadn't fallen into the water, I would not marry casually. my parents would find a way to take me back. I am the one who suffers the most loss. Jiang Yuzhu didn't care about that. It was impossible to bully her. She just wanted to tell the Xu family not to compare with her all the time. She was worth 500 yuan of betrothal gifts, so don't always talk about betrothal gifts. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. They really didn't know the situation of their in-laws. But looking at Jiang Yuzhu's clothes and appearance, she thought her family should be good. The fourth child swallowed his saliva when he heard Jiang Yuzhu say that her father was an 8th level fitter. Third sister-in-law, then. How much salary does an 8th level fitter have to pay? The fourth child just heard people bragging that the 8th level fitter was the most powerful one, and even the factory director didn't take it seriously. It was really amazing to be a worker to this level. Why are you asking this? He's not your father. Jiang Yuzhu wouldn't say that.
Hee.
I'm just curious. It must be a lot, otherwise the third sister-in-law would be so crazy. Okay, let's continue talking about the fourth brother. Fourth brother, you can see it too. With the current situation at home, we really can't come up with 500 yuan for the betrothal gift. I'll ask your mother to find you a few more suitable ones. The old man himself didn't want to become a relative of the Jiang family. He didn't even have anything to do with it, but he dared to ask for so much betrothal gift. If he gets married, who knows how he will deal with his parents? Dad, I don't want anyone else. Then he looked at Mrs. Su. Mom, help me. I really like Zhang Xiaolan, and besides, others have seen me with her. If I don't marry her, what if the Jiang family sues me for being a hooligan? Although the fourth brother's voice was getting smaller and smaller, the people in the room still heard it. You idiot, I'll let you get into trouble. Mrs. Su was so angry that she wanted to go to the ground to beat the fourth brother. Mom, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, you will suffer. This family cannot live without you. Now we only have two options. Either we collect 500 yuan to marry Zhang Xiaolan, or we find a middleman to negotiate with the Jiang family and ask them to not ask for such a large dowry. We really can't afford 500 yuan. Seeing that there was no progress after discussing it over and over again, Xu Lei had to speak out. The problem must be solved. It's easy to say. That's 500 yuan, not 50 yuan. Even if we all want to collect it, we have to come up with it. The eldest sister-in-law couldn't come up with that much money. After so many years of marriage, the total private money was only about 50 yuan. The money in the family was in the hands of the old lady. I only have 10 yuan. The second sister-in-law lowered her head after saying this. Their second room had even less money. Everyone looked at Jiang Yuzhu.
Why are you looking at me? Why?
Are you going to give me up? Sister-in-law, you're the richest here. Xu Lei thought that the only one who could afford the 500 yuan in the family was the third sister-in-law. This is really new. You're going to use my betrothal money to exchange for another daughter-in-law.
You dare to think about it.
What about my money? Third sister-in-law, we are not going to take your money. We just want to use it for a while. Xu Lei naturally had her own selfish motives. If the family paid for this, her dowry would inevitably be used. Third sister-in-law's money was not urgent. Use it for a while. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Let me ask you, who will pay this money back in the end? You, Xu Lei? Mom and dad? Big brother and sister-in-law, second brother and second sister-in-law? Or fourth brother himself? Or do you not want to pay it back at all? You took my betrothal money away, so my betrothal money is gone. You are so bold, you can get a wife for free. Jiang Yuzhu immediately glared at Xu Lei. What a dirty idea. This is a bad debt. Do you think she is a fool? So easy to fool. If you want to be a good person, don't use my money to pretend to be rich. I don't believe that there is no money at home, but I just don't want to take it. Or, are you afraid that your dowry money will be used, which will affect your marriage? I tell you, don't think about my money. I don't care how much money the fourth son spends to marry a wife. It has nothing to do with me. That is something that my parents should worry about. I am not his mother. Why should I give him this dowry money?
You.
Third sister-in-law, please don't talk so harshly. Xu Lei felt embarrassed by Jiang Yuzhu's retort. I talk harshly. Why don't you say that you do things ugly? You can study it as you like. I don't care, just don't study me. When you get married, let me know, and I will definitely not leave out the gifts. Jiang Yuzhu left after she finished speaking. The Xu family was left staring. Mom and Dad, I'm going back first. Xu Lei followed closely behind. Why should he stay when his wife has left? Besides, they have set their sights on his wife's betrothal gift, so of course he is unhappy. One by one, you don't take me and the old man seriously, right? Old Mrs. Xu was so angry that she slapped the edge of the Kong. Mom, the third brother and his wife are gone. Can we still discuss it? The eldest sister-in-law is also a master at finishing off the knife, and she rubbed salt into the old lady's wound. Get out, all of you. What's the point of discussing it? The best conditions have all left. Who can he discuss it with? Everyone in the first and second rooms has left.
Mom,
The fourth brother wanted to coax the old lady. You also get out, it's all your fault. You should clean up the mess yourself. The old lady also drove the eldest son out. The fourth brother had to go back to his room. Mom, how about? Use my dowry money first. Although Xu Mei was reluctant, he was her fourth brother after all. She was a girl, and it didn't matter if the dowry money was less. She could get married. But the fourth brother is a grown man, and he really can't get a wife without a dowry. Besides, many people already know about the fourth brother and Zhang Xilan. If the two don't get married, she is afraid that the fourth brother will cause trouble. After all, the Jiang family is not easy to mess with. No, you can't touch that money no matter what. Don't you see, it will be difficult to get money from your third brother in the future. Mom has to plan for you. Mrs. Xu saw it. The third brother is now completely in the same mind with his wife. It is estimated that it will be difficult to get more money from the third brother when her daughter gets married. Her daughter's dowry cannot be shabby. Then the in-laws will look down on her. Mom, you're so good to me. Xu Mei snuggled in Mrs. Xu's arms. Mom only has you as a daughter. Of course I have to consider you. I raised your brothers in vain. Xu Lei came into the room and saw Jiang Yuzhu sitting there sulking. He sat down next to Jiang Yuzhu. He hugged her in his arms. Don't be angry, okay? Get out of here. Jiang Yuzhu pushed Xu Lei away. Their family bullied her. Don't think she doesn't know that the eldest sister-in-law said that she wanted a lot of betrothal gifts, but she just used the matter of the fourth child to express her dissatisfaction. Xu Mei also felt that she had taken so much betrothal gifts from the family, and now she should give it to help the fourth child. Although the parents-in-law didn't say it explicitly, the implicit attitude has already explained everything.
But why?
That's her money. Xu Lei fell down and took Jiang Yuzhu down with him. He held her tightly in his arms and didn't let go. If you are angry, take it out on me, don't hold it in yourself. Xu Lei took Jiang Yuzhu's hand and hit himself. I won't. It's hard and it hurts my hand. Jiang Yuzhu's anger subsided a little at this time. Facing this handsome face, she really couldn't get angry. Besides, Xu Lei has always been on her side. He didn't take the initiative to take money from home. This is much better than most men. Let me see. Xu Lei took the white and tender little hand and kissed it a few times. Jiang Yuzhu's attitude softened a lot. I'm telling you, I won't take out the money. Jiang Yuzhu reiterated her thoughts. No, I'll listen to you. Besides, the fourth child's affairs were all caused by him, so he should clean up the mess himself. Xu Lei didn't want Zhang Xilan to come in. He didn't care too much and prevent the fourth child's wife from coming in. He thought that if the fourth child's wife came in, the family would probably be even more restless. It's estimated that she wouldn't get along with her wife. The family might be in a mess. Yuzhu, I'm sorry my family made you angry. My original family, I can't change it, but what I can promise you is that I will definitely stand by you and support you. Xu Lei also knew that Jiang Yuzhu had suffered a lot of grievances after marrying him. What he could do was to try his best to compensate her and make her happy. It's good that you know. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu's coquettish look, Xu Lei's eyes darkened. He tucked the broken hair on his temples behind his ears. The time he spent with his wife was not much, and Xu Lei didn't want to let extra things affect the relationship between them. Jiang Yuzhu looked at her lips that were getting lower and lower and took the initiative to meet him. Xu Lei would naturally not miss this opportunity and pursued her victory, chasing each other, until Jiang Yuju was dizzy and her clothes were taken off. Only then did she react. It was another night of being bewitched by beauty. The next day, needless to say, Jiang Yuju got up late again. Xu Lei came back with the children after picking pig grass. Mom, third sister-in-law hasn't gotten up yet? Little goblin, your third brother is bewitched and told me not to disturb her. Old Mrs. Xu said hatefully while chopping chicken food. The chopping knife was clanging and the chopping board was about to be broken. Xu's fourth son, come out here. It's been so long and you still haven't given an explanation. You don't intend to take responsibility, right? The Xu family, come out here. Xu Lao Si, are you still a man? You provoked my daughter and you want to let it go? No way. Old Mrs. Xu heard the noise outside the yard getting closer and closer. She immediately felt something was wrong. It seemed that someone from the Jiang family had come. They were here to cause trouble. Mei, go and call your brother back quickly. The old Jiang family is here to cause trouble. The old lady quickly sent her daughter away and went to call for help. This old woman Jiang is not easy to deal with. She is very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that this matter today will not be resolved so easily. I'll go now. Xu Lei hurriedly ran out from the back. Jiang Yuju heard the noise in the house and hurried to clean up. Old Xu, what do you Xu family mean? It's been a few days and there is no news at all. You don't take my daughter seriously. Zhang's mother brought Zhang Xiaolan and her two sons to ask for an explanation. This kind of thing, dragging it out, is always disadvantageous to the woman. It must be finalized quickly. After getting the betrothal gift, she can quickly arrange a marriage for her youngest son. What does the Xu family mean by dragging it out like this? Do they really think that the daughter of her Zhang family can't get married? They have to drag them on. How dare you, the Zhang family, come here? Don't you look at your own faces and ask for a betrothal gift of 500 yuan? Which girl around here dares to ask for a betrothal gift of 500 yuan? I don't know who gave you the courage to offer this price. Isn't this obviously bullying? You still have the nerve to ask? We can't afford your daughter. You can go find someone who can give you a betrothal gift of 500 yuan. She was already angry, and now the Zhang family dared to come and make trouble. It can be said that Zhang Xiaolan's mother-in-law was disgusted before she even entered the house. Okay, you old Xu family said you want to go back on your word, but what were you doing when you flirted with my daughter? Now my daughter's reputation is ruined, and you tell me that you can't afford her?
Pa.
You Xu family are such a... I sue you. You Xu family must be responsible for my daughter. My daughter is a good girl, but it's your fourth son who has been pestering her. Now, everyone knows that they are dating. You want to go back on your word, but I tell you it's impossible. The Zhang family knew that the Xu family could afford the betrothal gift. Otherwise, why would they give so much money to the third daughter-in-law? Since you have offended her daughter, don't think about getting away with it. Where is your fourth son? Call him out. Zhang's mother rolled up her sleeves. She had to make this matter clear today. He took advantage of her daughter and wanted to run away. Seeing Zhang's mother's posture, old lady Xu also picked up a weapon in her hand. She was not afraid. What was there to be afraid of for her son? Bah, you Zhang family are selling your daughter. I don't have 500 yuan for the betrothal gift. If two young people really like each other and don't want to separate, I can give 100 yuan for the betrothal gift. Let's get things done as soon as possible. If you don't agree, then I can't do anything. Whatever you want. It's not that she looks down on the girl of the Zhang family. It's really cheap to be with a man before getting married. It's her own fault for not being reserved. 100 yuan, you Xu family are sending beggars. I raised my daughter with great effort and I put in so much effort, and you want to give 100 yuan? Who are you looking down on? When your third child got married, you gave 500 yuan for the betrothal gift. Now it's my daughter's turn. Why is it only 100 yuan? You are bullying me. Zhang's mother was so angry that her eyes turned red. In fact, she was prepared that the Xu family would not give so much betrothal money. But 100 yuan was too little. At least 300 yuan should be required. This is the bottom line. Jiang's mother also saw that the Xu family would not give 500 yuan. But Jiang's mother didn't give up. What if it really exploded? Wouldn't it be for nothing? Bah, the third daughter-in-law. She is at least a city girl, her parents are city workers, and my in-laws are 8th level fitters. What's wrong with this city girl being worth this price? Why are you comparing your daughter with the third daughter-in-law? Is it that your family conditions are comparable to the third daughter-in-law's family, or your daughter is prettier than the third daughter-in-law, or your daughter brought back more betrothal gifts than the third daughter-in-law? Don't you even look at your own weight? You dare to ask us for money by the pound. Jiang Yuzhu heard her mother-in-law quarreling with the Zhang family, and the corners of her mouth rose. The Zhang family was stunned when they heard what Mrs. Xu said.
This
really can't be compared. Zhang Xiaolan couldn't get off the stage when she heard Mrs. Xu say this. So many people were watching, and she was so embarrassed that she covered her face and cried. Mom, let's go. Why go? You let the fourth son of the Xu family take advantage of you. How can we just let it go like this? Zhang's mother was determined to fight the Xu family to the end. After all, these days, there are too few families who can afford a 500 yuan betrothal gift. If she loses this opportunity, her daughter's betrothal gift will definitely not be worth the price. After all, someone has seen the picture of her daughter hugging the fourth son of the Xu family. After the rumor spread around, the fake became true. Whether you leave or not, I'm going to say this. It's just 100 yuan for the betrothal gift, no more. Mrs. Xu refused to give in no matter what she said. If the other family was a good one, she might be able to add some, but the Zhang family was so aggressive that Mrs. Xu didn't want to give it. You, old lady Xu, you don't seem to want to get married. Think about it carefully. If you don't talk sincerely today, our two families will become enemies. Is it me who is not sincere, or is it your Zhang family who is not sincere? It's definitely not going to work if I say 500 yuan. Mother Zhang said this. If it wasn't for the fact that her eldest son really liked Zhang Xiaolan, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. The fourth son, this stinky boy, is just like his third brother. He doesn't like honest and decent girls, but has to like this kind of prickly girl. Why is it not okay? How is my sister worse than others? You, the third son, have paid so much for the betrothal gift, but it's not okay when it comes to our Zhang family. The eldest brother of the Jiang family looked at old lady Xu angrily, as if he would hit her with a stick if you disagreed. Yes, my sister is such a good girl. It's hard to find one even with a lantern. Why should she be inferior to others? The younger brother of the Jiang family also joined the family in denouncing old lady Xu. In this family, my husband is the one who makes the most money. Jiang Yuzhu stood up. What did the Zhang family want to do? Several people took turns to argue with the old lady. If the two men of the Zhang family didn't speak up, she would have kept silent. But the Zhang family came to old lady Xu alone, and Jiang Yuzhu couldn't help it. After all, she is now a member of the Xu family, and she can't let people look down on her. What are you doing out here? Go back inside. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu coming out, old lady Xu asked her to go back. What was there for an old lady like her to be afraid of? What could the Zhang family dare to do? The third daughter-in-law couldn't be carried by her hands or shoulders, so she shouldn't suffer if she came out. The main reason was that Jiang Yuzhu was pretty, and she was the daughter-in-law of her third son after all. She was afraid that if things really got out of hand, Jiang Yuzhu would suffer. The family could talk and quarrel, but this was all their own business behind closed doors, and they could solve it themselves. Oh, this is your new third daughter-in-law, right? TSK, 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 TSK. You're not working at this time, and you've married a decoration who can't do anything with your 500 yuan. Our Xiaolan is a good worker. How can she not be worth 500 yuan in betrothal gifts? When Jiang's mother saw Jiang Yuzhu's appearance, she knew at a glance that she was someone who couldn't work. How many of their educated youth could work? They were all good-looking but useless. If she could be given a 500 yuan betrothal gift, why couldn't her daughter be given one? Oh, they are getting excited. Jiang Yuzhu didn't provoke them, but the Zhang family provoked her first. Whether I go to work or not, what does it have to do with your Zhang family? Why are you so nosy? If you have this time, You might as well do more work and earn more work points, so as not to always worry about the money in other people's pockets. I don't care whether your Xulon is a good worker or not, and it has nothing to do with me, but please don't compare with me. I am supported by my man. I will work if I want to, and I won't work if I don't want to. My own mother-in-law doesn't care, so why do you, an outsider, interfere? Jiang Yuzhu doesn't care whether Zhang Xulon can become her brother's wife, but it's not good to provoke her. No one can do it.
You.
How are you talking to my mother? The two brothers of the Zhang family woke up from Jiang Yuzhu's beauty. The third son of the Xu family is really lucky. He actually married such a beautiful wife. It is said that the wife married by the third son of the Xu family is pretty. When the educated youth first went to the countryside, she caused quite a stir. They were from the next village and did not take it seriously at the time. How pretty could she be? In their eyes, their sisters, especially the youngest sister Xulon, were the best in the surrounding villages. No matter how pretty they were, how pretty could they be? Seeing her today, I was really shocked. Zhang Xulon also saw the third sister-in-law, who was beautiful and cooked deliciously in the eyes of the fourth son. They are all women. They like to make comparisons. Zhang Xulon had to admit that she really couldn't compare with them. Jiang Yuzhu has a kind of natural pride and self-confidence. Maybe it's because of her background that makes her hold her head high. She feels like she doesn't care about anything. It seems that she has a halo, and people will see her wherever she goes. Not to mention her glowing white. Those who look pretty can't believe it. How can there be such a beautiful woman? Good skin, gorgeous features, better figure, and a head of black hair casually woven behind her head. It's obviously the most ordinary hairstyle. How come it looks so good on someone else? It's hard to describe the feeling. If you can't understand normal people's words, that's your problem. Jiang Yuzhu walked to the side of Mrs. Xu. You are really sharp-tongued, old lady Xu. This is the daughter-in-law you spent 500 yuan to bring home. Zhang's mother was so angry at Jiang Yuzhu that her teeth itched. She started to sow discord. It would have been better if she didn't say anything. Mrs. Xu was even more depressed after she said that. It's not enough to marry one home. There is a second one. In the eyes of Mrs. Xu, Zhang Xulon is not an honest person. She has already made such troubles before she even gets married. If she really gets married, who knows what will happen? There is also the blood Jiang family behind her. No matter what I say, I can't keep this Zhang Xuli. Why, I am willing. At least my in-laws are better than yours. They are not like you, who just want to make money by selling their daughters. Don't think I don't know. You just want to take the 500 yuan betrothal money and go to marry your youngest son. You are selling your daughter. Mrs. Xu ruthlessly exposed the truth.
You.
Your Xu family is really too much. What are you talking about, old woman? Do you believe I will beat you? The youngest son of the Zhang family was furious. It is different to know such things by yourself and expose them to others in front of you. They are all big men who want to save face, so they naturally cannot bear this grievance. Hey, you little cub who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, and you still want to beat me, an old lady. Mrs. Xu raised the stick in her hand and pointed it at the youngest son of the Zhang family. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you Zhang family knows it in your heart. Why are you pretending to be a big wolf here? The youngest son of the Jiang family couldn't stand it anymore and raised his fist and waved at Mrs. Xu. Little brother, you can't. Zhang Xulon wanted to stop her brother. If he hit her, she wouldn't have to marry into the Xu family. Jiang Yuzhu couldn't bear to see her mother-in-law being beaten. They quarreled, but she was ruthless when it came to her own interests. But it wouldn't work if outsiders bullied her at home. She looked around and saw a broom sticking on the wall. She ran over and picked it up and hit the youngest son of the Zhang family.
Ah!
The youngest son of the Jiang family was hit hard with the broom, and his face was immediately scratched by countless small scratches, which was burning and painful. Son, are you okay? Zhang's mother was so angry when she saw her youngest son being beaten by Jiang Yuzhu. You dare to hit my son? Let me see how I deal with you. After saying that, Zhang's mother walked towards Jiang Yuzhu. Of course, Mrs. Xu would not stand by and immediately started to fight with Zhang's mother. You still want to beat someone up in my house, but don't you see if I, Lu Xiaotsui, agree?
Mom, stop it.
Zhang Xiaolan was anxious. The younger brother of the Jiang family saw the blood on his hands and the pain on his face and looked at Jiang Yuzhu viciously. You crazy woman, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Jiang Yuzhu saw the younger brother of the Zhang family rushing towards her and continued to wave the broom. The younger brother of the Zhang family, seeing that he couldn't get close, looked at his eldest brother. Brother, let's deal with this woman together. They are all men, so they naturally understand what each other means. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the eldest brother of the Zhang family. Seeing that these two shameless men dared to hit on her, Jiang Yuzhu held the broom in her hand tighter. The younger brother of the Zhang family grabbed the other broom and winked at his eldest brother. The eldest brother of the Jiang family was about to surround them from behind. The eldest brother of the Jiang family was kicked far away. What are you trying to do? Xu Lei got angry when he saw his wife being bullied by two men. This kick was merciless. It hurts. The eldest son of the Jiang family rolled back and forth on the ground in pain. This kick hit his lower back and he couldn't get up immediately. After solving one, Xu Lei would not forget that there was another one. Xu Lei looked at the youngest son of the Jiang family. These two men actually teamed up to bully Yuzhu. It was really unforgivable. Two grown men bullied a woman. If the daughter of their Jiang family entered the house, he would immediately take his wife and separate from the family. The youngest son of the Jiang family was so scared when he saw his elder brother being kicked so far away that he dared not move. Xu Lei's eyes were too scary, as if he was staring at his prey, so he didn't dare to move at all. Facts have proved that his intuition is good. Xu Lei was not going to let him go, and kicked him. Cough, cough. The youngest son of the Jiang family ate a mouthful of dirt. She covered her thighs and lay on the ground, moving to the side. She was afraid that Xu Lei would kick her again. My sons. Seeing that both of her sons were beaten by Xu Lei, Jiang's mother quickly pushed away Mrs. Xu and rushed to her son's side.
Su Lao-san, you.
You are a soldier, but you dare to hit my son. I will sue you. I will make you unable to stay in the army. I am a soldier, but I am also a man, a son, and a husband. You have come to my house, and you still don't let us defend ourselves. I am not afraid of you suing me.
You can report to our army.
I am upright and have nothing to fear. Do you want to ask what your two good sons wanted to do just now? I don't mind sending both of them to jail. How could Xu Lei tolerate his wife being bullied? He didn't them, but he left them a way to live. He didn't have much meat, but he was quite brave. He didn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. Let them dare to be so bold again. His wife was also something they could touch. Zhang's mother was so angry that she wanted to fight Xu Lei. She didn't believe that he dared to fight her. If he dared to move, she would be unable to stand up immediately so that everyone could see that the People's Liberation Army was beating people. But she ignored that Xu Lei couldn't fight with her, but Jiang Yuzhu would not watch her man being bullied. She stepped forward and gave Zhang's mother 2 big slaps.
Papa. 2 sounds.
The sound was particularly loud. The old lady covered her face and looked at Jiang Yuzhu, this little devil. You dare to hit me. Jiang Yuzhu shook her numb palms. Sure enough, the forces interacted. It hurt. I hit you. If a son is not well disciplined, it is the fault of the father. You are their mother, and you can't escape. Like mother, like children. Go ahead and sue me. I tell you, I will sue them. Your 2 sons not only beat me, but also tried to take advantage of me. I want to sue them for being hooligans. There are so many people in this village watching us. I don't believe you can still quibble. Go to the police station to see your 2 sons in the future. Jiang Yuzhu ran to Xu Lei and stood in front of Xu Lei like an old hen protecting her chicks. There are some things that she can do, but Xu Lei can't. After all, her status is here. It's not worth it to be blackmailed by old lady Jiang. With her around, no one can get Xu Lei from her. She was a little scared just now. After all, she was facing 2 men. Xu Lei felt warm in his heart when he saw Jiang Yuzhu defending him so much, and he must be his wife. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu's emotions, Her petite body trembled a little. Xu Lei pulled Jiang Yuju to his side and soothed her back with his warm hands. It's okay.
Mom, she'll on this.
The fourth child, Xu Yi, and other members of the Xu family also rushed back. They were stunned when they saw the person lying in the yard. Xu Lei was fast, so he was the first to come back. The others followed behind. Soldiers are naturally more physically fit than them. Xu Lei had been back for a while before the others hurried back. Fortunately, Xu Lei came back early, otherwise his wife would be bullied. Xu Lei was so angry when he saw his fourth brother that he punched him.
Ah!
Third brother, why did you hit me? The fourth child was still confused and was suddenly punched by the third brother. He covered his face in grievance. They're all doing good things. This is the woman you want to marry, and she has come to your house with her family. If I had come back a little later, your third sister-in-law would have been bullied. Do you have a brain? You want to marry anyone. Do you know what kind of character the other party's family has? I tell you, Xu Yi, if you marry the girl from the Jiang family, don't call me the third brother in the future. From now on, we will separate and live separately, and we will not interfere with each other. He can't trust a girl with such character from the Jiang family. It's not that Xu Lei is overbearing and has to interfere with his brother's marriage, but the Jiang family is too much. Just because of the character of her two brothers, Zhang Xiulan, he has no good feelings for the Jiang family, and he is even more worried about such a woman as a daughter-in-law. If the younger brother just likes it, he must marry. It's okay. Separate the family. Xu Lei didn't hesitate and directly separated the family and lived separately. Hey, third brother, why did you hit the fourth brother? Mrs. Xu felt a little distressed when she saw her son hitting the eldest son. The third brother's fist was hard. This punch will take a long time to heal. He is the one who caused this. If I don't beat him, who should I beat? Old Master Xu frowned when he saw the mess in the yard. What are you Zhang family going to do? What? Of course, we are going to settle accounts with your fourth son. Fourth son Xu, you're back just in time. You took advantage of my Xiulan, and you want to let it go. You are dreaming. You must marry my daughter. And this time it's not just about the betrothal gift. Your family beat my two sons, and you must compensate us. Mother Zhang will not let it go easily this time. The Xu family must pay for this. The fourth son looked at the third brother timidly. His third brother said this. He didn't dare to say that he would marry Xiulan. Fourth brother, you said you would be responsible for me. Zhang Xiulan looked at the fourth son crying. Zhang Xiulan didn't expect things to develop like this. Now she can only pin her hopes on the fourth son of the Xu family. Xu Yi looked at the expressions of his family members, and it was obvious that marrying her was no longer realistic. The Zhang family had offended the third brother, and it seemed that it was quite excessive. Otherwise, the third brother would not have said such harsh words. Xu Yi did not dare to gamble. What if the third brother really ignored him? Xiulan, let's not have any contact anymore. I hope you find a good family. The fourth brother lowered his head after saying that, not daring to look at Zhang Xiulan. You, the fourth brother of the Xu family, you are a coward. You don't want to take responsibility after taking advantage of others? No way. I'm going to sue you for being a hooligan. Zhang's mother looked at the Xu family proudly. She would also sue, saying that her son was a hooligan. Their son of the Xu family was a hooligan. Jiang Yuju couldn't stand her smug look. Responsible? What responsibility does Lao Si have? Are they already married, or is your daughter pregnant with Lao Su's child? If not, what responsibility do you have? They're just dating. What does dating mean? It means whether they are suitable for each other and can get along well with each other. Now the facts have proved that they are very unsuitable. We have officially notified them that they will no longer be friends and will have nothing to do with each other in marriage. We Lao Su's family will not hinder your daughter from finding a better in-law. So don't talk about responsibility or not. Besides, in this dating, some intimate contact between men and women is not necessarily our responsibility. Maybe your daughter took the initiative to kiss Lao Si. Then should we also sue your daughter for being a hooligan? To be honest, Lao Si is good-looking. When men and women are dating, they can't help but have some contact. Who might take the initiative?
You.
Mother Jiang rolled her eyes in anger at Jiang Yuzhu. Mom, let's go. Your daughter still needs to live her life. Zhang Xilan couldn't stand it anymore and ran away crying. Fourth brother, go find a car and send them back. Looking at the two Zhang brothers lying on the ground unable to move, old Master Su ordered the fourth brother to find a car and send them back. They couldn't just lie there forever. It was unrealistic to let them walk back by themselves.
You.
I wonder what kind of daughter-in-law your Su family can find. Zhang's mother also knew that her family couldn't stand. She also wanted to ask the Su family for compensation, but they went to the door first and fought with people, and she was also afraid that Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu would arrest their two sons. If their family was right, she would have continued to make trouble. Now she can only suffer in silence. She regretted it to death. At the same time, she was also blaming her daughter for being so useless and unable to tie a man down. If Sui had been dealt with earlier, his Su family would have had to pay money to marry him in. At this time, Zhang's mother had long forgotten that it was she who asked her daughter to hang on to Sui and not give him to him. Bah, don't let me see your family in the future. You have no right to control what kind of daughter-in-law our family finds. Old Mrs. Su spat at Zhang's mother. At this time, the fourth son, also called Uncle Nyo. Knowing that he was going to pull the two people on the ground, Uncle Nyo didn't say anything and directly grabbed the people and threw them into the car.
Ouch.
Be gentle. If anything happens to my son, I will find you. Zhang's mother heard her son's cry of pain and felt very distressed. Look at you, you can think about it. If you say so, I won't pull you. You can walk back by yourself. After saying that, Uncle Neo pulled down the youngest son of the Zhang family, who had just been put in the car.
Ouch.
The youngest son of the Zhang family grimaced in pain.
Mom, you.
Don't say anything, Uncle, Grandpa, Uncle, I beg you, take us home. Uncle Neo didn't move, just looked at Zhang's mother. Mother Zhang knew that if she didn't say something soft, the driver wouldn't leave.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Please take the three of us home. Mother Zhang could feel the Su family's ridicule after she said that. Her face turned red and white. You can go, but you have to pay more. It's too much effort to take the three of you, and there's the risk of being blackmailed. It's 2 yuan for the three of you. You can go or not. Uncle Neo couldn't control people like Mother Zhang. He immediately raised the price. Usually, it's 20 cents per person to go to the county.
2 yuan.
You robbing me? Mother Zhang immediately refused to do it. Then she looked at the fourth child, Su-yi. Didn't you pay for calling a taxi for her? The fourth child, Su-yi, didn't say a word. He didn't have any money. He didn't have a family. He was full, and the whole family was not hungry. He didn't have a penny in his hand. He always asked his mother for money when he had something to do. At this point, he didn't dare to ask his mother for money to pay for the taxi. He and Jiang Xilan didn't make it. Why should he take these $2? She had brought her son to the door, and he still wanted to pay. She was hit by the punch from the third brother, and it still hurts now. If she hadn't been unreasonable, she and Xilan might not have come to this point. It was because she provoked Uncle Neo that he raised the price. Here, Zhang's mother took out $2 and gave it to Uncle Neo. Uncle Neo took the money and threw the 2 sons of the Zhang family into the car like he was carrying a box of goods.
You.
Zhang's mother felt very distressed. Mom, get in the car quickly. Zhang's eldest brother was afraid that his mother would say something unpleasant again, and how would he go home then? This account will be settled slowly later. Go home first. Zhang's mother got on the car with a drooping face. Seeing that the Zhang family had finally gone far away, the Su family looked at the fourth child.
I
was wrong, isn't it okay? The fourth child was afraid of being beaten. The punch from the third brother was not light. The fourth son Su Yi's eye sockets and cheekbones were all bruised. You mess with girls from all families.
Now, you know what kind of people the Zhang family is, right?
I don't care what Zhang Xilan is like, but just because of the way her mother and her elder brother and younger brother look, we can't marry such a woman, or we will have troubles in the future. You don't know, Zhang Xilan's younger brother wanted to beat up your mother. It was your third sister-in-law who protected me. Later, I had a fight with that old woman Jiang, and Jiang Xilan's elder brother and younger brother actually wanted to beat up your third sister-in-law. How terrible is this family? Mrs. Su was afraid that her youngest son was not in a clear mind and still wanted to be with Jiang Xilan, so she told him what happened before and let her son give up.
This.
The fourth son looked at the third brother Xu Lei. It seemed that he didn't deserve the punch. How could he not know that the third brother protected the third sister-in-law the most, like a treasure? No wonder he threatened that if he married Jiang Xilan, he would not recognize him as his younger brother. He also said that he wanted to split the family. Oh my God, the Jiang family is too much. How are we going to live in the future? The eldest sister-in-law was surprised when she heard this. Yes, fourth brother, you can't marry such a woman.
You won't have a peaceful life then.
The eldest brother of the Su family didn't expect the Jiang family to be so excessive. Jiang Yuzhu was already a powerful woman, which was enough to make them suffer. If they married a girl from the Jiang family, their family would be in chaos. Let your mother check for you and find someone to live with in the future. Old Master Su said.
I know, Dad.
The fourth brother nodded. He was in a depressed mood. Let us go back to the house first. Xu Lei took Jiang Yuzhu back to the house first. He didn't want to see the fourth brother now. Third sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The fourth brother shouted at the backs of the third brother and the third sister-in-law. It's really a sin. Hurry up and go into the house to apply some medicine wine. Old Mrs. Su called the fourth brother to apply medicine. Xu Lei went into the house, mixed some warm water, and first wiped Jiang Yuzhu's hands. Then, he went to find the medicine box and applied medicine to the scratches on his hands. Jiang Yuzhu didn't pay attention at the time. The broom was not light. It was very heavy and had many edges and corners. She didn't even notice that her palms were scratched. Now that Xu Lei applied medicine, she felt the burning pain. Xu Lei put Jiang Yuzhu's hands in his palms and blew gently.
Come with me, I'm worried about you.
Xu Lei felt uneasy because he was out of sight. I will pay attention in the future, and I will protect myself. Don't worry, I will go there naturally after you get the house over there. Xu Lei's words were enough. Jiang Yuzhu was very happy to meet a husband who loved her so much here. But there was no suitable place for her to go now, and Xu Lei had to run back and forth. It would be better to stay at home first and wait until everything was ready over there. But I can't bear to leave you. Xu Lei held her in his arms. Before she left, Xu Lei was reluctant to leave. What if something happened without him around? She thought it was just a responsibility, but she didn't expect her heart to fall like this. Jiang Yuzhu buried herself in the warm embrace, and she was reluctant to come out. She felt sad when she thought that Xu Lei was about to leave. The relationship between the two was now fermenting strongly, and they couldn't bear to leave each other. We will be reunited, and you can't come back often. I can go to see you. Jiang Yuzhu thought. Xu Lei returned to the team and couldn't go home often. But she was free and could go to see Xu Lei. She was not the kind of person who would never leave the house. If she missed him, she could go find him. Xu Lei held Jiang Yuzhu's pretty face, as if he wanted to engrave Jiang Yuzhu's appearance in his heart forever. Forehead to forehead. Well, I will write to you often. Xu Lei was already thinking about asking nearby comrades to take care of the family. By the way, didn't you say you would build a toilet for me? Jiang Yuzhu thought that she should quickly solve the problem of using the toilet before Xu Lei left. Otherwise, every time she went to the toilet, she was worried that she would fall into the toilet. Although she was already controlling the number of times, she could not go to the toilet. Okay, I'll go find someone to get the materials and then solve it for you. Don't worry, I'll solve it for you before I leave. Xu Lei thought that it would be better to make it presentable, otherwise it would be better not to do it. Get some bricks and cement. Seeing the toilet in his father-in-law's house, Xu Lei had a plan in mind. In Su's mother's room, the fourth child was grimacing and wailing. Mom, be gentle. You deserve it. It's good that your third brother didn't break your arms and legs. Don't you see that the two brothers of the Jiang family won't be healed in a few months? Mrs. Su knew that her third son was really angry. As a mother, she is not as high as Jiang Yuzhu now. She felt sour in her heart. It's impossible to say that she didn't feel uncomfortable. That was her son, who she had been pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to with great difficulty. Now he is alienated from me and only has his daughter-in-law in his heart. Hey, Mom, I was wrong. Isn't it enough? I am a sinner. You all come and scold me. The fourth child looked like he was ready to be beaten and scolded. Old Mrs. Xu was so angry that she increased her strength and pressed the wound. Hey, you are my biological mother, and I am your biological son. You are too cruel. The fourth child covered his face and cried out in pain. Mom, the third brother went out. What is he doing? Xu Mei looked out from the window and saw her third brother walked out of the yard. Old Mrs. Xu took a look. Who can control it? It was probably related to Jiang Yuzhu. The daughter-in-law spoke like an imperial decree. Jiang Yuzhu lay on the Kong, thinking about what delicious food to make for Xu Lei. By the way, she wanted to eat braised noodles with beans. Jiang Yuzhu hurried down to the ground to ask old Mrs. Xu for the key and food. Mom, give me the key. I'm going to prepare dinner. Third sister-in-law, what delicious food are you going to cook? When Lao Si heard that his third sister-in-law was going to cook, he immediately became energetic again. It seemed that he was not the one pretending to be uncomfortable and not going to work. It's good to have you stuttering. You can eat whatever you want. Jiang Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Lao Si. What kind of eyes is that looking at that daughter-in-law? Mom, give the key to my third sister-in-law quickly. Lao Si urged Mrs. Xu. You are not allowed to waste my food. If there is not enough food, I will hold you accountable. Mrs. Xu was not at ease with Jiang Yuzhu. She lived a lavish life. Then I don't care. I only care whether what I cook is delicious or not. You eat it all in your stomach. You are the beneficiaries, and you still hold me accountable. Jiang Yuzhu would not suffer this loss. How much can she eat? If it weren't for her own enjoyment, she would not be able to cook this meal at all. The meal cooked by Mrs. Xu can only be said to be filling. The color, fragrance, and taste are not at all. I'll get you whatever you want. Old Mrs. Xu was worried about Jiang Yuzhu. Flour.
What?
Flour? It's not a festival. Why eat flour?
No.
Old Mrs. Xu objected immediately. With Jiang Yuzhu, she couldn't keep the flour she had for the new year. Your third son will be back in the team in 2 days. Have you thought about it? Do you want to give it to him? Jiang Yuzhu folded her hands in front of her chest and looked at old Mrs. Xu. Old Mrs. Xu's breathing became heavier. What sin did she commit in her previous life to meet a debt collector like Jiang Yuzhu? Here you go. Old Mrs. Xu gave the key to Jiang Yuzhu. Jiang Yuzhu took it proudly and left humming a song. This time Jiang Yuzhu was not polite. She scooped a lot of flour. Seeing the bacon hanging on the beam, Jiang Yuzhu boldly put it down and took out a. Then she put it back. Potatoes are a must. There are so many people. If you don't put more potatoes, there won't be enough to eat. I went to the backyard and picked a lot of beans. Jiang Yuzhu prepared in an orderly manner. Knead the dough, let it rest, and save it for rolling noodles. Pick the beans, wash and cut them into sections. Use a spoon to cut the potatoes into pieces. Cut the bacon into thin slices. Xu Lei went to find someone over there and got red bricks, cement, sand, and asbestos tiles. The tractor drove to the door of Xu's house with a clatter. Several people helped to move the things down. You're back so soon? Jiang Yuzhu was preparing in the kitchen when she heard the sound of the tractor. These are all my former comrades in arms. This is Monkey Ho Liang. This is Lao Zhu Zhu Mingxuan. This is Xiao Zhao Zhao Yi. Xu Lei also took this opportunity to introduce Jiang Yuzhu to his comrades in arms and ask them to take care of her in the future. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you have any problems in the future, just call us. I work at the grain station. Seeing that Xu Lei's wife was so beautiful, several people winked at each other. This guy is really well hidden. They said that Xu Lei was a popular guy in the army, and many girls in the nurse art troupe were thinking about him, but this guy was never tempted. It turned out that his standards were too high. Hello, come in and sit down. Jiang Yuzhu hurriedly greeted them. No, we came here to fix the toilet with Lazy and then go back. Sister-in-law, you do your thing, don't worry about us. Several people were quick in action. Roll up your sleeves and get to work.
This.
Jiang Yuzhu looked at Xu Lei. Don't worry about them. I'll treat them to a meal when the time comes. You go in and sit down. Jiang Yuzhu shook her head. How can that be? By the way, I'm just preparing some braised noodles with beans. Bring them some, and keep them for dinner. Jiang Yuzhu thought that she couldn't treat them badly. They came here to help, and she couldn't let them go back like this. Xu Lei frowned. You cook? Your hand is injured. Why don't you let your mother cook? Old Mrs. Xu came out after hearing the noise. She was so angry when she heard her son's words. Was Aunt his mother hard-working and tired? It wasn't me who asked her to cook. She insisted on cooking and took my keys away. Old Mrs. Xu was depressed. Jiang Yuzhu heard her mother-in-law's voice coming from behind and pulled Xu Lei's hand. It's okay, I wanted to eat it myself. The injury is not serious, it's just a scratch. Then, be careful. Xu Lei finally let go. Puchi. Several muffled laughs came from behind. Xu Lei turned around and saw several comrades looking at him and his wife.
What are you looking at? No.
Hello, Auntie. We are Lei's comrades. Several comrades hurriedly greeted Mrs. Xu. Hey, hello. What are you doing? Mrs. Xu was confused. She didn't say that the house was going to be renovated. We are here to help Lei build a toilet. Toilet? Mrs. Xu exclaimed loudly. Mrs. Xu pulled the third child into the house. What are you doing? Mom, Yuzhu is not used to the toilets in the countryside. I built a toilet for her, so that it will be convenient for her to go to the toilet in the future. Otherwise, she dare not go. The wife has needs, and they must be met. Besides, going to the toilet is a big deal. She will go there every day. Look at her. How can she afford to buy such an expensive toilet? She even needs to build a new toilet. Besides, you bought all those expensive things just to build a toilet. Are you crazy? We don't even use cement in our house. You use cement to build a house for your wife. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Mrs. Xu couldn't help but shout. She couldn't help it. How much money would it cost? It's just a toilet. What's the big deal? She had never seen a man who spoiled his wife so much. He didn't even use cement in his own house. The house was covered with newspapers. This place is better than where people live. Sand, cement, asbestos tiles, and red bricks are all bought. How expensive is it? Just a small toilet. How much money would it cost? It's more expensive than a house. After all, the mud house is made of mud bricks made by the family, which is free of charge. The wooden beams are also cut from the mountain. A toilet actually costs so much money. This matter is completely beyond the range of what Mrs. Xu can accept. No, absolutely not. Xu Lei covered his forehead with a headache. Mom, I've bought all the things. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't use them? What waste? Repair our house. Won't it be just right to use it? If it doesn't work, save it to build another house. Good steel should be used on the blade. In the eyes of Mrs. Xu, such a good thing should be used in a more worthwhile place. The toilet is not worth it. Build another house? Who build it for? Are you building it for me? Xu Lei asked back. This. Mrs. Xu looked at her third son's face and swallowed the words in her mouth. She wanted to say that it would be given to Meili to live in, and when Meili got married in the future, the eldest grandson could still use the house. Anyway, it's possible to give it to anyone, but I won't get a share, right? Mom, I'm using my own money to build a toilet for my own wife, and I don't need anyone's consent. After saying that, Xu Lei left and took a few comrades to work. Of course, Jiang Yuzhu heard what old lady Xu said. Mom, this toilet is not yours. Don't worry about it. Just go to your own toilet. This made old lady Xu even angrier. It seemed that they couldn't use this toilet. Just do what you want. Mom, I'm going to cook. Jiang Yuzhu hummed as she walked. I love Beijing Tiananmen. The sun is rising over Tiananmen. Jiang Yuzhu sang happily in the kitchen, and Xu Lei and his comrades couldn't help but give Xu Lei a thumbs up after hearing it. Lei's wife is really tough. It was the first time they saw a daughter-in-law who made her mother-in-law speechless. They were all working in the yard, and old lady Xu's voice was so loud. How could they not hear it? It's just that every family has its own problems. As outsiders, it's not easy for them to interfere. They only knew that Xu Lei needed their help, and they came to help. The reaction of Xu Lei's wife was really beyond their expectations. Most daughters-in-law, after hearing what their mother-in-law said, would either put themselves in a difficult position and say that they would not build the toilet, or they would sulk with their mother-in-law and get angry with their husbands. But Jiang Yuzhu was the type who would not get angry if I was not angry, but I would get angry with you. She had a very good mental quality and would never suffer a loss. What are you looking at? Get to work. Xu Lei saw that several guys were always looking at his wife, and he gave each of them a slap. Hey, look at us, we can't even look at them twice. Jiang Yuzhu didn't know that they were talking about her, and she came over with a few bowls of sugar water. You must be thirsty, drink some water. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Oh, it's sugar water again. As they drank this sweet sugar water, they felt even better about Xu Lei's wife. This was a generous and not stingy daughter-in-law. It's not like they haven't seen other family members before. You've been tired. Let us eat braised noodles with beans later and try my cooking skills. Jiang Yuzhu talked to them openly, and several people felt that Xu Lei had a good vision. Most women were embarrassed to talk to them. They didn't even dare to look at them. Look at Xu Lei's wife. She is open and honest, which makes people feel good. Sister-in-law, you don't have to bring us some. We will go home to eat. They know how precious food is. They are grown men and can eat a lot, so how can they eat at other people's houses? Okay, don't be polite with me. This is a rare opportunity. I haven't eaten the braised noodles made by my wife. You just caught up with it. Try it and see how it tastes. Seeing that the couple really wanted to keep the meal, several people nodded. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Now they worked even harder. Braised noodles with beans. It tastes good as soon as you hear it. After all, it's noodles. How can it not taste good? The toilet designed by Xu Lei is very detailed and in place, taking all aspects into consideration. The toilet is not very big, but it is very high, more than 2 meters high. There are many cross-shaped air holes on the top to allow air circulation. Generally, dry toilets in rural areas are very low. Sometimes you can see people when you stand up, which is very embarrassing. There's a door in the front, and the pit is sloped. There is a step inside to place things, and a trough outside. In rainy and snowy weather, water can be stored, and then you can use a basin to scoop water to flush the toilet. Reduce the smell of the toilet. There is a large and deep pit connected to the back, which is just right for composting. Cover it with a board to prevent someone from falling in. Which farm garden does not need fertilizer? Jiang Yuzhu has started to heat the oil in the pot over there with a sizzling sound. Crackling, the aroma is fragrant. Old Mrs. Xu in the house thought to herself, it's bad. Her oil, her meat. Just listening to this sound, there is no less oil. Smelling this smell, there is also meat. She immediately regretted slapping her thigh. Why didn't she pay attention, and hurried into the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu stir-frying bacon in the kitchen and putting a hole of bacon in, his eyes darkened. Oh my God! You are living a miserable life. You have finished the last meal and don't think about the next one, right? Mom, go into the house and take a rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Jiang Yuzhu pushed the old lady out and closed the kitchen door. The old lady was there, disturbing her. Mom, what smells so good? Xu Lei and her fourth brother came back with the children. Who else could it be? The old lady went back to the house in anger. The meat was already in the pot. Besides, the third brother's comrade was also there, so it was not easy to take the meat out. The fourth brother leaned over the kitchen door and looked inside. Oh my God, he was drooling at the smell. Little sister, we are in for a treat today. Xu Lei couldn't help swallowing her saliva and looked at her angry mother hiding in the house and decided to coax the old lady. What are you doing? Seeing that it was almost time, Grandpa Xu took his family home for dinner. Seeing so much cement, sand, and red bricks in the yard, and his son and several people working there, he was stunned. What's broken in the house? Nothing. The house was repaired last year. Dad, I'm going to build a toilet for Yuzhu. Xu Lei saw his father and his eldest and second brothers enter the yard and explained. These are my comrades in arms who came to help. Xu Lei introduced them to Grandpa Su. Several people greeted the old man. Hello, uncle. Hey, hello. Oh, what should we do, you two, third brother? Why didn't you tell me earlier so that we could come back earlier? Old woman, come out quickly and make some more appetizers. It just so happens that the third brother bought me some wine, but I haven't been willing to drink it yet. Let's drink more today. The son's comrades in arms are here, so we must treat them well. These are all the son's network resources. With just one word from someone, the third brother brought back so many things. This is all because of favors. Besides, these building materials are not so easy to get. There is no one who can't get them. It's just that the third brother has a wide network of contacts. He can bring them back as soon as he says so. Uncle, don't bother. Sister-in-law said she would make braised noodles with beans for us. We haven't eaten it before, so it's a good time to try it. Ho Liang smiled, and the most noticeable thing was his white teeth. Everything else was black, but his teeth were the whitest. In addition, he was thin, had big eyes, and his last name was Ho, so everyone was used to calling him Monkey. After Monkey came back, he worked at a scrap collection station. He didn't make much money, but he had a leisurely life. Zhu Mingxuan worked at a grain station, and his family conditions were not bad. Zhao Yi worked at a transport team, and it happened to be his day off today, so these people got together. Xu Lei had something to ask them, so they all came. The third brother's family is cooking in the kitchen. I was wondering why it smelled so good. The old man obviously smelled the smell. Dad, it will take a while before we can eat. I'm cooking a few dishes. You guys can have some drinks later. Jiang Yuzhu came out after hearing the noise in the yard. She was preparing to smash a cucumber, stir-fry potato shreds, stir-fry leeks with eggs, and stir-fry tomatoes with sugar. It was just right to go with noodles. Old Four, go to the yard and pick me a few more cucumbers and tomatoes, and pick some coriander and shallots. Okay, Jiang Yuzhu said as she peeled garlic. She looked at the eldest and second sisters-in-law in a yard. Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, you two should peel these garlics quickly. After that, the two of them had their hands full of garlic. Garlic is indispensable for this cold dish, and many people also like to eat garlic with noodles. If you don't eat garlic with noodles, the fragrance will be half less. After that, she went to cut potato shreds. The eldest and second sisters-in-law looked at the garlic in their hands and were silent. Hey, she even ordered them too. Who is the sister-in-law? Peel it, they're still waiting to eat. The aroma from the kitchen made everyone hungry. The children were all running around in the yard. When will they be able to eat? The food cooked by the third aunt is so delicious. The fourth son didn't care about the pain on his face at this time, and hurried to pick yellow flowers, tomatoes, coriander, and shallots for the third sister-in-law. Go wash them. Jiang Yuzhu was not polite at all, and ordered people around. Seeing Jiang Yuzhu ordering her two daughters-in-law and the old son around, Mrs. Su was furious. It's just cooking, but several people have to follow her. It's really a sitting around and shouting. When she was cooking, when did she need their help? She could do it alone. But she was like a commander, arranging all the work. In fact, Mrs. Su felt that her position was shaken, and she was uncomfortable. She had been in charge of the family for more than 10 years, and Jiang Yuzhu's intrusion broke this situation. She found that the family was still running well without her. Mrs. Su was naturally unhappy. She wanted to find some faults. Su Mei was paying attention to the old lady's mood and comforting her from time to time, while her nose was already hooked by the aroma. Old Mrs. Su looked at her daughter's appearance, and she knew that her daughter was looking forward to the meal cooked by the third daughter-in-law. Cold cucumber. Pour the coriander and garlic sauce on it. Stir-fried potato shreds. Blanch them in water for 15 seconds, and then take them out. She likes sour and spicy taste, so she put some dried chili segments, poured hot oil on them, and sizzled. The old lady's heart was shocked again. Her oil can. She also cut a pot of tomatoes. There were so many people, and there would not be enough to share if there were less, so she sprinkled sugar evenly on them. Old Mrs. Su didn't see that the sugar can was empty. Jiang Yuzhu used up all the seasonings in the house for this meal. Not to mention the fried eggs with leeks. There must be a lot of eggs. This little smell filled the whole yard in an instant. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, they are delicious and very tempting. The neighbors next door couldn't help it and climbed up the wall. "Old Mrs. Xu, what delicious food did you cook at home? Why does it smell so good?" The old lady almost went out to fight with the neighbor next door. She was suppressing her anger, and now she has to bring up something else. Mom, the third brother's comrades are here. You can't get angry, otherwise they will think you don't welcome them." Xu Lei held down the old lady. "Xu, isn't her mother's quarrel embarrassing the third brother?" The old man smiled and said, "It has nothing good. My third brother's wife is a good cook. The third brother's comrades are here, so maybe it smells better if it's a little meaty." The old woman next door obviously didn't believe it and curled her lips. Her nose twitched. "Why is it so fragrant?" Suddenly, I saw the construction site in the corner of the yard. Oh my God, what is this? Why is it so luxurious? This is as good as the house where the landlords live, but it's a little smaller. The neighbor was lying on the wall, and he obviously saw the toilet that Xu Lei and his team were building. He just didn't know what it was used for. No one could have imagined that something built with red bricks and cement was just a toilet. He exclaimed immediately. No wonder he was surprised. He really had never seen it before.
Hee.
The old man didn't know how to answer. What landlord or not? You can't say that. It's time for your family to eat. Your daughter-in-law is calling you. The old man interrupted and didn't tell the neighbor directly what it was. He was too embarrassed to open his mouth because he was afraid that after he finished speaking, the whole village would come to visit his newly built toilet in a short while. "Don't worry about eating. I'm telling you, what on earth is this thing of yours?" The neighbor's old lady was unwilling to give up and insisted on asking. She was really curious. If it's a warehouse, it can't be so extravagant, using such precious materials. But if it's a pig pen, the Xu family's pig pen is in the back, which is much bigger than this. This thing is not big enough for anything. What's the point of building it? It's a toilet.
What is it?
Toilet? Oh my God. After saying that, the old lady went down from the wall, and soon she had entered the yard. "Let me see. TSK. Your family is really rich, using these red bricks and cement to build a toilet. It's just any piece won't work. Just use a shovel to poke it away, and it's done. You even built a toilet specially. Isn't it like taking off your pants too? Isn't it a waste of time?" Her family didn't have a toilet, so they just took it in the backyard and then shoveled it away and put it together for composting. Doesn't the Xu family have a toilet, which is supported by straw curtains and wood? The old lady next door looked for a long time, but she didn't mean to leave. After looking at the toilet, he wanted to go to the kitchen to see what was cooking that smelled so good. Isn't my third daughter-in-law a city girl? She's not used to it. And I have guests at home today, so I won't keep you for dinner. Okay, I'll come over and take a closer look after it's built. The old lady looked at Xu Lei's comrades in arms and left in dismay. "I told you that you had to make such a thing. Now it's done, you see. It won't be long before the whole village knows about it." Old Mrs. Xu couldn't help it. Xu Lei didn't try to stop her, and she rushed out to argue with Jiang. Jiang opened the lid of the pot, and the noodles were ready. "Just know it, you control everything, even people's and farts. I just can't get used to it. What can I do? I can't get married and go back to my parents' home just to go to the toilet. My parents don't care. Anyway, I have a house to live in the city. I'm just afraid that you won't want to leave me." "Okay, Mom, it's time to eat," Jiang said, and packed the braised noodles with beans for Xu Lei and Xu Lei's comrades, as well as her own. "These are for me and Xu Lei. You can divide the rest among yourselves." After Jiang packed these 5 portions, the pot was almost half empty. Xu Lei and his friends could eat, and Jiang packed more for them, all in basins. The bottom of the bowl was very solid, and there were a lot of vegetables and meat. She didn't care about the rest. The old lady could divide it however she wanted. She didn't want to offend that person. The old lady saw that Jiang had picked up most of the good things, and her head was buzzing with anger. The old lady told herself that the third comrade was here, and she couldn't get angry. She kept repeating in her heart, "It's time to eat. I've prepared everything for you." Jiang Yuzhu took out the table from her house and put the divided bean-stewed noodles on it. There were many people today, and the table was not enough.
Hey, here you are.
Let's go and eat. Xu Lei washed his hands and ate with his comrades. The old man was naturally with his son's comrade and took out the white wine he had collected for a long time. Everyone sat down. Looking at the bean-stewed noodles on the table and a few dishes, they were drooling. Who puts so much oil in mixed vegetables? You dare not put so much oil in stir-frying. It smells good at first glance. The old lady over there distributed noodles to everyone according to her habit. The old man and his sons got the most, and the most meat. The daughter had a small appetite, but she was given a lot of good things, and there was a lot of bacon hidden under the noodles. The rest were her, the daughters-in-law, and the grandchildren. Naturally, the grandchildren got more than the granddaughters because boys eat more. Everyone was looking forward to this meal today. "Okay, everyone, let's eat," the old man said, and everyone was not polite, especially the eldest sister-in-law, who didn't get as much as others in the braised noodles with beans, so she picked up the vegetables and ate them. Well, it's delicious. All of them are delicious. This Jiang Yuzhu finally has an advantage. Her cooking is delicious, which can improve the meals of everyone. Seeing that everyone's chopsticks picked up the vegetables faster and faster, it was obvious that they all loved it. The old lady made shredded potatoes, which were all thick strips, and then stewed in water. To put it bluntly, it was boiled vegetables. But Jiang Yuzhu is different. The potato shreds are sour, spicy, and crispy. Each potato shred is shiny and coated with a layer of chili oil. The leeks are also fried tender, not watery, green and juicy, with golden eggs, which makes you hungry. Not to mention the smashed cucumbers. The garlic aroma is so refreshing. The old lady's heart trembled as she looked at each dish.
This.
How much oil must have been used? If there were no guests, she would have wanted to go to the kitchen to see her precious oil can. Several of Xu Lei's comrades in arms, when they ate the bean-stewed noodles made by Jiang Yuzhu, did not say a word and just dazzled. After eating a few dishes, they were full of praise. They thought to themselves, Xu Lei really got a treasure. Not only is she so beautiful, but she also cooks so deliciously. Xu Lei looked at the thick layer of bacon slices in his basin, and the corners of his mouth almost raised to his ears. It tastes good. Jiang Yuzhu picked up some food for Xu Lei. If he didn't help, the food would be eaten up. Xu Lei also took a big chopstick of food for his wife. It's delicious, you eat more. You work the hardest. When the fourth brother saw his third brother and his wife, he instantly felt that the meat in his mouth was not fragrant anymore. These two people were really unbearable to watch. He angrily took a lot of dishes and put them in his bowl. Well, it's really delicious. He has to eat more. Based on his understanding of his mother, after this meal, he might have to eat a lot of watery meals. Everyone was very satisfied with the lunch at noon. Even the work in the afternoon was energetic. Third sister-in-law, what are we going to eat tonight? The fourth brother couldn't help asking Jiang Yuzhu. The old lady went up and grabbed her son's ear. Eat the northwest wind. You're still eating. This meal wasted more than a month's worth of oil, and the sugar and soy sauce in the house were all gone, and they were still eating. Jiang Yuzhu knew that her mother-in-law was using the fourth brother to talk about her. She didn't care. Seeing that Jiang Yuzhu didn't respond at all, the old lady walked forward and stretched out her hand. Give me the key. You don't have to cook. Jiang Yuzhu would not give it to him. Mom, your third son will leave soon, just 1 or 2 days. Give him something good to eat. You're just worried about your oil can. Can I fill it for you? I will go to the county this afternoon and make up for what is missing in the kitchen. Jiang Yuzhu wanted Xu Lei to eat better before he left, so she was not stingy. There were still too few seasonings in the kitchen, so she had to buy some more. When the old lady heard that Jiang Yuzhu wanted to fill the oil can for her, her face looked better. Then for these 2 days, the third son is gone. Give me the key back. And the food, keep it for me. It's still a long way to go before the food is distributed. The old lady reminded worriedly. I know. Jiang Yuzhu thought about it in her mind. She had to prepare more things in the space. If you are hungry, you can cook for yourself. Otherwise, it is not okay to eat like this all the time. Xu Lei and Monkey are all people with strong mobility. It is just a small toilet. After lunch, they continued the previous work and finished it in 2 hours. Wife, are you satisfied with it? Xu Lei pulled Jiang Yuzhu over to have a look. It's great, better than I thought. Jiang Yuzhu looked at the smooth floor and walls. She thought to herself that this kind of toilet can be considered high-end in this day and age. Although it cannot be entered or used now, it needs to be dried for a few days. But it does not hinder Jiang Yuzhu's joy. Finally, she does not have to go to the toilet that cannot be blocked by anything, trembles, and can fall into it if she is not careful. Sister-in-law, how about it? Our craftsmanship is not bad, right? Monkey also followed to join in the fun. Well, my bean curd noodles are worth it. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law. Thank you for your hospitality. This is the first time we have eaten this stuff. It's so delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking skills are really great. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. It's good that you like it. I'm afraid it doesn't suit your taste. Next time you want to eat it, just tell me and I'll cook it for you. Jiang Yuzhu also saw that these people are also people of temperament. Xu Lei can be brought home and introduced to his family, which shows that they are all on good terms.
Haha, that's fine.
In the future, when Lazy is not here, you can just go to the county to find us if you have any problems. It's all good. By the way, sister-in-law, here are our addresses and contact numbers. Okay, then I'll thank you all first. I won't be polite. Jiang Yuzhu accepted it.
Huh.
Monkey, are you from the scrap collection station? Jiang Yuzhu is also a person who has read many period articles. Naturally, he knows the scrap collection station, which is a place that is easy to find. Hee, sister-in-law, please forgive me for making fun of you. I am the only useless person here. Monkey was a little embarrassed. No, who said you are useless? This position is so good. How many people want to get in, but can't? I was thinking about buying some old furniture for my home, and then I will go to your place to learn. Oh, no problem. Then it's up to you to choose. I will definitely keep the best and most complete furniture for you. Monkey was very happy to hear this. Sister-in-law did not look down on him just because her job was not good. Sister-in-law, if you want to buy grain in the future, go to Brother Xu. Xu Mingxuan was in the grain station, and he was also an official, so he dared to say such things. Okay, thank you, Brother Xu.
Sister-in-law,
I'm in the transport team. If you need anything, tell me and I'll bring it back to you.
Zhao, you was a little shy.
Okay. By the way, wife, you just told Mom that you were going to the county? Xu Lei remembered the conversation between his wife and his mother. Well, I want to buy some seasonings, some food and meat, and make some delicious food for you in the next 2 days. That's perfect. Let us go together. Just then a tractor drove away. Jiang Yuzhu and Xu Lei followed them back to the county town. Sister-in-law, don't you want to buy some lard? I know a place where you can buy as much as you want. Xu Mingxuan brought Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu to the slaughterhouse. Old Huang, do you have any lard? My sister-in-law wants to buy some. Hey, old Zhu, yes. Even if you don't have it, I will make it for you. We are close friends. Old Huang from the slaughterhouse is a master here and has a very high status.
Who are these two?
Let me introduce you. This is my brother Xu Lei from the same trench. I am incompetent and retired, but my brother is different and has a bright future. This is my sister-in-law. She is a good cook. The bean-stewed noodles she made for us at noon today were so delicious. Haha, since you are my brother, then you are my brother. If you need anything in the future, come to me, Old Huang. Don't be polite, sister-in-law. Old Huang looked like a man of blood and looked a little fierce. He was afraid that Jiang Yuzhu would be scared by him, so he tried to soften his tone. Since Brother Huang has spoken, I will not be polite. Brother Huang, have a cigarette. Xu Lei took out a box of zhonghua and stuffed it into Old Huang's hand. Oh no, this won't do. These cigarettes are expensive. Old Huang took a look and thought, wow, a whole box of zhonghua. This kid is really generous. Xu Lei was naturally for his wife. The wife is greedy, and now that there's a channel to buy meat, it is natural to take good care of it. Relationships are built by getting along. Lao Zhu and him are old acquaintances, but he is not. People are doing it for Lao Zhu's sake, but they can't be ignorant. Old Huang, keep it. My sister-in-law will trouble you in the future. Zhu Mingxuan obviously knew what Xu Lei meant.
He was also happy to help.
When Lao Huang heard what Zhu Mingxuan said, he put the cigarette in his pocket and said, "Okay, come to me if you have any problems in the future. It's a mutually beneficial thing, so why not do it? Let's go, I'll get you some lard. It happens that there are 2 pieces of lard here. I'm going to take it home. Since you want it, take it away. I'll get it tomorrow." Lao Huang took out 2 pieces of lard for them. How about it? Fat enough. Lao Huang proudly showed the lard to Xu Lei and Jiang Yuzhu. He picked the lard left by the 2 fattest pigs. "Thank you so much, Brother Huang. You originally wanted to save it for my sister-in-law, but now we are taking advantage of it. How much is it?" Jiang Yuzhu's eyes lit up when she saw it. Suddenly, she wanted to eat the buns stuffed with lard residue. At this time, the pigs are not fed with fast feed, but with pig grass, sweet potato vines, and some wheat bran. The pork is very fragrant. The fat is also very thick, not the kind of thin fat. The lard residue after oil is squeezed is very fragrant. Haha, it's nothing. It's convenient for me to do this job. I will save it later. This lard is 30 cents per pound. These 2 pieces of lard are very heavy. Add up to 12 pounds. You just give me the money for 10 pounds. Old Huang is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to deal with things. He also gave him such expensive cigarettes. That won't work. How can I let Brother Huang lose money? 12 pounds is a total of 3.6 yuan. Jiang Yuzhu handed the money and the bill to Old Huang directly. "Look, my sister-in-law." Jiang Yuzhu glanced at the pig's trotter in the corner. "Brother Huang, that pig's trotter." "You mean that pig's trotter?" "Everyone dislikes it because it's too thin. No one likes to eat it. There are only 8 left, and they are piled there." Jiang Yuzhu looked at Old Huang. "Brother Huang, since no one likes to eat it, sell it to me."
"Hey, what do you mean by selling it?"
"Take all 8 of them. This thing is only 1 dime per pound, and it's all bone and meat. No one likes to eat it." "Thank you, Brother Huang. I'll bring you something delicious next time." Jiang Yuzhu didn't want to cut off this good channel for buying meat. The city only supplies it in limited time and quantity. When she went to the county to buy meat, the day Lily was cold. Ah, okay. Just like that, Jiang Yuzhu got 2 pairs of lard and 8 pig's trotters. Then she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a lot of seasonings, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, sugar, pepper, star anise, and cinnamon. Xu Lei was happy to see Jiang Yuzhu happy. As long as his wife wants something, he will find a way to get it. After the 2 of them finished shopping, Zhao Yi drove a tractor to take them back. Otherwise, they would have to carry so many things, which were too heavy. Soon after the 2 of them left, many people gathered at the Xu family, all of whom came to visit the new toilet. After hearing what the neighbor's old lady said, everyone came to take a look out of curiosity. This is a very novel thing in the countryside. The 3rd son of the Xu family specially built a cement toilet for his daughter-in-law in the city, which is better than a house. Everyone must come and take a look. I say, old lady Xu, what do you think your 3rd son is thinking? He spent so much money just to build a toilet for his wife. That's right. This thing is not enough to feed or wear. I think it's just a waste of money. With this cement, you might as well cover the outer walls of your house. It will be so grand. What a waste. Old Lady Xu saw that everyone was getting more and more rude, and she couldn't bear it anymore. I think you are just sour grapes. My son wants to build it, so let him build it. He has the ability. Let you build it. Where can you build such a decent toilet? Okay, you guys, you've seen it all, let's go. The old lady coaxed people. This wave after wave made her upset. She also knew that this thing was not enough to feed or wear, but the 3rd son's family spent their own money to build it. What can she do? This group of people are still making trouble here. It's so annoying. Mrs. Xu, you are too stingy.
You are angry now.
We are just talking. Everyone stopped talking when they saw that Mrs. Xu was angry. Hey, can we all go to your house to use the toilet in the future? It would be a waste if we don't use such a good toilet. In fact, Everyone is just jealous. Who wouldn't want to use such a good toilet? Oh, you're thinking about using my toilet now? Then if I see that your rice is good, can I go to your house for dinner? Jiang Yuju, who was originally very happy, heard everyone say that they all came here to use the toilet, and she exploded instantly. This is not a public toilet. Her husband built a toilet for her, and she was very happy. Now someone wants to turn it into a public toilet. Who can accept this? Anyway, she can't accept it. Jiang Jiqing is back. You are really enjoying yourself. Lazy also specially built a toilet for you. This is the first one in 10 miles and 8 villages. Yes, this toilet is really magnificent. There is no house standing at attention like it. Jiang Yuju didn't say anything, just stared at the woman who just spoke. She didn't know this woman, and didn't have much impression of her. But what this woman said made her want to punch her to vent her anger. Everyone saw that Jiang Yuju's face was very bad, and she kept staring at Daqing's family, and they knew that she was unhappy. Haha that. She was just joking, we won't do it, this toilet is precious. How can we do this every day? Don't underestimate farmyard manure, every family has it. Farmyard manure is needed in the vegetable garden and the land. Why do people say that good things should not be wasted? That's what it means. Most people would not go to the toilet outside casually and would basically go home to solve the problem. Although they may not have this intention, it is all very novel, and they want to try it. But they will not say it at this time. Seeing Jiang Jiqing's expression, they knew that he was unwilling. Don't make such jokes in the future, it's not funny at all. It's really inexplicable. This is the toilet built for her by Xu Lei. What does it have to do with them? She still wants to go to the toilet here. If she wants to go to the toilet herself, does she have to queue up? It's ridiculous. What are these people thinking? She spent so much money to build the toilet. Why should she let others use it? After Jiang Yuju finished speaking, everyone was embarrassed. The woman was a little embarrassed to see Jiang Yuju was so disrespectful. Most people, even if they are unhappy, are embarrassed to refuse in front of so many people. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yuju expressed her dissatisfaction so directly. You, why are you like this? We are all from the same village. We see each other every day. What's wrong with using your toilet? It won't break down. Why are you so stingy? Old Mrs. Su looked at the woman. Isn't this Wang Chuanju, who married you Daqing from the village a few days ago? Old Mrs. Su couldn't help but feel guilty. She didn't expect Wang Chuanju to be such a person. She thought she was honest and capable, but she didn't expect her to be so ignorant. Fortunately, she didn't introduce her to the third child. She just went to the Wang family to test the waters, and didn't settle down with the Wang family. Later, the Jiang Yuju incident happened. The two got married quickly. Who would have thought that Wang Chuanju would marry Yu Daqing from their village? Yu Daqing is the only son in his family, but he has been weak since he was a child, so he has never started a family. Unexpectedly, the two of them started a family. Now she is still causing trouble for the third child's wife. It seems that Wang Chuanju is not an easy person to deal with. Yes, I am stingy. Since you are generous, you can use the money to build an identical toilet for everyone to use. Just build it in the place closest to the workplace in our village so that everyone can use the toilet conveniently when going to work in the future. What do you think? Do you agree? A few people in the crowd responded, agree. This is a good thing. Of course, everyone will not be unwilling. But they also know that this is unrealistic, and it is just to satisfy their desire. Although Jiang Yuju didn't know why this woman targeted her. But she didn't care what the reason was. It's not easy to bully Jiang Yuju. You. Wang Chuanju was speechless now. How could she have the money to build such a good toilet? Even if she built it, it would be impossible for everyone to use it. Isn't that crazy? Oh, so you are generous with other people's money. You don't feel sorry for things that are not yours, right? I don't care who you are. I tell you, this is the toilet my man built for me. Stop talking nonsense. We built this toilet with our own money. You can use it just because you want to. Why are you so shameless? Wang Chuanju's face turned red after being criticized by Jiang Yuju. She looked aggrieved. Jiang Yuju, you are too bullying. People are just talking. We are all from the same village. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Several educated youths from the educated youth point were also watching the fun in the crowd. Ma Chun heard Jiang Yuju's harsh words and immediately came out to defend Wang Chuanju. Jiang Yuju looked and saw that it was this Ma Chun again. Is she sick? She gets itchy when she is not punished for a few days. Otherwise, why is she so cheap and always stands up for others? I think you are just full. What does this have to do with you? Have you not evolved your values, or are you missing a string in your brain? I spent my own money to build the toilet. What's wrong with me using it? You are questioning me. Who gave you the right?
You.
I just can't stand the way you bully others. Ma Chun thought he was the embodiment of justice, redressing those injustices. The last time, it was Jiang Yuju's fault, and she did nothing wrong. This time is the same, it's just a toilet. What's the big deal? What's wrong with everyone using it? People are just talking, maybe just joking. But she is so good. She made people lose face. This is not bullying. I am bullying others, but who is bullying others? My family built a toilet, and someone shamelessly said that he wanted to use it. So, I built a toilet for others?
What are you thinking about?
If you want such a toilet, just build one yourself. Why do you have to be obsessed with other people's things? What's wrong with you? You can't get enough of taking advantage, right? You think you are right. I am speechless. You are so capable. Why don't you selflessly share your food with everyone? After Jiang Yuju finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately made a joke. Haha, I'm afraid she doesn't have enough food to eat. Everyone knows that these educated youth can only feed themselves. Many of them have to borrow food from the team at the end of the year. Ma Chun was powerless to retort again. Zhang Min frowned at the side, which was really useless.
Yuju, Ma Chun didn't mean that.
After all, we are all educated youth and have lived together for so long. Don't you know her? She is a straightforward person with no ill intentions. Ha, one after another, all kinds of monsters and demons have come out.
She didn't mean that.
What did she mean? Can you explain it to me? And you said she is a straightforward person with no ill intentions.
What?
Am I a villain? Do I have ill intentions? Please use your brain before you speak.
If you don't know how to speak, don't speak.
This is the first time I've heard of someone taking advantage of others so confidently. I'm asking you, Zhang Min. What do you mean is that my toilet should be used by everyone? Isn't that what you mean? Yuju, don't be angry. I don't want everyone to be embarrassed. Haha, it's not me who is embarrassed, it's you who are embarrassed. You want to be and also want to set up a chastity arch. What do they mean? Don't they just want to force her to make this toilet public? Whoever wants to use it can use it. Once this opening is made, it cannot be taken back. Who wants to use something bad when they have something good? She will not be fooled by this. If anyone wants to use it, you can pay. How much did this toilet cost? Whoever wants to use it can share the money. I will do a good deed for the day. By the way, don't forget to include the labor cost. This was built by my husband and several comrades. The labor cost, material cost, and today's meal cost are all included. Whoever wants to use it can pay. Or, Ma Jiqing and Zhang Jiqing can take this money and let everyone use it together. I have no objection. How about it? Generous enough. Jiang Yuju retreated to advance. Ma Chun and Zhang Min's faces became uglier. How could they afford this money? This toilet is made of red bricks, cement sand, and asbestos tiles. None of them are cheap. What are you all doing here? The team came after hearing the news. These people are really bored. Why are they going to make trouble? Just take a look. He also went to provoke Xu Lei's wife.
Captain.
Everyone made way for him. No one dared to speak. They knew they were wrong. Why are you running here when you don't want to work? The captain was full of vigor. After hearing his voice, no one dared to look up.
Hey,
Didn't we hear that Xu Lei built a toilet for his wife? We came to take a look and broaden our horizons. Someone with a thicker skin said to the captain with a grin. Have you finished broadening your horizons? His sharp eyes swept over the crowd. We have finished. We will go back to work now. Soon everyone dispersed. The captain looked at the people at the educated youth point. What about you? Have you finished today's work?
No. No.
If you haven't finished yet, go to work. If you have the ability, don't ask me to borrow food in the autumn. Suddenly, no one dared to stay here. Several educated youth went to work. After the captain finished shouting, he walked forward and took a closer look at Jiang Yuju's new toilet. Well, it's not bad. Haha, Captain, come in and sit down, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Jiang Yuju looked at the captain with a smile. She didn't have the consciousness of being the person involved at all. Seeing that the captain was unwilling to enter the house, Xu Lei quickly pulled the captain and whispered in his ear, Uncle Li, it just so happens that Yuju and I brought back 2 pieces of lard today. They are very fat, and we can't finish them at home. I'll give you 1 piece. What do you think? Xu Lei was of course willing to have a good relationship with the captain. The relationship on weekdays is on weekdays. He hopes that his wife can have no worries when he is away. So he hopes to save some favors for his wife so that when his wife encounters something, she can also go smoothly. I don't want it, you can keep it for yourselves, I have to go back. Although he said so, his feet seemed to have taken root, and he didn't move a step. Hey, why are you being so polite to your nephew? I got this from the slaughterhouse. Next time you want to eat something, tell Yuju and ask her to bring it back to you. After that, he pulled the captain into the house. The captain drooled when he saw the snow-white lard. But it was fat, this one must weigh 6 or 7 pounds. That's right, I was just worried about it, the captain has solved my urgent need. So much lard, it will go bad if I can't finish it. I'll give you this big one, and let your aunt deal with it when I go back. Jiang Yuju also knew how to deal with things, and directly gave the bigger and heavier lard to the captain. The captain looked at the 2 children. Each of them was like a smart person. No wonder their lives were getting better and better. Xu Lei has a wide network of contacts, which can be seen from the toilet he built. Many things are difficult for him to get, and he may not be able to get them all, but Xu Lei directly brought them back with a tractor. Not to mention Jiang Yuju, this girl is a person who will not suffer losses, and she is also very smart. I'm telling you too, keep a low profile and don't make everyone jealous, or you'll get plotted against. The captain, as someone who's experienced this, gave them some advice. Yes, we know. This time it's my fault. I'm really not used to the toilets here, so I asked Xu Lei to help me build one based on the one at home. I'm young, and don't think things through. Thank you for your advice, Captain. Jiang Yuju took the initiative to admit her mistake. She shouldn't have built this toilet. Let the captain have a way out. Besides, it's already built, so it can't be demolished. It doesn't hurt to let the captain say a few words. Okay, it's good for you two to know I'm going back. This lard is good, I'll take it. I'll ask the eldest brother's wife to bring the money later. I don't have any money on me. The captain left with the lard. Mrs. Su felt very distressed when she saw the captain leaving with a pair of lard. There was nothing she could do. It was always right to be on good terms with the captain's family. This is great. You two are so arrogant, and now people are jealous of you. Old Mrs. Su couldn't help muttering. Mom, it's just a toilet. There are toilets like this in the city. Why doesn't anyone say anything? It's just a momentary curiosity. Xu Lei didn't think it was a big deal, and at the same time, he felt sorry for Jiang Yuju. She was a girl from the city, and if she wanted to improve the sanitary environment in the countryside, she would be envied and envied. He wanted to take her away as soon as possible. Then he could do whatever he wanted. Who can blame the red-eye disease? She is jealous of whoever has a good life. If you say so, we don't have to live anymore. Who cares? I have the final say in my life. Jiang Yuju knew that they were just jealous of her. Because they didn't have it, she had it, so she was guilty. A humph, just do it. The captain over there came back home with a pair of lard. The captain's wife took it over excitedly after seeing it. Where did you get it? Xu Lei got 2 pieces of lard. Give one to me, you go get the money and tickets, and ask the eldest brother's wife to deliver it. I don't have any money. Okay. The captain's wife habitually took the scale to weigh it, 7 pounds. This lard is really good, more than 7 pounds. It is estimated that it can produce about 5 pounds of lard, enough for our family to eat for a few months. The oil yield of general lard is about 60% to 70%. This lard is very thick, and it can produce about 5 pounds of oil from the weight of more than 7 pounds. The captain's wife was very happy. The lard residue can be used for cooking, making dumplings and buns, and can also be eaten for a while. Well, Xu Lei is a boy with a wide network of contacts, and even knows people in the slaughterhouse. People said that next time you want to eat something, tell Jiang and let her bring it back. The captain lit a pot of tobacco and sat on a small bench in the yard to smoke. Really? That's great. The captain's wife was of course happy, as this was another way to make money. The eldest brother's wife, go and give this money and bills to Jiang and Jiang. The captain's wife counted the money and bills. Something happened in their family just now. I heard about it at home. The captain's wife was also a very smart person, and she knew it as soon as she thought about it. Well, Xu Lei built a toilet for Jiang, and everyone was jealous. But Jiang was not a pushover, and he scolded everyone. Oh, this girl is quite capable. I told you they are a good match. The captain's wife had long said that Xu Lei and Jiang were a good match, just like the handsome man and beautiful woman in the drama. Okay, take care of them in the future. I think the two children are both very lucky. The captain had seen countless people, so he naturally saw that neither of them was willing to stay in the village all their lives. It's definitely a good idea to make friends, just in case you need them in the future.
Yes.